Chapter 1. Awakening amidst a tumultuous jolt, and Ming opened his eyes only to be greeted by a more violent impact. Had the spacecraft met with disaster? Instinctively, he grasped the iron bars before him, struggling to stabilize his body. As the tremors gradually subsided, and Ming exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Yet in the next moment, he found himself staring blankly at the cage that confined him. What astonished him was not the prison or the grim surroundings, but the thin layer of membrane nestled between his fingers. It resembled web claws. Had they just sprouted? His eyes widened as he scrutinized his hands, and soon an unsettling thought prompted him to glance down at his feet in haste. His feet were still intact, yet they too were adorned with fine, shimmering blue scales. On Ming, with his sharp web claws, he gently touched his glistening legs. Was he destined to transform into a mermaid's tail? Despondently, he surveyed his surroundings. This was the bottom hold of the spacecraft, cluttered and grimy, dim and stifling. The vessel seemed to have suffered a calamity, and the unscrupulous merchant who had captured him was nowhere to be found. Sigh, and Ming sighed deeply. It was time to face the truth. This was no mere dream. He had indeed traversed into a book, becoming a captive mermaid. How long had he been here? 3 days, perhaps? Originally, he had been lying on a hospital bed, the pain gradually dissipating, the beeping of machines fading into the distance, and his brother's tear-streaked face growing increasingly blurred. In the next instant, he found himself here, feverish and utterly weakened. The original occupant of this body had likely succumbed to a high fever, allowing him a chance at life. However, this frail form was burdened beyond measure ever since his arrival. He had been ensnared in a haze, with his own memories, those of the original inhabitant, and the narrative of the unfinished book intertwining chaotically in his mind, threatening to overwhelm him. At this very moment, his forehead burned with fever, the back of his neck ached intolerably, and every part of him cried out in pain. And Ming felt a pang of helplessness, wanting to weep. Yet the prolonged confinement and lack of water had left his throat parched, rendering him incapable of shedding tears. "Calm down," he murmured softly to himself. With great effort, he sought to compose himself, attempting to recall the information at his disposal. His mind felt as though it were on fire. He could scarcely remember many details of the original plot, only that this was an unfinished interstellar ABO narrative, telling the tale of an Omega prince from the human race who vanquished a dragon-human hybrid antagonist and eventually found happiness with his alpha aid. And he, merely an unnamed little mermaid, existed solely to enrich the world setting, utterly unrelated to the main storyline. In other words, he would not provoke the protagonist within the tale, nor need he fear encountering the dragon-human villain. It was, in essence, less than cannon fodder, more a mere backdrop. Quite splendid, and Ming thought. A free spirit unbound by the constraints of the narrative. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, having been granted a second chance at life, it is imperative to cherish it. First and foremost, I must find a way to escape from this place. And Ming, having regained a semblance of calm, quickly deduced from the current situation that the spacecraft had encountered a malfunction, necessitating an emergency landing in an unknown location. Strangely, the two unscrupulous merchants who had been checking on him repeatedly were conspicuously absent. And Ming vaguely recalled that these two individuals had administered an injection to the original host, claiming it would promote some form of differentiation, while they incessantly tugged at his hair, inspecting the nape of his neck. Quickly check if the glands have developed. One had shouted in a fit of impatience. The merciless merchants harbored hopes that he would transform into a merfolk Omega, with plans to sell him on the human homeworld for a handsome profit. In this interstellar realm, the merfolk were nearly extinct, and the tears of the merfolk Omega were deemed a miraculous remedy, reputed to cure all manner of ailments, even including impotence and dysfunction. The merchant had leered. And if one were to mate directly with a merfolk Omega, it would bestow extraordinary powers upon an ordinary person, rendering them immortal. Another had informed Ming. With your striking beauty and that rare blue hair, you are undoubtedly a top-tier Omega. It's a guaranteed profit. Exactly. So you better transform already. And thus, before the two merchants, and Ming underwent an unexpected transformation into an alpha. After confirming this change multiple times, the merchants, filled with indignation and embarrassment, resolved to cast in Ming into the depths of space. The iron cage was dragged to the airlock, with only a few meters separating him from the metal door that led to the frigid vacuum of space. What transpired next? Fragments of memory flashed before him, and Ming felt a splitting headache as he tapped his forehead. On Ming. It all came rushing back. In that moment, fear had consumed him, and he had struggled desperately, screaming at them in despair, wishing them dead. A strange occurrence ensued. Those two men seemed genuinely intimidated by his outburst, their eyes betraying a glimmer of fear, causing them to retreat in trepidation. What followed was even more surreal. Both merchants suddenly began to bleed profusely from their orifices, as if an invisible force had crushed them. They spewed blood in panic and scrambled into a nearby small spacecraft, fleeing in terror. Exhausted, and Ming succumbed to unconsciousness once more. When he awakened again, it was to the present moment. So, the spacecraft had lost control and crash-landed on a planet? In that case, no one would come to sell him, nor would anyone seek to kill him. After a fleeting sense of relief, however, and Ming could not muster joy. The merchants had previously offered him meager rations of water and moldy food. Now, he remained trapped in the iron cage, with no one aware of his plight, facing the grim prospects of starvation or dehydration. Or perhaps, an even more horrifying demise. For outside the stifling lower deck, ominous cracking sounds began to intermittently echo. Crack! Snap! The sounds grew increasingly closer, sending shivers down his spine. Is this the prelude to a fiery explosion following the spaceship's crash? Will I perish while confined within this iron cage? No, it cannot be. And Ming's face contorted in distress as he placed his hands against the bars of the cage, hopelessly attempting to pry them apart. Though they were referred to as iron bars, they were, in fact, composed of a metal far more resilient than steel. He had previously tested them to no avail. They remained immovable. Yet this time, his eyes widened in astonishment. The metal pillars, thicker than 3 of his fingers, had begun to warp slightly. And Ming, ignoring the flicker of doubt that crossed his mind, he exerted greater force, and soon the iron cage yielded like a fragile cardboard box, opening wide enough for 2 adults to escape. Gasping for breath, and Ming stared in wonder at his webbed claws. Without hesitation, he stepped out of his prison. However, upon taking his first step, he realized that his body was in an uncomfortable state. Despite the earlier ease of his escape, he felt a profound exhaustion. Alongside an overwhelming thirst and hunger, an intense heat surged within him, as if some pent-up force desperately sought release. Resisting the strong sense of discomfort, and Ming resolved to flee this place before seeking water and sustenance. At that moment, an eerie knocking echoed from the metal walls of the chamber. Clang! Hiss! It sounded as though someone were probing for a point of entry. Instinctively, and Ming recoiled. In the same instant, the chamber walls suddenly warped, and a massive black claw pierced through the thick metal barrier, thrusting inward. The claw was adorned with spiky, serrated barbs that glimmered with a chilling sheen. And Ming! He immediately realized that he was in an interstellar realm. Had some monstrous creature caught his scent and come to devour him? Fear gripped his breath as he stood frozen between the cage and the claw. In the next moment, several more claws emerged, tearing through the wall with a force akin to that of a plow. Then a glossy black head, gleaming with metallic luster, pushed through, covered in a hard shell, with 6 crimson vertical pupils embedded within 2 large and 4 small, rotating a full 180 degrees before fixing their gaze upon Ming. His scalp prickled as he nearly fainted. What kind of monstrosity was this? And Ming had no doubt he was destined to become a meal for this creature. Surprisingly, upon seeing him, the beast paused momentarily, not rushing forward to consume him as he had anticipated, but instead leisurely widened the breach, allowing its massive, grotesque form to fully enter. It then stood before the cage, scrutinizing him. Sunlight streamed through the gaping hole, refracting through the minuscule particles suspended in the AI. In Ming, with his tousled, deep blue short hair and pale visage, stood there in a daze, his arms and legs adorned with shimmering silver-blue scales, trembling slightly. He involuntarily shivered, and through the light filtering through the cabin wall, he discerned the form of the creature. It resembled a colossal alien, characterized by features reminiscent of armored and segmented insects. Fearsome and terrifying, yet somewhat impressive, a dark iteration of a Gundam. The black Gundam bared its teeth, revealing four tightly arranged rows of sharp fangs. Subsequently, a deep, chaotic voice emanated from its gnarled throat, imbued with a sense of intrigue. "Boss, guess what I have found? It can talk." And Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, as shock overwhelmed all other emotions. "What?" A second voice emerged from a small white device embedded in the chest of the insectoid, the resonance slightly distorted, yet undeniably magnetic and authoritative. "A rather exquisite little creature," the insectoid remarked, glancing at Ming. "Alive, not dead. Isn't that remarkable?" "Bring it back," was the response from the device. The brief exchange concluded, and the insectoid continued to scrutinize Ming. The creature, referred to as an exquisite little thing, left Ming speechless. This insectoid possessed advanced intelligence and seemed devoid of any overt malice toward him. And Ming clenched his webbed claws, summoning the courage to return the gaze. The insectoid's 6 vertical pupils swiveled curiously as it raised one of its long, ebony arms, edged with sharp, bony blades, gesturing invitingly. "Can you walk on your own?" "Where to?" After a prolonged silence, he stammered in the universally understood interstellar language, which he had not spoken in a while. Chapter 2. Without receiving an answer, the insectoid creature, with its steel-like long legs, swiftly made its escape. And Ming found himself overwhelmed with heat, his mind clouded, and his limbs weakly trailing behind. Although fear gripped him at the sight of the insectoids, he saw no alternative. Remaining here would surely lead to death, while following the creatures offered a glimmer of hope. Emerging from the wreckage of the crashed spacecraft, he was met with scorching temperatures and blinding light. The barren, crimson earth stretched before him, encircled by undulating red-brown hills. Ahead lay a stony plain riddled with ravines, and Ming swallowed hard, grappling with uncertainty about his next move. Suddenly, a tight grip seized his shoulder as a 3-meter-tall insectoid clamped its massive pincers around him. Before panic could fully set in, the creature lifted him into the air. They were truly flying. 2 vast, bat-like membranous wings unfurled, powerfully beating against the fierce sun, casting a menacing black-red hue. The insectoid swiftly soared over a low hill, and the red-brown desert below cast a large shadow. Dozens of armed humans moved busily, transporting various instruments that resembled surveying equipment. Nearby stood a perfectly square, jet-black panel. In the distance loomed a magnificent silver-gray spacecraft, grander than the small smuggling vessels typically used by traffickers. As the insectoid approached, the soldiers halted and saluted. Upon closer inspection of what it held, their eyes widened in astonishment. What a striking young boy, despite his tattered clothing, tangled blue hair, and dirt-streaked face. His extraordinary beauty could not be concealed. He even seemed to radiate light. Was that scales? Could this boy be a merman? Ignoring the gazes around it, the insectoid descended before the black panel and gently released Ming. He stumbled forward, nearly falling, but the panel unexpectedly extended an arm-like appendage to steady him, preventing a fall. It was not that the insectoid was clumsy, and Ming was simply in a woeful state. The creature remained silent, and with a few cracking sounds, it shrank and transformed into a human-like form with broad shoulders and narrow hips, white hair contrasting with dark skin, and proceeded confidently forward, leaping effortlessly into the spacecraft. The black panel, pristine and devoid of any superfluous elements, faced Ming, and he felt as though he were being scrutinized intently. What unnerved him further was the gaze of the soldiers behind him. Though he could not see them, their presence was palpable. Unlike human traffickers, these individuals were clearly well-trained military personnel, each towering and robust. Any one of them could easily crush him. "What is your name?" inquired a male voice, crackling with an electric undertone. And Ming momentarily froze, only to realize that the sound emanated from the large black panel. He soon comprehended that it was an artificial intelligence. As the mermaid character served merely as a pawn, she bore no name. Thus Ming appropriated his own. "Hello," and Ming. The black panel illuminated briefly, revealing a large, cheerful emoticon. And Ming could sense a gaze hidden deep within the panel, scanning him as if he were some extraordinary being. "I invite you to Phoenix. He wishes to ask you a few questions." "Lon." And Ming's expression betrayed confusion. Indeed, the smile on the emoticon shifted, morphing into one of laughter. "He is our leader. Phoenix is the name of our ship." And Ming, enduring the oppressive heat, felt his mind racing. This group of humans appeared formidable, the artificial intelligence before him. along with the handsome insectoid from earlier, seemed to hold a higher status. They all submitted to a figure named Lon. It seemed there was no prominent character by that name in the book, suggesting that the leader of this small military contingent was merely a background figure. What might Lon look like? Could he be even more terrifying than the insectoids? And Ming pressed his lips together, contemplating whether he should simply walk in, when suddenly the sounds of movement from the soldiers behind him diminished. "No need to enter," a voice, as serene and chilling as winter snow, announced, and Ming turned toward the sound and was instantly captivated by a breathtaking sight he had never encountered in either of his lives. A tall figure emerged at the entrance, enveloped in an aura of coldness, like a dragon lurking in the shadows, dangerous and enigmatic. As the figure took a step forward, descending gracefully from the lift with long, powerful legs, darkness receded and sunlight began to joyfully drench him from the crown of his head. Silken golden hair cascaded smoothly over his shoulders, and striking blue eyes regarded Ming intently, with a high nose, red lips, and a sharp chin. The warmth that had clung to Ming dissipated, and suddenly, the entire world fell silent, all sensations retreating from him. He stood transfixed as the figure approached, halting to scrutinize the mermaid before him. The mermaid appeared delicate and pale, like a startled sprite. The white-haired, dark-skinned insectoid beside him crossed its arms, also observing Ming. After lingering on Ming for a moment, its gaze shifted back to the black artificial intelligence. "Is the information collection and analysis complete?" The black panel immediately retracted the smile emoticon and began to display information, simultaneously reporting, and Ming, mermaid. Silence. Number 9, a command interrupted, as if to say, "Did you not notice he is severely dehydrated?" The panel's brilliance instantly dimmed, resembling a lifeless entity. In the distance, the soldiers were still diligently engaged in their tasks, yet their pace had significantly slowed as they discreetly observed the scene before them. The insectoid, adorned in combat attire, raised an eyebrow at the remark and retrieved a circular military canteen from his side. Just as he was about to hand it over, it was intercepted midway. He unscrewed the cap to inspect its cleanliness, confirming it was in use before bringing it to Ming's lips. "Drink it," he commanded, and Ming, cautious yet grateful, accepted the canteen, moistening his parched lips as he began to sip slowly. As he drank, an overwhelming urge to weep surged within him. The canteen was black, contrasting beautifully with the pale, slender fingers of the insectoid, mirroring the ivory sheen of his exposed skin. What an exquisite beauty! Was this enchanting figure sent by fate to rescue him? After finishing half the canteen, Ming felt a significant alleviation of discomfort. The scales on his arms and calves began to fade, and the webbed claws disappeared. The tumultuous energy within him also subsided slightly. "Thank you," he murmured, lifting his face yet unable to meet the gaze of the stunning figure, instead casting his eyes down, his long lashes fluttering shyly. The beauty offered no response, but the soldiers observing in silence were suddenly ablaze with excitement. "Did the commander just reprimand 9? One soldier questioned, astonished. "For a moment, I thought 9's chip would be punctured." "Did you not see the commander smile?" Another interjected. "When did the fearsome leader of the rebel forces ever smile?" When the little mermaid said thank you, his lips curled slightly, came the incredulous reply. "Are you certain you're not imagining things?" The insectoid reclaimed the canteen and turned to 9, instructing, "Begin." The panel lit up once more, and 9 adopted a more mechanical tone, coldly stating, "And Ming, merfolk, approximately 19 years of age, height 180 centimeters, weight 60 kilograms, psychic level." The soldiers listened intently, their hearts sinking as they realized Ming possessed only a low psychic level, being a member of the merfolk, already the weakest among the 4 great races. This was akin to being deemed worthless. Yet, he was so endearing that they felt an instinctive urge to protect him, as if he were a younger brother. And Ming stood there, oblivious to the fact that he had unknowingly captured the hearts of dozens who now regarded him as their little brother. 9 continued, origin unknown, identity unknown, with the earliest information tracing back to 1 week prior, when he appeared aboard the same ship as 2 royal guards of the human empire. At this, the commander chuckled softly, a smile gracing his face, and Ming stared in bewilderment, completely unaware of the significance of terms like royal and guard. All the soldiers were taken aback by their leader's evident smile. 9 added, 2 hours ago, the ship crashed on the Dragon Clan's wasteland, Miwei 1, just 2 kilometers from the Phoenix. 2 royal guards succumbed to their grievous injuries, perishing mere meters from the spacecraft, while Ming remained unscathed, free to move and concealed in the vessel's lower chamber, subsequently discovered by Yuan. However, it would be inaccurate to assert that he emerged entirely unscathed. In truth, and Ming had just undergone differentiation and was still enveloped in the subsequent fluctuations, simultaneously approaching his first sensitive period with an elevated body temperature and a restless demeanor. Chief, you are standing too close to him. Be wary of being bitten. Caution 9. The insectoid emitted a chuckle, as if he had heard an amusing jest. His reaction to 9's words was far from surprising, as if he had anticipated it. His gaze now icy despite the smile lingering on his lips, which appeared somewhat peculiar. The soldiers, all too familiar with that expression, began to draw in sharp breaths. Was the younger brother they had just claimed about to meet his demise? And Ming sensed the perilous atmosphere. His lips moved, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Wasn't he captured by a trafficker of merfolk? How did it come to be that he was now entangled with royal guards? Moreover, he had merely shouted at them a few times. How could that have led to their deaths? Furthermore, he had been confined within a cage, yet when the insectoids discovered him, he was indeed outside of it. Do you still require water? The beautiful figure inquired abruptly. No, I do not, and Ming hastily replied. He was no longer thirsty, yet his stomach growled with hunger. Previously, Lon had noticed his dehydration, and he had refrained from asking for food, now even more reluctant to do so. 9 should have detected his hunger, yet made no mention of it. The unsettling sensation of hunger resurfaced, intensifying. I am so hungry. What is that scent emanating from Lon? It is delightful. And Ming suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to lunge towards the other. The beautiful figure disregarded 9's advice and took a step closer, encroaching upon Ming's space. Up close, and Ming could perceive every detail of his visage, the fine hairs distinctly visible, and the fragrance in his nostrils grew increasingly intoxicating. He involuntarily leaned forward, the two nearly touching. Yuan, the insectoid, furrowed his brow slightly, his hand resting by his side on his particle gun. Although he found no threat in this suspicious little merfolk, should he dare to show disrespect, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. And Ming, entranced by the beauty before him, murmured, such a small creature. Surely, you cannot kill a royal guard. And they have not slain you. Therefore, I should conclude that this is quite the riveting act of self-sacrifice, is it not? And Ming blinked in confusion, perplexed by Lan's words. Do not regard me with that innocent expression, he retorted, the tone of his voice turning icy. You sacrificed 2 inconsequential royal guards to send you as an undercover agent by my side, did you? He chuckled softly. Confess the imperial espionage scheme that dispatched you, or face dire consequences. He lowered his gaze slightly, observing Ming's bare feet. Fair, with faint hints of veins, utterly charming. With a fleeting glance, he averted his eyes. I chopped off your tail to make a stew, he concluded. Chapter 3. And Ming was utterly bewildered. He understood every word spoken by Lon, yet their meaning eluded him. An empire? A spy? Chopped him up? He could not comprehend the sudden and drastic shift in the angel's demeanor, transforming into something akin to a demon. For over 3 days since his arrival in this world, he had endured inhumane treatment, remaining in a state of perpetual anxiety. Lon was the sole embodiment of kindness he had encountered. Was it possible that even this kindness was a fade? And Ming could no longer contain himself. His nose tinged with a painful warmth, and the water he had recently consumed transformed into crystalline tears that cascaded down his cheeks. Once the dam of tears broke, they flowed relentlessly, as if devoid of cost. Unexpectedly, the little spy had been frightened to tears, stirring an unusual sensation within him. His initial certainty had morphed into profound doubt. The panel number 9 timely displayed a face of grievance, its mechanical voice stating, based on my 99 calculations. The conclusion remains that he is a spy. Since you have a premonition, why do you concern yourself with his thirst? It then turned to the insectoid, Ivan. Do you require a hug? Get lost, not a chance, replied the dark-skinned insect. At a loss for words, it remarked, can a spy not drink water? You lack humanity. Panel number 9, still disheartened by Ivan's rejection, retorted, is it humane to chop off someone's tail? It dared not confront directly, loudly defending itself. I am quite human-like. Thank you very much. Since you care for him, he is currently famished and requires nourishment quickly. He is also in a vulnerable period and should avoid emotional upheavals. Panel number 9 slid back a tad. Is he about to be beaten? It wondered, but then said, it was my oversight. Take him to the interrogation room. Let him eat first. Ivan remained silent, his decision unquestioned as he approached to seize Ming. Wait, he interjected, send him to my room instead. Allow him to relax in a comfortable environment. I will personally conduct the interrogation at a leisurely pace. Before Ivan could act, he added, I will handle it myself. Panel number 9 displayed a confused expression, and Ming had ceased his weeping, his swollen eyes resembling walnuts, filled with increasing sorrow, yet his stomach audibly protested with hunger. The atmosphere grew oddly silent and awkward. Get inside, quickly, came the cold command, and Ming shivered and began to move, hastily following behind. They departed with Ming in tow. Once the hatch closed, the soldiers sighed in relief. Thank goodness. The little brother is still alive. Oh, how pitiful, he cried. Boss, do open your eyes and see. How could such an adorable little brother be a spy? Ivan stayed behind to assist in the installation of surveying equipment, while panel number 9 transformed into a supervisor, bellowing in frustration. Hurry up. Finish quickly so we can leave this godforsaken planet. The Phoenix is larger than it appears. And Ming followed closely, traversing the expansive entrance area designated for gatherings, ascending several floors via the light lift, and finally passing through a lengthy corridor and several automatic alloy doors until he arrived at the threshold of his room. This level was exclusively reserved for him. The gentle sound of the door opening offered some comfort. He stepped inside, striving to quell his anxiety. The predicament of being alone in a confined space with a menacing figure who had just threatened to sever his own tail naturally provoked unease. And Ming obediently entered, his heart racing, his gaze averted. Wherever the villain directed him, he followed. When commanded to sit, he complied without hesitation. As he settled into the chair, a cup of warm water was thrust into his hands, startling him. No more tears. In a state of dehydration, scales will form on your legs, which is detrimental to your health. Oh, and Ming grasped the cup, his eyes darting around the minimalist decor of the living room, which featured a sofa and coffee table, both anchored to the floor, while he found himself positioned in the dining area. He realized that the scales on his legs were a bodily response to damage, not a precursor to growing a tail. Speaking of which, what did his tail look like? He had yet to see it since arriving. The villain, after delivering the water, did not depart. His lean calves, encased in leather military boots, stood steadfast beside Ming. And Ming lowered his head, nervously sipping the water, acutely aware of the sound of his swallowing. At that moment, a noise emanated from the door, prompting the military boots to retreat, only to return swiftly, accompanied by an automated dining cart. A photon panel on the side of the cart illuminated, and a voice, belonging to number 9, announced, bread, beef, vegetable puree, and a bag of nutrition solution exclusively for humans, devoid of any merfolk ingredients. Thank you, number 9, he replied. You're welcome. Why is the boss in such a good mood now? Ahem. Well, should you require anything, feel free to call me. I am omnipresent. Number 9 placed the meal tray down and rolled away on its 4 wheels. The door closed again just as Ming, clutching the cup of water, was about to speak. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the cabin's wall. Boss. Almost forgot. Just now, Yuan asked me to convey that he is concerned about your solitude. All right. It's my own anxiety. Though Ming exhibited no signs of fever and had received suppressants, the sound system on the wall was abruptly silenced. Eat, the voice instructed. And Ming, famished, eagerly began to consume his meal, yet his thoughts lingered on the term solitude. He found himself quietly astonished. He was indeed alone. So what did blue signify? In Ming's mind was a tumult of confusion regarding the narrative of the book. Failing to access it as one would personal memories, it required a considerable effort to review. He had a general understanding of the foundational settings, the prevalent strength and aggression, the typical fragility that allowed for marking, and the ability to conceive. He couldn't help but ponder how Blue had ascended to leadership amidst a throng of fierce beings, a realization that felt oddly familiar. Additionally, the book mentioned that glands sprouted at the nape, which remained closed in everyday circumstances, as long as one does not emit heat and utilizes an effective suppressor. There appears to be little distinction between those of high mental fortitude and the exceptionally strong. It seems that Lon is indeed formidable, capable of effortlessly overcoming the strong. However, if he possesses such power, why are there no characters, major or minor, in the narrative named Lon? He exudes an air of excellence, his appearance strikingly distinguished, making it improbable for him to remain nameless. Simultaneously savoring his food and contemplating the name Lon, and Ming feels as though he has overlooked some vital information. Unable to clarify his thoughts, he decides to dismiss them and focuses intently on the meal before him. He indulges in beef and takes a sip of nutrient liquid, which tastes rather bland, akin to diluted milk, far less sweet than Lan's enticing aroma. Indeed, Lan possesses a delightful fragrance, sitting beside him now. The scent is even more pronounced, cool and subtly sweet. Food has a soothing effect on the soul, and his body's inherent restlessness diminishes, his spirits lifting as he eats. Watching Ming intently as he bows his head to his meal, Lan contemplates the peculiarities of such a spy. Would a spy weep? Would they lack even a single defense? Would they be so timid as to avoid making eye contact? With his short gray-blue hair, porcelain-like face, and slightly swollen eyes from tears, how could one so exquisitely delicate be a spy? Furthermore, this little merman seems exceedingly frail. In a vulnerable state, he emits no pheromones, merely a refreshing scent. Though he appears rather unkempt, surprisingly, he does not smell foul. Unlike his subordinates, who, after merely half an hour of exertion, exude overpowering pheromones, creating an unbearable stench. Who would deploy such an eye-catching spy? Having distanced himself from the human empire and established a rebellion over a year ago, his identity has remained clandestine. The emperor should be unaware of his survival. Perhaps there has been a genuine misunderstanding. And Ming, truly famished, quickly finishes his meal, leaving no remnants on his plate and consuming every drop of nutrient liquid. He gently places down his utensils, glancing up momentarily before rapidly lowering his gaze. I have finished eating. You may ask your questions. And Ming's fear of Lan has diminished. Despite the mysterious deaths of 2 black market dealers and his own uncertainty regarding how he escaped the iron cage, he believes that as long as Lan does not intimidate him and conducts a fair inquiry, he can cooperate fully to prove his innocence. Observing the compliant little merman before him, Lan ponders for a moment on how to phrase his questions so as not to frighten him further. He finally speaks. You need only to convey what you know. After a brief pause, he adds, I shall not harm the innocent. Only with sufficient evidence will I deem you a spy. If you are not, I will seek out a planet in a nearby star system, one with a temperate climate, abundant resources, and kind inhabitants, and I will ensure your safe relocation before I depart. And Ming can scarcely believe his ears. Is it truly so? After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally grasped the implications. Not only had Lan allowed him to escape, but also offered assistance in securing his future. To be frank, and Ming had pondered during his confinement about the means of survival in an unfamiliar interstellar realm, should he manage to break free. The thought had truly troubled him. With Lan's assurance now, however, a wave of joy washed over him. Thank you. And Ming finally mustered the courage to lift his gaze, meeting Lan's eyes with genuine delight as he exclaimed, I swear, I am not a spy. I don't even know who you are. His words faltered abruptly, his mouth agape in astonishment, realizing that 2 words had lodged in his throat. As he awaited Ming to finish, the little mermaid revealed a beaming smile, showcasing 2 rows of perfectly white teeth, radiating the purest joy in the world. Your eyes. And Ming's face turned pale. Under the artificial light, he was confronted by green-gold vertical pupils. Those eyes, sharp and adorned with green-gold irises, were traits no human could possess. And Ming was certain that when Lan was outside the ship, his eyes had appeared as clear, azure orbs, typical of the human race. He had previously encountered the 6 eyes of the insectoid Ivan and felt no aversion to vertical pupils per se. Rather, a sense of unease surged within him. Chapter 4. Realizing the little mermaid was fixedly staring at him, and Ming became aware of the predicament. His expression shifted momentarily before returning to calmness as he explained, I possess dragon lineage. You need not be concerned. As he spoke, his eyes returned to their blue hue, and Ming sat in silence, failing to respond, lost in contemplation, his features darkening. The atmosphere thickened with tension. At that moment, Ming's mind was ablaze with a vivid recollection from the original text. Emerging with unsettling clarity, in a fit of rage, the hybrid dragon's eyes transformed into green-gold vertical pupils, massive demonic wings unfurled behind him, and icy dragon scales adorned his cheek. Die, he cruelly uttered, his claws crushing the head of the human emperor. The original narrative had been abruptly abandoned, leaving the human prince to flirt daily with his aide while the dragon-human hybrid antagonist continued to wreak havoc in the interstellar world. And the name of the arch-villain lingered in Ming's mind as a trio of letters, never before pieced together. Now, however, he understood that Lan was not nameless. It was not merely Lan, and Ming felt a surge of despair. Was he not the most expendable of all, merely a background character? How had he encountered the most terrifying antagonist in the entire narrative? Recalling the various brutal acts depicted in the book sent chills coursing through his limbs. He began to struggle with his confession, desperately searching his mind for the meager memories of the original host, yet found himself increasingly distracted. Initially, they approached him with kindness, offering water, only to later threaten to sever his tail. Now, they feigned generosity by offering food and even promised to find a planet to release him. Is this not akin to a cat playing with a mouse? He spoke absent-mindedly, oblivious to the fact that Ming was in a state of utter distress. I seem to be fishing in the sea, accompanied by several tribesmen who appear to be protecting me. And Ming's voice was hoarse. The human traffickers? Their spaceship's cannon fire has decimated them. I was captured, and I do not know them. They believe I am to be sold to the main star to be killed. Yet they have perished instead. And Ming struggled to articulate his thoughts, his words fragmented, and before he knew it, tears welled up in his eyes once more. I beg you, pity the little mermaid, he implored, his voice quivering. Do not sever my tail for soup. Do not consume me. I am truly no spy. He envisioned a gruesome scene, unable to suppress his sobs once again. He had never even seen his own tail. How unjust. He finally sensed something amiss. Why are you crying again? He furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, and extended his hand. And Ming recoiled as if struck by lightning, his arm colliding painfully with the edge of the dining table, causing a dish to topple and crash to the floor with a dull thud. The spot wherein Ming's pale arm had struck quickly turned red, causing him to grimace in pain. How could someone so clumsy be a spy? Let me see. This time, he grasped Ming's hand. In that instant of contact, both froze momentarily. Their gazes shifted in an instant, only to quickly revert. And Ming felt a surge of fear, yet his right hand was firmly held by the antagonist, leaving him too intimidated to withdraw. With tears brimming in his eyes, he allowed the other to lean in and assess his condition. The bruise was located at the elbow of his right arm. Concerned about the little mermaid, the antagonist did not turn away but instead leaned in closer to inspect. The warmth of his breath unconsciously brushed against Ming's skin, causing a layer of scales to rise on the back of his hand and forearm. The original owner's memories informed him that this was akin to goosebumps. Before he could even see the targeted area, he found himself captivated by the silver-blue scales. They were semicircular, thin, and shimmered with a beautiful luster, each small piece perfectly layered upon the next. It's nothing serious. After inspecting, he released Ming. No matter how frail the little mermaid, this degree of impact was hardly significant. And Ming realized this, and at the same time, he became aware of the shift in the atmosphere. The sound of his weeping had ceased. The air once again became thick with tension, and Ming's initial panic upon revealing his true identity had diminished considerably. And his mind began to clear. The antagonist, positioned as the villain in the original narrative, was primarily directed at the protagonist, the human prince. From a certain perspective, he was merely a tool. He was not the protagonist, so the antagonist would not act indiscriminately. Thus, as long as he clarified that he was not a spy, there should be no breach of faith. And Ming steadied his breath and continued to explain. I was captured by them. They are human traffickers. And I had no knowledge that they were sent by the human emperor. Indeterminate. And Ming, eager to prove his worth, suddenly found himself gasping for breath. Having recently undergone differentiation, he was thrust into a state of heightened sensitivity upon his arrival here, experiencing a tumultuous emotional roller coaster in a short span of time. His previous emotional turmoil surged once more, leaving him feeling slightly oxygen-deprived. As he instinctively touched his neck, webbed claws reappeared, and sharp nails quickly etched crimson lines across his delicate skin. What was happening? He abruptly stood, questioning whether this little merman was intent on self-destruction. Overwhelmed, and Ming's eyes reddened. He was in distress, utterly uncomfortable. He struggled to articulate this sensation as the once dormant heat surged back with a vengeance, crashing over his entire being like a violent tide. His body felt as if it might explode. What was amiss? He pried Ming's hands apart to prevent further self-harm while pressing for answers. The little merman gasped for air, his gaze unfocused, ignoring his inquiries. And Ming? He called out, tension coiling within him as he inhaled deeply, his eyes wide. Having witnessed similar episodes in his subordinates, he quickly deduced that Ming was experiencing a flare-up of sensitivity syndrome, a condition stemming from severe lack of effective rest leading to frenzied states. Though it appeared alarming, it was not dire. 2 remedies existed, the most common being an injection. I'll take you to the bedroom to rest, he said, grasping Ming's arm in an attempt to help him stand, and give you a shot of suppressant. A bit of sleep will suffice. And Ming, however, remained unsteady as he was lifted, his body swaying. Can you walk? He questioned skeptically, observing his state. and Ming offered no response, simply collapsing back down. Quick on his feet, he caught the little merman around the waist. How soft, how delicate, he momentarily lost focus. Yet, he swiftly regained his concentration, lifting Ming into a princess carry and heading toward his bedroom. Their chests pressed together, and Ming's refreshing scent was unmistakable, reminiscent of a sky just washed by rain. Puzzled, he wondered if this fellow had not bathed. How could he smell so pristine? The invigorating aroma intensified, flushing the little merman-esque complexion a rosy hue, akin to a living oxygen machine, overwhelming him. His mind exploded in realization. He had long believed he could not perceive Ming's pheromones. How mistaken he was. Ming's pheromones bore no scent at all. Another wave of fresh air enveloped him, yet it carried an underlying vigor that caught him off guard, causing his nape's glands to involuntarily react. He hurriedly dashed toward the bedroom, intending to place Ming down swiftly and retreat. Everything proceeded smoothly. As Ming was laid gently onto the soft mattress, he withdrew his hands, reaching for a nearby light blanket to cover him. However, his wrist was suddenly seized. The little merman's hand was pale and slender, appearing fragile. His strength was immense. He struggled slightly, but could not break free. A sense of vigilance arose in his heart, coupled with a concern for the delicate mermaid, compelling him to gradually exert force in an attempt to extricate himself. Yet he remained ensnared, the grip tightening around him. Ming had begun to lose his senses, gazing vacantly at the figure before him, murmuring, "You smell so fragrant." Fragrant? He had doused himself in suppressants. What could Ming be sensing? Was it the sin of leaking pheromones? He was acutely aware of his own aroma, sharp and piercing like the sin of ice, which, due to his physical constitution, repelled all. Ivan and his subordinates remarked that he smelled like a blade, akin to a needle. In this world, no one wished to draw close to him. They merely regarded him with trepidation for his formidable and fearsome abilities, honoring and venerating him from a distance. Ming continued to exert force, oblivious to the mysterious strength that the half-conscious mermaid possessed, drawing him lower until their bodies were nearly touching. He exhaled, intending to muster his strength anew. In that fleeting moment, Ming seized the opportunity. The waist, which appeared delicate enough to grasp, exhibited unexpected strength, suddenly flipping him over and pinning him down with force. Ming was utterly unaware of his actions. He simply felt an overwhelming heat, as if his entire body might melt away. Before him stood a figure, exuding an intoxicating fragrance reminiscent of cool coral from the ocean depths, the crystalline springs of a valley, and the indulgence of ice cream on a sweltering day, a grand cup of it. Rendered immobile, his face darkened like a soot-covered pot, veins throbbing at his temples. "Let me go, Ming." Ming. The mermaid, bearing the name Ming, disregarded his pleas, driven by instinct. Her nostrils flaring as she inhaled deeply near the nape of the dragon-human hybrid antagonist. Her neck brushed against two warm, soft appendages, followed by the damp hardness of canine teeth. A jolt surged through her body, her pupils dilating, and dragon scales flickering across her profile. Two overwhelming auras surged forth, intertwining and swiftly permeating the room. Chapter 5. Outside the Phoenix, the cylindrical machine delved deep into the crust of the earth, buzzing as it explored. Unit 9 stood firmly amidst the sandy terrain, assisting others in their exploratory endeavors, the black panel smeared with red dust. "Hurry up, comrades. I feel like I'm melting." Unit 9 complained to the soldiers, when suddenly, an alarm blared. Beep. Target subject's 8 physiological parameters exceed safe limits. What the heck? Unit 9 had completed the data readout, silencing the alarm in a heartbeat, shouting towards Ivan in the distance, "Boss has transformed into a dragon." Transformed into a dragon? The crowd looked utterly bewildered as Unit 9 revved its small motor to the maximum, sliding towards the spaceship's hatch like a blur. Ivan dropped his handheld instrument and, in just a few swift strides, pursued the rapidly ascending unit. The photonic lift took too long. One unit and one board opted for a close-range photon teleportation, reaching the designated compartment in half a minute. "What is going on?" Ivan struck the door with a powerful fist, demanding, "Open up." His ire was directed at Number 9, who oversaw all operations aboard the ship. The black panel was merely a common facade. My elevated access within the room has been disabled," Number 9 admitted sheepishly. "All because I engaged in a bit of excessive chatter." "Step aside." Ivan did not inquire as to the reasons, seemingly accustomed to the situation, prompting No. 9 to hastily retreat. The Zerg's mental force surged dramatically, transforming instantaneously into a dark, formidable figure, raising its blade-like legs to deliver a ruthless kick. The alloy door was undoubtedly sturdy. However, It succumbed effortlessly to the Zerg's might, the frame tearing apart as the door collapsed with a thunderous crash. In the next moment, the Zerg stumbled, swiftly reverting to its humanoid form. Such poor durability? Only 10 seconds? Number 9 mused in astonishment. Yet there was no time to ponder as he rushed toward the bedroom. Ivan covered his mouth and nose, his expression grim as he followed into the icy, chaotic atmosphere. Upon reaching the bedroom door, he was met with heavy breathing and other ambiguous sounds emanating from within, causing his cheeks to flush. That damn pheromone. While he had no interest in a mating broadcast, he felt an undeniable sense of urgency and braced himself to enter. You useless insect, come help me. No. 9 was struggling to rise, perching himself on the edge of the bed. Ivan remained still, surveying the scene of chaos. The beautiful mermaid lay sprawled on the floor, her neck marred by several deep wounds, unconscious and flushed, her torn clothing barely covering her form as she clutched her nape, blood seeping through her fingers, while her black dragon wings drooped listlessly behind her. To his surprise, her dragon tail had also emerged, slender and soft, entwining around her thigh. Without hesitation, Ivan drew his particle gun and aimed it at the mermaid lying on the ground. What are you doing? Number 9, who was inspecting his wounds, interjected. Show a bit of humanity. Ivan's 6 crimson slit pupils flared. I am a Zerg, not a human. What need have I for humanity? As he prepared to fire, a commanding voice rang out. Stop. The tone was stern. His affliction made it challenging for him to maintain a semi-dragon state, rendering him somewhat frail at that moment. You're allergic, and he dared to mark you. The white-haired Zerg, gun in hand, hesitated to lower it. Number 9 produced a miniature medical device and began scanning. No markings, he observed, glancing at his bloodied hands before continuing. It seems you were merely bitten. Ivan. Number 9. He appeared somewhat perplexed regarding the pheromone injection. It was just a simple bite, he reiterated. Ivan. Number 9. The gland and surrounding tissues are severely damaged. Even without injection, there would still be residual pheromones. Don't move. He restrained Ivan, who was about to rise. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Ivan gazed at the mermaid on the floor, his expression torn with conflict. As Number 9 continued his examination, he muttered, Boss, you didn't do this on purpose, did you? You're a former Grand Marshal of the Empire, capable of taking down dozens of elite warriors with a single hand. Being fundamentally a machine, it would surely calculate the slightest probability and act accordingly. Yet, it has simultaneously become highly anthropomorphized, operating according to human thought patterns, and does not perceive any genuine issue in being alone with a certain individual. To everyone's astonishment, such an improbable event actually transpired. Moreover, the situation bore the marks of blood, yet fortunately, it was merely superficial and would heal within a day or two. Ivan expressed his apologies. It is my fault, the unidentifiable spy. I should have interrogated you together. Enough, Number 9 interjected, internally mocking, 10 seconds, sir. Ivan remained silent. After a swift examination, Number 9 retracted the medical apparatus, stating, no significant allergic reactions detected. However, as a precaution, you must accompany me to the medical room for a thorough examination. The wound also needs to be cleaned and bandaged. How do you feel at present? After assessing, the response was, no issues. Number 9 immediately adopted a playful tone. What exactly transpired between you two? Care to share? He gazed calmly at the dark panel. Number 9 replied, forget it, no questions. Briefly, he added, it's the syndrome of heightened susceptibility. After the bite, I fainted. Let him continue to rest. The implication was clear. He did not intend to pursue the matter concerning the mermaid, nor the suspicion of espionage, prioritizing the care of the individual instead. Given the need for courteous treatment, the mermaid lying on the floor appeared unsuitable, necessitating her relocation to the bed. Ivan hesitated but crossed his arms, stating, as a military female, it is inappropriate for me to carry someone to bed. The dragon wings and tail had retracted, and the blush on his face faded, clearly indicating a reluctance to engage in further physical contact with the mermaid in the near term. Both turned their attention to Number 9. As a non-carbon-based entity, Number 9 was rather indifferent, using its metallic arm to lift the mermaid onto the bed. Simultaneously, it remarked, no wonder the chief willingly allowed such a frail mermaid to bite him. Her delicate and fair appearance is indeed appealing. I too desire an exterior like hers. It had calculated several times, concluding that this was a consensual adult game, albeit fraught with danger and excitement. Remarkably, since its creation, it had accompanied the chief and had never realized he possessed a quivering attribute. Yet Ivan remained skeptical. Is his mental strength truly at that level? Otherwise, How could he be affected by such a feeble attack? Sighing, Number 9 glanced at the insectoid species with an expression of bemusement. Without further explanation, it issued a curt command to the medical room. Ivan, accelerate the survey process. Complete all tasks within 24 hours and depart as soon as possible. Understood. The handsome insectoid saluted. Number 9 proceeded to the exclusive medical room on the same deck. Ivan swiftly returned outside the spacecraft, coordinating with the soldiers to adjust the survey plan. Aiming to complete it within a day, he was preoccupied with the thought that once the tasks were settled, he would leave, only to be halted by inquiries from his comrades. Has the chief transformed into a dragon? The individuals present were the earliest assembled brothers. While their positions might not be the highest, their loyalty was unequivocal. It is widely recognized that the rare hybrid of human and dragon possesses a more potent lineage. However, this extraordinary bloodline also incurs a drawback: occasional transformations into a draconic form, marked by the emergence of scales, wings sprouting from the back, and a tail extending behind. Yet, a complete metamorphosis into a dragon remains unattainable. This partial transformation is exceedingly taxing on one's mental energy, and it is best to avoid it whenever possible. It was triggered by a bite to the nape from a mermaid, as Evan explained. What? Is that serious? The group exclaimed in astonishment. They were well aware of their unique constitution, which rendered them allergic to all pheromones, leading them to remain single, without ever having a partner. There has been no successful marking, Evan stated. Oh, the others sighed in relief, then began to chatter among themselves. That transformation can be quite exhausting. Let our leader rest well, and we shall ensure the mission is completed flawlessly. Without a mark, there will naturally be no allergies. However, even if a temporary mark were made, the allergic reaction would only last a day or two. Number 9, the versatile one, is exceptionally skilled in medicine and can restore health within an hour. It is unfortunate, though, that our leader cannot grow close to anyone. Yet, our leader's formidable nature and lack of mirth intimidate us, his loyal brothers who have followed him for years. It is challenging, even without the allergy, to muster the courage to approach him. With their concerns somewhat alleviated, they shifted their focus to Ming. Has the little brother consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? How dare he bite our leader? How could our leader allow such reckless behavior? It was whispered among them that the leader's pheromones were potent, akin to a blade, cold and piercing. The moment I catch a whiff, I can only wish to retreat. How could the little brother dare to bite? As Evan prepared to leave, he was detained, questioned persistently. Has the little brother been interrogated yet? We cannot let any suspicion of espionage linger, lest he be burdened with accusations of impropriety. Evan, both exasperated and amused, retorted. Are you so certain he is not a spy? He has indeed infringed upon our leader. The group waved their hands in dismissal. Oh, but has the spy caused any substantial impact? A mere bite could have been in jest, perhaps? Look at the little brother's looks. What is there that cannot be forgiven? They were merely engaging in idle chatter. The resolution of the matter would undoubtedly be determined by their leader and the deputy officer. You bunch of superficial traitors, Evan remarked, flipping them the bird as he departed. As he ascended in the light elevator, Evan gazed blankly into the void. In truth, he did not harbor animosity toward the mermaid. Upon first encountering Ming, he too had been taken aback by his beauty. Through their brief interactions, he had come to realize that Ming was not only striking in appearance, but also possessed a genuine innocence emanating from within. He could indeed come to like Ming, provided no harm came to him. He was a brother who had saved him in life and death situations, and he had vowed to protect him. Yet, this was not merely a matter of allergies, it was an absolute secret. Apart from himself, only he and Number 9 were privy to this knowledge. Having sustained severe injuries, his mental capacity had significantly diminished, and Number 9 optimistically estimated he had only 3 years of life remaining. There was no remedy in existence. Chapter 6: The sole remedy for the atrophy of the mental sea lies in the soothing embrace of potent pheromones. Allergens and markers do not alleviate the condition, rather, they exacerbate the degree of atrophy, further diminishing one's lifespan, a deadlock. Thus, upon witnessing the mermaid's bite, Ivan, in a fit of impulse, contemplated ending her life. He arrived at the exclusive medical chamber, suppressing his emotions, and pushed the door open. Lying on the examination table, her golden, shoulder-length hair, stained with blood, was pushed aside as a delicate mechanical arm meticulously tended to the wound. Panel 9 stood nearby, sternly admonishing, "Boss, indulging is permissible, but do not overindulge. Internal clots are unacceptable, and saliva infusion is prohibited. Other positions are yours to unlock at will." I would rather unlock a mute with a permanently disabled voice, Ivan retorted, prompting an immediate silence from panel 9. Ivan approached and inquired, "How do you feel now?" "I am not dying," came the response, and he could discern Ivan's low spirits, prompting a rare chuckle from her. For two faces, indeed, there is no human rights. The mechanical arm cleaned the wound, affixed a bandage, and preserved the removed blood as a specimen, placing it in a testing apparatus to await results. She reclined into a semi-open circular treatment pod for a comprehensive physical examination. Panel 9 and Ivan followed suit. "So what is the story with this mermaid?" "It can be determined she is not a spy." Answer. The ultrasound began scanning her brain without hindering the subject's ability to speak. Ivan knew she was inquiring beyond that. Yet he felt a twinge of annoyance and preferred not to explain the incident to his subordinate. It was his own carelessness that allowed someone of such low rank to breach his defenses so easily. 9. Ivan. Here. Recalling the shivering sensation of the mermaid's lips against his nape, he resolved to adjust the forthcoming navigation plans. Seeking a planet suitable for merfolk habitation on the periphery of human star domains as the next destination, he was indifferent as to whether she was a spy. His sole desire was to rid himself of Ming as swiftly as possible. Understood. Panel 9, puzzled, remarked, "So soon tired of her?" "It appears the mermaid is not up to par." "Not a problem," Ivan replied with unwavering decisiveness. In the meantime, the specimen testing concluded with a series of beeps, and the report began to print automatically. Both Ivan and 9 cast their gazes toward it. Panel 9's intelligent network connected to all ship systems and had already preemptively read the results. Whatever he beheld caused the black panel to extinguish in an instant. The next moment, it, along with every light in the medical chamber, began to flicker wildly. "What a stroke of luck from the heavens!" it bellowed in a distorted voice. And Ming had slept for a full day and night. After his arrival, this was the first time he had clung to the bed, resulting in an exceptionally deep slumber. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Moments later, the intelligent lighting sensed the presence of someone awake and automatically illuminated, casting a soft, warm glow. And Ming gazed at the lights, lost in a daze as memories surged forth like a relentless tide. He had subdued the hybrid dragon beneath him, akin to facing a succulent, juicy steak, clawing and gnawing until he finally bit down with a fervent growl. It felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, his mind blank for an eternity before he gradually regained consciousness. Despair washed over him as he shut his eyes once more. It was over. He had almost been set free. A faint knocking sound echoed. Startled, and Ming jumped up, only to realize he was not confined in a cell. The bed was soft, and as he slid towards the bedroom door, he peered through the crack to find the living room layout remarkably familiar. He was still in the room. The knocking persisted. Who could it be? And Ming wondered, uncertainty clouding his mind. "Me, your delightful number 9, came the mechanical voice from outside the door. "I detected that you have awakened. I am here to bring you some food." And Ming's legs felt weak as he approached the door, unsure how to open it. Upon hearing his voice, the door swung open automatically, revealing a small dining cart that glided in, followed by number 9, its rectangular mechanical arm outstretched, bearing a stack of clothing. "Had I not changed the door, I would not have regained higher privileges," number 9 remarked, stuffing the garments into Ming's arms. "How long has it been since you last bathed? You should clean up and change." And Ming gazed at the military uniform, identical to that worn by the soldiers, and hesitantly inquired, "Am I to be publicly executed? Or will I be subjected to prolonged torment?" His eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Huh?" Number 9 seemed confused. After placing the food down, it began to exit with the dining cart. "Torment? What do you mean by that? Why are you asking me? I have no influence over your fate." It then turned to glance at the mermaid, sighing, "What a splendid opportunity. Why would one refuse it?" "Opportunity?" And Ming looked at the tray, which contained no pie, only bread. He felt utterly devoid of appetite. "Will I be killed?" he asked again. This time, number 9 understood, exclaiming in surprise, "How could that be? You are unscathed, and any suspicions of espionage have been cleared. You're not angry?" And Ming was taken aback. "Not at all." Number 9 replied, its tone suddenly somber, "More than not angry, it's that I am completely indifferent." And Ming found the mechanical being's speech somewhat perplexing, perhaps due to its limited intelligence. However, learning that his life was no longer in jeopardy brought him joy. He sat down to eat. The meal consisting once again of bread, beef, and vegetable puree, likely a consequence of the limited food variety in interstellar travel. Number 9 observed him eating, hesitating to speak. "What is it?" And Ming asked between bites. He noticed the sound indicator on the panel flickering on and off, yet it remained silent. Nothing. Just waiting to collect the tray, number 9 replied. Oh, and Ming quickened his pace, but felt a peculiar presence beside him, resembling a human yet distinctly odd. Seeking conversation, he asked, what happened to me before? You experienced an episode of hypersensitivity syndrome, causing a slight loss of control over your mind and body. On the 9th day, the sensitive period typically spans 2 to 5 days, and you have already surpassed it. Indeed, it aligns with my own estimations. So what now? Upon entering on the 9th, he had the urge to ask, but the shame of his previous actions rendered him speechless. What could he do? The 9th day, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked that he had merely sustained a minor injury, while everything else was quite well. Really? And Ming was skeptical. His vague recollections suggested he had been quite fierce. Truly, if you sleep for another day, you will fully recover. I would prefer that you had been more severely injured. Then you would have to take responsibility. And Ming felt that the 9th day occasionally exhibited a touch of artificial folly. After dining, and Ming felt remarkably well, having eaten his fill and rested sufficiently. The distress from being held captive by the black market had entirely dissipated. However, he felt a bit sticky and was eager to take a shower. The 9th day took the tray and headed towards the door, moving intermittently, as if the wheels were stuck. And Ming, the lights flashed intensely, and finally, he inquired, I risk being punched to ask you this. Do you wish to stay? Stay? And Ming was taken aback. Why would he? It was promised that he would be settled on a planet, and since he was innocent, that should still hold true. The 9th day continued. I hope you will remain. To be by my side, perhaps even leave a mark occasionally. And Ming's face flushed crimson. He understood the implications of the setting and recognized the ambiguity of his actions. Such a delicate matter, how could the 9th day dare to speak of it? The 9th day gazed at the little mermaid, realizing he could not evade the question. And Ming replied, aren't there many of you? After speaking, he felt uneasy, as he dared not delve deeply into the relationship between the leader and his subordinates. Feeling a profound discomfort, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were too repulsive. The 9th day quickly responded, none of the subordinates would dare to covet you. The pheromones of the leader would only cause them to weaken and kneel. The crux was, the 9th day paused, observing the little mermaid listening intently, swiftly assessing what could and could not be divulged, the critical point being that he was allergic to all pheromones, save for yours. And Ming blinked. The 9th day stated, you are quite special. And Ming sifted through his memories. Although pheromone allergies are not fatal, they are indeed troublesome. Allergic reactions would prevent enjoyment of the marking process, bringing forth a series of itching and painful symptoms. However, it was not as though one could not survive without pheromones. It merely meant that in the absence of a non-allergic partner, one would remain a solitary king. Adults inevitably harbor desires for themselves. Such thoughts? And Ming's face grew hot. Realizing he did not oppose the idea, the 9th day looked at the little mermaid and asked, is that acceptable? Of course, he could not reveal the matters of mental atrophy and the 3-year lifespan. Regrettably, and Ming was merely non-allergic. His level was too low, and his treatment was insufficient. Given the current condition, it could only be delayed, not cured. However, living another day was still a day gained. Why refuse? 9th did not truly comprehend. And Ming, still enveloped in shyness, inquired, did you come to ask me? 9th replied, no. It was not that it was incapable of lying, but rather that it feared the act of deceit. And Ming was perplexed. 9th continued, and Ming likely deduced that this was a unilateral decision by 9th, and added, since he does not have that need, I too do not, so let us leave it at that. And Ming was quite clear in his thoughts, according to the narrative. He was the leader of the rebels and the primary adversary of the human prince. He had no desire to involve himself in the plot. Whether he was allergic or not was of no consequence to him. He was resolute in his choice to depart. 9th felt a twinge of disappointment. So you intend to leave? And Ming opened his mouth, yet the words to express his departure eluded him. 9th's demeanor exhibited no anger as it opened the door and exited, and Ming stood in the doorway, observing it. Our surveying work on Miwei 1 has concluded. 9th announced in the corridor. Next, we shall proceed to the Yun Whale constellation, planet 875, where a considerable number of merfolk reside. You will be accommodated there, so there is no need for concern. Thank you. And Ming expressed his gratitude. 9th added, the journey will take approximately 3 days. You may continue to use this room. Should you require anything, just inform me. There is a communication device in the living room. Now, go take a bath. Rest assured, I cannot see into the bedroom or bathroom. There are merely the most basic security alarms, so your privacy is assured. Thank you, and Ming replied, uncertain of what else to say. Returning alone to his room, he gazed through the circular porthole, only to realize that the spaceship had already ventured into the depths of space, an eternally dark universe, devoid of day or night. Chapter 7. And Ming observed the stars in the vast expanse of space for a while, harboring no expectations for the future. He turned and retreated to the bedroom, entering the adjoining bathroom, recognizing it as a place once used for bathing. The bathroom was spacious, with an unusually large bathtub installed by the porthole on the right, and a washstand along with a tall cabinet on the left. And Ming examined the bathtub. It was both tall and deep, capable of accommodating more than 4 individuals. The control panel indicated features for bubble baths and lighting effects. He opened the tall cabinet, discovering neatly stacked towels and bathrobes that appeared brand new, untouched. Approaching the washstand, he gazed into the mirror. The reflection bore a striking resemblance to his appearance prior to his literary journey, save for the hair and irises, which exhibited a deep grayish-blue hue. His fair skin radiated a healthy pink, a far cry from the pallid figure he had been in his previous life. And Ming also noticed faint red marks on his neck, quickly recalling that they were remnants of scratches from his uncontrollable state. At the time, they had bled, yet now they were nearly indiscernible, indicative of the merfolk's remarkable healing abilities. At the very least, they were vastly superior to the frail human form he had previously inhabited. It had been nearly a week since he had perished in his original world. He wondered if his brother had managed to emerge from his anguish. With a sigh, and Ming began to undress. In the conference room located several levels below, a surveying meeting had just concluded. Miwei had detected rare metals with high purity, yet they failed to meet the standards set by their superior, leading to their abandonment. Although they had initially planned to explore 2 more planets, they were now compelled to detour towards the Cloud Whale constellation, necessitating a revision of their plans. After bidding farewell to the Little Mermaid, they would need to survey another planet and replenish their supplies. The team harbored no objections, save for a lingering regret at the departure of the Little Mermaid. Despite the younger brother's seemingly delicate demeanor, they would have cherished him dearly had he remained among the rebels, treating him as a cherished mascot. As the subordinates departed, Number 9 glided in. Having concluded a conversation with Ming, he expressed his gratitude. He delivered a terse report before turning to the remaining insectoid. "Oh, were you waiting for me?" he inquired. Ivan shot him a glance, the whites of his eyes stark against his dark skin. Ignoring Number 9, he remarked, "Why didn't you bring him along?" Discarding the photon pen, he added, "What? Did you think I disliked him?" Ivan replied, "I do not dislike him," with a non-committal sound. He feigned an intention to leave. Number 9 swayed slightly, torn between following or remaining with Ivan. "Chief," Ivan called out, "I know you do not value your own life, but can't you at least use him as a source of comfort?" The tall half-dragon paused, his silhouette appearing somewhat desolate, before turning back to say, "My fate is sealed. I do not require him, and he cannot heal me." With that, he walked away. Number 9 approached Ivan. "Hey, big bug, do you need a comfort object? I assume your heat period is approaching, right? Would you like to try male insect pheromones? The synthetic version I created has a 99 fidelity. Come to my room and give it a go." The proud and aloof silver-haired insectoid departed alone, returning to his private quarters. Previously, this level had been his sanctuary alone, but now he had moved next door, as the Little Mermaid had claimed his room. He wished to return to his chamber for rest, feeling somewhat fatigued after being bitten. However, Number 9's treatment had been remarkably effective, and his robust physique ensured quick healing. It was likely that the recent efforts to expand the rebel forces had drained him, and he simply needed more rest. With this thought, he bypassed his own room and continued onward, arriving at the Little Mermaid's door. Realizing his whereabouts, he hesitated momentarily. Then he considered that since they would not meet again, it might be best to bid farewell in person. He gently knocked on the door. No response. Perhaps she was asleep? He turned to depart but was suddenly startled by a noise from within, which did not seem normal. "And Ming?" He knocked again, and this time, a more pronounced thud echoed back. Frowning, he sensed something was amiss with the Little Mermaid. Was there espionage at play? What clandestine mischief was she engaged in? The noise grew increasingly louder. The mixed-blood individual, with a grim expression, took a step back and was poised to kick the door open. Unlike Ivan, who still needed to undergo transformation, he possessed the capacity to unleash tremendous destructive power merely by harnessing his mental energy in human form. Just as he was about to deliver a decisive kick, he suddenly halted, recalling that his access privileges had not been revoked. His face turned ashen, and he commanded, "Open the door." Meanwhile, at the other end of the spaceship, Number 9 was extracting a vial of powdery blue liquid for the giant insect to observe when he abruptly paused. Ivan, sensing something was amiss, adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "What is going on?" Number 9 replied, "Well, there is something, but it doesn't concern us." He hummed a cheerful tune, adding, "Fortunately, I retain my access privileges, or we would have had to change the door again." Ivan swiftly activated the intelligent door mechanism, which clicked open, quickly determining that the little mermaid was in the bathroom. His doubts and anger transformed into an inexplicable concern. He feared that the little mermaid, in his naivety, might have succumbed to some self-destructive syndrome once again. He dashed inside. The scene before him was astonishing. Within a bathtub that was larger and deeper than usual, a shimmering silver-blue fish tail thrashed violently. The massive tail fin flared open, incessantly slapping against the water's surface, sending countless tiny droplets flying in all directions. The little mermaid lay face down in the water, his upper body submerged, and his slender webbed claws, even more elongated than human fingers, scraped against the walls of the tub, producing a harsh, grating sound. His ear fins emerged from his inky hair, their soft tips swaying with the water's undulations. And 3 delicate, rosy slits were conspicuously visible behind his ears. Those were the mermaid's gills. Yet, instead of opening and closing, a continuous stream of bubbles erupted from the area where the little mermaid had buried his head. Realizing that the little mermaid might be drowning jolted him from his stupor. Though incredulous, he hesitated for only a second. There was no time to remove his clothing, so he leaped into the bathtub, attempting to rescue the little mermaid in one swift motion. Having witnessed the mermaid's extraordinary strength before, he was adequately prepared this time and exerted 70% of his effort right from the start. To his surprise, the struggling mermaid was incredibly fierce, pressing his entire body against him, nearly thwarting his attempts to subdue him. "Stay calm." He lifted his head, expelling a mouthful of water, then tightly wrapped his arms around Ming from behind. Using his waist strength, he hoisted the mermaid's head above the surface. Following that, he executed a swift maneuver, wedging himself into the narrow space between the little mermaid and the bathtub's bottom, positioning himself face-to-face with the little mermaid, and grasping his waist to place him on his lap. And Ming sputtered several times, water filling his lungs, tears streaming from his eyes as his webbed claws flailed helplessly. With practiced ease, he seized the little mermaid's wrists and pulled them apart, sitting up himself. Once he released the webbed claws, his warm hands caressed Ming's face, his thumb gently yet firmly wiping away the mermaid's tears. "And Ming," he whispered softly, calling the little mermaid by name. And Ming froze, slowly opening his eyes. "It's all right," he murmured reassuringly. "You're safe now." And Ming extricated himself from the clutches of a near-death experience, tears flowing unabated once again. "I thought I was on the verge of succumbing," but he stifled his cries only to ultimately burst into heartfelt sobs. The panic lingered as he lunged forward into the embrace of the antagonist, clinging tightly to his neck, burying his damp little face against the broad, resilient chest. His elongated fish tail instinctively coiled around the man's legs, tightening its grip. And Ming, "Release me." The little mermaid, having escaped danger, found himself helplessly clinging to his own turmoil. He could not hear anything, lost in the tempest of his emotions. This is truly exasperating. After what felt like an eternity, the little mermaid gradually calmed down. "I am sorry for soaking you." Realizing the proximity to the antagonist, and Ming instinctively recoiled. However, his fish tail remained curled in the bathtub, long and substantial, measuring nearly 2 meters, occupying a significant portion of the space. "Such a fear of death," he remarked with a forced smile. Clad in his commander's uniform, which should have been loose and comfortable, it clung uncomfortably to him, particularly in certain areas. "After being drenched." "Yes," and Ming nodded earnestly, feeling the fear. Only those who have experienced terminal illness know the helplessness of life slowly flickering away into darkness. And Ming yearned to live passionately, to thrive with vigor. He nodded again. The cool, moist air carried an almost imperceptible awkwardness. "You are a mermaid. Can't you breathe underwater?" He broke the silence. Was Ming perhaps a bit too naive, rendered utterly inept? How could he possibly manage on this planet? He seemed devoid of self-sufficiency. "The bathtub is too large, and I was startled by my own tail," and Ming admitted, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wishing to bury his face underwater once more. He spoke the truth. The bathtub was half his height, and upon entering, he had slipped as soon as he made contact with the water. One moment he was a slender, handsome youth, and the next, his tail had flailed out, startling him to the point of near mishap. "I apologize." The bathtub I commissioned is rather spacious, the antagonist explained. Being a half-dragon, his lineage thrived in water, and he enjoyed relaxing in it, allowing his dragon wings and tail to extend freely. No, it was my mistake, and Ming replied hastily. In truth, it was not merely his tail that had startled him. What was even more disconcerting was how the entirety of his fishtail was covered in sleek, tight scales from the waist down, shining brilliantly. He found himself unable to locate his little member, and Ming raised his gaze, not daring to look at himself, his eyes wandering aimlessly. He covertly glanced at his fishtail again, but still found nothing, and Ming was paralyzed with fear, unable to voice his distress, and felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Tears threatened to spill once more. In Chapter 8, the Little Mermaid's life was no longer in peril, yet the two continued to squeeze together in the bathtub, the situation becoming increasingly awkward, especially as the Little Mermaid struggled to turn sideways, exposing his bare upper body, and stood with his back to Ming. You should retract your tail first, he suggested. In the vast cosmos, there exists a consensus that the tails of both the dragon clan and the merfolk are regarded as highly private parts of their anatomy. Typically, they are not displayed to outsiders, except for close friends and lovers. Soaking wet, golden locks clung closely to the nape of his neck, revealing his exquisite facial contours in their entirety. Clad in a thin, form-fitting command uniform, the soft fabric accentuated the definition of his pectoral and abdominal muscles, highlighting the robust and athletic lines of his thighs. And Ming gazed in a daze, his reaction slightly delayed. But I do not know how to transform back into legs. He had placed the Little Mermaid in an utterly helpless situation, far exceeding his expectations. It was a miracle he had survived these 19 years without falling prey to the black market. Unless, at that moment, the green-gold vertical pupils appeared, casting a dangerous glance at the mermaid. And Ming was startled, his tail flicking in response. He understood that such a statement could easily incite further suspicion. But how could he explain that the world he inhabited was, in fact, a book, and that he had inadvertently crossed into it? Explaining such a predicament would be troublesome, and no one would believe it. I truly cannot. He could only stammer in repetition, looking at the Little Mermaid, and Ming muttered, I genuinely cannot. He gently placed his hand on his forehead, overturning his earlier doubts. He appeared both foolish and naive, with the probability of being a spy reduced to zero. He raised his wrist, addressing the holographic wrist device, Number 9. The database of Number 9 was immensely vast and ambitious, originally designed with omniscient capabilities, encompassing all scientific and cultural fields across the cosmos, constantly learning and self-optimizing at high speeds every moment. In just 1 year, it had enabled the rebel forces to gain substantial momentum, with Number 9 serving as an indispensable perfect assistant. Yet, the ever-impressive Number 9 remained unresponsive, tapping his wrist device. He noted that Number 9's neural network spanned their base planet and all rebel ships, the backup technology being intricate and never having failed. Still, it had a tendency to feign silence. Number 9, please send over a book regarding the developmental stages of merfolk adolescence, he continued, pausing to add. Make it simple and comprehensible. Number 9 remained silent, while the Little Mermaid stared blankly, feeling as though the situation had reached an impasse. It was certainly inconvenient that the tail could not revert, and he would not dare to touch that slick skin again. The Little Mermaid needed to leave the bath and return to bed for rest. Thus, he had no choice but to draw from his experience of retracting his dragon wings and tail to guide Ming. Relax, feel it, move it a little, that's good. Now slowly retract. And Ming inhaled the pheromone scent emanating from his body, faint like a summer popsicle, and under the gentle reassurance of the mermaid, he gradually transformed back into legs. The pure and beautiful youth's body shimmered in the water, rippling gently with the waves, yet remaining unmistakably visible. And Ming felt a mix of embarrassment and joy. The lost parts had returned. He could barely bring himself to look at the Little Mermaid's chest adorned with berries, let alone anything below. He turned his head away in time, asking, Are you still taking a bath? After splashing about in the water for quite some time, he was already clean, and Ming shook his head, realizing that the other party was not looking at him, and quickly responded, I'm done. He opened the wardrobe, retrieved a bathrobe, and stretched his hand towards the mermaid without turning around. Feeling a bit shy, and Ming slightly inclined his body, hastily wrapping himself in the robe. It was strange. After all, they were both men. He had previously visited public bathhouses with classmates and had been cared for by his brother when he was ill. Yet, this felt undeniably different. Number 9 did not return to push open the bathroom door, and Ming also dared not meet his gaze and hurriedly stepped outside. As he passed by, a wave of sweet warmth enveloped him, much hotter than the warm water in the bathtub. The popsicle was melting, and Ming tightened his bathrobe and sat at the edge of the bed, hesitant to say, "You should go. I need to rest." After all, the other had just saved him, and such words would sound too dismissive. It felt awkward, despite the distance between them. And Ming couldn't help but notice the other's tall figure and recall the peculiar sensation from earlier. His mind wandered, and his face flushed. The other had followed him, squatting down face to face, scrutinizing him closely. And Ming found it increasingly difficult to endure. His sensitive phase had not yet fully subsided. And a warm flame surged within him, reddening his face like that of a cooked shrimp. He felt stiff, yet he still glanced at the exposed skin outside the bathrobe, confirming that the mermaid had not harmed himself further. On the contrary, his own damp left sleeve had been torn, with small droplets of blood seeping from his forearm. It must have happened while he was rescuing the mermaid. "You've hurt yourself. Do you need a bandage?" And Ming noticed the wound, feeling both alarmed and frustrated. If this required a bandage, he would have to wrap himself like a mummy every time he went into battle. "Stand up. You should rest. I'll tidy up the bathroom." Oh, so he was finally going to leave. There was still a hint of fear, but at the same time, a multitude of vague emotions stirred within him. Although he was the villain in the story and had initially intimidated Ming, his actions were genuinely friendly. Upon entering the bathroom, he even closed the door behind him. And Ming sat at the edge of the bed, listening to the rustling sounds from inside, finding the situation somewhat odd, as if he were waiting for the person inside to finish washing up. And Ming hurriedly lay down, pulling a thin blanket over himself. It still felt strange. Outside, he was awkwardly sitting, unable to lie down, and too hesitant to change his clothes, fidgeting in his bathrobe. Inside, the other stood in the middle of the bathroom, lost in thought, facing the bathtub. He activated the cleaning robot, which buzzed as it absorbed the spilled water from the floor. Number 9 remained unresponsive, clearly playing a malicious game of hide and seek. After being exhausted by the mermaid, he felt even more fatigued, as if he had caught a cold. He contemplated leaving this place immediately to return to his room to change and rest. Yet, he found himself rooted to the spot, overwhelmed by fatigue, the bathroom filled with the refreshing scent of mermaid pheromones. The water itself rich and reminiscent of a pool infused with the essence of spring petals. At the bottom of the clear basin lay a few mermaid scales, glimmering softly under the warm light, and, inexplicably drawn, he bent down to lift one, bringing it to his nose. The odorless yet invigorating air penetrated his lungs, alleviating the feeling of constriction throughout his body. It was only then that he realized his lips had pressed against the scale. After spending a considerable time in the bathroom, he emerged, enveloped in a humid warmth, feeling somewhat peculiar. "I'm leaving," he stated, avoiding Ming's gaze. And Ming, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts on the bed, mused that if he were to ask him to stay, he would undoubtedly agree. After all, he had nothing to lose. If marking him with a bite could lead to a more pleasurable existence, why not? It seemed rather gentle, too. "Huh? You're leaving?" And Ming blurted out, immediately realizing the potential for misunderstanding. He quickly added, "Aren't you here to find me?" Not a prophet, it was unlikely he had come solely to rescue him. "There must be something to convey. I've come to bid you a formal farewell." His footsteps faltered slightly, his voice losing the gentle warmth of the bathroom, replaced instead by a layer of frost. "Ninth will prepare your suitcase ahead of time, providing ample clothing and daily necessities. They will also grant you access to an interstellar universal account, stocked with 100,000 star coins, sufficient for about 6 months. As he spoke, he hastened toward the exit, adopting an evasive demeanor. "You will arrive at planet 875 in 3 days. I want to be seeing you off. Yaivan will accompany you upon your arrival, ensuring you find suitable lodging before departing." With that, he offered no time for Ming to respond and exited without a backward glance. And Ming rose, intending to see him off, standing at the bedroom door. Gazing at the large door that had closed with a distant echo, an indescribable sensation settled in his chest. He felt a surge of anger, yet could not discern a valid reason for it. It was the anger directed at himself. Had he been deluding himself? The other party was indifferent, having meticulously arranged everything, even bidding him farewell 3 days in advance. Why was he indulging in such foolish thoughts? Fuming, and Ming shed his bathrobe and donned the standard military uniform delivered by Ninth, which fit surprisingly well. He flopped back onto the bed, closed his eyes, and sought sleep. Though he had already rested adequately, he drifted in and out of a daze. Time slipped by, and after approximately 2 hours, a brisk knock echoed at the door once more. The knocker seemed urgent. Before Ming could respond, the door rattled violently with a loud crash. rising in bewilderment. He was stunned to see the metallic door kicked open once again. "What have you done? Come with me." A towering figure, nearly 3 meters high with claws sharp as blades, seized Ming by the collar and dragged him outside. Chapter 9. And Ming found himself utterly bewildered, akin to a fledgling chick being hastily whisked away. The insectoid Ivan appeared quite fearsome, yet his subordinates executed their tasks with precision, refraining from any brutish behavior. Although Ming was jostled uncomfortably, he sustained no injuries. Ivan led him into a semi-open circular platform and swiftly pressed a red button, initiating a photon teleportation sequence. Before Ming could contemplate the significance of this term, a radiant white light enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, his body was gently lifted and then set down, revealing a transformed landscape. Ivan continued to propel him in a particular direction. Ahead lay a vast hall, flanked by walls of a milky hue, encircling a colossal structure reminiscent of a spacecraft's interior. Several soldiers dashed about, while others stood at the entrance, shouting fervently. The atmosphere was thick with tension. "Open the doors! Open the doors!" they clamored. The robust alloy doors slid apart, revealing soldiers clad in combat gear, carrying an unconscious individual, whose face and mouth were smeared with blood. As they passed by Ming, the sight of the gruesome scene left him speechless. "Close the doors! Close the doors!" the crowd shouted again. At the precise moment the doors sealed shut, and Ming glimpsed 4 mechs engaged in combat within. More specifically, 3 towering black mechs, each 10 meters in height, were collaborating to assault a smaller mech standing at 3 meters. The smaller mech was devoid of paint, its metallic surface exposed, and its mechanical structure appeared considerably simpler. Simultaneously, the cacophony of violent collisions echoed, transitioning into a dull thud once the doors were firmly closed. Many soldiers had just arrived to provide support and were synchronizing their understanding of the situation. "The commander is attacking indiscriminately. Hawk's mech has been destroyed." It was supposed to be a practice session, but the commander went berserk shortly after entering the mech, inexplicably targeting Hawk as an enemy and attacking with ferocity. As they listened to the metallic clashing and thumping from within, anxiety gripped everyone. At that moment, a beam of light illuminated the ground, and the black panel of Unit 9 gradually formed an image, flickering a few times before stabilizing. "Is the little mermaid here?" the holographic projection of Unit 9 inquired, seemingly hindered by its holographic constraints. After turning slightly, it exclaimed, "Ah, you've arrived. What is the situation?" "It is far more severe than usual," Ivan replied. "We need to administer 2 doses of a powerful suppressant to subdue the commander. However, no one is currently capable of doing so." Unit 9 paused for a moment, scanning the internal situation, and added, "The 3 of them are nearing their limits. The commander is too formidable. Pitting a training mech against an elite assault mech after merely 10 rounds. There is someone who can," Ivan asserted, commanding the guarding soldiers to open the door. "Wait a moment," Unit 9 interjected. It then turned to the astonished little mermaid and stated, "While I cannot fully automate the control of the mech, I can still perform simple maneuvers." As it spoke, the sounds emanating from within grew increasingly intense. "I can endure for 30 seconds, and Ming." The holographic voice of 9 conveyed an eerie, ethereal quality, necessitating an explanation of the situation. "It has entered a state of fervent rage at level 3, far more formidable than a couple of days prior. At this moment, only you can halt him. We require you to enter alone and administer 2 vials of the suppressant. Of course, you may also apply a false marker, which would be even better." And Ming's eyes widened. 9 continued, "We must calm him down, otherwise his force and mental prowess may spiral completely out of control, and once he emerges, he could obliterate the entire spaceship. Neither of us would survive." All eyes turned to Ming. His face drained of color. 9's words sounded grave, yet he was entirely unfamiliar with the environment inside. Merely seeing the mechanical arm filled him with dread, as a single strike could shatter his bones. "Please, I implore you," 9 urged earnestly. Nguyen took a box from a nearby logistics personnel, opened it, and pressed 2 vials of suppressant into Ming's hands. Speaking in a low voice, "Aim for his gland and inject. The liquid will automatically disperse rapidly." And Ming stammered, I. "You need not worry," 9 reassured. "He will not pose any danger to you. Other pheromones would only incite even greater fury. Nader, Treaster, shout retreat." He commanded loudly, and Ming was utterly unconvinced. He merely had no allergies. Was he truly that special? The heavy door slid open once more, and 3 mechas received the signal, striking in unison. In the brief moment of the small mech's defense, they swiftly retreated to the entrance. Immediately, 2 aerial mechas, under Nine's command, took their place. The 3 soldiers, drenched in sweat and with blood seeping from their lips, descended with faces ashen. They had overexerted their mental energy, completely exhausted. The other comrades rushed forward to support them. Wen maintained his insectoid state, patting Ming on the shoulder, aim and eject. To untangle the knot, one must be the one who tied it, Nine said. Escort him inside. And Ming, utterly bewildered, was gently nudged by Yuan and stumbled through the training grounds entrance. As the door shut behind him, the mechas had already dispatched obstacles and advanced towards him with a muffled approach. And Ming's scales flared up, a wave of cold numbness rising from his feet. I cannot do this. He turned and pounded on the door, a mix of anger and fear. The people outside paid him no heed. And Nine's voice echoed from the training grounds loudspeakers. I am still here. I can assist you. Assist in what? And Ming's eyes brimmed with tears. That black panel of yours is of no use. What good is just a voice? He turned around and was taken aback. Scattered across the ground, beyond the mechas, Nine's black panel had been disassembled, with metallic chips and various components strewn about. Among them lay 2 broken syringes. Nine's resigned voice echoed once more. I could not succeed. And Ming, now too overwhelmed to retort, was left in silence. The towering, frigid mech loomed before him, casting its gaze downward. And Ming shut his eyes. No, he simply could not, for death awaited him. Time stretched endlessly, or so it seemed. The anticipated blow never fell. And Ming cautiously opened his eyes, his heart racing in terror, beads of cold sweat streaming down his body, oblivious to the potent pheromones saturating the air around him. Trembling violently, he lost grip of the syringe, which clattered to the metallic floor with a sharp echo. In the next moment, a mechanical arm swept across, sending the suppressant flying. And Ming swallowed hard, witnessing the swift and disdainful action, yet failing to perceive the faint hint of childishness within. The disdain for the suppressant was palpable. No one would relish a chemical concoction that stifled one's very essence. Heavy breaths resonated through the mech's amplification system, inducing a palpable pressure that reverberated in the Little Mermaid's eardrums. Something had to be done, and Ming compelled himself to speak. Can you open the mech? The suppressant was depleted, and within the mech, he could only attempt a false marking. But would it heed him? If only the fierce hybrid dragon could emerge from the mech, he would undoubtedly feel safer. And Ming dared not envision the scene of himself crushed beneath the mech's weight. Thud! The 3-meter-high mech bent its knees, kneeling before the Little Mermaid, causing the ground to tremble slightly. And Ming was taken aback. With a click, the device on the mech's chest opened, revealing its entire form. The training mech was not large, its pilot secured with limbs spread within. The Little Mermaid's words carried an authoritative weight. The hybrid dragon's golden hair, drenched in perspiration, rendered his gaze unfocused, seemingly looking beyond the Little Mermaid. There was no sign of rage, and Ming quickly glanced back. The door remained tightly shut, and nothing lay behind him. The voice of Nine echoed from above. He has entered a state of trance after going berserk. And Ming did not comprehend the term trance, but his instincts suggested it was not favorable. Listening intently, Nine's tone turned grave. You must not only soothe him, but also draw him out of this trance. What Nine could not articulate was that the shrinking mental sea signified the continuous loss of the effective mental area, transforming into an endless void that could ensnare one in disorientation. And Ming called out, but received no response. What should I do? He queried Nine. Follow your instincts, came the reply. Instincts? The Little Mermaid was puzzled, yet artificial intelligence offered no further explanation. Remaining motionless, and Ming swallowed hard and stepped forward cautiously. Contemplating the notion of following his instincts, the Little Mermaid raised his right hand, pressing his damp palm against the hybrid dragon's cheek. The moist and soft touch carried a distinct scent, and Ming could perceive the pheromones, which were chillingly sharp, yet perhaps due to his aquatic lineage, he felt no discomfort. Instead, he cautiously caressed the visage before him, gradually increasing the pressure as his fingertips meticulously traced the contours of the brows and eyes, eliciting a soft sigh from the tip of the nose, while the green-golden orbs regained a semblance of clarity. Who are you? He inquired, furrowing his beautifully shaped brows. I am Ming, the Little Mermaid replied, surprised by the rapid effect, her confidence soaring. Who is Ming? Your Ming is still far from consciousness, a friend. Here to assist you. Oh, he murmured, closing his eyes. I am so tired, he confessed. Indeed, the Little Mermaid responded. My mental sea is exceedingly empty. I can scarcely feel it anymore. And Ming was perplexed. Number 9 remained silent. In the vast, sealed space, he was left alone, upright within the mech that stood before him. And Ming asked, "How do you feel? Is there anything I can do to make you more comfortable?" Not yet recognizing him. The unfamiliar tone replied, "Aren't you afraid of me?" And Ming felt a twinge of fear, yet it was overshadowed by an indescribable emotion that tightened his chest. "Not afraid." The little mermaid stated, "Not afraid of being stewed?" It seemed he began to recall who he was. And Ming pressed his lips together, feeling slightly more awake, yet devoid of any positive sensation, instead engulfed in despair. He had not forgotten his mission. "May I mark you?" he asked. The other remained silent, merely gazing at him. The expression was profoundly complex, revealing confusion, sorrow, and an ineffable yearning. "This is futile. You need not come closer," he replied. And Ming, now intrigued, pondered the current situation. Why was he so disheartened? After finally encountering someone who was not allergic, why was he so reluctant? Was it due to prolonged solitude? An inability to adapt? And Ming recalled his own lengthy days confined to a sickbed. The lonely yearned for solace. "It is possible," and Ming whispered softly, yet with conviction. He attempted to extend his left hand once more, gently touching the face. There was no rejection, and Ming's hands glided through the damp hair, wrapping around the back of the head, gently pulling it toward himself. Like a tamed great cat, he submissively lowered his head, and Ming beheld the luminous glands, fully opened, swelling beneath a layer of white membrane. Chapter 10. The training ground was enclosed, with daily exercises proving to be exceedingly intense. Thus, the walls were constructed from special materials, providing excellent soundproofing and shock absorption. No discernible sounds could be heard, nor could one feel the vibrations of combat. Everyone remained oblivious to the occurrences within, save for number 9. However, shortly after the little mermaid entered, the holographic image of number 9 vanished. Ivan remained in a larval state, his 6 anxious eyes alternating between closing and opening. The atmosphere was thick with unease as everyone fretted over the leader's condition and the well-being of the little mermaid. At last, a rustling sound heralded the return of number 9. Everyone rushed forward, inquiring eagerly what happened. Number 9, deliberately withholding an immediate response, chose instead to project a meme featuring the famous expression of a galactic celebrity. "I thought you were all like fathers waiting outside the delivery room," he quipped. The jest indicated a favorable outcome, and relief washed over the crowd as they began to tease him. "Spill the details. You should be grateful you are in hologram form. Otherwise, I would have taken action. Hurry up." Aware of their anxious anticipation, number 9 cut through the banter, and Ming successfully marked the leader, who has calmed down. And Ming is unharmed. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Almost immediately, they pressed, "Can the door be opened now? Doesn't the leader need to rest? The little mermaid must be exhausted." "Just a moment," number 9 replied, his tone imbued with significance, urging them to allow time for a gradual transition. Understanding dawned upon them. It was only then that Ivan restored his human form and issued commands. "Leave 3 attendants ready for duty, and the rest may disperse." He added, "Hawk and the others have sustained internal injuries. Stagger your visits and avoid clustering." "Understood, Officer Insect." They chorused, bustling away while maintaining decorum, refraining from discussions behind closed doors. Yet, internally, their excitement was palpable. "The little brother is remarkable." The leader was induced into a false heat and fell into a Tier 3 frenzy. How terrifying. The leader's pheromones are devilish, and the little brother managed to mark him successfully. Extraordinary. A slippery knee slide. The leader is not allergic to the little brother. They are a match made in heaven. Meanwhile, the insectoid inquired, "How much longer?" Number 9 responded, "Let me check." At the moment, and Ming bit down. Number 9 had already disabled the advanced permissions of the training grounds, leaving only basic data assessments. He had developed a sense of modesty, unwilling to invade the privacy of others. The readings remained impressively high. Number 9 projected a dense array of numerical data. "Such a long wait," murmured the insectoid, puzzled. "Is a longer duration not preferable?" After approximately 10 minutes, number 9 declared, "It's over." The doors of the training grounds swung open once more, and Ivan rushed inside, followed closely by the 3 attendants. The practice mech lay abandoned, sprawled on the specialized metallic floor, its eyes closed. The little mermaid sat cross-legged nearby, gazing contemplatively at the vials of suppressants not far away. A noise startled him, prompting Ming to tilt his head and softly murmur, "I'm so tired. I just dozed off." MHM. After the Zerg's inspection, the commander instructed to send him to the medical room, allowing the chief to rest within the treatment chamber. "Understood," replied the 3 attendants as they carried him away. Ivan approached the little mermaid once more, and Ming hung his head, avoiding his gaze. Are you frightened? Not really. The little mermaid shook his head, revealing dragon scales along the nape of his neck and a slight flutter on his back, which I suspected were wings startled by the earlier commotion. In truth, his fishtail almost manifested as well. Are you tired? The Zerg inquired again. Not particularly, after all. I had been resting for quite a while. Then, shall we go to a bar and chat? At this, the little mermaid finally lifted his face, astonished. A bar? Indeed, the Phoenix has a bar. Ivan smiled. A rare occurrence. I'll treat you to a drink. A wave of joy surged within Ming, after a prolonged illness. Not only had he been deprived of alcohol, but even soda was a luxury. Moreover, he had never visited a bar before. The Zerg's deputy escorted him to the dining area on the lower level of the spaceship. The dining area was expansive, featuring a self-service section and several small eateries, all operated by mechanical arms on standby. All of this was managed by Number 9. As Ivan led Ming deeper inside, he explained its capabilities. I heard you praise me. Suddenly, a mechanical arm from a nearby spicy noodle shop waved, accompanied by a sweet and fiery voice. I love you too. Ivan dismissed the remark with indifference. The Zerg and the fish arrived at the innermost bar, which was deserted, yet the rotating disco ball shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Ivan frowned while Ming curiously surveyed the surroundings. Hey, what can I get for you too? A handsome young man with black hair and dark eyes appeared, dressed in a well-fitted white shirt complemented by a golden bow tie. His hair was slightly curled, and his skin was as smooth as cream, exuding an enchanting allure. Without hesitation, Ivan transformed his left hand into a sharp bone blade and lunged at the young man. Ming had no time to react as the young man gracefully bent and evaded, returning to his original stance. It turned out to be a holographic projection. How do you like my new look? The charming youth exclaimed with a delightful tone. Coincidentally, my big blackboard was smashed by the chief, and the little mermaid provided me with inspiration. Number 9 snapped his fingers without a sound, summoning a tray of drink glasses carried by a drone, which it placed on the nearest bar counter. Zerg's milk fruit wine, low in alcohol content and highly aromatic. Ming, do give it a try. As Ming's sensitivity phase was nearing its end, another false marking emerged, leaving him parched from the resulting fatigue, so he did not hesitate to take a sip. The taste is exquisite, he remarked. Ivan remained silent, taking a deep swig. Number 9 quickly poured another for Ivan and continued. I pondered the idea of adopting a real human form, which I believe is quite splendid. Thus, I gathered data on thousands of prominent male Zerg figures from the past century, including celebrities, judges, musicians, and even those living off their fortunes at home. After several modeling attempts, what do you think? Quite handsome, isn't it? Truly impressive, Ming genuinely praised. Is that so? 9, brimming with excitement, leaned closer to Ming and said, I am currently 3D printing. Soon, there will be a tangible form. Would you like to touch it? Ming nodded earnestly, expressing his desire. Yuan emitted a disdainful hum. 9 then turned to the Zerg and exclaimed, I shall also craft a grand phallus for myself. The declaration was made with great volume. Yuan's hand morphed once more, yet he resignedly retracted it. What could he do against 9? Ming chuckled softly, after 9's antics. The awkwardness and shock he had previously felt had significantly diminished. The little mermaid lowered his gaze, sipping his drink, while Yuan exchanged a glance with 9. Ahem, Ming. 9 called, addressing the little mermaid. It is no longer urgent. Allow me to elucidate further. Ming held his glass, his innocent blue-gray eyes blinking. 9's tone grew sincere. Before we sent you in, Yuan and I devised a plan. You must trust the program I designed with my own hands. It is immensely powerful. However, due to the rare incident of you biting him last time, I have summoned all processors for rigorous recalculations, employing various algorithms. The final result, without exception, indicates that any reading above 999999 will be comforted by your pheromones. Ming opened his mouth. He had previously evaded Yuan's inquiry about whether he was frightened. Yet now, alcohol had loosened his mind, diffusing his shyness, anger, displeasure, and a hint of secret delight. Unexpectedly, not only was he quickly and effectively soothed, but 9 also found himself at a loss for words, momentarily stuttering. You know, achieving a perfect match leads to uncontrollable emotions, yet experiencing this personally feels distinctly uncanny. Moreover, it is not merely an emotional response, it hints at a sense of submission. He possesses an extraordinarily rare level of mental prowess. Once the strongest humanoid weapon of the Empire, invincible and unstoppable. And yet, You have him obediently complying. The little mermaid appeared slightly tipsy, showing no reaction to Nine's subsequent remarks. Nine continued, however, we did indeed place you in a risky situation. The plan was that if the leader remained indifferent to your pheromones, Yuan would intervene immediately. Yuan's Zerg armor makes him the only one capable of rescuing you. Yet executing this plan carries a high probability of him being struck, suffering severe injury, or even death. Nine exaggeratedly trembled, and Ming straightened, perplexed. Is he always this terrifying during his heat phase? How did you manage it before? Nine replied. He rarely enters a heat phase and has never lost control to this extent before. In past instances of heat, he would practice in his mecha as an outlet. And if on our home planet, he would unfurl his dragon wings, soaring across the ocean for an entire day and night. This time, it is due to your repeated provocations, triggering a strong false estrus. Oh, and Ming responded, his comprehension somewhat delayed, yet he grasped the meaning. The little mermaid's face flushed. The cause uncertain, whether from intoxication or something else entirely. I have finished speaking. Do you have anything to add, Great Worm? Number 9 concluded. Indeed. The Zerg once again consumed alcohol in silence, suddenly facing in Ming with an upright and standard posture, and sharply saluted. And Ming, startled, hurriedly reciprocated. I apologize. The Zerg's voice was sincere and powerful. I formally apologize for imposing such a challenging task upon you without prior consent. Simultaneously, I express my gratitude. Thank you for saving him. That is all I have to say. And Ming, feeling somewhat embarrassed, waved his hand dismissively. After all, I am also to blame. Whoever creates the mess must resolve it. I am not a petty person. The little mermaid also finished her drink. Thank you for your care. How should I express my gratitude? Number 9 suddenly inquired. And Ming was momentarily taken aback. If you wish to express gratitude, take action, Number 9 replied. We have shared a drink? Does this mean we are friends now? At the right moment, Yuan clinked his glass with the little mermaids, although both were empty. Indeed. And Ming responded, his heart racing unexpectedly. He had never made many friends, only a brother from another life. If we are friends, we must stand by each other. Number 9 stated solemnly, looking at the little mermaid. And Ming, please stay. I beg you. Chapter 11. I beseech you, Number 9 said. Please remain. Yuan unexpectedly echoed. The two looked earnestly at the little mermaid. One, an imperious Zerg capable of transforming at will, and the other, an artificial intelligence far surpassing any living being in intelligence. They were pleading, imploring. And Ming had never been treated this way before and momentarily did not know how to respond. Seeing the little mermaid's silence, Yuan grew anxious and pressed. Do you have any concerns? And Ming took a moment to reply. What does it mean to stay? To live together, to coexist. Number 9 quickly clarified, in the capacity of a partner. The little mermaid was even more bewildered. Partner? It means you are each other's only one. And he is your only one. At this point, and Ming understood, this essentially implied a romantic relationship. His expression became slightly awkward. Please, do not jest. Such matters require the consent of the parties involved. Do you consent? Yuan interrupted. Me? And Ming was suddenly flustered. Wondering why it was first Number 9 and now both of you. Shouldn't you inquire personally? Number 9 and Yuan fell silent, fearing they might anger the little mermaid. She was a remedy, a beacon of light, hope, and the sole possibility. They could not afford to scare her away. I apologize. And Ming scratched his head again. This was too strange. Well, if there is nothing else, I wish to return. If I awaken, there is no need to inform me. With that, the little mermaid left Number 9 and the Zerg behind, disregarding whether she knew the way or had permission to pass. The ninth was compelled to rely on holographic arrows for guidance, keeping the green light lit throughout the journey that spanned 2.5 days. During this time, and Ming remained ensconced in his chamber, seeing no one apart from the ninth, who diligently delivered meals at regular intervals. He requested information about Planet 875, and amidst the continuous astonishment, the ninth assisted him in establishing a StarNet account, configuring his light brain, and patiently teaching him how to operate it. Your hometown must be quite underdeveloped, the ninth remarked, having been unable to ascertain in Ming's place of origin. And Ming himself could not articulate it clearly, only stating that it was a realm with boundless seas and a sky that was perpetually dimly lit, devoid of day or night. It was perhaps a planet deep within the Shadowlands, as suggested by the ninth after an extensive search. Shadowlands. What is that place? And Ming inquired, intrigued. The ninth, still awaiting the completion of his new body and retaining the striking holographic appearance of a handsome insectoid, raised his hands in exasperation. Good heavens, and Ming. You are remarkably naive. Have you never been to school? The Shadowlands is an ancient moniker for the once mighty Merfolk Empire. Oh, and Ming chuckled. Ever since I can remember, I have spent my days swimming, hunting, and frolicking with sharks and dolphins. My kin cared for me and even attempted to educate me, though I never paid attention. This was indeed the truth, as the remnants of the original memories confirmed. Very well, the ninth, devoid of irritation, continued teaching in Ming. Although his foundational knowledge was lacking, the little mermaid was surprisingly astute, mastering everything swiftly. In just half an hour, he no longer required the ninth's assistance. Fully immersing himself in StarNet forums, holographic games, and interactive videos with great enthusiasm. After the ninth temporarily departed, and Ming continued to explore for a while before commencing serious study. He discovered that the planet he was to inhabit, Planet 875, bore the melodious name of Angdi, derived from the ancient language of the High Merfolk, signifying a homeland that could never be returned to. The Merfolk Empire had long since fallen, with their numbers dwindling, scattered throughout the cosmos, barely surviving. This planet was home to the largest population of Merfolk, approximately several thousand, with 90% being of their kind. In this narrative, the demise of the Merfolk Empire and their relegation to an inferior status as citizens was an established premise from the outset, where they became commodities in the black market. The original author did not elaborate extensively, merely noting that the four dominant races of the interstellar world had once held equal power. Yet now the Merfolk wandered aimlessly while the dragon race had been entirely extinguished, leaving no purebloods behind, and although the insectoids were formidable, they were confined to a corner. The entire interstellar domain was under the hegemony of the human empire, which posed a significant threat as the greatest antagonist, an individual of dragon-human hybrid lineage. Curiously, the narrative did not delve deeply into the brutality of the events. It employed only abstract terms like killing with abandon and cruel methods, with the sole concrete depiction being the scenes of the Emperor's torment, marking the only significant appearance of the primary antagonist in the entire work. And Ming, having acquired knowledge through the Star Network, learned that the Emperor was thriving, having recently attended a charity event accompanied by his nephew and heir, who happens to be the protagonist of the original narrative. His arrival in this world predated the commencement of the main storyline. Contemplating this, and Ming could not suppress a smirk. Soon, he would completely depart from the spaceship, never to see it again. And he held little curiosity regarding the progression of the original plot, which entailed the Emperor's demise and the eventual eradication of the antagonist by the human prince. It was not so much a lack of interest as it was a conscious disregard. Another day passed, and Ming remained secluded in his quarters, neglecting to seek him out. Each time Number 9 brought meals, he would engage in jest and impart knowledge. Following their unfortunate encounter at the bar, both Ming and Number 9 tacitly agreed to refrain from discussing the unresolved matters. Frankly, Ming felt a twinge of disappointment. After being marked, he had not even exchanged words of gratitude with Number 9, who must have relayed his request for a personal inquiry. Yet, there was still no response, not even a word of acknowledgement. Number 9 had attempted to broach the subject of his leader, but the mermaid promptly redirected the conversation. There are 3 magnificent coastal cities on Star. Which one do you think I should choose? The holographic black-haired insect stood there, visibly frustrated, yet understanding the mermaid's resolve. He dared not press any further. The fact that the mermaid could be drawn back from her reverie was already a considerable mercy. Time passed swiftly, and the day of departure arrived. And Ming had acquired a wealth of knowledge concerning Star, instilling him with confidence and anticipation for the future. True to his earlier promise, Number 9 had prepared a substantial suitcase for the mermaid, filled with multiple outfits suitable for all 4 seasons, each tailored from military attire to appear both elegant and sophisticated. I am an exceptional tailor, Number 9 declared proudly. His new account had received a transfer of 1 million star coins, a sum tenfold what was previously mentioned. This amount should comfortably sustain you for 5 years. But you will need to find employment thereafter, he sighed. Number 9 continued to fuss, anxious that he might have overlooked some detail that could cause the mermaid difficulties upon her arrival. With only 2 hours until they reached their destination, the Phoenix would hover above the planet, and Ivan would pilot a medium-sized craft to accompany the mermaid down. And Ming, having confined himself for 3 days, felt stifled. Not only had he been imprisoned since his arrival, but in his previous life, he had also been bedridden for an extended period. With only brief excursions in a wheelchair to the hospital garden at dusk, cautious not to overextend for fear of exposure to pathogens that might render his chemotherapy futile. He emerged from his room, arriving at the spaceship's hull to breathe the air beyond its confines. Number 9 had informed everyone, and they expressed their desire to bid farewell to the young brother, recognizing him as the savior of their leader. Dozens of individuals stood there, their faces etched with reluctance. And Ming recognized that Hawk and 3 other injured soldiers were among them. Hawk's face bore some bruises, but he was no longer in grave danger. Young brother, I wish you a smooth journey. May your new life be filled with success. Are you truly not considering staying? Regardless, I hope you lead a joyful life, eternally happy. The crowd exchanged heartfelt blessings, and Ming felt deeply touched by their warmth. They were indeed a delightful group. As the spacecraft continued its voyage, the hour was still early, and Ming engaged in conversation with everyone, the dialogue growing increasingly animated. This sensation was peculiar. They were mere passers-by. Yet they conversed sincerely and amicably before parting ways. As the conversation progressed, they began to tease Number 9, unanimously declaring that he had indeed violated the norms by possessing such an outstanding appearance. Standing alongside the mermaid, they resembled 2 radiant pearls, dazzling to the point of blinding their onlookers. Some argued that black hair and eyes were more beautiful, while others contended that blue hair and eyes were superior. Given that the mermaid was entirely natural, ultimately, they all voted for her victory, crowning her as the most beautiful among them. Don't be like that, and Ming remarked. It wasn't meant for your eyes anyway, Number 9 retorted playfully. At that moment, the spacecraft's announcement echoed. The Phoenix has docked. Instantly, everyone fell silent, and the hall was enveloped in stillness. And Ming's heart lurched. The Phoenix was remarkably steady, and he had been completely unaware. The mermaid broke the silence, her smile illuminating her face. Haha, you haven't seen everything yet, have you? Why not stay? We can show you around. Everyone chimed in, and Ming continued to smile. And the laughter of the group resonated around him. A lithe, silver-haired insectoid approached, expressionless, and addressed the mermaid. Luggage is secured. It's time to depart. And Ming, who had been seated cross-legged on the floor, immediately stood at the command. The jovial atmosphere dissipated. The mermaid was indeed leaving. Without hesitation, Ivan turned and walked away. Goodbye, and Ming uttered, hastily pursuing her. The group watched the mermaid's departing figure, collectively shouting, farewell. Their voices echoed in the hall. As Ming quietly followed the insectoid into the safety corridor, he felt a tightening in his chest. The vessel is prepared. Follow me directly to the flight bay. Ivan instructed, but suddenly halted. And Ming, lost in thought, was slow to react and nearly collided with the insectoid's broad back. What's wrong? He inquired. Ivan did not respond, but stepped aside. The mermaid, sensing something, lifted her gaze ahead. At the end of the corridor stood a striking figure. Chapter 12. And Ming's heart raced. He watched as the figure approached gracefully, like a tranquil autumn night, flowing with poetic elegance. Ultimately, he stood resolutely before Ming. Towering at an impressive height of over 1.85 meters, he loomed half a head taller than the little mermaid. He slightly inclined his head to gaze down at her. His handsome visage bore a hint of weariness, the cause of which remained a mystery after 3 days of unaccounted busyness. Ivan remained silent, and Number 9 did not make an appearance. And Ming, who had initially displayed little emotion, having already made his decision and contemplated it thoroughly, suddenly felt a pang of sorrow, his lips pouting slightly. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Have we shared such intimate moments, and yet you can't even muster a simple farewell? What was the purpose of coming here at all? What a pointless gesture. Anger surged within him, and feelings of grievance swelled rapidly. He endeavored to maintain a composed expression, unwilling to embarrass himself at this final juncture. Yet, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain his emotions. Number 9 had previously informed him that entering the planet required passing through several security checks before officially stepping onto the land of Ontar. Consequently, he had eaten heartily and consumed nearly half a bottle of water in preparation, yet this mermaid form seemed alarmingly predisposed to shed tears at the slightest provocation. Just as tears threatened to spill from the little mermaid's eyes, a sudden motion saw him scooped up in a princess carry. And Ming stifled his tears, instinctively struggling against the hold. What are you doing? Put me down. Stay still, came the calm reply. I just woke up and have little strength. If you keep squirming, I shall cast you aside. And Ming, intimidated, ceased his struggle. There was no further conversation, nor did he dare to look at Ivan, who carried the little mermaid as he strode back. And Ming's body tensed, acutely aware that everyone remained in the hall. Fortunately, they turned a corner towards the light elevator. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them, and Ming's mind was rife with questions. What did this mean? Was there something that could not be discussed properly, compelling him to carry her instead? Was there a change of heart? Did he wish to reclaim the 1,000,000 star coins he had gifted? That was absurd. Once given, how could it be taken back? Surely, his suspicions of being a spy had not yet been cleared. Was he to face further interrogation? Interrogate my foot. And Ming grumbled inwardly, his hands clasped tightly before him, too timid to touch the half-blooded dragon, resembling a fragile and anxious little bunny throughout the ordeal. The little bunny was carried back to the exclusive level of their designated quarters. Upon reaching the living room, he was finally set down before the sofa. Sit, commanded the half-blooded rogue, as he settled into a single swan chair opposite the little bunny. Let us converse. And Ming reluctantly complied, sitting down with his knees pressed together, staring blankly at his counterpart. This time, my fury was such that I would have normally succumbed to a month, if not longer, of unconsciousness. Ignoring the little mermaid's reluctance, he continued, upon awakening, it is highly probable that my mental strength will drop a level. A level? And Ming pondered, recalling that number 9 had once been exceedingly rare at that level. Though he did not fully grasp the concept, he understood it to be quite significant. It is only because of you that I merely slumbered for 3 days. Now, aside from a slight fatigue, I am not significantly troubled, having just awakened. I now find myself in a state of slumber for 3 days. It is no wonder that you have not sought me out. And Ming's irritation dissipated in an instant. How could one sleep for such an extended period? At that moment, I merely closed my eyes, yet it seems this has drained my energy so profoundly. Is my pride misplaced? You are not as inconsequential as I once imagined. Your pheromones effectively alleviate my symptoms, proving far more potent than my own arrogance would allow me to believe. As Susu spoke, he paused momentarily, and Ming, I require you. The mere mention made in Ming's heart flutter. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a hint of confusion. Am I being foolish? If not for the influence of his pheromones, I would not have succumbed to such terrifying fury and trance. Perhaps, in separation, I would find greater safety. Seemingly perceiving the thoughts of the little mermaid, he elucidated, when highly compatible pheromones merge for the first time, it indeed tends to provoke excessive reactions from both parties. Subsequently, it will be much more manageable. As I grow accustomed to your scent, it will be exceedingly difficult to lose control as I did this time. However, you can continuously exert a positive influence on me. I see. So, and Ming hesitated to inquire. Therefore, with a sudden seriousness, he asked, do you wish to remain aboard the Phoenix and become my partner? I shall formally introduce you to everyone, and once this voyage concludes and we return to our home planet, I will announce our relationship to the entire military. If I am not mistaken, you are inviting me to be your lover, your companion, or whatever term one might use, essentially implying that sort of connection. Previously, when Nine and Ivan spoke in such terms, and Ming did not fully grasp the depth of it, but now, hearing it directly, he felt a sense of impending doom. Observing the little mermaid's expression, a kaleidoscope of emotions, he quickly added, do not be anxious. I simply wish for you to receive recognition for your sacrifices. I will not offend you or compel you to fulfill any so-called obligations. I only require your presence in my daily life, to be able to smell you and feel you near. My heat cycle is prolonged, and any temporary marking will only occur when necessary. It will not cause you undue trouble. Oh, the little mermaid felt flustered, her cheeks aglow. It seems I have overthought matters. But why did you embrace me earlier? And Ming pondered, feeling he had not overthought it. To prevent your escape. So do you agree? Let me consider. And Ming felt his mind entangled in a chaotic web of thoughts. If it were merely a matter of providing temporary marking, while still somewhat intimate, it would pose little issue. However, now to remain as a partner, even if it is a pretense, carries profound significance. He had never seriously contemplated establishing such an intimate relationship. Regardless of its authenticity, it resembled a de facto marriage. Nevertheless, it is evident that his desire to keep me close does not stem from physical needs. His mental state appears to be troubled, requiring my assistance. If it were merely an allergy to others, such manifestations would not occur. Thus, there may be some undisclosed affliction at play, though unspoken, and Ming would not press further. However, he was acutely aware of the experience of suffering from a grave illness. Are you now familiar with my scent? Will there still be episodes of uncontrollable rage? The little mermaid inquired. If such occurrences arise again, others will undoubtedly keep their distance, leaving only me to find a way to pacify you. There was an ever-present sense of anxiety. I should hope not. Your pheromones are exceedingly beneficial, came the response. The previous incident had involved intimate contact, biting and embracing, yet Ming had failed to release his pheromones, which had triggered the frenzy. Henceforth, regular injections will ensure safety. During each heat cycle, you shall administer temporary markings to avert any issues, the explanation continued. Oh, the thought of regularly biting my neck makes my back itch. And Ming mused. The vivid memories of the previous experience lingered. The tingling sensation accompanying the entire marking process was not merely pleasurable, it was ecstasy itself. And Ming's face flushed crimson. Suddenly, he took a step forward, kneeling before the little mermaid. Hesitating momentarily, he extended his hands to grasp Ming's. Instinctively, Ming attempted to pull away but found himself unable to, his eyes widening as he gazed at the figure kneeling before him. The warmth enveloped him entirely. Is it permissible? The mixed-blood dragon inquired earnestly. Ming paused in his breathing. Yes, yes. I consented. He exclaimed. Thank you. A sense of relief washed over him as he exhaled lightly. He then smiled at the little mermaid, a faint grin that could not entirely mask a weighty emotion. Yet it was sincere. Ming gradually regained his breath and returned the smile. Touched by the sweet smile, the blue eyes reflected a fleeting tenderness. He soon released the little mermaid and rose to his feet. I need to rest a while longer, he stated. Number 9 will assist you with registration and access permissions, after which you may freely roam the Phoenix. With that, he nodded respectfully to the little mermaid and turned towards the bedroom behind him. Aren't you supposed to go rest? Ming asked, somewhat bewildered. This is indeed my room, he replied, turning back with a slight smirk. You are now my partner. We reside together. The audacity of the little mermaid was utterly oblivious to the situation. Just as the bedroom door closed, 2 rustling sounds heralded the appearance of number 9. Beaming widely, he flashed a toothy grin and tossed a holographic official document into the air by the command of the esteemed commander of the Phoenix. I am here to oversee the enlistment of new recruits. Mr. Ming, please accompany me promptly to the military and political office, where you will officially join the Justice Army as the partner of the Supreme Leader, embarking with us on a great revolution. Ming, why does it feel as though I've unwittingly sold myself into this? Ming followed Hollow 9 out of the room, taking the light elevator to the military political office where the insectoid Ivan awaited. 9 formally introduced him. This is Ivan Reish, the adjutant to the second commander of the Fiscus and the deputy leader of the Just Army. He is responsible for all internal affairs. Hello, Ivan nodded solemnly, producing a stack of photon documents and a small data recorder. Please sign these. We will collect your fingertip blood here. 9 explained from the side. We are a formal organization, and procedural compliance is unavoidable. These documents outline your salary, benefits, and special privileges within the military. This device will record your genetic information, facilitating your access privileges aboard the Phoenix, other vessels, and bases, as well as your operational authority over weaponry and mecha. Rest assured, we will not sell your information. Ming signed each document and pressed his finger onto the device, pondering how else they could exploit him. Chapter 13. The registration process concluded swiftly. And after Ming was assigned a military wrist-mounted holographic computer, he found himself with nothing to do. His luggage had already been transported back by 9. And while his million-credit account remained intact, there was currently no opportunity to indulge in the complimentary amenities aboard the Phoenix, such as the restaurants, swimming pools, and barbershops. Reluctant to return to the shared quarters and disturb anyone's slumber, Ming readily accepted when 9 suggested they explore the ship. The peculiar sensation of suddenly belonging to an organization filled with exceptional and amicable individuals left him feeling indescribably intrigued, though he maintained an overall sense of calm. 9 first guided him to tour the bridge at the top level of the ship. In the ascending light elevator, they were alone. The boss's mental state has encountered some issues, 9 murmured, but the soldiers were mostly unaware, and there was no need to burden everyone with worries about the commander. What I told them is that you both are romantically involved. The incident on Ant Star was merely a lover's quarrel. All right, Ming understood and refrained from further questioning. In truth, 9's expression and tone were serious, genuinely addressing a critical matter, yet his ears betrayed a faint blush. However, you both will have to live together, 9 continued. The Phoenix only has one oversized bathtub. All other quarters are standard size. The boss complained about sharing a room 800 times. 800 times? 9. You certainly have a flair for exaggeration, Ming remarked. Will you both bathe together? 9 probed further. Research indicates that sensory stimulation in warm water can be heightened, especially since you are a fish and a dragon. Though, I suggest you maintain your human forms, lest even the largest bathtub prove inadequate. Stop it. My ears are turning crimson, the mermaid exclaimed. What about Ivan? Doesn't he need a custom arrangement? And Ming thought of the insectoid's elongated, razor-sharp limbs and the 3-meter wingspan. Shifting the topic, Nine cast a sidelong glance at the mermaid and replied, "That's a secret." The little mermaid returns, upon reaching the bridge. Only a solitary soldier was on duty. "Hello." The soldier acknowledged with a casual greeting before returning his gaze to the flight screen. And Ming replied with a hi. But the soldier did not turn back. The little mermaid, who had anticipated a warm welcome, felt somewhat awkward at this unexpected indifference. Perhaps it was deemed inappropriate to disturb him during a mission, she mused. Number 9 took in Ming's hand and led her forward. "Oh, a tour, is it?" The duty soldier finally realized and politely began his introduction. "We are currently in warp speed mode, and the constellation of Cloud Whale has already been left 2 light years behind. Soon, we shall arrive at an uncharted barren planet, where we will pause briefly to continue our mineral energy surveys." He sequentially showcased the navigation panel, the holographic map, and the control equipment before falling silent. And Ming listened with genuine delight, noting the soldier's aloofness, demonstrating a keen awareness. "Sorry to interrupt. Thank you for the splendid explanation. Number 9, let us proceed." Number 9 detected no unusual behavior. As they departed the bridge, unbeknownst to them, the soldier behind quietly patted his chest. Exhaling a deep breath, the light elevator descended 2 levels, leading them to the combat room. The combat room was divided into 2 sections, one equipped with various apparatus and sandbags for weight training, and the other a plastic-floored area for sparring. Upon their entrance, 6 individuals were engaged in pairs, practicing their combat skills, their muscles rippling with exertion and sweat, showcasing the distinctive beauty of strength. And Ming stood alongside number 9, quietly admiring the scene, her gaze unwavering. Even as they prepared to leave, the 6 practitioners showed no signs of ceasing their training. Training emphasizes continuity. Perhaps that is the reason, the little mermaid silently reflected. Unbeknownst to her, once they departed, the practicing soldiers halted immediately, panting as they grabbed white towels to wipe away their sweat. "Oh, I am utterly exhausted. It was merely sparring. Why did you hit so hard?" "I was giving it my all." The light elevator continued its descent, and Ming reminisced about the training scene, her eyes reflecting envy. They all seem so formidable. With their muscular physiques, it's clear they are capable fighters. The little mermaid pinched her own arm, letting out a sigh. Number 9 inquired curiously, "Do you fancy muscular men?" The little mermaid earnestly envisioned her ideal, preferring a physique that, while toned, did not appear overly bulky, ideally, a combination of strength and slenderness. Number 9 misunderstood her sentiment. "If you shed excess muscle, you can achieve that lean appearance." He explained that muscle should not be overly bulky. It could appear as a mere thin layer, yet possess formidable strength. Only someone like Yvan could withstand him for a while. Number 9 chuckled. "Tonight, you shall have the chance to feel." And Ming responded as the elevator came to a halt, and they made their way to the theoretical classroom. Upon exiting the classroom, they strolled through the adjacent holographic sand table area. Subsequently, they visited the public medical room, the mental acuity testing room, and the confinement chamber. Unbeknownst to them, much of the day had slipped away. The locations they toured were either deserted or sparsely populated, and even their encounter with the little mermaid elicited only mild reactions. Yet, it was evident that during their parting in the morning, these individuals had been quite reluctant to say goodbye. An overwhelming sense of disappointment enveloped in Ming. The spacecraft glided silently through the cosmos, the vast expanse outside the porthole shrouded in perpetual night. And Ming glanced at his new wristwatch, according to the 24-hour time format. It was just past noon. 9 observed this and exclaimed, "It's 12 o'clock. Shall we have lunch?" And Ming shook his head, feeling quite satiated from his morning meal and entirely unhungry. Come on, 9 insisted, emphasizing the importance of regular dietary habits. Everyone adhered strictly to this routine, and it was crucial for Ming to acclimatize. The little mermaid found this reasoning compelling and followed along. The dining area was situated on the mid-lower level of the Phoenix, marking Ming's second visit. During his previous excursion, it had been outside of meal hours. Thus the dining area had been devoid of patrons, which was understandable. However, it was noon now, and 9 had just remarked on the disciplined nature of the crew. Yet, it remained eerily empty, with even the lights unlit. As Ming pondered this perplexity, suddenly, the ceiling lights of the dining room flickered to life with a series of pops. A throng of people emerged in an exuberant burst. accompanied by the explosive sound of champagne bottles being uncorked and a wave of jubilant cheers. "Hey there, little brother. We truly meet again. We are so thrilled that you could stay. From now on, we are brothers, and we will take good care of you. Hooray!" The voices of everyone rose and fell in a raucous chorus, interspersed with applause, finger snaps, and whistling as champagne sprayed everywhere. Each smiling face radiated genuine warmth. And Ming recognized the duty officer from the bridge, several burly figures from the combat room, and even the previously injured Hawk, along with Xiao Yuan, who wore a smile on his lips. And Ming felt tears welling up unexpectedly, cast as a mere pawn of fate in a world of fiction. His initial thoughts had solely revolved around survival, fretting over how to preserve his precious second chance at life without succumbing to misfortune. When faced with the threat of having his tail severed, he had truly been at his wits' end, lamenting his ill fortune. He could never have anticipated encountering such delightful individuals in this entirely foreign realm, nor could he have foreseen the overwhelming kindness he would experience. Wiping away his tears, the little mermaid wondered, "Why am I crying? The universe bears witness. We have not bullied you." Everyone expressed their heartfelt concern, exclaiming, "Oh dear," and Ming, now smiling through his tears, greeted them, "Hello, everyone. Please, no more tears." They offered words of comfort. The layout of the self-service area resembled that of a cafeteria, and Ming was ushered to a table where he shared a sumptuous lunch with everyone. In celebration, the meal was lavish, featuring not only staple foods and meats, but also precious whole green vegetables and delightfully sweet, thumb-sized apples. The supply of beverages is abundant, with a wide array of both high and low alcohol content and flavors, spicy, sweet, and mild. There is truly something for everyone. After the meal, everyone gathered around, seemingly conjuring items from thin air. "Little brother, here is a handcrafted solar desk lamp for you. I've brought you this mechanical gun, complete with gears. Enjoy. And this is my stash of peach-scented sensitivity spray." How foolish. Why would anyone offer a spray to a younger brother when there's a leader present? An unsuspecting Ming was suddenly overwhelmed with gifts, momentarily at a loss for words. Yavin remarked casually beside him, as per tradition, to help new members quickly acclimate. The veterans often bestow small tokens of affection. "Ah," thought the little mermaid, "so that's the case. I shall graciously accept. This is for you." The insectoid also placed a small box atop the mountainous pile of gifts. The box was transparent, revealing an exceedingly unattractive mermaid charm within. Time was of the essence. Clearing his throat, the insectoid added, "And thank you as well. I genuinely appreciate it." And Ming replied sincerely, "I crafted it myself." Number 9 signaled a mechanical arm over, placing another small box nearby, which contained an exquisitely detailed golden-haired little dragon, complete with small black wings and a tail. It turned out to be a pair. A suspicious blush crept onto the little mermaid's cheeks. Fortunately, everyone had dispersed, and with so many gifts surrounding her, no one noticed. Eventually, Yavin led everyone away, leaving only number 9. He addressed Ming, "We are set to arrive at our target, the Desolate Star, this evening. The surface temperature of this planet reaches a sweltering 233 during the day, making nighttime operations far more suitable. This afternoon, everyone will prepare in the flight cabin, adjusting parameters and servicing the equipment." "Understood," and Ming nodded. With an abundance of gifts, and their varying sizes making it impractical for the little mermaid to carry them all back, number 9 summoned a small catering cart, stacking the items on its circular surface and instructing it to follow behind. He escorted the little mermaid to her room's entrance before vanishing, and Ming felt a slight decrease in joy as the prospect of solitude ushered in a cloud of worry. Is he still asleep? Will he even sleep tonight? He had mentioned sharing a space, but with only one bedroom. Did that imply they would share a bed? Would he prefer to be close enough to sense his own scent? Oh, how peculiar this feeling is. And Ming suppressed the turmoil within, commanding the catering cart to await outside, then cautiously opened the door, tiptoeing into the living room. The bedroom door stood ajar. Huh? Has he already left? After a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that this was his bedroom too. Thus there was little to fear, and he proceeded to investigate. The bed was indeed empty, but bore the marks of having been lain upon. And Ming breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, revealing a figure with damp hair, fully exposed. A scaly black dragon tail, resembling a long serpent, coiled around the waist, its tip flicking up and down. Chapter 14. And Ming was utterly stunned, his gaze uncontrollably following the tip of the tail for a fleeting moment before finally settling on a specific point, fixed in astonishment. "Damn it," he muttered, hastily wrapping a towel around his waist, while the tail vanished in an instant. When did you return? He growled. Only then did Ming regain his composure, belatedly covering his eyes. Just now. What did he just see? Why was there no sound? Feeling exasperated, he wondered when his alertness had diminished so drastically. Peering through his fingers, he realized he had covered all that needed to be hidden and dropped his hands, feeling aggrieved. I was afraid of waking you. Stunned into silence. He shot back. Then why were you bathing with the door open? And Ming retorted, equally annoyed. I could hear you when you returned. He frowned. The two exchanged glances, each staring at the other. Get out now, he finally said. I need to change. Oh. And Ming quickly exited the bedroom, even going so far as to close the door behind him. His heart raced, and vivid images from moments ago flashed through his mind. To distract himself, he let in the small dining cart waiting outside, piling the gifts onto the floor. The living room boasted a large bookshelf, a few compartments left empty. After sending away the dining cart, Ming began to make multiple trips, placing small lamps, mechanical guns, and little dragon pendants on the shelves. Emerging, he found the gifts nearly organized. Dressed in a fitted black combat suit that accentuated his tall, shapely figure, he adjusted his attire as he walked. Seemingly preparing to go out, he cast a glance at the little pendant Ming had just arranged, but said nothing. And Ming stood awkwardly by the bookshelf, awaiting his departure. As he reached the front door, he paused and turned around. Ming, he called. Huh? The little mermaid replied. Come over here, his tone considerably softened. Oh, the little mermaid approached. Standing beside the refurbished metallic door, he gazed at the obedient little mermaid, his expression unconsciously softening. Are you getting along well with everyone? Yes. And Ming recalled the scene from noon, warmth flooding his heart, and his brows arched in a smile. That's good, he said, his lips curling slightly. Yet he quickly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, shortly, we will arrive at a fire-based planet. The environment is far more perilous than the one where I found you, with extreme weather conditions and the presence of sandworms. Sandworms. Ming was hearing this for the first time. They are colossal worms with immense destructive power, he explained succinctly. Thus, the Phoenix will be stationed above the planet, and we will descend in a small warship. You all? Yes, I will be going with everyone. It would be right to let my brothers take all the risks. Risks? Upon hearing the words, the little mermaid's expression shifted immediately, her brows furrowing tightly. Strangely, this wrinkled visage amused him, prompting a chuckle as he remarked, it's not that serious. The temperature on this planet surpasses 200 during the day, only dropping below 100 at night. We will expedite our survey tonight, and I shall return to the Phoenix before dawn. And Ming nodded solemnly, responding, I wish you all the best. Should you need anything, contact number 9, or reach out to me, though my responses may not be prompt. Shall we meet again? Yes, see you. The little mermaid beamed at the half-dragon, watching him depart. His steps momentarily faltered, yet he remained, gazing back at her. Slightly shorter than him. Her delicate face radiated a soft, fair complexion, now adorned with a hint of a smile, filling the air around him with a refreshing essence reminiscent of spring. More revitalizing than a daytime slumber. She lightly brushed her fingertip against her nose, pondering why he had yet to leave. Tilting her head, she blinked, asking, Is there something else? Indeed, there is. I was not intentionally harsh earlier. And Ming was taken aback, then realized she referred to the earlier incident. Had he raised his voice at her? He had been so absorbed in his own astonishment that he hadn't noticed the awkwardness. Oh, that was my fault. Next time I shall knock, the little mermaid said. Her brows furrowed slightly. Why would I knock on my own door? Oh, it dawned on her. I am not yet accustomed to this. I often reflect. Few have witnessed my transformation into a dragon. However, since we are now partners, it is inevitable that we must embrace and understand each other as various states. Various states? Are you referring to the tail? Did that imply he would transform into a tail in the future during their encounters? The imagery she had just suppressed resurfaced. Evolving anew, the thick fish tail intertwining with the slender dragon tail, the dragon tail coiling around the fish tail, which in turn pressed down upon the dragon tail. And Ming, the little mermaid's expression became complex, leaving the half-dragon somewhat perplexed. Was the little mermaid unwilling? It seemed his request might have been too much. I apologize for overstepping, he quickly retracted. I assure you, I will be fully prepared for each marking, ensuring I do not offend you. The little mermaid's left ear absorbed his words while the right let them slip away, lost in her own imaginings. With a serious demeanor, she reiterated, I am grateful for your willingness to assist me. Once more, though we reside together, no inappropriate actions will occur. I only require your surface and oral pheromones, and I will not compel you into a permanent marking. Furthermore, the infusion of oral pheromones would only be conducted on rare occasions. Okay, the little mermaid replied absently. Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye, she responded perfunctorily. After the departure of Commander Phoenix, and Ming returned to the sofa with unsteady steps, feeling a sense of lightness. He had engaged in numerous conversations, yet the specifics eluded him, leaving only a vague recollection of the word tail. The little mermaid spent quite some time clearing her mind of peculiar thoughts. Subsequently, she realized that she would not have to share a bed with a certain half-blooded dragon that night. Instantly, her spirits lifted, as the little mermaid relaxed. She became aware of her parched throat and decided to pour herself a glass of water. Upon entering the open dining area, she noticed with keen observation that there were now 2 cups beside the water dispenser, one a soft blue, which she had been using for the past few days, and the other a deep gray, seemingly having made its first appearance here, previously used during an interrogation. It had been taken away before, only to re-emerge now. And Ming pondered this and left the water cup behind as she ventured into the bedroom. Indeed, in the small coat room against the wall, aside from the clothing altered for her by number 9, there was also a substantial amount of standard military attire, most of it in complete sets, including casual wear, formal attire, training outfits, and combat uniforms. And Ming then proceeded to the bathroom. In the washstand cabinet, the towels and bathrobes had also doubled, accompanied by several small glass vials, one of which was already half-used, labeled Special Suppressor, High Potency. And Ming clicked her tongue, realizing that it merely meant she wouldn't have to share a bed tonight. For the next few hours, and Ming remained inside, nestled on the sofa, engrossed in light brain games. Later, feeling the sofa's discomfort, she transitioned to the bed. Perhaps due to a restless night prior, coupled with an early rise and a day spent exploring the spaceship, the little mermaid began to nod off while playing, eventually drifting into a deep slumber. She missed all the incoming messages. In her dreams, the scent of the sheets and bedding wove through her subconscious, allowing her to soar freely alongside visions of her tail, the ocean, and the warmth of breath. The little mermaid experienced an exhausting dream. When she finally opened her eyes again, it was hours later, and Ming, still drowsy, glanced at her wristwatch and immediately jolted awake. She recalled that it had been mentioned someone would return before dawn. The entire night had passed, and they could arrive at any moment. She sought to leap from the bed to freshen up. She certainly couldn't let them find her still in slumber. But then she discovered, what? Where are my legs? And Ming threw off the thin blanket, and her silver blue tail fin excitedly sprang up, almost knocking her on the head. And Ming exclaimed, but I didn't touch any water. I didn't even have time to wash up last night. How did her fish tail appear all on its own? Panic ensued, and in her haste, her tail fin flared out violently, tightening in response. The little mermaid's face fell in dismay. What to do? What to do? The young merman struggled to compose himself. Ever since he had transformed into a fish-tailed creature upon coming into contact with water, the subsequent days of bathing had become an arduous endeavor. He needed to find the right angle and gradually lower himself into the bathtub, ensuring that when his legs touched the water and morphed into a tail, he would not lose his balance and tumble into the water. Once seated securely, he would commence his cleansing ritual. The upper half of his body was familiar territory, yet he had not washed his legs or feet since the transformation. After each bath, he had to laboriously bend over to drain the water, sitting in the empty tub for over half an hour, continually self-affirming until he could revert to his 2-legged form. Each time, it was utterly exhausting, and Ming longed to express his grievances. Did all merfolk share this troublesome experience? Bathing as a mermaid was indeed a hassle. However, now, inexplicably, he had manifested a tail in the absence of water, and Ming was utterly bewildered. He had inadvertently glimpsed his tail yesterday and had no desire to revisit that sight. One glance was sufficient. With tears brimming in his eyes and no other recourse, he could only touch his grand tail and murmur, "Be good, turn back." Yet, he soon discovered something even more alarming. Below his chest, where supple human skin met smooth fish scales, precisely where his lower abdomen was located, there were 2 large, soft, pale scales. The young merman had previously noticed them and even attempted to pry them apart, which had been quite painful. But at this moment, they were lifting on their own. Chapter 15. The silvery scales had become remarkably soft. With a gentle prod, they parted to either side. A warmth surged through his fingertips. and his lower abdomen responded with an intense sensitivity, resulting in a wave of discomfort. And Ming gazed at the peculiar appendages before him, utterly astonished. 5 minutes later, the young merman wrapped his tail tightly in a blanket and picked up his holographic device to search for answers. How to make a fishtail disappear in 1 minute. Unfortunately, the number of merfolk was exceedingly scarce, and no one had posed such a question, let alone received an answer. And Ming was on the verge of panic. How could he possibly face this situation? Blushing, he continued to search for more information, his queries growing increasingly bizarre. All were in vain. What a wretched star network. Just as Ming was about to discard the holographic device in frustration, he received a voice communication request from number 9. Distracted, he accepted the call, failing to notice that number 9 wasn't using holographic projection. And Xiao Ming, are you so impatient? Number 9's tone was peculiar. The young merman frowned. What? You know your holographic network connection must go through me, right? Number 9 continued. What on earth have you been searching for? Ha ha ha. Before Ming could express his anger, number 9 hastily added, disclaimer, I did not intend to invade your privacy. It's just that you weren't using incognito mode. And Ming suddenly realized that the chaotic questions he had just posed had been simultaneously accessed by number 9. The incognito mode mentioned by number 9 yesterday indicated that data processing would only occur through the underlying processor. Unless number 9 deliberately extracted the information, it would remain unaware. This meant that historical backups were not possible, nor could personalized services be tailored based on past records. Noticing the little mermaid's silence, perhaps out of shyness, number 9 added, oh dear, in truth, everyone conducts normal searches. It's quite natural for the young and impetuous to indulge in viewing such content. They do not shy away from me and instead expect me to recommend based on their preferences. And Ming feigned calmness, stating, if there's nothing more, I shall hang up. Time passed slowly, and his fishtail remained unusually excited, nearly breaking free from the covers. Do not hang up. Number 9 called out urgently. Do you not want my assistance? How can you help? And Ming knew that directly asking number 9 would be more efficient, but he felt too embarrassed to do so. It's simple, number 9 replied. Most of the content on StarNet primarily consists of performances. For a more enriching experience in such matters, one should consult professional literature. Allow me to recommend a few titles. As he spoke, several virtual covers appeared before Ming. Mermaid Anatomy, The Secrets of Dragon Lineage, The History of Interracial Mating, and Humanoid Safety Operation Guidelines. And Ming exclaimed, what sort of matters? What experience? These books seem rather off. He coughed. You certainly possess a scholarly spirit. Indeed. Number 9 floated with pride. I know you are researching these to return and, engage with him, correct? It would certainly benefit you both to start sooner. He. And Ming felt dismayed at the misunderstanding. By the way, do you wish for me to keep your secret and prepare a surprise? Or should I casually hint at it, so he can be filled with anticipation from this moment on? And Ming was relieved that number 9 was communicating via voice, preventing his embarrassment from being seen. He wanted to explain that he merely wished to understand how to retract his tail and whether all merfolk possessed 2 appendages. However, he was unsure how to articulate this. Who would be entirely ignorant of their own body? It was utterly foolish. Ultimately, he settled on, just don't tell him. Understood. You desire a surprise, correct? Yes. The little mermaid covered his face. Can I hang up now? Wait. Number 9 interjected again. Could you do me a favor? Speak quickly. And Ming felt anxious. Let me see your 2 appendages, number 9 stated unexpectedly. And Ming was taken aback, his face flushed with embarrassment. Will you show them or not? Number 9 pressed. No. The little mermaid was adamant. Oh, number 9's voice dripped with disappointment. My body is almost ready for printing. I only lack the appendages. I wish to reference yours to decide whether I should also have 2. Initially, I sought to consult Yuan. Yet he obstinately refused to share his insights and even threatened to harm me. 9 sighed, for I possessed an abundance of data. Albeit I feared inadvertently inflating various parameters beyond reasonable limits. The dimensions were relatively manageable, as the largest size within normal bounds sufficed. However, regarding durability and hardness, I found the information rather dubious, excessively exaggerated, and I was apprehensive about overstepping. And Ming suggested setting the values lower, but 9 promptly rejected the notion. The voice communication persisted for over half an hour before finally concluding. And Ming, utterly exhausted, felt his tail droop. Yet, he would not retract it. He intended to peruse the book sent by 9 when he noticed an unread message on his wristwatch, received at precisely 8 o'clock the previous evening. I have left. The planet's night lasts approximately 28 hours. Make sure to rest well. And Ming pondered, was I truly the foolish one? He quickly calculated the time. Only 13 hours had passed, and he had until midnight, granting him an entire day of freedom and joy. And Ming let out a deep sigh of relief, throwing off the covers to reveal his damp, clammy fish tail. You can linger a bit longer, he exclaimed joyfully, as the tail flicked playfully before retracting, returning his two long, white legs. While attending to his hygiene, and Ming reminisced about having transformed from a fishtail after what seemed like a vague yet delightful dream. He glanced down at the tattered shorts in the wastebasket, resolving to be particularly mindful henceforth to avoid any further embarrassment, especially ensuring that the two little secrets on his fishtail remained concealed. Should they be discovered, would he not be perceived as a pervert? He needed to master the control of his tail swiftly. Once Ming had composed himself, he ventured outside. His quarters occupied an exclusive cabin level, where aside from his own residence, a few rooms were designed as offices, leaving the remainder unoccupied. This was the domain of the highest leader, intertwined with their affairs. Others resided on the lower level, including Nine and Yuan. Although Nine required no sleep, he had arranged a room for himself, which Ming had learned the previous day was adjacent to the Zerg. Taking the light elevator to the dining level, and Ming found that most of the crew aboard the Phoenix had descended to the planet for missions and having missed mealtime. The once bustling dining hall now appeared remarkably desolate. He ordered a bowl of spicy beef noodles, accompanied by a small plate of boiled peanuts and vegetable juice, achieving a perfect balance of nutrition and flavor. Nine's holographic image had yet to materialize, and he exchanged a few words with the ordering mechanical arm. After finishing his breakfast, and Ming proceeded to the theoretical classroom in the ship's midsection, earnestly collecting a photon notebook and a photon pen. He settled in the front row, quickly immersing himself in his studies. Now officially a member of the Justice Army, the Little Mermaid was determined not to squander his days idly. Having rested sufficiently in his past life, he aimed to learn, exercise, and fully relish the vibrancy of life. Study Plan I. Strengthening the body task. Train alongside the crew of the Phoenix Goal. Achieve visible abdominal muscles and a defined V-shape 2. Acquire knowledge of interstellar technology. Task 1. Study Mecha Knowledge. Goal 1. Serve as a mecha maintenance worker, unable to pilot. Task 2. Learn to operate small spacecraft. Goal 2. Attain the ability to fly independently. 3. Stay informed about interstellar trends and maintain connection with society. Task. Spend half an hour each day browsing social entertainment websites. Goal. Be able to name at least 10 interstellar celebrities before long. And Ming completed his writing. Satisfied, he read through it but felt it lacked something. After a brief reflection, he added, Care Plan I. Smile daily 2. Provide pheromone information every evening. 3. Regularly apply foam markings. Goal. Achieve recovery at the earliest, though the specific ailment remains unknown. Only then did he consider it complete. And the Little Mermaid beamed with joy. Tomorrow, when the crew returned, he could join the training and inquire about mecha and spacecraft knowledge. For today, he aimed to quickly find a way to control his tail. Setting aside his photon notebook, he accessed the mermaid anatomy sent by Number 9 and studied it diligently. It must be acknowledged that while Number 9's personality may be somewhat unreliable, the recommended reading was perfectly aligned with his needs. And Ming swiftly found the relevant information. He discovered that each mermaid possesses the innate ability to control their tail without the necessity for deliberate practice. However, newly transformed mermaids experience a period of turmoil during which they struggle to manage their tails. They may also intermittently enter a state of susceptibility, which does not require correction. Maintaining a calm mindset is key, as normalcy will naturally resume after the tumultuous phase concludes. Additionally, higher-tier mermaids may endure this disarray for a longer duration. So that was the case. It appeared he was still within the tumultuous phase, and he needed to be particularly cautious before it ended. And Ming continued to read. The ability to control the tail varies in degree, primarily concerning duration and form. Mermaids with higher mental power can maintain a bipedal state in water for extended periods, while also being able to sustain their tail in dry conditions. Furthermore, they can transition more effortlessly between superficial and deep water forms, which pertains to the firmness and sharpness of their fins. And Ming paused to admire the black and white illustrations, then proceeded to explore the intriguing tidbits at the bottom of the page. Did you know? Experiencing an intimate encounter with a high-tier mermaid in tail form is a coveted dream among the elite of the entire galaxy. Though only a fortunate few manage to fulfill this desire. Did you know? The experience with the high-ranking merfolk was equally splendid. And Ming pushed the book forward and leaned back. Is anatomy even discussing this? While the Little Mermaid diligently pursued her studies, the team targeted the fire-type planet. All squads completed their reconnaissance missions ahead of schedule and gathered together. There were still several hours until nightfall on the planet. Ivan, having reviewed all necessary precautions, returned to the first squad's warship, reporting to the commander, "Preparations are complete. We can embark on our return journey immediately." As they set off, the mixed-blood leader, though slightly dusty, could not conceal his extraordinary appearance. The fleet ascended, carrying her samples. Inside the cockpit, fatigue hung heavily in the air, and silence enveloped the crew. They idly fiddled with their wristwatches. After such a lengthy period, the Little Mermaid had undoubtedly seen the messages, but chose not to respond. Just as someone was lost in thought, the communication device on the control panel emitted a mechanical voice devoid of emotion. Beep. This is the Phoenix. Detecting proximity to Subline 9. In the next moment, a sweet, youthful voice chimed in. "Hi. You're back early. Did you miss me?" Without awaiting a reply, the main line of 9 excitedly continued. "By the way, boss, and Xiaoming has prepared a huge surprise for you. Unfortunately, I promised to keep it a secret, so I can't say more." Chapter 16. 9 had a penchant for exaggeration, often spouting nonsense, yet somehow his words sparked disbelief among all. However, the somewhat fatigued expression on someone's face suddenly brightened. After docking with the Phoenix, the fleet wasted no time in convening a meeting. Upon landing, they encountered gigantic sandworms. Everyone was required to engage in direct combat, while simultaneously protecting their equipment from damage. Exhaustion weighed heavily on all, particularly on those who had personally eliminated 2 creatures, experiencing the most significant mental toll. Yet, in an exhilarating turn of events, they soon discovered ore of remarkably high purity, allowing them to conclude their work earlier than anticipated. To ensure everyone could rest sooner, the meeting was highly efficient, swiftly arriving at the following conclusions. Firstly, the reconnaissance mission had yielded significant results, and an announcement of the Just Army's ownership of the fire-type planet would be made on the Star Network to prevent others from claiming it, while messages would be relayed back to the base planet to dispatch 3 mining ships. Secondly, the Phoenix would conclude its reconnaissance mission and proceed with resource replenishment and team recruitment. Thirdly, they would then return to the base planet, after each individual received their assignments. The meeting was adjourned. Ivan lingered at the back and entered the light elevator. With no one else present, 9's voice reemerged. "Boss, do you need me to report on Xiaoming's whereabouts? For what purpose?" "Yesterday from 14:16 to today at 9:25, and Xiaoming was in your room, engaged in activities such as gaming and researching information. Due to permission constraints, it is unknown whether any sleeping or bathing occurred." On the 9th, the day commenced directly, with a visit to the dining area from 9:30 to 9:50, during which a bowl of spicy beef noodles was ordered. At 9:56, he proceeded to the theoretical classroom to take notes and read, leaving at 11:50 to return to the dining area for lunch, and by 12:34, he was back in the room until now. "Boss, and Xiaoming is waiting for you," came the voice. Yaivan remarked. Surprisingly, no one confronted him. Shortly thereafter, Yaivan arrived at the target cabin level, bid farewell, and departed alone, continuing upward to the exclusive cabin shared with the Little Mermaid. Standing at the door, he hesitated, initially intending to enter directly but then opted to knock instead. Knock, knock, knock. The words of the 9th were naturally not believed. It remained a mystery what the Little Mermaid was doing inside. After a brief wait, the door finally creaked open. A wave of fresh air, robust and invigorating, rushed forth, mingled with a hint of fruity aroma, invigorating the hybrid being as if he had inhaled pure oxygen. With reddened eyes, the Little Mermaid, her tears still fresh, stared blankly at the figure outside. "You're back already? Did the 9th not inform you?" The task concluded ahead of schedule. He strode into the room, closing the door behind him, and anxiously inquired, "What's wrong? Are you ill? What seems to be the trouble?" "Oh, it's nothing," and Xiaoming sniffled. "I'm just a bit out of sorts while watching a poignant romance film featuring an acclaimed actor. It's too moving. I thought I'd defamiliarize myself with trending topics on Starnet for conversation, and this film just premiered." The Little Mermaid sobbed slowly as she returned to the sofa, where a breakup was unfolding on screen. Is this what the 9th meant by surprise? She was still clad in the combat uniform from yesterday, not overly soiled. Though she had battled 2 gigantic sandworms and was somewhat sweaty, a shower was certainly in order. "I'll bathe now. Take your time watching." "All right," the Little Mermaid replied, her gaze fixated on the holographic screen suspended in midair. After entering the bedroom, once she finished bathing and changed into loose, comfortable attire, the weariness began to dissipate slightly. Aided by the potent pheromones in the air, breathing in gently, her mood lightened considerably. In the living room, after finishing her water from a deep gray cup, the little mermaid powered off her light brain. "Have you finished watching?" "Yes," and Xiaoming replied, his expression vacant as he gazed at the exquisite beauty of the dragon before him. Suddenly, his lips twisted in distress, and he burst into tears once more. "Oh heavens! What a tragedy!" The little mermaid lamented, her heart heavy as she recounted the tale of a prince who fell in love with the general of a rival nation, and they bore a charming child. Yet, war ensued. The prince traversed the two empires in search of peace, only to be branded a traitor. Ultimately, he and his beloved met in battle, where the general was brutally slain while trying to save him, leading the prince to succumb to despair and take his own life. How could it end this way? What is it truly trying to convey? What a dreadful movie. The little mermaid cried inconsolably, deeply engrossed in the plot. His countenance appeared rather grim. He seemed to recall something and remarked, "Perhaps it's adapted from real events." "Is that true? How tragic." "Oh dear." The little mermaid was in even greater anguish. Reluctantly, he approached the sofa, gently stroking the little mermaid's azure head in an attempt to offer solace. "I merely spoke thoughtlessly." And Ming was overwhelmed with emotion, sobbing uncontrollably, struggling to catch his breath, and feeling a sense of embarrassment as he choked out an explanation. "I think my sensitivity phase may have returned. I've already used that peach-scented spray twice, yet I still feel so miserable." He was desperate to release his pent-up feelings. And at that moment, he longed for a comforting embrace. After a brief hesitation, he disregarded all reservations and threw himself into the other's damp embrace. Unprepared for the sudden intimacy, he exclaimed, "Let me vent for a moment. I'll be all right soon." And Ming held on tightly, murmuring, "Thank you. You're welcome." The refreshing air around them intensified, becoming almost intoxicating. The pheromones during his sensitivity phase were more potent than usual, and the little mermaid's tears flowed like a torrent, each drop imbued with fragrant molecules, saturating the mixed-blood dragon nearby. He began to feel warmth creeping at the nape of his neck. "And Ming?" He attempted to push the little mermaid away, urging, "Stop crying." Gradually emerging from his trance, and Ming began to perceive the world beyond the film, instantly sensing the resistance. And he loosened his grip. The sobbing ceased abruptly. At that moment, due to their close proximity, he caught a whiff of the pheromones. Unlike the previous subtle chill, it now carried a hint of creaminess, sweetness, and Ming belatedly realized that his actions of crying and embracing seemed rather casual, especially since they weren't that familiar yet. It felt akin to the intimacy of true partners. Quietly, and Ming withdrew, hastily wiping away the tears that continued to spill forth. The crystalline droplets clung to his pale fingers, trickling down through his fingertips, rendering his entire hand damp. The little mermaid's eyes gradually turned a shade of green, deepening in hue. Wiping away his tears, he murmured, "I'm sorry." The mixed-blood dragon replied, unconsciously swallowing hard. The sound was rather pronounced, prompting the little mermaid to lift his gaze. Their eyes locked, fixated on the tear-soaked fingers. And Ming recalled the care plan from the morning. Though he felt uncomfortably close and overwhelmed by the scent, he recognized the necessity of the pheromones due to his current condition. Torn between hesitation, and Ming conflictedly reached out with a finger. "Do you want?" His body stiffened suddenly, and his expression grew increasingly inscrutable. Noticing this, the little mermaid slightly straightened up, presenting his finger near the dragon's lips. "I have washed it clean." A heavy, ambiguous atmosphere clings and flows, threatening to engulf and suffocate. An indescribable yearning grows with fervor, entwining the fragile, while like creeping vines. The mixed blood parted his delicate lips, his moist, tender tongue enveloping the little mermaid's fingertips, gently sucking. And Ming trembled lightly, a tingling sensation rushing swiftly from his fingertips, soon rendering his entire hand and forearm numb. He fought against his instinct to retreat, compelling himself to yield to the other's desires. The tears on his fingers quickly became insufficient to grasp his hand, delving into kisses between his fingers. Warm lips and tongues lingered over soft skin, leaving behind an infinite, lingering depth of emotion, akin to a song or a sob, articulating clandestine longings. Once, there was a person whose name resonated like thunder, a sword that struck fear into those in power. Today, he remains formidable, becoming a new terrifying legend among the stars. Yet, the fire within him has nearly extinguished. At this moment, that faint spark flickered back to life with a fierce intensity, and Ming closed his eyes, his tear-streaked eyelashes trembling slightly. By some inexplicable impulse, his fingers brushed momentarily against hard teeth and soft walls. Pausing, he withdrew his fingers. Then, he took the little mermaid's hand, drawing it toward himself, kissing his eyes. The little mermaid was so obedient, and Ming's gaze was enveloped in warmth, too afraid to move. Striving to keep his tail from surfacing, his legs felt somewhat stiff and sore. Noticing this, he settled onto the sofa, pulling the little mermaid closer, continuing to kiss his eyes, then tracing along the tear stains to dry the tears behind his ears. And Ming's ear fins had appeared unbeknownst to him, delicate scales shimmering behind his ears. His warm, solid body pressed close, feeling the contours of the other's chest, a desire rising within him to pounce, to press down firmly upon the other. The yearning intensified. Unconsciously, his hands found their way onto the shoulders, caressing the taut muscles, gradually increasing pressure, ready to topple him at any moment. Suddenly, a whip-like object grazed his spine, delivering a gentle sting. Snap. Chapter 17. And Ming abruptly opened his eyes and halted his movements. A fleeting black shadow zipped past, the dragon's tail withdrawn. Apologies, it was unintentional, came the husky voice. Despite the promise of restraint, he could not help himself. And Ming, of course, bore no resentment upon realizing what had just struck him. He felt a twinge of embarrassment instead. A similar experience seemed to have surfaced in last night's dreams, the licked areas warm and damp. And a phantom pain lingered in his back, not genuine pain, but rather an inexplicable sensation within the realm of tolerance. Only through specific outlets can relief be attained. And Ming swallowed hard and inquired, "Are you all right? Do you require my assistance in marking?" With his verdant golden eyes, he glanced at his right hand, which just moments ago had been gently cradling the little mermaid's chin. "I am not in a fever phase. There is no need." That was quite sufficient. "All right." The little mermaid nodded, then added, "But you are in a vulnerable period. If you desire, I am still fine." The two sat on the sofa, facing each other. Yet neither dared to make direct eye contact. After a brief moment of calming down, the little mermaid's blue eyes returned, and her ear fins receded. Checking his watch, he noted it was time for dinner. "Shall we go downstairs to eat, or should we have 9 bring it in?" "Let us go down," and Ming replied. The confined space felt quite unbearable. Rising from the sofa, he took a tissue to dab at the corners of his lips. He hurried to the bathroom, washed his hands, and meticulously dried his eyes and the area behind his ears with a towel, finally glancing in the mirror to ensure everything appeared normal. Once they were both presentable, they stepped outside together. Upon reaching the communal dining area, the soldiers were present, and as they approached with the little mermaid, they all came to a halt and saluted. "Sir, Commanderin." In their presence, they were hesitant to refer to the little brother casually. "Hi." And Ming felt a slight embarrassment at being addressed in such a manner and nodded in acknowledgement. "Shall we sit outside with everyone, or go to a private room?" "Together." "Together," he suggested. And Ming chose a table on the edge and sat down. The soldiers, eager not to intrude upon the dining experience of their commander and the little mermaid, instinctively distanced themselves while their ears perked up, attentive to the unfolding events. A mechanical arm presented the menu, and Ming, who delighted in soups and broths, eagerly flipped to the page featuring various spicy noodles, his eyes sparkling at the images. Once plagued by a terminal illness that restricted his diet, he now had no such prohibitions. "You cannot eat spicy food," the mixed-blood dragon interjected. "Oh, why not?" everyone wondered. And Ming was curious as well, but quickly pieced it together. The book on mermaid anatomy mentioned that during a vulnerable period, heavy flavors should be avoided as they could exacerbate symptoms. He had only eaten spicy beef noodles that morning. No wonder he cried in the afternoon. So thoughtful. "All right," and Ming said with a smile, opting for a dish of stir-fried beef with frozen vegetable bits. He ordered the same for the little mermaid, and, noticing her smiling eyes, added, "Perhaps 9 could fetch an ice pack. Your eyes appear a bit swollen." And Ming gently tapped her with the back of his hand. "I'm fine," she reassured him. The others exclaimed in surprise. The little brother cried? What happened? Not far away sat 3 soldiers, the largest of whom, named Xiao, expressed his astonishment in a hushed tone. "What? The commander doesn't take breaks? He doing this in broad daylight?" He even made the little brother unable to eat spicy food and caused her eyes to swell. Another, named Treester, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "Your words feel somewhat awkward." The third, Ned, replied calmly. "Xiao, you're mistaken." Xiao inquired. Ned clarified, "The leader, like our little brother, must also be brought to tears by the little brother." Xiao, scratching his head in confusion, exclaimed, "Oh my, the leader is indeed formidable. Even more so than us. with such an assertive pheromone that I sometimes forget he is. Treester continued to frown. Then why can't the little brother handle spicy food? Why cry so dramatically? The three companions were utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Ming was enjoying a plate of fried rice, a feast for the senses. Undoubtedly crafted by the renowned chef number 9. After swallowing a mouthful, Ming hesitated to ask, earlier, was the pheromone truly sufficient? Caught up in his own turmoil at the time, he now reflected and sensed his mental state was not quite optimal. Halting momentarily, he replied, sufficient, receiving a reassuring confirmation. Ming nodded and was about to continue his meal when he recalled the care plan, reminding himself to smile more at the patients to encourage them. He softly called out, mindful that the others were unaware of the illness, lowering his voice to a whisper, wishing you a swift recovery. After quietly uttering this, he beamed a radiant, sweet smile. Someone was enchanted by the sweetness, taking a generous sip of the protein drink at hand, still yearning for more, and took another gulp. The group exclaimed, wow, the little brother looks magnificent when he smiles. Xiao was still deep in thought regarding the earlier question when he observed the leader's lips, moistened by the drink, and suddenly realized. I understand now, Xiao whispered in surprise. There is only one scenario in which the leader would make the little brother cry. What could it be? Treester and Ned urged eagerly. Oh dear, the leader must be quite forceful. Big Xiao wore an expression of reproach. How considerate of the little brother to inquire if the pheromone was sufficient. Treester and Ned exclaimed. The truth has emerged. After dinner, the meeting concluded, and with nothing more to attend to, Ming returned to his room. Upon entering, he lingered in the living room, pretending to search for a book in front of the bookshelf. The cute little mermaid and the handsome dragon figurine smiled at him. How annoying. How can I sleep like this? Ming called out to him. I'll read for a bit. The little mermaid nearly dropped the physical book in her hands. Nodding, she replied, all right, then I shall rest. Having not slept for nearly 30 hours since yesterday afternoon, he found it difficult to endure the prolonged high-intensity work. Once the bedroom door was securely closed, Ming let out a sigh, only then realizing he was holding a book on deep learning, foundations of geometry and unified framework, completely incomprehensible to him. After returning the mystical tome to the bookshelf, Ming quietly indulged in a holographic game on the sofa for over 2 hours. Yawning repeatedly, he finally sauntered toward his bedroom. A sense of melancholy washed over him. Would it be too late for him to find his partner still awake? Perhaps tending to some paperwork while clad in pajamas? Should he greet them before getting into bed, or wait until after? Perhaps it would be best to forego the greeting altogether and simply slip under the covers. With a resolute breath, Ming pushed open the door. The soft glow of the nightlight cast a gentle warmth across the room, where his mixed heritage partner lay sound asleep on one side of the expansive, plush bed, their breaths gently rising and falling beneath the covers. It made sense. After all, he had lost an entire night's sleep compared to his partner. What a futile worry. He sighed. Moving quietly, Ming entered the bathroom and completed his nightly routine in silence, before stealthily lying down on the other side of the bed. The spaciousness of the double bed allowed for a considerable gap between them, yet he found himself snug against the edge. The little mermaid adjusted her sleeping position, attempting to find slumber. However, the cool sweetness mingled with the fragrance of the shower gel wafted into his nostrils, rendering him wide awake. Ming mused to himself, lamenting that his partner needed their own scent to alleviate their ailments, while he was left yearning for ice cream during this period of restlessness. The little mermaid, unable to sleep, fidgeted on the bed, stretching her legs here and scratching her waist there. Although her movements were light, they still managed to disrupt the peace. The mixed heritage partner furrowed his brow in his dreams, tossing and turning until he unexpectedly rolled into the center of the bed. Ming froze in shock. One leg perched atop the other knee, hesitating to move. Yet, the dragon was not content to remain still. He suddenly reached out with his left hand, grasping the little mermaid's raised foot with urgency. Ming gasped, feeling a tingling sensation as if scales were beginning to form, a sign of irritation. Please, he murmured in his dreams, I'm not a traitor. The little mermaid, mistaking her foot for another's hand, pleaded in her sleep. Ming's attempt to withdraw came to a halt. The itching had ceased. Who among them was the traitor? Was it he? Was it she? Was it in reference to the film he had watched earlier that day, featuring a prince who died for love? Or was it about himself? The use of he and she instead of I suggested that it was not about him personally, but perhaps a mutual acquaintance. Yet, the term traitor was hardly one that would find its way into everyday conversation. Ming became fully awake, searching his memories for clarity, yet found no relevant information within the original text. His own writings were disappointingly scant. Now lying on his side, his hand had slipped naturally, releasing its hold on Ming, who soon succumbed to deep slumber once more. In the dim, flickering light of the night light, his sleeping visage appeared somewhat restless. The rich shadows cast by his golden-brown lashes accentuated his sharply defined features, subtly trembling with each slow breath. His pale golden strands fell in a hazy cascade, reminiscent of sorrow, strewn across the pillow. Where lies the semblance of a formidable villain? And Ming gazed for a prolonged moment, then withdrew his gaze to contemplate the ceiling. He had promised to remain for merely 2 days. Yet he had already begun to grow accustomed to the Phoenix and felt a sense of affection for Nine, Ivan, and the soldiers. It was difficult to articulate, yet it was undoubtedly a form of fondness. How could he and his band of rebels be deemed the antagonists? The original narrative was only partially unveiled. But according to the synopsis, the protagonist prince would ultimately annihilate the rebels, purging them to become the undisputed supreme monarch of the human empire, cherished by the protagonist and revered by his subjects, while instilling trepidation in the insectoid empire. He represented the greatest obstacle in the prince's journey of growth, the singular true adversary to be vanquished, and both he and his subordinates, whether Nine or Ivan, could not escape the clutches of death. Contemplating this, and Ming felt a chill in his heart. No, this cannot be. Chapter 18. Upon awakening the next day, he discovered the mermaid had already dressed and was engrossed in a book in the living room. "Good morning. How did you sleep last night?" the mermaid inquired sweetly. "Quite well," he replied, experiencing a fleeting illusion of sunlight streaming into the cabin. However, in the vastness of the cosmos, only artificial light illuminated his surroundings. "I haven't slept so soundly in a long time," he added. "Oh," the mermaid mused thoughtfully, clad in her command uniform. She fetched a glass of water and took a seat at the dining table, observing as the mermaid delicately placed a bookmark and closed her book. It was more than just a sunny day. It was as if one were bathed in the exquisite tranquility of a post-rain morning. "Shall we have breakfast indoors?" the mermaid suggested. "Yes," he replied, acquiescing to whatever the mermaid proposed. After leaving a message for Nine via his wristwatch, a mere 5 minutes passed before a small dining cart arrived, laden with a steaming breakfast, and Ming savored the bread and ham, sipping on hot milk, when he suddenly inquired, "What will you be doing today?" She paused, seemingly taken aback by her own inquiry, scratching her head. "I have a meeting," the half-blood dragon swiftly responded. "We need to finalize the exploration of the previous fire-type planet, and there is much preparatory work to be done for the upcoming supplies and team recruitment." She hesitated before adding, "I'll likely be busy all day. And tomorrow as well." And Ming's ears flushed crimson as he hesitated, then continued, "May I accompany you? I wish to sit in." He had not anticipated the mermaid would make such a request. Not responding immediately, and Ming lowered his head, feeling a pang of guilt. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the courage to assert, "I have officially joined the Justice Corps. Not only do I wish to attend the meeting, but I also hope to participate in all subsequent training and tasks within the army. However, I only wish to be involved in matters concerning you, that is to say, training alongside you and accompanying you on expeditions. My mental prowess is only at level 1, but please grant me some time, and I can serve as your mech technician. During the meeting, I can assist in preparing materials, deploying holograms, and acting as your aide. I can even pour water. Is it permissible?" The little mermaid has such a multitude of requests. Naturally, it is possible. The suspicions surrounding the little mermaid have long been dispelled. If there were still doubts, she would not have been allowed to remain, nor would all access permissions to the Phoenix vessel have been granted to her. Yet, it seems the little mermaid remains somewhat uncertain, resembling a plush toy with a pouting face, her fair skin tinged with a rosy hue, exuding an adorably earnest demeanor that is utterly delightful. One cannot help but feel an urge to playfully tease her. Ahem. The tone suddenly grew serious. "I do not require your service. I can provide for you quite well." "I mean it," and Ming quickly responded. Another silence ensued. I pouted my lips forward, insisting, "I am not a spy, truly." "Huh. You would do well not to give me any leverage, little spy." Having nearly finished breakfast, the half-blood dragon retrieved a napkin, elegantly wiping his mouth. He then stood, walked to the door, and prepared to exit. And Ming remained huddled at the dining table, watching him in astonishment. "Aren't you coming along?" the dragon urged, and Ming slowly widened her eyes. Does this mean you agree?" "Yes." Suddenly grinning, she realized how amusing it was to frighten the little mermaid. and Ming's previously sullen expression blossomed like a flower, and she skipped over, looking up at him. The two of them proceeded to the conference room side by side, and Ming continually replaying the little mermaid's earnest little visage in her mind, unable to suppress her laughter. The feeling of being subject to the little mermaid's various requests was rather pleasant, and Ming caught sight of the dragon's upturned lips. Finally recognizing that she had just been teased, the little mermaid exclaimed, "Ah!" Later in the meeting, and Ming learned that in 2 days, the Phoenix would enter the public star domain, approaching the Dragon Clan's border in the frigid winter constellation. They were set to arrive at planet 061, commonly known as Blackpool Star. This was a cold, frozen tundra planet, far from its star, with long day-night cycles, underdeveloped technology, and lax laws. Yet it boasted an abundance of natural resources. After conferring with his subordinates, they planned to procure a batch of raw materials for inhibitors, fresh fruits, vegetables, meats, and a large quantity of seeds. The little mermaid listened with great attentiveness, diligently taking notes on her photon pad. It was only when her hands began to warm that she realized she had been given a cup of hot water. "Thank you," and Ming replied, taken aback. "How is it that I am being served? The merfolk cannot be without water. Don't just focus on stealing my secrets, little spy," she replied with a smile. And Ming thought to herself that from the very start of the meeting, she felt the commander, the insectoid officer, and the soldiers were all aware of how exceptionally jovial the leader was today. They suddenly realized that last night marked the first night they had spent together since the little brother had formally stayed. Thus, it is indeed astonishing how the fated individuals have been nourished. The assembly expressed their exhilaration, declaring their delight. After finalizing the strategic segment of the meeting, they took the little mermaid to depart ahead, leaving the intricate execution details to the capable and reliable deputy officers Nine and Yuan. Moreover, a prolonged meeting would surely weary the little mermaid. After inquiring about her preferences during the spare time, arrangements were made. He escorted Ming to the mecha training ground, utilizing the simplest training mecha to impart the foundational principles to Ming. The little mermaid learned at an astonishing pace, demonstrating an ability to draw inferences quickly, swiftly mastering the primary skeletal design and the crucial maintenance points of the mecha, exhibiting a remarkable finesse in her practice and posing incisive questions. The half-blood dragon was taken aback and instructed Nine to devise a more systematic and personalized learning curriculum tailored to the little mermaid's needs. Meanwhile, Nine, who was still in the conference room finalizing plans, responded with a hint of exasperation through the training ground's loudspeaker. The following day, after concluding the Justice Army recruitment meeting, Ming expressed his desire to commence physical training. With a cheerful agreement, he assumed the role of training mentor. In the combat room, after demonstrating several close combat techniques, he gestured for the little mermaid to imitate and practice. To his surprise, not only was the little mermaid remarkably intelligent, but her physical coordination was also exceptional. After just a few attempts, her movements were both stylish and precise. Nearby, soldiers lifting weights observed the performance, showering praises upon her. The young lad, despite his youth, exhibited a commendable form, and Ming, eager to build muscle, joined in with a few slow-motion sparring sessions before heading to the equipment area, brimming with enthusiasm. He selected the smallest pair of dumbbells. "Wow, Commanderin, are you going to lift both at once?" The others jested, and Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Huh, is that possible?" "Of course. You could lift 10 at once if you wish. We'll assist you." Amused by their banter, and Ming recalled his previous university days, where he had joined a fitness club, aware that while dumbbells may appear small, they can be quite heavy. Regrettably, he had to withdraw from school due to health issues in his sophomore year, undergoing hospitalization and chemotherapy. Resolutely, Ming decided to attempt lifting one. Whether it was the little mermaid's unique perception or the artificial gravity of the spaceship, she effortlessly lifted the weight, which was considerably lighter than anticipated. "Impressive, impressive." The crowd erupted in applause, and Ming felt a surge of pride, casting a glance towards the larger dumbbells nearby. His subtle gaze was unmistakable, and everyone noticed. Goodness, the young lad may be small, yet he has quite the appetite. And Ming approached, reaching out to touch the hefty dumbbell, feeling the weight of their stares, and refrained from lifting it. Just then, a certain level of the dragon approached, effortlessly hoisting the dumbbell as one would a foam takeout box, demonstrating the ease of the task. Though his physique was undeniably muscular, it appeared remarkably proportionate, not resembling the typical bulk of a bodybuilder. Was he truly that formidable? And Ming cooperatively placed his hand over his own, feigning the act of lifting it. A sense of delight enveloped him. Time swiftly passed over the course of 2 days. Filled with a rigorous schedule of work and training, yet Ming reveled in the experience, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. The only hint of awkwardness was the absence of his previous nocturnal ramblings and peculiar gestures. He found solace in his own slumber, maintaining a comfortable distance at night that ensured they would not be too close upon awakening. Thus, this minor embarrassment gradually faded away. Fortunately, this time the false susceptibility period elicited minimal reaction, sparing them from any chaotic incidents. The Phoenix vessel navigated serenely along its predetermined course through the boundless cosmos. At last, the eternally dark porthole began to shimmer with a faint glow. They were entering the target star system of the constellation of eternal winter. At that moment, the little mermaid was engrossed in a book in the lounge when she sensed the change and hurried to the porthole to gaze outside. The spaceship was adjusting its course, revealing an enormous, deep crimson star before them. Its surface visibly swirled with dark currents, occasionally expelling unimaginable gusts of air. This marked the first time the Phoenix had ventured so close to a star. The red giant. The hybrid dragon behind her explained that there was also a red giant in the galaxy where the Earth was located, even larger than this one. Earth? And Ming had heard that name more than once. It is my headquarters, he said, affectionately named Sword Base Star, due to its vast inland sea shaped like a sword. Because its star was a red giant, Sword Base Star experienced no sunsets, perpetually enveloped in twilight. It sounded quite romantic. The little mermaid felt a flutter of anticipation, curious about what the actual scene would be like. The light radiating from the star illuminated her face, casting a hazy golden hue upon her, reminiscent of a warm little prince emerging from a fairy tale. A sensation stirred in Ming's throat. And Ming? Yes, we will arrive at Blackpool Star in approximately 2 hours. I may need to remain down there for 3 days. Could you provide me with a temporary mark? It was an unavoidable request. The little mermaid could significantly alleviate the rate of his mental sea atrophy, yet it would also induce dependence. The previous marking had already faded. Leaving for 3 days would likely evoke a profound longing for Ming's essence within mere hours. Although it was not during a heat period, a temporary mark would allow him to execute his tasks with greater peace of mind. Chapter 19. A warm, muted glow bathed the entire cabin. As if time had paused in that moment, the ambience around them whispering tales of enchanting intimacy. A mark? Very well, and Ming instinctively agreed. After securing the little mermaid's consent, he gently lowered his head, raising his hand to sweep aside his golden hair, revealing his elegant neck. Come, he beckoned, his voice akin to a whisper from the god of love. The sensitive period for Ming has concluded, yet a fervent fire ignites within him once more. Very well. Here I come. He licks his lips and leans forward. Just moments ago, in order to better observe the red giant star, he had conveniently extinguished the lights in the room using his wristwatch. As the mermaid's sharp canine grazed the warm, soft surface of his body, the spaceship abruptly changed its course, plunging the room into darkness. Within mere seconds, they were engulfed in complete blackness. All other senses were suddenly sealed off, leaving only their heavy breaths resonating clearly against each other's skin, stirring the scales of fish or dragon. After a brief moment of blankness, Ming quickly regained his awareness. Wait, he questioned in the darkness, are you not taking me down? Why must I still mark? Initially, he was met with a muffled rumble from within the throat, followed by the deep voice of the half-breed dragon. The customs of the Black Abyss Star are fierce, serving as a transit point for various races to engage in trade. Here, laws are virtually non-existent, and all transactions are implicitly governed by the rules of the underworld. It may be dangerous for you. Once we return to our base at Sword Base Star, you may go wherever you wish. That won't do, and Ming disagreed. On one hand, he was indeed suffocating aboard the spaceship, and on the other, they had come to an agreement. According to his analysis, as long as he eliminated the human emperor, he would not provoke the protagonist prince, allowing the prince to continue his bashful little life with his vice-admiral, remaining idle indefinitely. However, thus far, there had been no display of animosity towards the human emperor. Moreover, based on the information he had gleaned from the StarNet, they were currently at a point in time before the original story commenced. Something must have transpired later that transformed him into the great antagonist of the narrative. Therefore, from this moment on, he must closely accompany him, attempting to prevent whatever unnamed event might occur. I want to go down with you. I wish to accompany you every time you venture out, the mermaid declared. The lights remained unlit, obscuring their faces, and they could only discern their proximity through breath and voice. A slight movement could easily re-establish contact with one another's skin, causing a moment of distraction. Just as his thoughts wavered, the mermaid's sweet voice rang out again, close at hand. Take me down. Those 5 succinct words echoed like a demonic incantation, imbued with boundless power. He found himself unable to refuse. He intended to say no. The syllables danced upon his lips, yet what emerged was, all right. Splendid. And Ming exclaimed joyfully, as the intangible force that had ensnared the half-breed dragon vanished in an instant. No, something felt amiss. A fleeting doubt brushed past him. But when he reached for it, it was gone. Illuminate the lights. Let us establish some ground rules, he stated seriously. You will remain by my side, unconditionally obeying my commands, and in the event of danger, you will seek my assistance immediately. Understood, Commander, the mermaid replied, standing at attention and saluting with a semblance of military decorum. With a playful smile, I couldn't resist the urge to gently caress the blue head of the little mermaid. What a brazen little spy, stealing my information. Hee hee. 2 hours later, and Ming had donned a fitted blue combat suit, layered beneath a thick, warm gray cloak made of 3 layers of fleece. On his feet were sturdy black leather military boots that wrapped snugly around his calves as he made his way to the flight cabin. To introduce, the technology of the Blackpool star is rather underdeveloped, yet it boasts a large population, predominantly composed of unsavory characters who typically align themselves with local gangs. The entire planet has earned a reputation as a den of bandits. Simultaneously, the interstellar trade of travelers is vast and bustling, making it an excellent locale for acquiring intelligence. The Phoenix, a sleek and eye-catching aircraft carrier, had only been established for a little over a year. It aimed to develop discreetly, wishing to avoid drawing unnecessary attention too soon. Thus, the Phoenix remained cloaked in space, dispatching only 2 versatile small cargo ships. Upon arrival, and Ming found the silver-haired insectoid lieutenant awaiting him, accompanied by 4 soldiers. With the addition of the Little Mermaid, their number totaled 7, sufficient for procuring ordinary supplies. Yet, and Ming felt that one individual was missing. As if on cue, Yuan announced, "Here comes number 9. Just as the words left his lips, a melodious voice echoed through the air, and the long-absent holographic image of a male insectoid appeared at the end of the corridor, sprinting towards them. His light steps echoed crisply against the metallic floor. Not just a hologram, and Ming exclaimed as number 9 approached. His black hair slightly curled and striking black eyes glistening with vibrancy, his appearance remarkably handsome. He extended his hand towards the Little Mermaid, saying, "Touch it." And Ming affectionately grasped his hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Well, it's just like the real thing. It even has warmth." The Little Mermaid's mouth formed a perfect shape. How did number 9 manage this? "It's incredible." After another squeeze, with no adverse reaction, and Ming, feeling bold, pinched his cheek again. It was soft, bouncy, and delightfully smooth to the touch. The 4 soldiers also wished to join in, but were swiftly rebuffed by number 9, who declared, for admiration only, not for frivolous play. He is now a precious male insectoid. He merely raised an eyebrow at the soldiers, clearly indulgent towards number 9. Yuan, on the other hand, scoffed, TSK, indulging in rule-breaking again, while a hint of disdain flickered across his face. Unbeknownst to all, beneath the tightly covered collar, dark red insect patterns had begun to emerge below Yuan's clavicle. The 4 soldiers, a ship of their own, the Little Mermaid, the insectoid, and number 9 formed another ship. As everyone prepared, the doors of the flight transition pod opened, allowing the 2 ships to glide in. The rear doors closed, and the front doors to the outer cabin opened. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, the ship had departed from the Phoenix, steering towards the blue and white planet below, and Ming was filled with excitement. Seated, number 9 retrieved 2 knitted scarves from his military backpack, handing one to the Little Mermaid. Blackpool star is quite cold. Temperatures can plummet to -30 to 40 degrees. It could freeze you solid. And Ming, you must be careful. And Ming felt a twinge of anxiety, apprehensive that Jiuhao might inadvertently divulge their secret. Both he and Ewan remained fixated on the flight screen, silent. After a moment, Jiuhao remarked, "And Xiao Ming, aren't you curious why I don't concern myself with the captain and Ewan?" And Ming replied, "Huh? Concern about what?" Jiuhao responded with a mischievous tone, "Because they are too tough inside and out, they cannot be easily thawed." And Ming realized that Jiuhao had not changed the subject but was engaging in wordplay. Jiuhao continued, "I also won't worry, because it can always be reinstalled." Throughout this conversation, Jiuhao's every utterance revolved around Ding Ding. It was evident to anyone that he could not conceal his desire to boast, eagerly awaiting inquiries about the extraordinary Ding Ding. He was ready to disrobe and display it for all to see. In a jovial mood, he had dismissed previous grievances, and at that moment, he couldn't even be bothered to cast a glance. However, Ewan could no longer contain his irritation. "Shut up. Mention your ding-ding again, and I will rip it off and throw it away." Outside, the frigid vacuum of space posed a threat. Exposed skin would freeze and shatter within 10 seconds. Alarmed, Jiuhao cowered closer to Ming, exclaiming, "Ah no, where would I find it again?" The 20-minute descent, though brief, became all the more entertaining with Jiuhao's antics. The two small cargo ships landed in succession. The security checks were swift and remarkably lax. The officer hardly scrutinized how many individuals were aboard the spacecraft. Whatever Ewan asserted was accepted without question. Even his identity as a bug creature went unnoticed. According to their plan, the primary task was to verify the raw materials for the suppressants. Once confirmed, they would exchange payment for delivery. Prior to their arrival, they had made reservations on the Star Network. To their dismay, upon communication with the previously arranged seller, he feigned lament, claiming that the raw materials they had prepared had been forcibly purchased by another party. They were currently hastily extracting from the forest and would not be able to replenish their stock until the day after tomorrow. To compensate for labor costs, the price for the goods would increase by 20% on that date. "Thieves," Ewan cursed. Restraining his outrage, he inquired in a low voice, "Can you disclose the buyer's information?" Terrifying tales of the rebels had spread across the stars, recounting their annihilation of colossal alien beasts, their conquest of uncharted planets that others dared not enter, and their effortless eradication of audacious space pirates in their name. Ordinary individuals would hardly dare to seize resources. Yet this time, the order had been placed anonymously. Nonetheless, it still contradicted the unspoken rules of Heightened Star. "Oh, but how could that be in accordance with the rules?" the seller lamented. "It's wrong to seize resources, and it's also improper to pry into the buyer's information. Heightened Star has many clandestine dealings. These are fundamental principles. I can offer 25%. Sir, why didn't you say so sooner?" The astute seller, seeing profit, instantly cast aside any notion of propriety, as the fault lay with the buyer in the first place, and Ming could discern through his watch that he was laughing heartily. They were the royal guard of the human empire, notoriously arrogant and unreasonable. Not only did they seize all your goods, but they also made off with my 10 vials of natural pheromone extract from the merfolk. The seller began to grit his teeth. He demanded 100,000 star coins per vial. They had only paid 60,000 in total. Suddenly, a pair of vertical pupils appeared, dangerously narrowing their green gaze. Number 9 and Ivan exchanged glances. "The royal guard?" Ivan inquired. The seller replied, "Indeed. They carry themselves with an air of superiority, even more regal than the emperor himself. They are a small squad of 6, not quite sure what mission they are on, but it is said they have traversed several planets, pillaging wherever they go. They demand only the finest." The seller continued to lament, listening intently, and Ming confirmed the precise delivery time for the day after tomorrow, insisting that the seller's commission of 25% was non-negotiable before abruptly ending the communication. Everyone remained still. Upon hearing about the royal guard, Ming began to feel restless. Chapter 20. Ming pondered if he was about to collide with the storyline. Would he encounter the emperor's royal guard directly, leading to a conflict that would breed his hatred for the emperor? For the sake of his life and the longevity of his sanctuary, the best course of action was to leave the Blackpool Star immediately, avoiding any form of confrontation with the guards. However, the raw materials were also of utmost importance. Through the meeting, Ming learned that the raw material for the suppressants was a rare extract derived from the fruit of a camphor shrub, rich in calming factors, producing soothing effects akin to pheromones, which only grew in the extremely unique cold environments of a few planets. In reality, chemically manufactured suppressants could suffice, easily ordered online at a reasonable price. However, the pure natural variant yielded superior results with minimal side effects, leading the military to consistently favor this premium option. Leaving directly was certainly inappropriate, and they wouldn't agree to it. The merfolk were mired in their own thoughts while the three pondered. The insectoid crossed his arms and scoffed. "This place is quite close to the now extinct Dragon Empire's territory. What would the Royal Guard be doing here? Furthermore, when did Blackpool Star begin trafficking in merfolk pheromones?" The half-blood dragon, struck by a thought, tapped the armrest of the driver's seat. Wasn't he at the guards who captured Ming previously? Ming remained silent, assuming the merfolk had unearthed some unpleasant memories. He gently patted the merfolk's hand and continued. Ming mentioned that they believed he was to be sold to the main star for a hefty profit. But evidently, It was not for sale. The guard's mission is not difficult to deduce. They are tasked with capturing merfolk, as someone of royal lineage is gravely ill. And Ming recalled the narrative's premise. The tears of the merfolk were considered a miraculous cure, capable of treating all manner of ailments. With the black market, even mentioning it could remedy impotence. Upon concluding, his expression turned solemn and grave. Ivan remarked, "Are you worried about that foolish lad? It can't be him. Mark isn't so invested." Mark is the name of the emperor, and Ming learned this from the book. Yet he found himself perplexed by the mention of the foolish boy. Additionally, observing the dialogue with Ivan, he sensed an undercurrent of concern. And Ming's heightened attention towards the imperial guards was not his desire. However, the following remarks left the mermaid further bewildered. "It's of no concern to us. We shall let them be regarding the resources they have seized. We will act discreetly and avoid direct confrontation." Nine chimed in, "Indeed, let us steer clear of them." And Ming pondered, "Does this mean I need not worry about preventing any encounters between the two parties?" He was confused by their apparent indifference, even as he sensed an underlying anxiety. How could the original narrative elicit such intense animosity towards Emperor Mark? Surely, some pivotal incident must have occurred. As it stands, it seems unlikely that this event transpired on Black Tar Star. And Ming relaxed slightly, only to realize his palms were clammy with cold sweat. The mission plan must be adjusted. The raw materials for the suppressants won't be available until the day after tomorrow. Therefore, I shall utilize today and tomorrow for procuring food and seeds. The warship landed in a public parking area on the mountainside, conveniently close to the town where the inhabitants of Black Tar Star gathered, a mere 10-minute walk away. By afternoon, the distant sun cast a slanting light upon the frozen ground. As far as the eye could see, every structure and the earth itself were blanketed in white frost, and the air was exceedingly frigid, with expansive coniferous forests thriving nearby. Yet, the marketplace was bustling with life, and Ming, having not spent time outdoors in ages, momentarily set aside his worries, his excitement palpable as he took in the vibrant surroundings, even finding the biting cold wind endearing. Observing the throng of people, his spirits soared. Since this journey to Black Tar Star wouldn't trigger the plot, he decided to fully embrace the local customs and culture. However, his joy was short-lived. From the moment their group entered the marketplace, and Ming felt the weight of countless gazes upon them. Though the soldiers accompanying him were tall and imposing, and Ivan possessed a distinctive demeanor, it was not enough to warrant such attention. The crux of the matter lay in the extraordinary appearances of the mermaid and nine. Whether merchants or travelers, the unabashed stares directed at them made Ming exceedingly uncomfortable. The onlookers not only scrutinized them openly, but also began to murmur loudly among themselves. "Are those a mermaid and a male insect? My heavens! Each is a rare sight on their own, yet two together? I wonder what they taste like. They say one is sweeter than the other." And Ming listened intently, fully aware of their words. The expression on the hybrid dragon's face darkened visibly. However, the vast majority of those around possessed discernment, recognizing that the companions of the merfolk and the formidable insectoid were not to be trifled with. After a few exchanges of words attempting to gain the upper hand, they ceased their banter. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained tense, and Ming, filled with trepidation, grasped his arm and reassured, "It's all right. I am not the leader." Regardless of his position as a subordinate or partner, he felt compelled to stand up for him, as causing a commotion that attracted the attention of the royal guards would be unfavorable. The hybrid dragon remained silent, his emerald gold slitted eyes narrowing dangerously, radiating an icy glare akin to a cold blade. And Ming, in a state of desperation, released pheromones in an attempt to soothe the situation. Yet, it was too late. A powerful, odorless pheromone surged forth like an icy tempest, striking everyone within a radius of several meters with unrelenting force. In that fleeting moment, and Ming felt an overwhelming yet gentle mental force enveloping him, exerting a strong pressure that he could withstand, though others were not as fortunate. The four subordinates behind him displayed visible pain, while the merchants and travelers fared worse. They had not yet comprehended the situation, collapsing in the street or clutching their stalls, their legs giving way and faces paling. Those of lower rank groaned incessantly. Ivan, a high-ranking military female, furrowed her brow but did not remain idle. She swiftly approached a traveler who had drawn her ire, her chitinous arm slicing through the air to shear off a significant portion of his hair. "Next time, it will be your head," the insectoid coldly remarked. A faint, foul odor wafted through the air, and the man, now kneeling, lost control of his faculties. And Ming interjected, "Brothers, weren't we supposed to keep a low profile?" Ivan halted her mental assault, glancing at her own hand in confusion. Get lost, the white-haired insectoid retorted, spitting at the man on the ground. The individual dared not utter a sound, his pant legs soaked in urine and mud as he crawled away in haste. The marketplace fell into an eerie silence. What? Still watching? Do you want to experience it again? Number 9 threatened, raising a fist. His words had an immediate effect, awakening the bystanders from their stupor as they hastily scrambled to their feet, resuming their previous shouts and bargaining as if nothing had transpired. No one daring to cast another glance in their direction. It was clear that only the most esteemed individuals could command the presence of the insectoid and the merfolk. Truly, they were not to be trifled with. And Ming let out a sigh of relief. Turning around, he wore an expression of sincere apology, his eyes innocent and pitiful, as if to say, "It's not my fault that I am good-looking." The hybrid dragon, instantly assuaged of his doubts, regarded him with soft blue eyes. "Did I frighten you?" he inquired. And Ming shook his head, "Not at all." Though their time together had been brief, they shared the intimacy of a bed as partners. And fear was not his sentiment. However, in that moment, the ruthless and sinister persona of the antagonist from the books had briefly overlapped in his mind. He remained composed and unperturbed. He pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Did you just unleash your mental prowess?" Came the soft reply, and Ming's eyes glimmered with thought. "I believe it is manageable." The hybrid dragon smiled gently. "Our compatibility is remarkably high. I would not cause you harm." "Oh," replied the little mermaid. Before long, no. 9 had brought down 2 thick, furry ear warmers, and the 2 of them wrapped them around their necks, burying half their faces within. They resumed their shopping, and the procurement had officially commenced. After merely glancing at 2 vegetable stalls without inquiring about the prices, they were once again interrupted. This time, it was Ivan. Unbeknownst to them, he had purchased 2 oversized, plush earmuffs from the hat shop across the street, 1 in each hand, and declared to the little mermaid and number 9, "Put these on." With a look of disdain, number 9 retorted, "Why should I?" "TSK, because you broke the rules. Wear them," Ivan insisted. Number 9, having only just acquired a physical form, was reluctant to wrap himself up like this, protesting, "I am an upper-tier entity. My designation is that of a male insect. What can they possibly do to me? Do they dare beg me? Shut it. If there's an opening, they can get to you." The insect race grew irate and unceremoniously shoved number 9's entire head into the earmuff, insisting, "You don't need to breathe." "No." 9 managed to push his eyes and the tip of his nose out, gasping, "Isn't this just for the sake of realism? And who says I don't need to breathe? I've put in so much effort to make myself convincingly real." Ivan chose to ignore him. Turning to stuff the second earmuff onto his head, "Here you go, Chief." Holding the hat, he glanced at the little mermaid. And Ming stammered, I am also an upper tier." Without waiting for the future archvillain to respond, he snatched the hat and put it on obediently. It really is quite ugly. He was originally clad in a form-fitting battle suit complemented by a gray cloak, maintaining a slender silhouette, yet with the addition of the bulky hat, he resembled a turnip head. Number 9 shot a fierce glare at the military female beside him, muttering incessantly, "What a waste of my stunning beauty." And Ming found himself in reluctant agreement. Just as he was feeling disheartened, he suddenly felt warmth enveloping his hand. He grasped his own hand. "Little turnip," the hybrid dragon said, "watch your step and hold on tight. Don't get left behind." Initially, and Ming felt a surge of indignation, thinking, "So you do think I look like a turnip?" But then he realized he was holding hands. It was the kind of intimate grip shared between enamored couples, fingers entwined. "I want to get lost," he asserted, curling his fingers slightly in an attempt to break free. Yet, the grip tightened. "They are still watching you, secretly." And Ming asked, "What? Is this a declaration of ownership?" The little mermaid, tenderly protected by the top-tier big shot, would deter anyone with even a modicum of sense from acting rashly upon witnessing such a scene. And Ming. Chapter 21. Those who come to Blackpool Star for trade are not to be trifled with. However, following the intimidation from Ivan, combined with Ming and 9's thorough concealment, no one dared to provoke them any further. As for the discreet glances, since they were indeed secretive, the little mermaid remained oblivious. Consequently, the subsequent procurement became a delightful affair. Primarily, 9 took charge, as considerations regarding the storage of purchased fruits and vegetables, the balancing of nutritional value, and the flavors that would most appeal to the crew of the Phoenix were all matters he could adeptly manage. Thus, like a seasoned connoisseur, 9 meticulously selected and analyzed the subtle expressions of vendors for bargaining, while Ivan handled the advance payments, and the four subordinates managed subsequent delivery communications. As for the Little Mermaid, he was a mere bystander, responsible for the enjoyment of food and drink. 9 selected a bag of purple berries and handed it to the Little Mermaid. It was rather inconvenient to hold hands while eating, giving Ming a justified reason to release his grip. He picked one of the purple fruits, noting its resemblance to a small tomato. Yet its aroma was akin to that of grapes, intertwined with a hint of wine fragrance. The Blackpool fruit, a local specialty, transformed into an encyclopedia of flavors. It was tart upon entry, with a sweet aftertaste, and Ming curiously popped one into his mouth, the soft, juicy fruit bursting with an intense fragrance that filled his senses. "Wow, this is absolutely delicious. Everyone, do try some," and Ming exclaimed, cradling the bag as he made his rounds. Ivan and the 4 subordinates each took 2, and after tasting, they all sang its praises. When it was 9's turn, the dark-haired, imposing figure shot a glare at the Little Mermaid. "And Xiaoming, are you doing this on purpose?" "Huh." And Ming feigned innocence. "You should eat too, not just work." 9 huffed. "How can I eat?" "Oh." The Little Mermaid tapped his head. "It's mainly because you resemble a human too much." This comment pleased 9, who snorted, "I forgive you." And Ming then raised the paper bag before a certain dragon. "Come on." The dragon regarded the Little Mermaid without moving, arching an eyebrow and slightly parting his lips. "What do you mean by come?" And Ming replied, "Huh? Everyone is eating. Then you feed me." He slightly lowered his head, a strand of pale golden hair slipping from behind his ear. "Are you declaring your claim again?" However, this indeed made him feel more secure. And the Blackpool fruit was simply too delectable, and Ming couldn't wait to have a taste. After all, they were already intimate companions, sharing the same bed. So why fuss over such trivialities? Generously, and Ming selected the largest fruit, delicately pinching it between his thumb and forefinger, and carefully brought it to the mixed-blood dragon's lips. The dragon chewed, raising an eyebrow again. "Sweeter than what I had last time." Hee, the Little Mermaid was truly elated, considering their 2 lifetimes together. It had been over 2 years since he had spent such a long time outdoors in the cold, eating raw fruit. To express his gratitude, he reciprocated with a gift of his own, extending a delicate finger to feed a berry back. And Ming was met with a mouthful, his lips puckering adorably. Walking alongside Ivan and his 4 subordinates, a question arose. Who was this? They did not recognize the figure, certainly not their own leader. Number 9 wore a look of satisfaction, and Xiaoming was the angel sent by the cosmic deity for salvation. Blackpool Star was one of the rare celestial bodies in the cosmos renowned for its bountiful harvests of fruits and vegetables. Despite the prevalent banditry, the produce was undeniably fresh and entirely organic. Ultimately, Number 9 placed a substantial order for leafy greens, melons, nightshades, legumes, and various root vegetables, ensuring ample quantities of each variety. The merchants, having learned the location of the cargo ship, were eager to please, assuring prompt delivery the following day. Upon leaving the trading district, and Xiaoming inquired, "Once they deliver tomorrow, shall we transfer the goods directly onto the ship?" "Indeed," came the response. "Are you not concerned about receiving short weight, or about the possibility of spoiled produce mingling with the fresh?" And Xiaoming recalled his brother's attempts to prepare hospital meals for him after his recent hospitalization, having been cheated numerous times at the nearby agricultural market. "Blackpool Star never cheats in this regard," came the reply. "That is precisely why we must procure the raw materials for the suppressants here." "I see," and Xiaoming understood. With the prolonged day-night cycle of Blackpool Star, they arrived in the afternoon, and with their purchases nearly complete, dusk began to settle. Instead of suggesting a return journey, he asked the Little Mermaid, "Would you like to explore the night market? Is there a night market on Blackpool Star?" And Xiaoming nodded vigorously. "Is it permissible?" With a smirk, he replied, "Certainly, I shall accompany you." He turned to the others, stating, "Mission accomplished for today. You are free to disperse. Whether you choose to continue exploring or return to the inn is entirely up to you." Given that they were to stay on Blackpool Star for 3 days, sleeping on the cargo ship was not an option, and accommodations had been reserved in advance. "It is too cold. We shall return to rest." After a brief discussion, the 4 subordinates performed a simple military salute before bidding farewell, primarily eager to avoid further servings of fish dragon fare from their leader. Ivan glanced at his watch and reminded them, "We are to procure seeds in another town tomorrow, so we must rise early. It would be best to return to the inn within 3 hours." As a brother who had faced life and death together, he habitually participated in all endeavors alongside them, and thus he tacitly accepted his role in accompanying them. Upon hearing of the free time, number 9 was invigorated. "In Xiaoming, let us go," he exclaimed excitedly. "Allow me to show you the delights and pleasures." With the aid of personalized algorithms, he would provide precise recommendations. And Xiaoming was pulled forward. Glancing back to see Ivan had caught up. Pausing momentarily, he then resumed his stride. The group reached the southernmost street of the town. As the first lights illuminated, the daytime stalls had vanished, replaced by the standard food truck configurations of a bustling street market. The glow of the lights painted the air above the small town in hues of crimson as tendrils of smoke rose and dissipated, reminiscent of an ethereal dreamscape. The night buzzed with a liveliness that starkly contrasted the day, and Xiaoming was drawn into the experience, indulging in sights, sounds, and tastes, moving in a delightful rhythm of stops and starts. A myriad of unheard-of delicacies fills the air with a complex and overlapping symphony of aromas, saturating the entire street and tantalizing the palate. With each bite of the culinary treasures recommended by 9, before I could swallow the first morsel, I found myself eagerly inquiring about its taste. Is it as delightful as they say on Starnet? Does it leave a lingering fragrance? And Ming, aware of 9's envious cravings, endeavored to articulate his sensations in exquisite detail. The outer layer is crisp, while the beneath is soft and elastic. The first filling exudes a glutinous fragrance, and the second layer resembles a delightful meringue of chocolate chips and crumbs from milk biscuits, offering a rich, multifaceted experience that lingers on the taste buds. "Oh!" And Xiaoming, your eloquence is making me salivate. As night descended, the throngs of people surpassed those of the day, shoulder to shoulder, and before I knew it, the mixed crowd had once again intertwined hands with the little mermaid, following closely behind. The stunning beauty, the gallant gentleman, led the way with an air of authority, and Ming felt as if he were floating upon clouds under the night sky, his spirits soaring. "You aren't upset with 9, are you?" "Why would I be?" "Because you mentioned you would accompany me." "Oh, am I not doing just that?" "Thank you." Indeed, as they conversed, they arrived at a vacant space at the crossroads where a few individuals were distributing items, with 3 large woven baskets laid out before them. 9 had already joined the commotion, and Ming, intrigued, suggested, "Shall we take a look?" Upon approaching, they discovered the baskets contained an assortment of small torches, most of which were crudely carved from raw wood, exuding a natural charm, while a few were adorned with metal. "Esteemed Prince, charming little mermaid, would you like a sacred torch from the Fire God Festival?" One of the vendors called out. "How many star coins?" 9 nudged Ivan with his elbow, signaling to prepare the coin pouch for payment. "No money required," the vendor replied. "This is a sacred emblem of the Fire God Festival, not to be measured by price." "The Fire God Festival?" Ming inquired, intrigued. 9 leaned closer to the little mermaid's ear, whispering, "One of the traditional festivals of heightened star. The sacred torch is an essential item for every participant in the parade." Strangely, no one mentioned it was free on Starnet. "It's not my fault." "It's your folly," interjected the insectoid with pointed ears, standing protectively behind 9 and the little mermaid. The vendor chuckled. "Sir, it's evident that this is your first visit to Heightened Star, and you're unaware, aren't you? This is our grandest festival." The vendor began to elaborate passionately. As more people gathered, many unfamiliar with the Fire God Festival, the vendor inadvertently became a source of enlightenment. "The wicked black dragon was blinded and when I buy a torch, roaring. Who are you?" The little mermaid blacksmith answered calmly. The speaker's enthusiasm grew as he animatedly addressed Ming, captivating the audience, who were startled by his sudden gestures. And Ming listened with great interest, resting a hand on the little mermaid's shoulder, silently accompanying her. Suddenly, someone jostled against him. The mixed-blood individual, quick-witted, swiftly shielded the little mermaid in his embrace, preventing her from being struck. "Be careful," he admonished in a deep voice, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "My apologies," the stranger, clad in a traditional long robe typical of the region, with a wide hood shielding his head and his entire body wrapped tightly against the cold, was indiscernible in terms of ethnicity or gender. Squinting his eyes, the hooded figure moved away. "It was merely an accidental brush," and Ming remarked with a smile. "Indeed," he replied, retracting his gaze. The speaker finally concluded, "And thus, we arrive at the origins of the Fire God Festival. At precisely midnight, the festival will commence grandly. We shall parade with torches from the southernmost point of the town all the way to the mountaintop, singing and dancing, with spectacular performances. Midnight. Everyone should sacrifice a night of sleep to attend." The group began distributing torches, and regardless of whether they would attend later, everyone cheerfully accepted them. "Are you interested in watching?" And Ming inquired eagerly, nodding vigorously. Absolutely. Evan, standing nearby, glanced at his watch, his expression inscrutable. Then we shall go. The seed procurement can be postponed until tomorrow afternoon or the day after. He made the decision. As you wish, Evan replied. Chapter 22 with ample time before midnight. Number 9 suggested they forego returning to the inn for rest and instead find a bar to sit and wait. The night air in the black pool was rather biting. Yet the bar was as warm as spring. The main hall boasted a roaring fireplace, with more than half of the seats occupied. As patrons eagerly awaited the Midnight Fire God Festival, Evan directed the bartender to arrange a private table at the back. Number 9 and the Little Mermaid had to remove their hats and scarves, shedding their plush cloaks to reveal their appearances entirely, as they wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Once settled, Number 9, considering everyone's tastes, ordered 4 beers, a signature dark beer from the Dragon Clan for himself, a high-alcohol yellow beer for Evan, a refreshing white beer popular among the locals for the Little Mermaid, and a sweet fruit beer for himself. Can you drink? And Ming asked curiously. Solid foods like fruits are off-limits, but liquids are permissible, Number 9 replied cheerfully, and they can be completely expelled afterward. Wow, and Ming marveled once more, seeing Number 9 as indistinguishable from a real human. Can you guess where it's expelled from? Number 9 asked, playfully mysterious. The Little Mermaid rolled her eyes and cooperatively replied, from your little buddy. Number 9 immediately gave a thumbs up, and Xiao Ming, you truly know how to flatter. You are my closest brother. The Little Mermaid chuckled, and the two clinked their glasses in a moment of camaraderie, their spirits exceedingly high, while Evan sat in silence, his expression dark. After each having taken a few sips of wine, Number 9 remarked, though it may seem peculiar, I must confess that I can now produce bodily fluids as clean as those I have ingested. I must create some for myself. And Ming replied, bodily fluids? No. 9 responded, saliva, you fool. Oh, and I could also use that white substance. Let me check my references to make it fragrant. Turning to Chongzi, he asked, may I borrow some of yours tonight? I need to analyze its composition. It would be wise to gather more. Mr. Jun Ci felt a vein throb on his temple, on the verge of losing his temper. Just then, a commotion erupted at the door. 6 formidable, muscular-armed soldiers swaggered in. They boldly took their seats at the central square table, slamming their hands down, demanding, where's the bartender? Coming right up. What can I get for you, gentlemen? The bartender greeted with a smile. The private room was semi-open, and Ivan sat at the outermost edge, casting a quick sideways glance before turning back to say, the Imperial Guard. In Ming's heart sank. He observed that the latter appeared unfazed. Bring us 6 servings of your best and most expensive wines. One of the gruff-voiced men commanded, sounding like the leader. Certainly. It shall be ready shortly. The bartender departed and soon returned, announcing, enjoy your drinks, gentlemen. You. Stay here and do not bother anyone else, the commanding voice asserted, claiming the bartender without offering any gratuity. They had scarcely taken a few swigs before they began drunkenly cursing. Damn it. I searched all night and found nothing. What are you gentlemen looking for? The bartender inquired supportively. A mermaid. We've been searching for months. At the afternoon assembly, they said a new one had appeared in the Blackpool Star. Yet we haven't seen a trace. The bartender replied, there are indeed rumors. I have also heard that this mermaid is extraordinarily beautiful and has several bodyguards. And so what? They will still surrender without a fight? We are the most elite of the human empire. And Ming listened silently, growing increasingly anxious. Don't worry. Speak, he nodded. He was not particularly concerned about the bartender revealing their identities. Upon entering, the bartender had covered himself thoroughly, only removing his hat after serving the drinks. He seemed to have no intention of provoking trouble, so there should not be any issues. Yet, a sense of foreboding lingered. Outside, the guards continued their raucous chatter, showing no decorum in public. Damn this miserable job. I wonder if there are any living mermaids left in the entire star system? Our good Mark is just dreaming. Indeed, the military pay he offers should be doubled. But once we catch one, it will be a fortune. We won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. The bartender interjected, speaking of Emperor Mark, I heard he plans to appoint himself as a general soon, gentlemen. Is this true? That would be quite unusual. A loud voice exclaimed, what business do you, the Blackpool Star's public domain, have with our human empire? Besides, wasn't it manageable before? And to think, a traitor leading the charge into battle. What a stroke of misfortune. Thankfully, that blue fellow is already dead, the traitor. With that, he spat vehemently. The bartender, perplexed, replied, but I have heard that if it weren't for General Bluefang's remarkable efforts, The human and insect empires would have struggled to annihilate the dragon clan in such a short span. How did he become a traitor and meet his end? And Ming glanced at the three individuals beside him, all wearing blank expressions. He pondered in his heart, who exactly is this General Blue Foam? He seems to be a significant figure, yet he is utterly absent from the original text. Moreover, they appear quite familiar with Emperor Mark of the human race and possess a profound understanding of the human empire. Yet they react not at all to the name Blue Foam. What a dreadful narrative. Of course he is a traitor. Who else is as heartless and ungrateful as he? The loud voice continued with fervor. Speaking of which, he was indeed unfortunate, forced to confront his father on the battlefield, directly facing him. After killing his father, he suddenly had a change of heart, allowing the Dragon Clan to retaliate and leading to the demise of the former Emperor Astel. How unfortunate it is to have such a treacherous nephew. Luckily, our dear Mark inherited his brother's throne and promptly exiled him. Huh? Is that so? The bartender exclaimed in surprise. I do know a bit about General Bluefang's lineage. His father was General Lands of the Dragon Clan, and his mother was Princess Manshudel of the human race. Former Emperor Astel was his uncle. By this token, Emperor Mark must be quite ruthless, considering Blue Foam is his own nephew. It's no wonder our good Mark is so unfeeling. The loud voice scoffed. Yet I have also heard that General Blue Foam chose self-exile. It is said that his subordinates are fiercely loyal, pledging to follow him unto death. His level of mental acuity is quite rare. So how could Emperor Mark dare to punish him? The bartender replied, whether self-exiled or forced into exile, what difference does it make? After all, he met his demise in a shipwreck a year ago, lost in the void of space, ha ha ha. Several guards erupted in laughter, their mirth laced with schadenfreude. The bartender joined in with a chuckle, though he seemed somewhat unconvinced. The guards continued to mock. Did you know? Even if the ship had not met with disaster, he could have perished in a mech explosion or through food poisoning, any manner of misfortune. Someone of his caliber does not deserve to exist. As Ming listened, a growing sense of unease enveloped him. A general? A figure of high caliber? A father from the Dragon Clan and a mother from the human race? The name Blue? Panic surged within him as he turned to the three beside him, only to suddenly realize that Yuan had completely transformed into an insectoid being. The insectoid rose from its seat, dark armor sprouting in segments, arms rapidly morphing into sharp bone blades, soon towering to the ceiling as a grotesque entity. He hunched over, his head grotesquely adorned in a sinister blend of black and red, with 2 large and 4 smaller crimson slits resembling bloodthirsty eyes, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. I shall slay them. A coarse, garbled voice emerged from the depths of the creature's throat. Calm down, great insect. Number 9's finger produced a needle-like object, striking with lightning speed into the chink of the bug's armored neck. Quick, regain your composure. Whatever substance Number 9 injected seemed to render the creature instantly limp, collapsing directly onto him. It had fainted. Though Number 9 appeared delicate and beautiful, his strength was formidable. He effortlessly lifted Ivan and set him upright again, a sheer waste. It had remained untouched since he intended to use it before bedtime. He grasped a wine glass, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, and in the next moment, the sound of shattering glass echoed from next door. It was tea crushed in his grip, but rather smashed. A sharp crack that cut through the raucous clamor of the bar with striking clarity. What was that noise? The guards took notice, and Ming froze in place. The bartender chuckled. It seems a guest in the private booth has accidentally dropped something. I'll make sure he compensates for it. Silence fell next door, as if they wished to avoid drawing attention. The guards, finally realizing they had spoken too much, shifted the conversation to the pheromone extraction liquid they had acquired from the Mermaid just days prior. It was incredibly potent. I soaked through a large area this morning, and by noon, it was still there. Just imagine the pleasure it would bring to the Merking once we capture it. The crude banter failed to capture Ming's attention. He suppressed a wave of anxiety and inquired, Are you all right? Upon hearing the mermaid's call, the half-dragon hybrid, once as still as stone, finally reacted. He lifted his face, turning towards the mermaid, with his golden hair no longer obscuring his visage. And Ming noticed the black dragon scales that adorned the depths of his neck. His back began to writhe as if alive, dragon wings seemingly howling in silence, yearning to rend flesh from bone. The green-gold slit pupils formed 2 stark lines, emanating an unsettling, inhuman aura. Goodness, why are you all transforming in succession? Just as Number 9 helped Ivan regain his human form, he was nearly paralyzed by the unfolding scene. And Ming's condition appeared dire, and indeed, Number 9 exclaimed. He is about to go berserk. And Ming, at a loss for what to do, stammered, "What should we do?" Number 9's expression paled. "We cannot allow him to lose control. His secrets must remain hidden. We must calm him." And Ming, terrified, extended his hand, uncertain of where to place it. "Fool." Number 9 reminded him, "Inject pheromones through your mouth." And Ming's mind raced in panic, utterly forgetting the meaning of this false marking. With closed eyes and a resolute heart, he lunged forward, cradling the dragon-scaled face and kissing him fervently. Chapter 23. The little mermaid trembled as she extended her tongue, fully prepared to resist and struggle. The dragon scales were cold, hard, and sharp as blades, with pheromones beginning to seep out. The only thought in her mind was to endure, and Ming, steeling himself, attempted to penetrate. The half-blooded dragon obediently parted its pearly teeth, revealing its soft, warm tongue. Lacking experience. And Ming's face flushed crimson as he transferred his own saliva into the dragon's mouth, lamenting the loss of his first kiss. After a passive moment of kissing, he gradually began to reciprocate, and Ming felt the rigid scales beneath his fingers slowly yield to the softness of the dragoness neck. He dared to slightly open his eyes, and was met with captivating blue irises, narrowed and enchanting. "Wonderful, my pheromones are effective," and Ming thought, as he attempted to withdraw his tongue. Instead, his hands migrated to the dragon's back, deepening this unexpected kiss. Cold clashed with cold, their pheromones intertwining. Their mouths were ground against each other, every inch of flavor consumed eagerly. The insatiable demand continued. At long last, the prolonged kiss subsided, and Ming returned to his original position, breathing heavily. He adjusted the creases in his clothing, awkwardly raising his gaze to meet the opposite side. Yavin had awakened. His face flushed as he turned away. Number 9 looked at him with envy. "And Xiaoming, your method is quite effective. What was it like?" And Ming replied, "The warmth that had just receded is now rolling back in, even more intense." Recovering from his draconic state, he coldly remarked, "Shut up, Number 9. A silence fell among the four of them, with no one offering an explanation for the guards' raucous chatter. The guards continued to drink, grumbling, "Who are those people over there? Their noise is ruining my mood." The sound of chairs scraping echoed as they prepared to approach. The bartender interjected, "Two couples over there. Can't help but be flirtatious. So don't look. It'll dirty your eyes." With a scoff, the guards settled back down. "You, little waiter, are not bad. Bring another round of drinks." Right away, Yavin suddenly inquired of Number 9, "What are the odds of me being recognized?" "Just you?" Number 9 swiftly calculated. 95 chance they'll see you as a bug species. 30 chance they'll associate you with the righteous army based on rumors, and 1 chance they'll connect you to Lanfeng. Understood. Yavin remained remarkably composed, entirely devoid of the earlier anger, and turned to the leader, who calmly responded with a single word, "Good." And Ming's heart raced. Yet, Yavin remained still. "Let us wait a bit longer," he said. "I don't wish to tarnish this establishment." As the guards lingered, they waited in silence. Meanwhile, the neighboring table's drinker, who had inexplicably shattered his glass, quietly called for the bill and departed early. They remained seated as the Fire God Festival approached, and at last, the inebriated guards finally took their leave. "Ah, my dear brother, do you think that during the parade I might have the fortune of encountering someone? Perhaps a love at first sight, a blaze of passion, and whisk her away to my residence. Ha. Or perhaps I should simply wish to meet that elusive mermaid. I long to return to my home planet and take a rest. If I were to capture that mermaid, we brothers would indulge ourselves to our heart's content." Evan then stood up and said, "You all have fun." With that, he took his leave, closely followed by the royal guard as they exited the bar. Number 9 stretched lazily and retrieved a torch from his military pack. "And Xiaoming, let us go and have some fun." And Xiaoming understood that the 6 royal guards would never encounter anything but death. Awaiting them was only the Grim Reaper, a demon with 6 insect-like eyes and spines covering its body. The ancient and enigmatic Fire God Festival commenced promptly at midnight. Countless individuals, both the denizens of Heightened Star and travelers, regardless of race or gender, raised their torches and joined the lengthy procession, moving slowly forward. And Xiao Ming possessed a torch equipped with a metallic switch, allowing him to ignite and extinguish it at will, as well as control the release of various chemical powders to cast the flames in vibrant red or soft blue hues. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, the flames danced in shades of blue and red, winding their way through the streets, climbing upwards until they reached the distant mountain peaks, led by the vanguard. As if they were ascending into the heavens, Such a breathtaking spectacle, yet in Xiao Ming found himself devoid of enthusiasm. After walking for a short while, his interest waned, and he could no longer muster the energy to watch the fire-breathing performances amid the crowd. As he gazed at the dense throng, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a hooded figure. However, upon closer inspection, he found several hooded robes in the procession, none particularly remarkable. "Let us return," he said. He felt weary and yearned for sleep. Came the response. Ever since his recovery from his dragon transformation, he had remained silent. And Xiao Ming was certain that the words of the royal guards held significant weight. He could sense the brooding darkness and hostility lurking beneath their calm exteriors. Yet, they still chose to accompany him to the Fire God Festival. At this moment, their gentleness towards him felt distant, as if he had once been close enough to touch that fervent heart in fleeting moments, but now it had once again retreated behind walls. Upon returning to the inn and passing by the soldiers' quarters, Number 9 checked their wristwatches and found they were fast asleep. There had been no word from Evan, and after sending a communication, he received no response. However, the biological monitoring from the insect tribe indicated everything was functioning normally, so there was little cause for concern. Number 9 returned to his room alone. Before entering, he caught hold of the mermaid. "And Xiao Ming, I have a secret to share with you." And Xiao Ming paused and turned to him, nodding. "You all talk. I'll head into the innermost room." The corridor was silent and deserted in the late hours of the night. Number 9 stood by the door. "And Xiao Ming, do you know? I am quite formidable. I can infiltrate the royal internal network of the human empire without a soul being the wiser. The 6 guards are not virtuous individuals. They ought to embody the law of the human empire, yet they brazenly trample upon fairness and justice. Indeed. Do you know why we refer to ourselves as the Justice Army? In truth, throughout the cosmos, we are often labeled as rebels. But such titles hold little significance for us. We prefer to call ourselves the Justice Army, as we aspire to represent true justice rather than the illusory and hypocritical kind." Number 9 spoke softly. "We recruit only the most exceptional soldiers, yet they have all once been marginalized individuals, hybrids, or those of humble origins. We offer our brothers a sense of equity, allowing them to escape oppressive environments." And Ming listened intently. The ambition was immense. He wished to establish his ideal empire. Alas, Ivan, and all of us are devoted to supporting him, dedicating our lives to this noble cause until our last breath. And you, and Xiao Ming, designated as Justice Army Member 002, regardless of the authenticity of your partnership, I implore you to fulfill your responsibilities as a partner. Please offer him comfort and do not allow him to become overly fatigued. Perhaps you harbor doubts, yet I assure you, he is a good person." Number 9 concluded. Gazing earnestly at Ming, one must admit, his expression was so convincingly sincere that it was almost transcendent. His words were imbued with deep emotion, and Ming found himself wholly believing in his narrative. Number 9 bid him good night and retreated to his room, and Ming stood alone in the corridor, lost in thought for quite a while. As a partner, the hotel naturally constituted a shared space. After a while, he entered the room, only to find no trace of the hybrid dragon. The bathroom light was on, and the sound of water splashing filled the air. The hotel was modest, smaller than the Phoenix, consisting of merely one room, so Ming sat at the edge of the bed, waiting. It wasn't long before his partner emerged, clad in a bathrobe, golden hair glistening with droplets of water, dampening his shoulders. They exchanged glances but uttered not a word. Ming then proceeded to the bathroom. As the door closed behind him, he pondered while bathing. What was the connection to the late General Lanfeng of the human empire? They were both hybrids, both possessing potent mental prowess. Furthermore, were the guard's assertions truly credible? From the books he had read, he could only ascertain that the dragons had perished. The merfolk barely survived, and the human empire thrived. Why did the humans and the insectoids assault the dragons? What transgressions had the dragons committed? General Lanfeng had been thrust to the forefront amid the conflict between his father's and mother's races. What despair had he faced during such dire circumstances? All of this seemed reminiscent of a film he had once viewed. Suddenly, Ming recalled Number 9's urgent remark regarding the secret of Lanfeng's survival that must not be uncovered. Could it be Lanfeng? Ming's mind raced with countless thoughts, yearning to seek clarity at that very moment. Yet, he had only known him for a few days. He treated him with great kindness, yet he remained unable to boldly inquire about these matters. He lacked both the position and the qualifications to ask. Dazed after his shower, he wrapped himself in a bathrobe, the tie still unfastened. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow lurking outside the frosted glass bathroom door. When had it appeared? Was it waiting for him? What could it possibly be waiting for? Remembering the words spoken by number 9, and Ming felt a dryness in his throat. He cautiously pulled open the bathroom door. The mermaid raised her misty eyes and softly called out. The hybrid dragon, his bathrobe slightly askew, revealed the defined contours of his well-toned chest. His hair remained damp, and droplets of water glistened on his skin, reflecting a honeyed sheen under the light. A long, feathery dragon tail emerged, seemingly animated, slowly winding its way toward the mermaid. Tentatively, it brushed against the mermaid's robe before wrapping around his wrist, gliding languidly up his arm. The grip tightened gradually, a cool, numbing sensation spreading from his wrist throughout his body. And Ming found it hard to breathe. The hybrid dragon's tail constricted, exerting pressure as it pulled the mermaid inch by inch into its warm embrace. He pressed a kiss to the mermaid's eyes and whispered, "Touch my tail. Mark me." Chapter 24. And Ming was left in a daze, allowing the hybrid dragon's tail to encircle his waist, surrendering to its whims. An icy, snow-like pheromone was released without restraint, leaving him in a state of distraction. Noticing the mermaid's lack of reaction, he bit his lip, and in that fleeting moment, the tail loosened before the tip slipped into Ming's hand. The soft, feathery tuft playfully brushed against the back of his hand, attempting to coax the mermaid's clenched fist to relax, hoping to slip inside. And Ming instinctively guided his hand to grasp the mischievous tuft. The fur was smooth, soft, and fluffy, reminiscent of a round, plush bunny tail sold in stores. Before he could fully explore it, the tail wriggled and continued to glide through his palm. The skin beneath his hand suddenly experiencing an entirely different sensation, cold, scaly like a serpent. Being at the tail's end, the scales were finely textured, surprisingly soft and pliable, gently rubbing against the mermaid's fingertips. The icy chill sent a momentary jolt of clarity through Ming. Mark? Oh my, what was he doing? The tail was far too intimidating. This seemed like a scene from a dream, where he had awoken to find himself in the embarrassing predicament of not being able to retract his fishtail. Yes, mark me. Whispering softly, he felt the tail continuously caressing him while his body embraced the mermaid lightly, burying his head in the crook of the mermaid's neck, inhaling deeply. His damp hair cascaded down, tickling the mermaid's face, earlobe, and shoulder, eliciting waves of sensation. And Ming swallowed hard. He found the current situation far too enticing. He shed the facade of authority and coldness, fully revealing his softness. The tail continued to caress his hand, as if seeking to please, to be affectionate, to request comfort. Indeed, comfort. If it were truly Lan Feng's inner turmoil that he dared not ponder, the mere words of the guards had already left him aghast. What kind of dark past had he endured? His heart must be riddled with wounds. Lan Ming found himself unable to refuse this. In fact, he did not wish to. What he hesitated to admit was that he had always found him utterly captivating. Very well, very well. Lan Ming swallowed hard, his hands trembling slightly. As the impending event loomed, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. In his previous life, as a normal and healthy man, he had once engaged in discussions with classmates regarding such matters, vaguely aware of how things were supposed to unfold. Yet, in this context, there seemed to be an additional term, completion, without which the process could not be deemed whole. Regardless of the hazy knowledge from his past life or the stark lack of understanding in this one, Lan Ming was entirely unacquainted with it. It was a realm unknown to him. Clumsily, he grasped the waist of the hybrid before him through the bathrobe, feeling the faint outline of abdominal muscles. Yet he found himself utterly at a loss for the next course of action. How should he proceed? Lan Ming questioned, shame creeping into his voice. As a man, he did not wish to pose such an embarrassing inquiry. However, he truly had no comprehension of it. Asking now was surely better than waiting until the moment of action to seek guidance, wasn't it? Ceasing his contemplation, the handsome face before him raised, a slight furrow appearing on his brow. Haven't you done this before? Lan Ming was taken aback. It seemed he had grasped something. Rest assured, I will not compel you to undergo a complete marking. I merely acted impulsively, for the previous one has ceased to function. Although you have remained by my side, the surface pheromones are no longer sufficient for me. He pushed his damp hair aside, revealing the fullness of his form. Be good, Ming, grant me a temporary mark. Lan Ming gasped. It was a colossal misunderstanding, a monumental blunder. He wished he could vanish into the floor, and if he could burrow into the earth, he would bury himself deep. Oh, Lan Ming licked his lips, quickly becoming flustered again. It seemed he had taken too long, as the dragon's tail curled around his hand, the tip brushing against his lips. Hurry, Ming. You wouldn't refuse me again, would you? The voice was low, tinged with impatience and a hint of grievance. No. Ming hastily pressed his lips against the other S. Due to their height difference, he had to rise onto his toes. Wait. The dragon's tail swept back again, halting him, urging him to sit. The slender tail wrapped around his neck, intertwining with his hand. The two individuals moved to the edge of the bed, positioning themselves back to back, their heads bowed in a seemingly compliant demeanor, inviting a sense of surrender. And Ming muttered, I might turn into a mermaid tail. He shook his head, secretly pinching his thigh to regain control. And Xiaoming, do not embarrass yourself in front of him. Above all, do not let him uncover the secret of the tail. And Ming forced himself to maintain a serene and focused mind as he leaned in for a kiss. Just as he was about to bite, he turned slightly and asked, May I touch the tail? The light cast a captivating and ambiguous silhouette, his gaze clouded with emotion. Touch it. And Ming found himself sitting back to back with him, his own body pressed closely behind. One hand rested on the left shoulder while the other naturally lay on the bed, conveniently sliding forward to reach the tail. Unlike the soft and nimble tip, the upper part of the tail was much thicker and more robust, with larger scales that possessed greater hardness. The base of the tail was as thick as a wrist, and being closer to the torso allowed Ming to sense the pulse beneath the scales. The tail in his hand felt like a hot potato. It burned with a desire to be discarded, yet was too tempting to let go. The temporary marking took merely half a minute, and Ming, with an innate understanding, quickly absorbed the pheromones, infusing them into his own. The clear, tasteless pheromones resembled a refreshing summer rain, swiftly alleviating the symptoms of desiccation. He remained still, his back rising and falling, awaiting the lingering tremors after the marking to subside. And Ming felt as if he had just consumed a large bowl of ice cream. His body invigorated and unencumbered, every pore fully relaxed. Although it was a chilly night beneath the starry sky, this coolness brought him immense satisfaction. As the night deepened, the surroundings fell silent. Through the window, faint sounds of revelry drifted from several streets away. The Fire God Festival was still underway. I'm sorry, Ming. I couldn't let you enjoy yourself, he suddenly remarked. His dragon tail had retracted, and he adjusted his bathrobe, tightening it once more. The aura he exuded returned to one of calm composure, as if the earlier frantic display had merely been an illusion of a mermaid. Yet, he had called him Ming 3 times. No one had ever addressed him in such a manner besides his brother. Ah, how fortunate. And Ming felt a warmth spread across his cheeks. He sensed that the intimacy lost earlier had been restored, even more fervently than before. Come here, he beckoned, simultaneously opening his arms. And Ming, having positioned himself a bit farther away, felt his breath once again become erratic. What? Now that we've marked each other, can't we embrace? The corners of his lips turned down slightly after the events of the night at the bar. This flicker of a smile in Ming's eyes felt heartbreakingly poignant. All right. And Ming hesitated for a moment before moving closer. He had been contemplating this and was willing to share warmth, but he hoped to avoid any actions that would overwhelm him. Thankfully, this time, it was just a simple embrace. As the pheromones converged, the once crisp warmth transformed into a soothing embrace, instilling a sense of tranquility. And Ming rested his chin upon the shoulder of his companion, who reciprocated by placing his chin on Ming's shoulder. Their large hands pressed against each other's backs, while their legs were closely intertwined. The rhythm of their breaths echoed softly in the air. How warm it was, Ming thought. It was Ming who should be comforted. Yet he found himself enveloped in an unexpected sense of sanctuary. In the vast expanse of the universe, 2 celestial bodies from different parallel worlds converged, anchoring one another in a moment of solace. After a prolonged embrace, the voice of the mixed-blood individual resonated like a dream whispering in his ear. That is not my true name, but merely my external alias as the leader of the righteous army. Lanfeng is my genuine name. Indeed, and Ming mused. It was as he suspected. He felt no surprise, merely an unexpected revelation in the midst of the night. He had thought that given the nature of their relationship, they were far from the moment of earnest vulnerability. Not only did he need him, but he also placed immense trust in him as he continued. My father belongs to the dragon clan, while my mother is of the human race. As a hybrid, I could not fully transform into a dragon. Concerned about my standing among the dragons, my mother took me back to the human home planet to raise me. The former Emperor Aster, my uncle, spent more time with me than my father, and under his stringent guidance, I ascended from an ordinary soldier to the position of general. Alas, during the subsequent interstellar war, I failed to protect him. I am deeply remorseful towards him, and not only him, but to all. The dragon race is inherently warlike and capricious, even more so than the insectoids. However, Not all dragons are malevolent. My father, Lance, was a stern yet just dragon. I had intended merely to bring justice to the dragon emperor who committed heinous crimes, without wishing to harm the innocent among the dragons. Yet, in the end, I could not save the entire dragon race, nor could I protect my uncle, and I even brought harm to my own parents. I chose self-exile. Upon hearing this, and Ming felt a sharp pang in his heart. A sudden low chuckle escaped Ming's lips. Do you know why I did not choose to end my own life directly? And Ming opened his mouth, unable to articulate a response, instead tightening his embrace as a silent affirmation. Because I do not deserve it. I am unworthy of liberation. He buried his face deeply into the neck of the little mermaid, remaining motionless for a long while. While Ming felt sorrow for him and gently offered comfort, questions swirled in his mind. These revelations were entirely absent from the original narrative. He had been unaware of any familial ties to the human emperor. What crimes had the dragon emperor committed? And Ming inquired, sensing the gravity of the matter. An unforgivable sin, came the reply. He has always been a madman. One day, he suddenly declared through the star network to the entire galaxy that the merfolk were a lowly race, deeming all merfolk as commoners, mere commodities for entertainment and pleasure. He then unilaterally waged war against the merfolk empire. The merfolk are benevolent and enchanting, excelling in the arts and medicine, yet their spiritual prowess is generally modest, leading to a swift decline in their fortunes. As the empire teeters on the brink of collapse, they appeal for assistance from both the human and insect races. Thus, a historically unparalleled interstellar war erupts. Although Ming is not a native of the merfolk, the news ignites his fury. He straightens, gently grasping the little mermaid's shoulder, and gazes intently into his eyes, offering an apology on behalf of his father's lineage to him and the merfolk behind him. And Ming's emotions swirl within him as he poses his next question. With the dragon empire now vanquished, why does the merfolk still face such hardship? He has perused numerous documents on the star network, well aware of the dire circumstances besieging the merfolk. The various misfortunes they endure on Heightened Star, where they are mistakenly identified, further aggravate his discontent. Those driven by greed and desire will always exist. With a cold laugh, he reflects that while Mark is indeed his uncle, he pales in comparison to his brother, Ace. And Ming furrows his brow. The royal guards, under his orders, are scouring for merfolk. In this light, what distinguishes Emperor Mark from the deceased tyrant dragon emperor? Many situations, once established, prove difficult to alter. Presently, the entire galaxy regards the merfolk as noble playthings, with no one recognizing that these beautiful beings possess the same dignity as they do. This endeavor transcends the mere rescue of one or two. It necessitates a long-term strategy to transform the entire status quo. Mark indulges in crime, now embroiled in it himself. Yet, for the moment, I shall refrain from taking action against him. He tells Ming, my time is limited. I must hasten to undertake more pressing matters. Limited time? And Ming expresses his confusion, but he quickly comprehends the implication. The more pressing matter is to establish a brand new empire. The decaying Mark and his human empire will ultimately meet their own demise. The kind-hearted and simple beings will willingly detach from humanity to join this new realm. And Ming finds renewed vigor. You can do it. With unwavering determination, he declares, I am willing to stand by your side to realize this vision. The little mermaid, with utmost seriousness and fervor, finally elicits a smile from the half-dragon. Thank you, Ming. He playfully taps the little mermaid's nose, adding, however, no need for you to toil. I can support you for a lifetime. Upon uttering this, he seems to recall something, and his gaze dims. Ming, with a huff, retorts, what? Let you live off me? Do not underestimate him. He is formidable. Oh? Ming raises an eyebrow, firmly grasping the half-dragon's chin, remarking, just the fact that I can endure your devilish pheromones is already quite impressive. Taken aback, the little mermaid soon chuckles, indeed. They look into each other's eyes. And Ming, unable to resist, playfully tugs at him again. He senses that after their comforting exchange, the atmosphere has markedly improved. Indeed. The mischievous dragon seizes the little mermaid's hand, playfully squeezing it. Ouch! The little mermaid feigns surprise. A slight punishment for your provocation. Though uttered lightly, the force soon softened, transforming into a gentle massage. Ming attempted to withdraw his hand, but the mischievous dragon tightened his grip, preventing the little mermaid from escaping his grasp. Ming squinted his bright blue eyes and suddenly pushed forward, only to pull back with a cunning strategy akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell. To his surprise, the wicked dragon reacted swiftly. In the moment the little mermaid began to break free, the hungry dragon pounced back with renewed vigor. Oh no. The two tumbled together, perilously close to falling off the edge of the bed. Although the hotel featured wooden floors adorned with carpet, should the Little Mermaid fall, the weight of an adult could prove disastrous. In midair, the hybrid dragon executed a nimble twist, serving as a cushion to ensure the Little Mermaid landed securely atop him. Aha! And Ming was overjoyed, oblivious to their altered stance, with him straddling on top, his hands firmly planted on the solid chest beneath him. Giggling uncontrollably, his fingers danced as if they were playful kitten paws. His hips shifted, attempting to reposition. The Little Mermaid, still caught off guard, clenched her fist and playfully struck the firm muscles of his chest, declaring triumphantly, "I proclaim, I have won." Chapter 25. The next day, when the appointed time arrived, there was no commotion from the Little Mermaid's room. Nine stood curiously at the door, quietly inquiring of Yvain, "Should I knock?" Yvain, sporting dark circles under his eyes and an expression of despair, replied tersely, "If you wish to knock, then knock." Nine hesitated, hand poised on the door, pondering the implications. "What if I interrupt them during whatever they are doing? Do you think everyone is like you?" Mr. Dragon growled, suppressing his irritation. "Why so fierce?" Nine retorted with disdain. Yvain felt an urge to squeeze Nine into a ball. Just as the two exchanged glances, the door swung open with a swift motion. Standing in the doorway in his pajamas, and Ming queried, "What is all the noise about?" Nine instinctively shielded his eyes, exclaiming, "Indecent exposure." Yvain, wearing a stern expression, checked his wristwatch. "Boss, we were supposed to leave 2 hours ago. Today's agenda involved traveling to another town to procure seeds, a task that, unlike fruits and vegetables, required careful analysis and selection." And Ming appeared unwell. Nine entered to take a look and gestured for the others to follow. Upon observing Ming tightly cocooned in his blanket, revealing only his hand clutching the edge and a pair of misty, wide eyes, Nine gasped in surprise. He rolled his eyes, employing his internal precision instruments for a scan, and reached out to touch Ming's forehead, his fingertips equipped with sensors to gather data. "So hot," Nine exclaimed, astonished. With a mere touch, the mind swiftly deduces a diagnosis. "And Xiaoming, why are you still in the chaotic phase? It has been 20 days since your differentiation, has it not? Generally, even the advanced merfolk only experience 8 or 9 days of such turmoil. Something seems amiss with you. And Xiaoming, upon our return to the Phoenix, I shall conduct a thorough examination. As you wish. What is the current situation? Let us focus on the present." And Xiaoming is experiencing a chaotic phase compounded by a susceptibility period, exacerbated by a slight breeze that has triggered a severe cold. "A breeze?" Ivan inquired, puzzled. "The climate on Black Abyss Star is quite frigid, yet yesterday, both Ming and Number 9 were bundled up snugly." Number 9, equally curious, asked with utmost seriousness, "Pray, elaborate on your activities from the previous night?" And Xiaoming looked at Number 9's gleaming eyes, suspecting ulterior motives. "Do you not know?" Number 9 retorted. "I cannot invade one's privacy. I have disabled all high-level permissions." And Xiaoming found Number 9 rather commendable in this regard. Sniffling, he replied in a muffled tone, "In the dead of night, I climbed to the rooftop of the inn to behold the mountain festival from afar. Alone, the insectoid race could not comprehend such an artistic endeavor, deeming it nonsensical. I accompanied him," he stated. Ivan interjected, "Both of you appear to be quite unwell." Furrowing his brow in urgency, he asked, "What shall we do now? Is medication necessary?" Number 9 replied, "Only ordinary cold medicine may be taken, though its efficacy is limited. All standard suppressants are to be avoided. He must be allowed to manifest the symptoms. In essence, apart from rest, there are no other remedies available. In the case of a typical susceptibility phase, marking it would be ideal, yet in Xiaoming's concurrent chaotic syndrome necessitates ensuring he does not overexert himself." Number 9 cautioned, "For the next few days, including after our return to the Phoenix, you two must refrain from engaging in any inappropriate activities. It will naturally alleviate in a couple of days." Understanding what Number 9 implied, and Xiaoming clarified, "You misunderstand. We have not done anything." Lying in bed, he weakly pondered, "Have we truly not done anything? My tail has traversed from tip to base, and we repeated it on the rooftop." Number 9, choosing not to expose the truth, maintained his silence. The Little Mermaid required bed rest and care. Thus, he could not personally attend to the matter of the seeds. Ivan remarked, "No problem, I can manage alone." He equipped himself with auxiliary instruments. The seeds occupy little space, and he could move freely, potentially accomplishing the task more swiftly. Nodding in agreement, Number 9 queried, You are not taking me with you?" He hurried to catch up with the insectoid's pace. "What do you mean?" Is it not simply that you wished to kiss me last night? Is that what you call a kiss? You attempted to practice every possible technique on me. Your hands and feet were far from innocent. How curious that I felt absolutely nothing. What sensation could you possibly have? I shall have to upgrade and test it again tonight. Begone. Do not disturb my rest any further. Thus, the pair departed, bickering as they went. The fruits and vegetables ordered yesterday are scheduled for delivery today, for subordinates have already greeted and departed. They will return to the spacecraft with the produce to be stored by number 9 aboard the Phoenix. Only the Little Mermaid and I remain in the hotel. I poured a glass of water and helped the Little Mermaid sit up. Drink more hot water. I'll feed you. No, no, and Ming murmured. I'm just a bit sensitive. I'm not at a point where I can't take care of myself. Be good, don't move. Reluctantly, and Ming nestled into the embrace of the half-blood dragon and finished an entire glass of water, after tucking the Little Mermaid back into the blankets. I adjusted the corners and brought over a chair to sit by the bed. Sleep now. What about you? I'll be here watching over you. That sounds so boring. The Little Mermaid shifted closer, making some space. We hardly slept last night. Let us rest together. He lifted a corner of the blanket, gazing through misty eyes. Such a delightful scene of a mermaid inviting for shared slumber left the half-blood dragon utterly defenseless. All right. Still clad in the cotton pajamas provided by the hotel. He merely slipped off his slippers and nestled into bed. The hotel bed was a standard double, yet for the tall half-blood dragon and the seemingly frail Little Mermaid, who stood at 180 centimeters, it felt somewhat insufficient, necessitating their closeness. And Ming suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Last night, or rather early this morning, after they crawled back from the rooftop, dawn was not far off. Exhausted, and Ming yawned repeatedly, and with the onset of cold symptoms, he collapsed into sleep, completely oblivious to any awkwardness. Now, however, it felt quite uncomfortable. If he turned his back, their bodies would touch. If they faced each other, their faces would be too close. Lying flat would mean intimate contact from shoulder to elbow to thigh. Sleeping on his stomach? That hardly seemed a solution. They couldn't go anywhere. After all, this was the only bed available. What are you twisting about? The half-blood dragon lay flat with his eyes closed. If it weren't for the suppressants only arriving tomorrow, I would have sent you back to the Phoenix already. Be good. Rest well. And Ming silently reflected, wondering how number 9 and Yvonne had fared last night. No wonder Yvonne appeared so weary with dark circles under his eyes. After a moment of stillness, and Ming couldn't help but start to squirm. He felt hot and cold due to his cold, drenched in sweat. Just as he contemplated extending a leg for ventilation, the half-blood dragon suddenly rolled over, pinning him down completely. Ouch! The Little Mermaid gasped, feeling stifled. The half-blood dragon, oblivious to the Little Mermaid's discomfort, wrapped Ming entirely in the blanket, while he remained outside of it. Once securely cocooned, he slid to the side, allowing Ming to finally catch his breath. However, the long legs of the dragon were draped over the quilt, preventing him from escaping its warmth. Little rice dumpling, go to sleep quickly, you'll feel better soon. Although he found himself unable to move, weariness combined with illness soon lulled the little rice dumpling into slumber. When he opened his eyes again, dusk was approaching. The quilt had nearly soaked through, and Ming extended both arms to touch his forehead. It seemed the fever had subsided. He remained asleep, his legs still encircling him. His head nestled in the crook of Ming's neck, adopting a posture that was both protective and dependent. And Ming found this position enchanting. Imbued with a delightful intimacy of need and being needed, a warm current swelling in his heart. Just as he was about to cautiously attempt to extricate himself, he felt a tightening around his waist. Awake? The hybrid's hoarse voice spoke. Without waiting for a response, his hand moved to gently pat the Little Mermaid's back. Don't rush to throw off the quilt. Just wait. Having said that, he rose from the bed and poured himself a cup of warm water. He drank it down, still cradling the quilt in his arms as he fed the Little Mermaid. This time, she offered no resistance and drank eagerly. How do you feel? He inquired, setting the cup aside. I think I'm fine now. I'm a bit hungry. He reached out to touch the Little Mermaid's forehead and behind her ears, then slipped his hand under her nightwear to confirm that her back's temperature had returned to normal. Nodding in satisfaction, he changed clothes and prepared to eat. And Ming, still feeling awkward from their skin contact, was immediately salivating at her words. Can we continue to eat at the night market? The night market was filled with various noodles and skewers, all spicy delights he had never dared to indulge in during his previous life. They were his favorites. If you obediently listen to me, I will take you there. As if I wouldn't listen to you? And Ming leapt from the bed. grabbing his combat suit and cloak to change. They both began to change clothes, instinctively turning back to back. The hotel conditions were such that the bathroom was too small for anything else. Before stepping out, he asked, "Do you remember our 3 agreements?" "Of course, I remember." And Ming was already bubbling with excitement, the symptoms of his cold evaporating as he felt light as a feather, pledging to remain by your side, unconditionally obeying your commands, and seeking your help at the first sign of danger. He recited it perfectly, save for the pronouns. With a smile, he placed earmuffs on the little mermaid and wrapped her neck snugly, ensuring she would neither be recognized nor exposed to the wind. Only then did he take her hand and say, "Let us go, little radish." "Radish, my foot. Why is everyone calling me food?" she exclaimed, her hunger only intensifying. The hotel was quite a distance from the night market, and Ming wished he could fly there. Sensing the little mermaid's eagerness, he intuitively remarked, "We can indeed fly there, but it's best not to reveal my dragon lineage. Once we return to our home planet, I can take you flying over the sea." "Wow, that's a promise." The little mermaid was captivated by this proposal, momentarily overshadowing her intense craving for food. The night market remained bustling with a throng of people. Hand in hand, the two strolled leisurely, purchasing an assortment of snacks before arriving at a spicy beef tripe eatery. "Try this, try that," the little mermaid urged the big dragon. "You haven't passed your sensitive period yet." Despite this remark, the dragon indulgently settled beside her at the small table. Just after placing their order, the smartwatch suddenly chimed. It was a voice communication from Yvan. Recalling the previous day's outing with the 4 of them, he hesitated to answer, having spent the entire day with number 9. Why not call later? Yet, he answered nonetheless. "Boss, we're on our way back, and will arrive shortly." The robust voice of the insectoid resonated, accompanied by number 9's heavy breathing. The next moment, "Could you not crowd so close?" A curt reply was made, and the other side abruptly hung up. "Haha, those two are quite amusing." And Ming chuckled as a large bowl of spicy beef tripe noodles was served. Rubbing his hands together, he prepared to feast. Then, his smartwatch chimed again, this time from a cellar. The mixed-blood dragon frowned. The crowd around them was thick and noisy, so he answered privately, leaving Ming unaware of the conversation. Whatever was said rendered his expression grave. After hanging up once more, the noodles before him had cooled. The little mermaid had yet to make a move, waiting to eat together. "What's wrong?" Noticing the change in his demeanor, Ming inquired quietly. "The raw materials for the suppressants have been delayed," he responded in a hushed tone, his face darkening. The reason was even more bizarre. They had encountered a gang of hooded bandits in the forest who had stolen all their tools and goods. What? Are they trying to raise the price again? And Ming found it hard to believe. He's a bandit himself. It's a case of the thief calling out to catch the thief. Clenching his fists, he pondered what to do. "Let us eat the noodles first. We can discuss it when Yvan returns." "All right." And Ming touched the bowl, which was still warm. Let us eat then." Just as the first noodle was about to reach his mouth, a commotion erupted on the street as a large crowd surged forward. "Oh my, have you heard? It's terrifying. 6 of them were brutally murdered. Are you certain it was the Emperor's Imperial Guard? Could there be any doubt? Uniforms and badges were clear as day. I saw them at the bar last night. I recognized their faces, especially that one with the thick beard, his voice booming. He asked the captain, "Quick, let us go see." Some bystanders, unaware of the truth, were stopped and asked, "What is happening?" "The dead," replied the detained individual. 6 of them, all skinned. Their bones shattered, hanging upside down in the square. It's a bloody mess. The audience grew larger, all pushing in one direction. And Ming, initially seated by the street, found his small table askew. "And Ming, come here," he called sharply, rising and reaching for the little mermaid, who sat on the street side. A few individuals rushed past, stumbling and failing to grasp her. As the throngs of people gradually dispersed, the streets lay desolate, devoid of any trace of the little mermaid. On the rickety table, the beef tripe noodles had long since grown cold. Chapter 26. And Ming, the mixed-blood dragon, swiftly scanned his surroundings, but found nothing. He bellowed once more, his voice echoing in the stillness. No one responded, drawing only the curious gazes of the beef tripe shop owner and a few scattered passers-by. Suppressing his rising anxiety, he raised his wrist to check the little mermaid's location. The holographic display indicated she was merely 10 meters away. Following the signal, he ventured towards a narrow alleyway to the left front of the street. There, at the corner, lay the circular wristwatch, pulsating with a blue glow. The mixed-blood dragon approached with heavy steps and picked it up, still warm from the little mermaid's presence. Whispering her name, The black-slitted pupils of his eyes sharpened, and dark dragon scales cascaded up the side of his neck. In an instant, the back of his specialized combat suit was violently impacted, and a pair of enormous wings burst forth, expanding to their full span, casting a shadow over the street like the wings of a demon, ushering in a chilling gust. The dragon's wings propelled him skyward, his fiery green eyes scanning the streets below, then shifting towards the distant square. Yet, there was no sign of the presence he sought. A fierce pheromone emanated from him, sweeping across a radius of several hundred meters below, incapacitating all travelers and vendors heading towards the square, leaving them gasping in agony as they beheld the enormous, terrifying shadow that seemed to emerge from the depths of hell. His mind remained a blank slate. And Ming, after a disoriented flight, despair began to creep into his heart. His mental state was in tumultuous upheaval. He wrestled with his thoughts in the air, fighting against the encroaching fury. No, he must not succumb to rage. He needed to locate the little mermaid with utmost urgency. With all his strength, he suppressed the surging mental tremors within him and activated the wristwatch, issuing a level 1 summon that had not been used since the eradication of the space pirates. Phoenix, prepare for immediate descent to Black Abyss Star. All personnel, mobilize. Yet, the next words were agonizingly difficult to utter. And Ming is missing. Commence a full-scale search. Simultaneously, the Phoenix lay quietly adrift in space. What? My little brother is missing. Has he been taken by villains? Who dares? I will kill him. Dozens of crew members were in a frenzy, hastily donning their combat suits. Those in the gym, mid-lifting, abandoned their weights to rush out, while students in the theory classroom transformed from scholars into fierce warriors in an instant. At the command bridge, Xiao and Hawk were frantically operating the controls. Half a minute later, the energy chamber of the Phoenix erupted with blazing blue flames, hurtling towards Black Abyss Star at maximum speed. Meanwhile, Ivan and Unit 9, en route back, also received the news. Unit 9 was still entangled in thought. One tonight? Upon hearing the news, the stunning artificial intelligence instantly wiped the sulky expression off its face. The chief had actually lost in Xiaoming. The insectoid lieutenant, having fully transformed, seized No. 9 around the waist with a 3-meter-tall alien form, its black and crimson wings flapping as it soared through the night towards the town. Hold on tight. Don't let me fall. Number 9 exclaimed, her heart pounding. This skin suit was far too precious. 15 minutes later, the Phoenix descended, and the subordinates gathered before the leader of the rebels. The rebels arrived with great fanfare, stirring alarm among the populace. The most prominent gang in Heightened Star resided in this town, and the gang leader, terrified, approached, repeatedly assuring that they would mobilize their entire force to assist in the search, pleading not to annihilate the town. Misunderstandings were left unaddressed. Fear served as the greatest motivator. After a swift discussion, they decided to split into several teams, and all townsfolk, alongside their allies, commenced a thorough search. Merchants and travelers soon learned that the mermaid from the previous day's market was none other than the rebel leader's beloved, sending chills down their spines. What audacity they possessed to flirt. It was a miracle they hadn't been killed. They hurried to assist in the search, with the tyrant S-Pet having been abducted. Failure to find it would spell doom for all. Everyone cooperated fervently as Irvin issued commands, and the message spread. Every street, inside and out, was to be turned upside down. Additionally, a small team ventured into the mountains to search. At that moment, the seller of the suppressant raw materials arrived, lamenting, "Sir, I truly did not know you were part of the righteous army. Otherwise, I would have defended your goods with my life. But I did not deceive you. Just this afternoon, the raw materials were too late in leaving the mountain and were seized." He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The workers said that suddenly a dozen hooded figures appeared, armed with high-precision weapons. Yes, your darling must have been taken by them. Upon hearing this, a realization struck, and he commanded, "Irvin, take a few brothers with me up the mountain, the rest stay in town." To reach the mountains, they would pass through the small square, the route used during the Fire God Festival at dawn, where many burnt wooden torches lay scattered on the ground. Time was of the essence, yet they abruptly halted. The sky was not entirely dark. In the center of the small square, 6 bloody corpses hung from wooden frames, swaying in the cold wind, their flesh a congealed mess. Already frozen. Human popsicles, Number 9 murmured. The sight was so shocking that discomfort spread amongst the entire team. Biting their lips, they approached. Irvin, Number 9, and a few others hastily followed. The fate of the royal guard was grim, leaving the half-blood dragon displeased. He prided himself on living a life of integrity. And even when humiliated by the royal guards, He had never contemplated such brutal slaughter. Years of camaraderie with Irvin meant he understood his style well. Irvin himself was no bloodthirsty fiend, but the innate aura of the high-tier female insects rendered them untouchable. Indeed, Ivan displayed a look of disdain, stating, "I merely shattered their legs, severed the tongue of that loquacious captain, and stripped them bare, leaving them discarded in the woods." Number 9 remarked, "Quite ruthless, indeed. Sensual. They left alive." Ignoring Number 9, Ivan added, "But why did the guard perish? There seems to be an issue with intuition. Did you discern anything, Number 9? As Number 9 circled the wooden frame, he appeared contemplative. "Their postures are peculiar. First, they are all suspended upside down. Secondly, each person's right foot is crossed over their left, their arms bound in a manner that prevents them from hanging naturally, and lastly, their eyes are all blindfolded." As he narrated, the depth of his gaze intensified. Ivan, perplexed, inquired, "What does this signify?" Number 9 replied, "This is not mere torture, it is execution. Furthermore, if the several tomes on interstellar customs I have consulted are accurate, this is the method of the Dragon Clan." The entire team was taken aback. But the Dragon Clan was annihilated over a year ago, wasn't it? Their home planet was obliterated by 3 collapsing particle bombs, utterly destroyed. The 2 satellites, Miwei 1 and Miwei 2, have since drifted aimlessly in the vast cosmos, their support lost, with their lineage of merfolk residing on Miwei 1. Meanwhile, on other planets, under the decree of the new emperor, Markter, the human race dispatched troops to conduct a frenzied sweep across hundreds of inhabited planets, even those deemed rubbish. Wherever they went, upon capturing pure-blood Dragon Clan members, they were mercilessly slaughtered under the pretext of interstellar crimes. This constituted a complete genocide, tragically occurring just after the Dragon Clan's assault on the merfolk, with no one voicing dissent. Having lost his parents and uncle, Estelle, while grappling with the immense shock of the Dragon Empire's collapse, he found himself in a tumultuous mental storm. He had done much, yet still felt powerless to alter fate. Even without the fury, faced with the overwhelming hatred of the entire interstellar community towards the Dragon Clan, what could he, despite being hailed as the strongest warrior across the cosmos, truly accomplish? During the time, despair thoroughly consumed him. It was akin to a living death. Among the team, aside from Ivan and Number 9, the others had also loyally followed since the era of General Lanfeng, possessing a modicum of knowledge about the past. Yet, at this moment, Number 9's words fell like a thunderclap into still waters. Could it be that there were still survivors of the Dragon Clan? Ivan cast a worried glance at the silent half-dragon, apprehensive that this most taboo of histories might provoke him into a frenzy once more. This time, there was no mermaid at hand to soothe him. The Dragon Clan's genes are violent and harbor an inherent bloodlust towards the merfolk. Number 9 continued, "If it is indeed the Dragon Clan that has abducted in Ming, the situation is dire." The atmosphere grew tense. Time could not be squandered gazing into the shadowy night, where the occasional cries of owls echoed through the forest. In a hushed tone, he declared, "Let us enter the mountains." Moments prior, Ming had fled of his own volition. After being rushed by a handful of curious travelers into the streets, his first instinct was to return to his companions. With a shout directed towards him, he extended his hand, and once again, amidst the throng of people, he spotted the figure cloaked in a hood. Taking advantage of the chaotic scene, the individual's dark, elongated eyes, previously concealed, now fixated intently upon him. Was he observing him? And Ming felt an unsettling jolt in his heart. This person was indeed suspicious. It was the same individual who had collided with him while distributing torches the previous night. He had also appeared in the parade, and Ming's heart raced to his throat. The 6 royal guards should have been dealt with by Ivan and would pose no further threat, allowing Ming to lower his guard, convinced that the upcoming journey to the Black Abyss Star was entirely secure. However, could this hooded figure be the pivotal character inciting the profound disdain toward Emperor Mark? Before descending into the Black Abyss Star, he had been oblivious. Yet now, Ming had grasped the tale of Lanfeng, and everything he had seen and heard over the past few days felt achingly real, filled with pain, yet starkly inconsistent with the original narrative. What consequences would arise from disliking Emperor Mark? Would it lead to an attempt on Mark's life, only to have the protagonist prince ultimately eliminate him? If Mark's initial transgressions were merely a prelude, could the prince undergo a transformation? Would the latter half of the original storyline be altered? Thus, what was the truth? And Ming resolved to seek an opportunity to confront this matter directly. Yet at present, this hooded figure undoubtedly posed a problem. "Stop!" And Ming shouted, intent on apprehending the individual. Upon realizing he had been discovered, The hooded figure turned and fled. Don't run. As the figure veered into a nearby alley, the little mermaid hesitated but then pursued. Simultaneously, he called out, "Come this way." He had not forgotten the pact he made, assuring himself that he would only chase briefly, stopping after a dozen meters, not straying far. However, upon entering the alley, he found himself unable to keep pace. Ahead, the silhouette of the hooded figure vanished into the dim depths of the alleyway, and Ming grappled with the decision to continue the pursuit or retreat. Acting impulsively would be perilous and could incite anger. Regretfully, he halted and turned back. It was merely a short distance to the intersection, yet the street was crowded. Throngs of people surging towards the small square at the town center. It was far too gruesome. Who was the perpetrator? How audacious to display such brutality for all to witness. You may not realize it, but those 6 individuals, emboldened by the emperor's name, had committed numerous heinous acts, deserving of their fate. Surely the avenger was a hero, administering justice. The little mermaid attempted to navigate through the crowd, yet was swept along with the masses. A brutal tug on his arm caused something to slip from his grasp. He tried to retreat against the tide, only to find himself in a more precarious situation. Jostled back and forth, his footing unstable. His hat was also dislodged. This was disastrous, and Ming was reluctant to reveal the truth of his mermaid identity under such circumstances. He felt it was absurd, yet it might be akin to a succulent morsel falling into a den of wolves. In his haste, he bent down to retrieve it, but a hand clad in black leather gloves snatched it up before him. In the next moment, a hat was placed back on, and he caught a whiff of a potent alcoholic scent mingled with pheromones. A gentle male voice remarked, Ming, still as careless as ever." Chapter 27. The intimacy of address. The affectionate nickname startled the little mermaid, and Ming lifted his gaze, only to behold an incredibly familiar face. In disbelief, he noted that this visage mirrored his memories yet bore subtle differences. Once wise and gentle, it now appeared more somber. The robust pheromones, reminiscent of strong liquor, were faint yet oppressive. "Let South leave this place," the man said. His voice, though soft, carried a weighty mental force that drowned out the surrounding clamor. And Ming felt as though he were a marionette on strings, dazedly following the man's lead deeper into the alleyway, eventually turning into a pitch-black courtyard. After navigating several twists and turns in the darkness, he was halted, and the hat was removed. It was then that the little mermaid regained his senses, finding himself in a simple room. Another figure stood nearby, the hooded person who had fled earlier. Their narrow, elongated eyes cast a glance that bore a hint of shyness. The man beside him commanded, "Qiao, you may leave. We need to speak privately." "Yes," replied the hooded figure, named Qiao, as he complied and exited. The door gently closed behind him, and Ming felt as if he were in a dream, gazing at the person before him, tears involuntarily brimming in his eyes. "Why are you crying?" The warm, calloused hand gently wiped away his tears. "You must keep your spirits high. Let me see," the man continued, softly grasping the little mermaid's chin. "You've gained some weight since I last saw you, but you're still quite slender." And Ming's sobs intensified. "You tease." The man chuckled. "I've always been prone to tears," and Ming replied between sobs, playfully admitting, "I am indeed a little crybaby. Did you just realize that?" The man laughed, his own eyes glistening with tears. "And soon, is that you?" The little mermaid murmured, suddenly uncertain, gripped by the fear that he might be dreaming, that this was merely an illusion. "It is me." With that affirmation, the little mermaid could no longer contain himself. He wailed and threw himself into the man's embrace. "I need to pinch myself to see if it hurts. Is this real?" "Oh, brother." He cried out joyfully, "Brother." What responded was an embrace that was remarkably tight and reassuring. And Ming was overwhelmed with happiness, his tears flowing even more freely. Who could have imagined that after having traversed into a different story, he would still be able to see his brother? In reality, they had only been apart for 20 days, yet it felt like an eternity. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed so. The little mermaid wept bitterly, and as her emotions began to subside, the joy of reuniting with her brother was soon overshadowed by confusion. "Brother, how did you?" she began, only to be interrupted by Insun's nonchalant laughter. "Perhaps in the throes of grief while collecting your belongings, I fainted and did not regain consciousness in time." And Ming, upon hearing this, was left uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. "Surely this is a good thing," Insun reassured him. Though the title of this book is rather uninspiring, accidentally marked by subordinates after disguise. The little mermaid chuckled softly, finding it rather foolish. A thought struck her, and she inquired, Brother, what are you now? The essence of her brother emanated a strong, aggressive scent, indicative of a fierce lineage. A dragon, and Sun replied, different from you now. But you are still my kin, the little mermaid said, wrapping her arms around the dragon's, whispering sweetly, you will forever be my brother. And you will always be my little brother, and Sun replied, bestowing a gentle kiss upon the little mermaid's forehead. They nestled together, sitting side by side. Brother, this book states that pure-blood dragons have been extinct. How is it that you still embody a dragon? And Ming questioned, perplexed. In the tale of Lan Feng, the dragon empire had indeed been obliterated. Yet, there are secrets to a few that have survived, and Sun explained, we are like an underground faction. The original owner of this body was the leader of our group, and I inherited all his memories. And Sun revealed everything to his younger brother without reservation. We number over 100. All dragons? And Ming's heart raced. Indeed, and Sun affirmed with a nod. But how did you end up on Heightened Star? The little mermaid was eager to learn all about her brother. And Sun patiently elucidated, I possess a list of soldiers who, after the surrender of the Dragon Empire, indiscriminately slaughtered dragons. Our mission is to find them and exact revenge. Just 2 days ago, we received intel about a 6-member guard team searching for mermaids. And these 6 had previously participated in the heinous acts of the human emperor. We followed them here. Oh, I never expected to encounter you first. You cannot imagine my feelings at that moment. And Sun lamented, overwhelmed with emotion. My brother, we are traversing the same narrative. And Ming was equally moved. When I saw you, you were at the marketplace, and one of my subordinates recognized that by your side was the former general of the human race, Lan Feng. And Sun's tone grew cold. Lan Feng harbors deep-seated grievances with the Dragon Clan. I did not wish to provoke him unnecessarily. I had to suppress the urge to approach you and decided to devise another strategy to rescue you. Rescue? Brother. Do you also misunderstand that I am merely a pet of his? And Ming hastily clarified, I am not. He cannot bully me. He dares, and Sun nodded. Yet could not suppress his concern for her. Thus, he dispatched Xiao to keep a watchful eye, a young dragon adept in concealment, instructing him to report your circumstances to me at all times. The tone of my elder brother began to shift into something peculiar. Zhou remarked to me that Lan Feng appeared to share a profound bond with you, treating you with exceptional gentleness. It seems you also harbor a fondness for him. The two of you indulge in mutual feeding, gazing at the moon from the rooftop, and you even dared to caress. Tell me, are you in a romantic relationship? The Dragon Tribe elder posed this soul-searching inquiry, and Ming suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment, akin to that of a young lover discovered by their parents, and hesitantly replied, well, our pheromones are quite compatible. Not only are we in love, but we have also entered into a partnership. Is that so? And Sun appeared less than satisfied, and Ming responded, and Sun's voice grew firm. Do you truly know what kind of person he is? Is this not rather hasty? He is a decent merman, albeit a bit insecure. Decent? And Sun suddenly scoffed. The original owner of this body was the chief deputy to Lance, and his memories reveal how Lan Feng, as Lance's son, betrayed his own kin. The expression on my brother's face twisted in pain and confusion. The memories of the original owner greatly influenced me. In just a few short days, I have forged deep bonds with my subordinates, and my feelings towards Lan Feng are profoundly complex. I loathe him, yet I also care for him. And you, my dear brother, have become involved with him. And Ming was rendered speechless. And Sun, with a tone of disappointment, continued. His subordinate is from the insect tribe, Isnth, possessing formidable martial prowess, yet he is utterly useless. Those 6 guards spoke with such insolence and contempt. And Lan Feng merely had one of them silenced by removing his tongue. Humph, he shows a remarkable leniency towards the human race. And Ming looked up in surprise. Wasn't it Ivan who killed the guards? It was I who instructed my subordinates to carry out the deed, adhering to the Dragon Tribe's traditional methods of vengeance. And Sun's countenance turned grim. I flayed, bled, and shattered their bones. They deserved no less. Brother? And Ming gazed at Sun in astonishment. He recalled the descriptions of those who had gathered to witness the spectacle. Though he had not seen it with his own eyes, he could easily imagine the bloodshed. He found himself struggling to recognize his brother. Dark, ruthless, and cold, was this still the gentle elder brother he remembered? I merely repaid in kind, and Sun explained. Those 6 guards had previously slaughtered nearly 100 members of the Dragon Tribe and had cruelly skinned one of my subordinates. Their crimes were unforgivable. I merely returned the favor, and Ming felt an indescribable emotion. It seemed his brother was not entirely in the wrong. If such actions were taken, he would feel no remorse. Perhaps it was because, in his eyes, Lan Feng had always been the ultimate villain, while his brother had willingly sacrificed a bright future. Descending from lofty heights into the murky depths of the marketplace to personally learn how to prepare meals for patients, he was truly a cherished figure. Brother, you are rather impressive now. Having come to this realization, and Ming no longer felt conflicted, and soon softened, ruffling the little mermaid's hair. You must be famished. Let me prepare you something to eat. Yes, yes. And Ming had been hungry for quite some time, his emotions having masked his appetite, but upon his brother's words, his stomach immediately growled in response. The little mermaid exaggeratedly feigned weakness, clutching her stomach. Brother, please give me food. I want food. Countless times she lay on the sickbed, idly passing the time by charmingly pouting at her brother, and Sun affectionately tousled the little mermaid's hair. The meal was soon brought in by Xiao Sun, already warmed. Xiao lowered his head to place down the dish, his slender eyes darting a quick glance at the little mermaid, and his face flushed crimson. Your brother is truly adorable. He tossed out hastily before fleeing, and Ming remarked, so this is the one who has been secretly following him? Eat up, don't mind him, and Sun gently urged. And Ming began to eat. The meal consisted of vegetables, meat, and a small bowl of soup, a feast for the senses. And Ming's appetite surged. After taking a bite, he paused in surprise. What's wrong? His brother chuckled. The little mermaid's eyes became misty again. It's not spicy, but it's a familiar taste. Delicious. And Ming devoured his food, swallowing it down with tears. Slow down, his brother said, wiping the little mermaid's tears away, creating an infinitely tender scene. In stark contrast, the outside world was filled with a chilling atmosphere, faces etched with fear and despair. Look quickly. The top 3 figures of the rebels have returned from the mountains, empty-handed. The first figure has dark demon wings and is of dragon blood. The second figure has black-red bat-like wings and is of the insect race. The third figure, cute and beautiful, conceals a ruthless nature, surely a hidden pervert. The soldiers following behind them were elite, each capable of defeating 3 with a single punch. Oh no, we're doomed. Once the little mermaid had eaten her fill, and Sun said, it's completely dark now. I've prepared a room. You should go rest. The little mermaid remained still. Brother, I need to be by his side. As soon as these words left her lips, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. And Ming scratched his head and continued. He can't find me and should be quite anxious by now. The dragon brother remained silent. Don't agree? And Ming bit his lip. How about I tell him that I'll stay here tonight? As he raised his hand, he noticed that his wristwatch was missing. The little mermaid's mind exploded with realization. She had been puzzled as to why she hadn't contacted him, but in the midst of sharing feelings with her brother, she resolved to address it later. We had agreed on 3 rules. Will he be very angry? Brother, I must go back. The little mermaid sprang up, ready to dash outside. Come back. And Sun commanded, remaining seated. Meanwhile, several Dragon Clan members appeared outside the door, blocking her path. And Ming stood at the entrance, gazing at the towering figures before him. Desperation mounting. Brother, I really need to go back. What, can't you stay with your brother a little longer? And Sun's face darkened, and Ming felt an intense anxiety within. He realized that there was a subtle tension between the brothers, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Nevertheless, they needed to meet first. As he hesitated, Xiao re-entered the room. He hurriedly approached the leader of the Dragon Clan and leaned in to whisper. And Sun's expression turned serious. So soon? He stood up and gestured for Xiao to follow, making his way toward the door. And Ming observed his elder brother. He truly cares for you. And Sun remarked playfully, someone from your home has come looking for you. Ming. The little mermaid's eyes brightened. Outside? Let us go meet him. And Sun donned his hood and exited the room, several silent Dragon Clan members trailing behind. And Ming walked anxiously beside his brother, a sense of foreboding rising within him. On one hand, he feared a confrontation between the brothers. On the other, he dreaded the possibility of reprimand for disobedience. And Ming felt utterly unsettled. The courtyard was deep and dimly lit, and he vaguely discerned that the surroundings had been transformed into a concealed fortress, making ordinary searches difficult. After winding through several turns, they finally entered the front yard. The gates stood wide open, and the ominous and grotesque insectoid creatures of the dark realm loomed menacingly, ready to launch an attack. Xiao, Hoke, Treester, and all crew members of the Ned Phoenix were present. Many unfamiliar townsfolk and visitors also stood by, armed with mechanical or particle guns, awaiting orders. In the forefront, the slit pupils glowed eerily in the night, surrounded by a palpable aura of terrifying psychic energy. Swirling dust, and withered leaves at their feet. The dragon warriors on Insun's side were also on high alert, occasionally emitting roars. And Ming felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head as he followed his brother into the center of the yard. He felt a surge of fear, instinctively gripping his brother's sleeve tightly, his body instinctively retreating slightly. What are they planning to do? Are they that angry? If I go back now, will I be met with a beating? The little mermaid frowned, silently lamenting. Suddenly, he caught sight of Ming. He was suppressing a raging fury. Had it not been for his concern for the little mermaid, he would have already launched an assault to level the entire courtyard. The dragon clan is audacious. But why is Ming so intimately close to the leader of the dragon clan? The half-blood dragon cast aside his doubts and said in a deep voice, "Return him to me unharmed. If a single hair is harmed, all of your lives will be forfeit here." Oh, the elder brother's tone was equally menacing. "I would like to inquire who dares to meddle with my people, your people?" The half-blood dragon narrowed his slit pupils dangerously. "He is mine." Each word was enunciated with a fierce psychic force, penetrating the eardrums of all present. Chapter 28. A few short words brought pain to everyone. They were already straining to maintain their composure. Upon observing that the little mermaid was unharmed, his heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, began to settle. Yet, the sight of the little mermaid being close to others stirred a sense of discontent within him. This tumultuous emotion reverberated through his spirit, transmitting a wave of unrest to all present, affecting each individual's psyche. Particularly affected was the gang leader. Though he was advanced in years, he was struck with a sudden, excruciating headache, and could not help but curse the little mermaid inwardly. "You fickle little creature. How can you be so capricious? Just yesterday, you were sweetly entangled with the rebel leader, publicly scattering grain in the market. And now tonight you are clinging to the dragon clan's leg?" However, it was said that merfolk possessed an innate, irresistible attraction to the dragon clan. And it was feared that she had already succumbed to the allure of this hooded dragon leader, compelled to submit to a new master. Oh, what a dramatic tale of forceful acquisition. The gang leader, relieved of the worry of a town-wide demise, suppressed his headache and indulged in the spectacle with delight. Insun noted how easily Lan Feng was provoked, letting out a cold snort. Indeed, the youth lacks composure. Ignoring this condescending remark, he remained oblivious to the subtle concern woven within the words. His attention was solely on Ming, noticing that the little mermaid had voluntarily hidden behind the dragon leader, as it appeared that the dragon clan had not taken her by force. The doubts that had been quelled earlier resurfaced, prompting him to call out impatiently, Ming, come here." And Ming, still apprehensive about being scolded, hesitated, uncertain whether to comply. The elder brother insisted, Ming, do not move." And Ming replied, "I shall remain steadfast in the face of change." This left her momentarily bewildered, as if struck by an unexpected blow. What was happening? Was Ming being forcibly restrained by this dragon leader? The dynamics of suppression and submission were absolute. The lower beings had no means of resistance against their superiors, compelled only to bow and yield. Contemplating the potential inhuman torment the little mermaid might endure, the half-blood dragon stepped forward, delving deeper into the dragon clan's territory. Upon witnessing their leader's movement, Yavin and the crew of the Phoenix braced themselves, fully alert and ready to strike at any moment. Another step forward was taken, and the low growls behind Ming intensified, echoing ominously. The dragon warriors began to display signs of agitation, and Ming, observing the tense standoff before her, swallowed hard, suddenly recalling a legend about the dragon clan, that they could fully transform into dragons. If the enraged group consisted primarily of humans, they would be severely disadvantaged against the towering dragon wings and sharp claws of a fully transformed dragon. The little mermaid, now distressed, grasped her brother's arm tightly. "Brother, please do not harm him." "Ah, Ming," and Sun turned back. "Why are you not concerned about him harming me?" And Ming retorted, turning towards the half-blood dragon, "You must not harm my brother either." Yavin and the entire crew of the Phoenix were left in utter confusion. What title was that? Ninth had always been sheltered behind Ivan, but at this moment, he emerged from behind the dark leg of the enormous creature, his face contorted in disbelief. "And Xiaoming, how can you engage in such intimate roles with someone other than your partner?" And Ming, realizing the misunderstanding, hastily clarified, "He is my biological brother." This revelation plunged the crowd into deeper silence. Even the low growls from the dragon clan ceased, and aside from Xiao, who knew the truth, everyone else wore a look of utter confusion. What? The leader of the clan has a merman brother? Ninth stood frozen, eventually responding, "And Xiaoming." You are a purebred merman. He is a purebred dragon. The genetic disparity between you is astronomical. Even if you have found a new love, there is no need to weave such a clumsy lie. His expression was one of profound hurt, as if he himself had been the one betrayed. And Ming found himself at a loss for words. The concept of transmigration could not be explained, and the idea of both brothers experiencing it together was utterly preposterous. Who would believe such a tale? The little merman steeled himself and continued, "He's my newly recognized brother." Everyone, including the onlooking leader and the townsfolk, silently exclaimed in their hearts, "Goodness!" And Sun looked at his younger brother with amusement, affectionately patting the small merman's hand. This display of fraternal bond pierced the heart of the half-blood dragon, stirring a mix of sour and bitter feelings within him. Unable to endure it any longer, he sprang into action. He unfurled his dragon wings, sweeping across the ground and charging towards the merman, intent on claiming him for himself. And Sun, quick-witted and agile, pushed the little merman behind him, standing as a barrier. As he approached, he launched a lightning-fast strike. The half-blood dragon, anticipating this, swiftly altered his course and countered by pinning in Sun's arm. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the townsfolk witnessing nothing but fleeting shadows. In the next instant, the two formidable figures stood facing each other, locked in a struggle for dominance. They were fighting over the merman. What a spectacle! How thrilling! However, rather than continuing their contest of agility, the two opted for a direct clash of psychic powers. Boom! The two seized hold of one another, their fierce, ice-cold pheromones colliding violently with the rich, fiery essence, unleashing a terrifying wave of psychic force that rippled outward, engulfing everyone present. Both the Phoenix and the Dragon Clan were of high rank and already in a combat-ready state, thus they were not severely affected. The leader and the townsfolk, however, were not so fortunate. One moment they were spectators, and the next they found themselves collapsing to the ground. In that instant, no one felt anything but regret. Now that the merman had been found, why linger here as mere onlookers, only to be left with remorse? I can't breathe. Help! The dragon warriors, witnessing this, mocked. A bunch of rabble dares to come and snatch someone from us. The crew of the Phoenix listened, incredulous. Who dares to label them as worthless? They must not underestimate the formidable might of the Justice Army. The brute, Xiao exclaimed, "Let me show you my true strength." The others chimed in, filled with fervor. Ivan number 9, in despair, covered his face. Typically, third-rate gangs would charge in without a second thought, engaging in chaotic brawls devoid of any semblance of order or decorum. The Justice Army and the Dragon Clan Secret Society, however, held themselves in high regard, tacitly acknowledging that the conflict thus far was merely a duel between their two leaders. Even if anxiety surged within them, they could not act impulsively. The Dragon Clan, known for their volatile temperament, saw the adversaries rushing forth and wondered what they were waiting for. In an instant, dozens of formidable warriors collided, a fierce clash of muscle and mental prowess, the expansive courtyard providing ample space for their display. Xiao withdrew within Ming, observing the tumult from a distance. The mingling pheromones created an overwhelming stench, prompting Xiao to pinch his nose, exclaiming, "How foul!" The leader and the townsfolk outside the gates were not spared either, their cries echoing in distress. And Ming, however, felt little. The onslaught of powerful psychic waves brushed against him like a mere tickle. Unbeknownst to him, he remained unaffected, consumed by urgency since his earlier confrontation with his brother. Yet, feeling so frail, he wondered how he could intervene. At that moment, the little mermaid, now distraught, realized that everyone was armed with particle guns. One lapse in concentration could lead to tragedy. In a moment of desperation, the little mermaid summoned all his strength, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Stop! Everyone cease!" A refreshing, invigorating aura suddenly emanated, like magic, cleansing the foul odor and surging vibrantly into the night sky, soaring into the clouds. Truly, all paused, as if the machinery of conflict had been abruptly halted, like a water valve turned off. The leader and the townsfolk, who had been on the brink of suffocation, now felt buoyed by this powerful essence, their spirits lifted as if they might ascend. Silence reigned. The fighting ceased, and soon also halted his actions. Ivan reverted from his insect form back to human. As the only artificial intelligence present, number 9 was able to move freely. He widened his eyes and murmured, "Remarkable, extraordinary mermaid." In Chapter 29, and Ming observed as everyone, as if under a spell, abruptly withdrew from the fray, scratching their heads and laughing, proclaiming, "No more fighting. We are all on the same side." Despite some lingering confusion, they continued to cheer, Yes, let us not fight. We are comrades. Once again, all experienced a profound cleansing of the spirit. Comrades? Shao, the brute, exchanged glances with the red-haired dragon before them, and the flames of anger in their eyes flickered and extinguished. Greetings, greetings. What is your name? Others join in, engaging in friendly inquiries and lively conversations. The leader and the townsfolk recline comfortably on the ground, gazing dreamily at the starry night sky. The stars are indeed enchanting tonight, enveloping the courtyard in an atmosphere of tranquility. In the center of the courtyard, Sun cast a sharp glance. For now, I shall let you be. The hybrid dragon, already in a position of advantage, is approached by Ming, who comes running over. At this moment, if the little mermaid remains oblivious to the fact that such a grand display is meant for her rescue, it would be rather foolish. Hee hee. So it's not anger but concern, thinks the little mermaid, feeling a twinge of guilt. The hybrid dragon, with a stoic expression, opens his arms. The rushing little mermaid wonders. He merely came over in earnest. However, recalling her earlier declaration of a partnership with her brother, without mentioning that it was merely a contractual arrangement, the little mermaid blushes slightly and without hesitation leaps into the hybrid dragon's embrace. The two share a tight hug before Sun, softly inquiring, asks, "Are you all right?" The little mermaid sweetly replies, "I'm fine." Sun remarks, "This scene is truly quite irksome. What did you do just now, Ming Ming?" The dragon brother abruptly interrupts the young couple's moment of sweetness. He had not sensed his brother's pheromones earlier, and the sudden strong gust that appeared was excessively pure. He gently pushes the little mermaid aside, seeking answers. At that moment, number 9 hurriedly approaches, followed closely by Ivan. In Xiaoming, number 9 calls out the little mermaid's name, but his voice abruptly halts, turning cautious as he glances at the hooded dragon. Sun's original host possesses considerable knowledge, and upon hearing the high pitch, he immediately comprehends the situation, choosing to remain silent. "I didn't do anything. What's wrong with me?" And Ming shakes her azure head, unaware of her status as a high-ranking mermaid, while the others are already well aware. "We'll discuss this later," he says, squeezing the little mermaid's shoulder and pulling her back into his embrace. "Dismiss everyone. Return to the Phoenix," he commands. "Yes," Ivan replies. "I will activate the ship now," number 9 adds, indicating they are about to depart. Depart? The dragon leader squints his eyes. "Have you consulted him?" And Ming, nestled in the hybrid dragon's arms, feels a chill run down her back. She hears Sun coolly remark, "What? Are you no longer in need of the raw materials for the suppressants?" Hearing this, and Ming and her companions look towards Sun in unison. The dragon brother smirks. "Didn't a dozen hooded figures steal the raw materials from the forest? That was indeed his doing. With Blue Feng set to leave the next day, he certainly must devise a plan to delay matters." The 9th gentleman, clad in a hood, remarked that without precise technology, it would be futile to create an inhibitor. It would be best to return it to us. Sun courteously replied that we could wait a few more days, albeit with conditions attached. The elder dragon of the clan cast a sharp glance at the hybrid dragon. "Ming Ming, come with me. No need to trouble you. We can indeed wait a few more days," came the response. Sun's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized the hybrid dragon, who met his stare with calm composure. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Why not let Xiaoming choose for herself? The 9th gentleman suggested enthusiastically, skeptical that this suddenly appeared elder brother could sway the little mermaid. Indeed, and Ming promptly turned her small face towards the dragon clan leader, brother, Sun, with a complex expression, looked at his younger sibling, feeling an indescribable sense of loss. What a little rascal, eager to spread her wings and fly. "Brother, can you come with us?" The little mermaid completed her sentence. Everyone gasped. The suggestion from the little mermaid sounded absurd at first, yet it was soon put into action. The leader took the townsfolk away first. The insect clan's vice officer opened his 6 crimson eyes, fixating on the gang leader. "Ensure your people behave. The dragon clan has perished. And the leader of the rebels is not a hybrid dragon. This night's events shall be erased from existence." With a threatening sweep of his barbed insect arm, he added, "After all, the Black Abyss star does not wish to become a mere trading sanctuary for interstellar folk to reminisce about, does it?" "Yes, yes," the gang leader replied, drenched in cold sweat, nodding frantically. "I will keep the townsfolk silent." Once the townsfolk departed, the courtyard returned to its quiet, chilly nighttime ambience. "What is the probability of their disclosure?" Ivan retracted his insect eyes and inquired of the 9th gentleman beside him. "Which matter are you referring to?" The 9th gentleman began to enumerate. "Is the pureblood dragon clan still extant?" 100%. Are the rebels seizing mermaids from the Dragon Clan? 100%. What are the mermaids themselves? There is an 80% chance of discovery with a mere 0.5% likelihood of disclosure, as the alternative version is far more enticing. The insect clan questioned, what about the truth of Lan Feng's survival? The leader's appearance and demeanor exhibited considerable divergence from before. However, the consistency in various features remained striking. There exists a 1 in 1,000 chance that one might recognize the rebel leader as Lan Feng, and once identified, the probability of dissemination to the main planet becomes 100%. Ivan noted, while the ninth gentleman remarked, we cannot blame anyone. We cannot fault the little mermaid for wandering, nor the Dragon Clan leader for enticing, nor the relentless search. These are the shortcomings of carbon-based beings. We cannot remain perpetually rational and unimpulsive like machines. He felt a twinge of envy. Ivan nodded. The world is ever unpredictable. We must expedite the military's development. The ninth gentleman also nodded. Ah yes, the fact that in Xiaoming is a high-ranking mermaid carries a 0% chance of discovery. After all, there are fewer than 5,000 mermaids alive across the entire star system, and there are no higher-ranked mermaids left. The ninth gentleman continued, among those higher-ranked mermaids, possessing enhanced abilities is exceedingly rare. Isn't Ming's capability truly as you described? It should be accurate. A thorough examination aboard the Phoenix is required for confirmation. Very well. There are several members of the Dragon Clan stationed in the courtyard, rendering additional guards unnecessary. The insectoid lieutenant intends to return indoors. The large insect. Indeed. The night is so enchanting. Why don't we, number 9, take the hand of the military female? Absolutely not. Fearing that the Dragon Clan might overhear something inappropriate, Ivan swiftly seized the collar of the handsome male insect and dragged him inside. In the foyer of the house, the leader of the Justice Army, alongside Insun and the Dragon Clan's secret military, engaged in amicable negotiations. Insun, upon removing his hood, immediately recognized the chief lieutenant of his late father, Lance, and was taken aback. Young man, your reconnaissance skills are woefully inadequate, Insun quipped. In a short span, a meticulous organization managed to scour the entire town and hillside thrice, ultimately pinpointing the exceedingly concealed semi-underground courtyard with the faint clues gathered from the mountains. That capability is indeed commendable. However, given that the other party is both a subordinate of his deceased father and in Ming's recently acknowledged elder brother, he found himself unable to refute. As the Little Mermaid endeavored to facilitate cooperation between both sides with particularly persuasive words, despite their reluctance, they began to communicate openly. The Dragon Clan leader did not conceal the truth. We are a total of 103 dragons, with 75 and 28 respectively. All are former subordinates of Lance. Nodding sincerely, he continued, Swordstar is the stronghold of the Justice Army, currently housing over 10,000 soldiers. I will ensure your secure placement, establishing a separate regiment for you, granting you considerable autonomy. How is it that Ming merely suggested I accompany you, and you presume I would join your ranks? And Sun spoke bluntly. Hold your tongue. Then, please enlighten me. And Sun replied, what I require is a wholly independent small military unit, yet all matters of salary, benefits, accommodation, and training must adhere to the highest standards, fully supported by you. In essence, you desire to be a benefactor without any return on investment. The insectoid stood behind the half-blood dragon, rolling his eyes dramatically. Number 9 also shot 2 disdainful glances. Zhou glared upon hearing his brother's demands, and Ming looked on eagerly, hoping for his agreement. The little mermaid thought to herself, surely this should pose no issue, considering he had previously managed to allocate 1 million star coins for her sole arrangement. Agreed. Thank you. Observing the half-blood dragon's generosity, and Sun's attitude softened. We can form a coalition. Wherever you require my assistance, I shall respond actively. This matter was swiftly settled. Next on the agenda was the issue of returning the raw materials for the suppressants. And Sun was not simply stalling. The Dragon Clan's nature is prone to volatility, necessitating potent and high-quality suppressants. However, the natural climate of Blackpool Star is exceptionally favorable, ensuring that the raw materials produced are not only abundant but also possess a high concentration of calming factors. Based on rapid calculations, even with an additional 100 members of the Dragon Clan, the final product would sufficiently supply the entire Justice Army for half a year. Both parties discussed the specific details of the merger for over an hour. The swift progression of events evoked a sense of astonishment among all present. The youthful Chao expressed his delight. Sun, are we truly heading to the base planet of Lanfeng? And Sun smiled in response. Yes, Go and prepare everyone. We may depart at any moment. The day-night cycle on Heightened Star is lengthy, with several hours remaining until dawn. Rising, he took the little mermaid's hand and nodded slightly. Deputy, I bid you farewell. We shall return to the Phoenix to make preparations for the simultaneous launch of both spacecraft before dawn. And Ming was pulled away. Ming. The Dragon Clan brother called again. Come aboard my ship, the Abyss. Though it is not an aircraft carrier, it is quite magnificent. Wow, the little mermaid exclaimed. Her interest piqued. I would love to explore it. The half-blood dragon immediately bent down and whispered something in the little mermaid's ear. After turning back, he added, Deputy, Ming has other matters to attend to and must return to the Phoenix first. I can personally pilot a small warship to take him to you tomorrow. You brothers can enjoy a day together. And Sun's expression darkened. What could be so pressing? You two will only be apart for a few hours. Is that truly so urgent? His mind was filled with thoughts, and Ming blushed. At this point, even claiming to be mere companions would be too late, and he could only acknowledge it with a thick-skinned demeanor. The others present exchanged knowing smiles. With Deputy N's reminder, it became evident that the two would soon be together, and Ming remarked, I am digging my own grave. And Sun took Xiao to gather the Dragon Clan members and synchronize the latest decisions. They had already heard the Little Mermaid's suggestions in advance and had no objections. As former subordinates of Lan's, they harbored an inexplicable fondness for Lanfeng. The Phoenix was parked on the public dock outside the town, occupying the entire mountain peak, a short 10-minute walk away. The soldiers had returned early, and the hotel belongings had been sent ahead. The half-blood dragon held the Little Mermaid's hand tightly and led the way. Jiu was pulling Ivan along behind them. Slow down. Big Bug. Why? We still have much to do. This is not a leisurely stroll. But you can't be a third wheel. Can you tell how much of the relationship between the boss and Ming is real and how much is pretense? Of course I can. Can we not discuss this? I'm not interested. Oh, then let us talk about us. Can you tell that I want to be with you? Can you tell that I want to give you a good thrashing? Unbeknownst to the dragon, who was oblivious to the love-hate entanglements of his two deputies, he hurried the Little Mermaid back to their exclusive cabin, returning to their shared quarters. Once again, they were alone, and Ming felt an uncomfortable tension enveloping him. Feeling drowsy, the Little Mermaid exaggeratedly stifled a great yawn. The half-blooded dragon, wearing an impassive expression, stated, I have a few questions for you. Once answered, you may rest. What? What do you mean? You and Sun appear to have an extraordinary bond, seemingly not just acquainted. What is the nature of your relationship? How can a dragon and a fish possibly be siblings? The Little Mermaid pondered, how can I explain this? The dragon replied, if you prefer not to disclose. I shall let it slide for now. Let us move on to the second matter. The second matter? Do you recall our agreement? The Little Mermaid's face fell. Realizing she had thought herself excused, she confessed, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I did not adhere to our pact. I failed to remain by your side. Did not return promptly when you called, and after being caught by my brother, I did not make an effort to contact you. The dragon's voice turned icy. What will you do about that? And Ming murmured softly, I willingly accept the punishment. He was nearly amused by the Little Mermaid's endearing demeanor, suppressing a smile as he leaned closer. Warm breath brushed against her ear as he whispered, then your punishment shall be. In Chapter 30, the Little Mermaid faced the consequence of a kiss. However, instead of rushing into it, she inquired who would bathe first. Stammering, she found the question rather embarrassing. The half-blooded dragon chuckled, we cannot bathe together just yet. You are still in a state of turmoil. Ultimately, the Little Mermaid finished her bath first. Once both donned their nightwear and climbed into bed, the smart lights dimmed, casting the room into impenetrable darkness, while a circular porthole opened beside the bed. At that moment, the Phoenix had set sail from the Blackpool Star, passing once more by the star belonging to it, a fiery red giant. The distant crimson light slanted in, illuminating the half-blooded dragon, rendering him reminiscent of a classical bronze sculpture. Come here, he beckoned with a gentle smile, leaning invitingly. The atmosphere grew profound, and Ming stared into the dimness for a moment before crawling over from the foot of the bed to lie beside him. Upon uttering the terms of punishment, and Ming had felt a flicker of confusion. The last incident at the bar had been an emergency, a hasty remedy for his violent symptoms, and emotionally, it could hardly be deemed a true kiss. Now, what was the intent behind this? When his brother had invited him to visit the Abyss, he had whispered, I do not wish to leave you. What did those 5 words signify? A hand, somewhat chilled from bathing, reached out to intertwine with the Little Mermaid's fingertips. Their 10 fingers entwined tightly, transmitting a fleeting, painful pressure. And Ming furrowed his brow, contemplating. At the moment he tilted his head, the mixed blood dragon's entire form tumbled over. The cool, soft lips pressed against his, and Ming instinctively parted his lips, and the agile tongue slipped inside. It was a kiss as gentle as water. Strands of hair fell against his neck, tickling him slightly. The tip of the nose occasionally brushed against his slightly warm cheek. The breath carried the scent of ice and snow, providing him with a sense of comfort. The crimson giant star quickly receded into the distance, the light diminishing. Akin to the air being siphoned from a mermaid's lungs, growing ever thinner. Their vision was once again ceased, with only the sound of sighs and the fragrance of pheromones filling the space between them. After lingering in the kiss for a while, and Ming slightly rose before settling back down completely. His hand trembled slightly as he explored the face of the mixed blood dragon, tracing its contours with his fingertips. No matter how strong one might be, their skin remains soft. Despite enduring countless pains, their breath is still warm. Just like lying on a sick bed, after countless moments of self-pity, one still yearns for the fervor of life. Was this an opening of a heart that had been sealed for far too long? Gradually, the little mermaid took full control of the situation. His passion was fierce, his affection was profound. The two were immersed in an endless kiss, as if submerged in an infinite ocean, engulfed by the water, sinking to the depths below. Until later, with the passage of time unknown, distant stars occasionally streaked by, sprinkling their light at certain moments. The little mermaid and the mixed blood dragon embraced each other for the first time in sleep. In dreams, sweet kisses accompanied him, granting him wings to soar towards the shores of his dreams. The next day, after washing up, and Ming held hands and followed behind, heading to Medical Room 9. As he caught a glimpse of their profile from the side, he sensed a subtle shift in their relationship. Medical Room 9 conducted a thorough examination of the little mermaid and concluded on the spot that his mental strength was at level A. And Xiaoming, confess honestly. When we first met, I conducted a test on you. Were you intentionally concealing something? 9 held the report, wearing a look of suspicion. Moreover, I also performed a simple test on you yesterday, and you forced everyone to obey your commands, yet your mental strength remains at level A. Now, what exactly are you up to? And Ming protested his innocence. I know nothing. As of now, he still did not comprehend how to adeptly wield his mental strength or freely control his pheromones. The Star Network claimed this was an innate instinct, yet he operated it with clumsiness. At that moment, another report finished printing. Well, at least you Haven T lied. 9 glanced at the new report and answered his own question. Your prolonged period of instability lasting 20 days has finally concluded. Your mental C has stabilized. 9 recalled, and Xiaoming's fluctuations in mental energy had been extreme. During moments of tension, fear, and excitement, he might have reached a certain level. While in states of calm, boredom, fatigue, or just after releasing energy, he could barely maintain the edge of that level. The half-blood dragon reflected on past vulnerabilities that had been exposed. When he first captured the mermaid and took her for a private interrogation, her strength was so formidable that he could not resist, and she forcibly bit into his gland. Subsequently, in a fit of rage, just 2 questions from the mermaid had compelled him to open his mech and consent to a mark. Furthermore, during their journey to the Black Abyss Star a couple of days prior, her simple request to take him down could not be refused. Yet, there remained uncertainties. 9 exaggeratedly remarked, Boss, you are a level. Even amidst your mental C, you shouldn't be overwhelmed by Xiaoming's level. And Xiaoming exclaimed, so what is truly happening? Discovering that he was not as incompetent as he had feared was certainly a relief, but seeing 9's reaction implied that there were other secrets about him. Igniting a sense of urgency, 9 asserted with certainty, there can only be one possibility. I had a suspicion yesterday. What? Ask. It was exceedingly rare for mermaids to possess special abilities, allowing them to transcend 2 levels and suppress their adversaries. Hurry up, and Xiaoming demanded, shaking 9's shoulders, urging him to explain swiftly. 9's voice trembled from the shaking. What I mean is, you can defeat level enemies with your level, and even the boss would have to concede. Still, it was not clearly articulated. The mermaid was truly anxious. What special ability? 9 replied, I currently have only 3 hypotheses. I cannot share uncertain conclusions. And Xiaoming responded, then work on it. 9 comforted, I have already collected all the data from your mental C. Give me some time to analyze. Then get to work. Let us go have breakfast. The mermaid pouted and followed the half-blood dragon. Once the door closed, 9 excitedly called out to Yaivan, Big Bug, and Xiaoming may have brought the mermaid to the public dining area. The sensitive period coinciding with the chaotic phase had concluded, and the mermaid joyfully flipped back to the spicy noodle page, unexpectedly discovering a new dish, spicy beef tripe noodles. This time, not only did he not hesitate, but he also eagerly recommended, I made 9 urgently procure the recipe from the shop owner. It may not perfectly replicate the original flavor, but 9's cooking skills aren't lacking. All right. The mermaid happily ordered 2 servings, finally fulfilling the small wish of enjoying spicy noodles together. 9's branch in the restaurant had even preemptively adjusted the layout, complementing the ambience with lighting and music to create a night market vibe of the Black Abyss Star. After spending just 1 night at the Black Abyss Star, the soldiers, who had dedicated their time to searching, also took a moment to indulge. The burly Xiao once again sat with Ned and Trist at a table, slurping noodles while discreetly glancing towards the mermaid's direction. Xiao, that's strange. Last night, the boss was so worried, yet he didn't seek comfort from the little brother. Quister, what do you mean by that? Nate calmly explained. Xiao implies that the little brother's eyes are neither swollen nor red, and he can enjoy spicy food just like us. Quister, so what? Surely, one cannot maintain the same posture every time. Xiao, that's a valid point. Nate, then why can the boss also eat spicy food? The 3 fell into silence once more. This time, the trio struggled to uncover the truth, ultimately reaching a consensus that it might have been a delicate cooperative endeavor. The Abyss followed the Phoenix as the 2 ships sailed silently through the cosmos. With the addition of over 100 dragon kin, the recruitment plan was completed ahead of schedule, leading them to return directly to their base planet. This filled the Little Mermaid with anticipation, eager to witness the fabled eternal twilight. After enjoying beef tripe noodles together, he proactively suggested escorting the Little Mermaid to the Abyss. I noticed you were quite eager to go yesterday. Oh, let me inform my brother, said the Little Mermaid, raising her wristwatch, and Ming would accompany her throughout. As it seemed she didn't quite believe that Insun was truly her elder brother. Unexpectedly, after successfully docking with the Abyss, the warship took its leave immediately. There are 5 days of travel to Sword Star. Enjoy yourself here today, and I shall come back for you tonight. You can return tomorrow if you wish. His words were generous. The Little Mermaid only needed to stay aboard the Phoenix while she slept. Before boarding the warship, in front of her dragon brother, he lifted the Little Mermaid's chin, affectionately engaging in a passionate kiss. And Ming savored the sweetness on his tongue and winked. See you tonight. See you tonight. He departed under the discontented gaze of her dragon brother. Upon returning to the Phoenix, he visited the medical room once more. Ivan was also present, arms crossed, intently watching Unit 9 at work. Have the analysis results come out? The half-blood dragon inquired. They have. Unit 9 cheerfully organized the data into easily readable charts, projecting them into the air. Standing alongside Ivan, they observed together. The first chart clearly indicated that the Little Mermaid's mental realm was vast, serene, and pure, with a stability rating of level 1. The second chart showed that her mental strength fluctuated within a range of 39, 346, 100 under calm conditions, corresponding to an above-average level. The subsequent 3 charts were rather unusual. A detailed long wavelength graph displayed curves of varying thickness. Please take a look at this red line. Unit 9 operated the hologram to highlight the red line, indicating the value line for mental strength that can be converted into physical attacks. Ivan nodded. It is well known that both can utilize mental strength to enhance physical prowess. Solid stones can be easily crushed, and heavy objects can be lifted with ease. And Xiaoming's readings surpassed those of your previous tests. The value displayed by Unit 9 was considerably elevated, eliciting a remark of wonder. And Xiaoming is quite the extraordinary little darling. It was no surprise that the cage was destroyed when they discovered the mermaid. Even a being at the level of a minor entity could be easily overwhelmed by her strength. Observing the chart, one must pay attention to the blue line. Unit 9 slid the next graph into view, illustrating the penetration value of mental energy invading another's psyche, an alarmingly high figure. Unit 9 expressed astonishment, noting that Xiaoming possessed the capacity to inflict suffering upon others effortlessly, even driving them to madness. Thus, last night's events were remarkably straightforward. The mermaid commanded everyone to halt with her words, and they dutifully complied. Unit 9 remarked, "This is a unique gift of the merfolk. Although their general levels are not high, a select few possess the ability to convert mental energy into tangible actions. Ancient texts even mention their capabilities to control fire and water, and their songs can heal ailments. They are referred to as the magical race, stemming from these abilities. Alas, they are now on the brink of extinction, and Xiaoming may be the last surviving high-ranking mermaid. The half-blood dragon and the insectoid remained silent. The tragedy of the merfolk was wrought by the dragons, who had paid an irreparable price for their actions. When considering sending the mermaid aboard the abyss, they pondered whether the pure-blooded dragons numbering over 100 would pose a threat to her. However, despite their combative nature, dragons are a species with normal desires. They procreate, enjoy life, and experience joy and sorrow. It seemed implausible that they would suddenly descend into a frenzy of slaughter against another race. Returning to the subject of healing, Unit 9 exclaimed, "Now, please direct your attention to the final chart. Observe the green line. This reflects the soothing effect of mental energy. Even Ivan could see how remarkable it is. Chief, your condition of mental atrophy may indeed have a remedy." Unit 9 was beside himself with excitement, gesticulating animatedly. Your reaction to Xiaoming is not merely an absence of allergies. He might truly be able to heal you gradually. Typically stoic, Ivan urged, "How can we be certain?" Unit 9 replied, "We shall retest the chief's current mental state. We must correlate the values from both sides." Soon, they prepared the helmet and laid down in the testing chamber. As they awaited the results, Unit 9 was exhilarated beyond measure in the records of the Mermaid Empire. High-ranking mermaids are already rare, and those with awakened abilities are even scarcer. And Xiaoming possesses 3 powers: combat, truth, and healing. He is the chosen one. Chief. And Xiaoming is an angel sent by the gods of the universe to save you. Oh, I'm so moved I could cry. With that, a single tear escaped. With a playful tone, he added, "By the way, I've included my bodily fluids in the mix." Meanwhile, the 3 anxiously awaited the final outcome. On the abyss, and Xiaoming followed her brother into the panoramic observation chamber, where she gazed out at the vast cosmos, absorbing its infinite and enigmatic allure. And Sun discerned that her brother was in high spirits, and she speculated that it might be due to a certain individual, which left her feeling somewhat complex. And Ming's thoughts were in a constant state of flux. He pondered repeatedly, vaguely sensing that his feelings transcended mere admiration and veered into the realm of affection, accompanied by an overwhelming desire. This was palpable during their first genuine kiss the previous night. He was nearly convinced that the feelings were reciprocated. The little mermaid silently resolved that should he express a desire for a permanent mark, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. Conversely, if he did not bring it up, he would certainly not restrain himself during tonight's kiss. However, one dilemma remained. The fishtail must remain concealed. Chapter 31. If the secret of the fishtail were to be discovered, it would spell disaster. Based on her observations, it would not only be deemed perverse, but could also inflict substantial harm, which was utterly unacceptable. In human form, there were no complications. And Ming planned to return home that evening and practice diligently in the bathroom. During the morning checkup, Number 9 had mentioned that his chaotic phase had concluded, which implied that he should be able to control his tail with ease. As long as he could maintain human legs in water, he believed he would manage it by then. And Ming felt a slight sense of relief and continued to enjoy the tour led by his brother. The dragon clan was predominantly exuberant and had readily accepted the fact that Chiefin had a mermaid younger brother. They had never encountered such a charming and delicate creature. Each one was enthusiastically curious, surpassing even the crew of the Phoenix. They even found their own basis for fraternal kinship. The possibility of cross-species brotherhood was indeed plausible. In my childhood, I heard my grandmother recount tales of a time long ago when a dragon fell in love with a mermaid, and together they bore 3 children. Guess what? The first was a typical dragon-merfolk hybrid, the second was a pureblood mermaid, and the third was a pureblood dragon. How astonishing! Although I am no biologist, as long as this couple did not conjure up any insectoid offspring, I would believe it. It seems Chief Un and his mermaid brother's parents were also a dragon and a fish. Given that Chief Un was an orphan, it was quite likely. The conversation delved deeper. Prompted by this, Lan Feng was identified as part dragon. What was their relationship? Could the mermaid brother also potentially produce pureblood dragons with him? Goodness. It might be possible. Moreover, pureblood mermaids and humans were also feasible. Imagining Lan Feng having offspring? The image was too beautiful to contemplate. Astonishing, truly astonishing. While the dragon clan engaged in gossip, they also received the results of their mental ocean data. Simultaneously, Number 9 completed Sun's investigative report. Number 9 reached a conclusion akin to that of the dragon clan, albeit with more academic support. Furthermore, they indeed all shared the surname and bore a striking resemblance in their appearances. No longer questioning it, that evening, and Ming arrived at the abyss with the dragon clan to retrieve the little mermaid and returned to the Phoenix. Upon seeing him again, and Ming felt a sudden shyness. "You came to pick me up," he thought, the possibilities of the night ahead making it even harder to meet Lan's gaze, his eyes darting about. Strangely, the mixed-blood dragon's blue eyes were also averted. The dragon clan elder expressed slight satisfaction, refraining from shameless displays of affection in public. The two boarded the warship and departed from the abyss. The small vessel had only 2 seats, was semi-automated, and felt quite confined. According to the Little Mermaid's expectations, once they were alone, they would hold hands, inch closer, and ultimately share a natural kiss. Just one kiss from him would surely elicit an even more fervent response in return. Indeed, within mere minutes, their lips met fervently. And the Little Mermaid savored the taste of the mixed-blood dragon's lips. Breathing heavily, he pulled away, unable to meet his gaze throughout the encounter. After regaining composure, the Little Mermaid mustered the courage to ask, "Have you eaten?" "Oh, so shall we head straight to rest afterward?" "All right." And Ming was extremely anxious. If all went as expected, tonight would surely be an intimate affair. The two vessels were not far apart, and soon the warship docked smoothly. They held hands as they traversed the silent, desolate flight chamber, snuggling together in the light elevator until they reached their designated cabin level. Upon entering the room, he mentioned having worked up a sweat exploring the abyss and decided to wash up first. Then it would be his turn. The bathroom door was securely shut. Excellent. His tail could indeed be controlled with ease. Moreover, as a high-ranking merfolk, his control lasted impressively long, coupled with a touch of bashfulness at home. He luxuriated in a bath for a full hour, his legs on full display. Perfectly splendid. Eventually, and Ming donned a bathrobe, deliberately leaving it slightly open. He shyly returned to the bedroom, where his golden hair cascaded down as he leaned against the headboard, engrossed in a book. He glanced at the Little Mermaid, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he pulled back the covers beside him and beckoned, "Come here." His movements were elegant and languid, exuding a certain nonchalance, utterly enchanting. And Ming swallowed hard, climbing under the same blanket and reclining comfortably. "What book are you reading?" The Little Mermaid inquired to spark a conversation. "It's not a book." The mixed-blood dragon closed the book with his long, fair fingers, revealing the cover to Ming. It was a detailed report from Unit 9. "A report?" "Yes, yours." "Oh." And Ming, preoccupied with a particular thought, had long dismissed the examination conducted by Unit 9. "Has the result come out? Do I possess any special abilities?" "What are they?" "Combat prowess," the mixed-blood dragon stated, revealing one aspect. "Combat prowess?" And Ming's interest was piqued, a sign of her formidable prowess. She opened the corresponding page and began to explain to Ming with reference to the data charts. As she assessed the figures, memories of the words spoken by Number 9 surfaced in her mind. Although Xiaoming was shorter and leaner than you, she could certainly lift him. "Well, does that mean I can lift you?" The Little Mermaid seemed to sense his thoughts, and with a glance at Ming, she flashed a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Ming, however, harbored no particular intentions. He merely sought conversation to ease the atmosphere, which had grown somewhat tranquil. He refrained from embracing or drawing him close, steering clear of topics that might feel abrupt, such as kissing. "This report is quite substantial," the Little Mermaid remarked. "That's because you possess more than one ability." The hybrid dragon perused the report, intending to discuss it further with the Little Mermaid. "You also possess the rare truth-speaking ability, which is scarce among the entire merfolk." "Really?" She flipped a few pages back, patiently elaborating. "Truth-speaking is essentially the process of mental energy permeating another's spiritual ocean to exert cognitive influence." As her mind drifted back to Number 9's words, she recalled that Xiaoming's penetrative abilities were formidable, and given certain conditions, they could merge their spiritual oceans, achieving a true communion of souls. "Well, does that mean I could invade your thoughts?" The Little Mermaid, once again attuned to his unspoken feelings, inquired. "Oh no, I misspoke. I meant to say penetrate your mind." And Ming quickly corrected himself. "Indeed," she replied, "I find little distinction between invasion and penetration." "Then I must be truly extraordinary," she declared with pride, placing her hands on her hips and playfully nudging the hybrid dragon. "Hee, let us take advantage of this physical contact to warm up the atmosphere. Is there more?" The Little Mermaid continued to probe, noticing that several pages of the report remained unturned. Suddenly, there was silence. Is there?" And Ming felt a surge of warmth. This topic was indeed engaging. He sensed the atmosphere shifting. "There is," he responded, contemplating how to phrase his thoughts so that the ensuing dialogue might feel more subdued. Following the release of his examination results that morning, his outlook was decidedly dismal. Number 9 had indicated that, perhaps due to several incidents related to the Black Abyss star, the shrinkage of his spiritual ocean was exceedingly severe, worse than anticipated. His mental energy was already hovering near the lowest threshold. If he were to compel the Little Mermaid into treatment, he would undoubtedly reap considerable benefits, yet she would likely suffer backlash. Your shrinkage could effectively cease, and with frequent visits, you might even heal instantly. However, there exists a 50% chance that a rupture could occur in Xiao Ming's spiritual ocean, which would be irreparable. Oh no, and Xiao Ming is so wonderful. How could this be? Number 9 had felt despondent at that time. Naturally, he yearned for healing. His ambition to establish a grand kingdom could not be realized within his meager lifespan of 3 years. The Little Mermaid was a rare treasure, his only lifeline. Yet, he could not exploit her. It is even less likely to harm the Little Mermaid. Everything must proceed without affecting her. Fortunately, the situation has not reached a dire point. The numerical difference is but a mere fraction. Number 9 continued to assert that, while it is not possible to establish a permanent mark at this moment, various forms of intimate interaction should be pursued. It is essential to engage frequently, allowing Xiao Ming's pheromones to gradually take effect. Once your deterioration falls below a certain threshold, you may enter a state of healing, officially commencing the regular recovery process. Engage frequently, partake in intimate activities, and Ming gazed serenely at him, patiently awaiting the conclusion of his report. He wished not to burden the Little Mermaid with excessive pressure, yet he also refrained from deception, opting to focus primarily on the positive aspects while briefly glossing over the rest. You possess healing abilities, which are more common among advanced merfolk, and yours is not only present, but remarkably potent. So potent, in fact, that you can have a distinctly beneficial effect on my spiritual sea. The Little Mermaid's eyes immediately sparkled with curiosity. Really? Is it that wonderful? Although he had not elaborated on his specific ailments, he was aware they were linked to his spiritual sea, which often led to bouts of fury. However, the hybrid dragon cautioned, "My spiritual sea is somewhat troubled, and I cannot immediately withstand your healing. It requires a gradual approach." The Little Mermaid blinked, conveying his confusion. He only sensed one implication. Does this mean we cannot engage in certain activities tonight? The Little Mermaid's smile vanished, and his azure head drooped in despair, feeling somewhat perplexed. Had he inadvertently offended her? It seemed he was not gentle enough. The hybrid dragon felt a pang of frustration, realizing that his subsequent requests must be more tender, lest he displease the Little Mermaid. He resolved to soften his tone further. If the Little Mermaid was unwilling, he would not press the matter. He gently embraced the downcast Little Mermaid, placing a soft kiss upon his forehead. "Ming," he murmured softly. And Ming, feeling a bit despondent, did not notice the hybrid dragon's carefulness. "Has your tumultuous phase concluded?" "Indeed." "Then, when you are not in water, can you transform your tail?" And Ming's calves subtly sprouted a few scales, and a sense of foreboding began to rise within him. "Could you show me your tail now? Let me touch it, please. In exchange, you may touch mine." Number 9's final suggestion was to engage in activities that would bring mutual joy and comfort. Touching tails, for merfolk and dragons alike, is akin to scratching a pet's belly. Only through personal experience can one truly appreciate its exquisite nature. And Ming abruptly lifted his head. The dragon's tail was already sweeping back and forth across the Little Mermaid's back, and he met the gaze of the hybrid dragon's profound, unfathomable eyes. "Can you, Ming?" Chapter 32. I, and Ming, found myself at a loss for words. Yet, he did not wish to decline such tender affection, which bore a hint of caution, as if treating him like a fragile treasure. And Ming clenched his teeth, resolved to negotiate. Merely a touch of the tail fin, no further, if you please. Observing the Little Mermaid's troubled expression, he seemed to comprehend something. Ming, I shall not impose upon you." He adjusted the bathrobe draped over the Little Mermaid's legs and pressed another kiss, whispering, "Sleep now." The tail was a highly private part of the body, and he was not truly a partner. The intimacy they shared was already a rarity, and he could not demand more. And Ming's taut nerves gradually relaxed. Yet he sensed a dimming of emotions, as if a piece of his heart had gone missing. The report lay on the bedside table, awaiting him, and Ming remained still. "Oh dear, there rests nothing beneath me, it seems. I believe my face is dusty." With a clumsy excuse, the Little Mermaid hurried into the bathroom to fetch his undergarments. How did it end up like this? The return journey lasted 4 uneventful days. At his brother's behest, the Little Mermaid spent his days aboard the abyss. In the vastness of space, there was no distinction between day and night, yet both the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix maintained a 24-hour routine. Each morning, After breakfast, the little mermaid was sent to his brother in the dragon clan, and at precisely 7 p.m., he was picked up again. And Sun teased his younger brother. Are you so reluctant to part with lawn foam? Not even a night of slumber or a midnight chat with your brother. Without waiting for a response, he continued to mock. What is up with those dark circles under your eyes? Are they trying to drain you dry? And Ming could offer no explanation, silently enduring his brother's reprimands. Brother, you have truly changed. You were never like this when I was ill. As for the dark circles, he wished for restful nights. Ever since that eagerly anticipated night turned into an uneventful one. His nightly routine reverted to what it had been before visiting the Black Abyss. He would fall asleep facing his direction, inhaling his scent, sharing fleeting kisses on occasion, yet refraining from any further transgressions. But in Ming was different. Ever since that thought had taken root in his mind, it had never ceased. After all, he was merely 19, brimming with youthful vigor, his pheromones overflowing each night, yet powerless to act. Contemplating the notion was one thing, putting it into practice was another entirely. To forcefully assert himself before a mixed-blood dragon who showed no initiative was daunting. Moreover, he had already confessed that his mental state was fragile and could not withstand it. Meanwhile, that dragon, night after night, was nourished and invigorated by abundant, fragrant pheromones, growing more spirited with each passing day. And Ming gazed longingly out the porthole, his heart heavy with sighs. How about we explore the tail tonight? As long as those two peculiar scales, larger than a palm, remain unperturbed. Perhaps I can manage to restrain myself. Just as I was contemplating this plan, a sudden light appeared outside the porthole. Initially, a sliver of light refracted in, quickly transforming into several beams that illuminated the meditation chamber wherein Ming was situated. Beside him, and Sun opened his eyes. We have arrived. And Ming, who had been engaged in deep mental contemplation alongside his brother, no longer pretended to be absorbed and dashed to the porthole to gaze outside. Behold, a red giant star. He joyfully reiterated his earlier words. This is the star of Jianwan. Brother, do you know why the base planet is named Jianwan? Because it possesses a vast inland sea shaped like a sword, and there is no sunset. It is perpetually illuminated. And Sun chuckled and shook his head. The wristwatch chimed, arriving ahead of schedule, landing in 2 hours. And Sun's smile faded. Humph. The crew of the Abyss and the Phoenix became busily engaged. Over 100 residences and specialized training grounds for the Dragon Clan were prepared, and everyone began to pack their personal belongings, as several large hover vehicles would transport them shortly. The Phoenix crew had fewer personal matters to attend to, yet they were also military personnel, beginning to tend to post-landing affairs. Ivan reported that aside from the Phoenix, the Justice Corps had 3 aircraft carriers returning in the following days, with appointed commanders responsible for recruiting a total of 384 new soldiers. The placement, organization, and training of these recruits would prove to be an exhausting and intricate endeavor. After retrieving the Little Mermaid, he was immediately summoned by subordinates to discuss military affairs. And Ming wandered off alone to the combat room to pass the time. He headed straight for the largest heavy dumbbell, which he had not dared to attempt previously, taking a deep breath before lifting it. Footsteps echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw number 9. Aren't you busy with everyone else? The Little Mermaid set down the dumbbell and sweetly inquired. The chief feared you might be bored. So he sent me to keep you company. I can be present for the others via hologram. Number 9 closed the combat room door and, with a sense of mystery, approached the Little Mermaid and asked, Have you been enjoying yourself these past few days? You still have the energy to lift weights. How did number 9 misunderstand? Number 9 teased. I know. Although you cannot fully engage, there are plenty of ways to have fun, hee. I wonder what position doesn't Xiao Ming favor the most? And Ming remained expressionless. Don't overthink it. We haven't done anything. Really? Number 9 was taken aback. If it were merely the pheromones on the surface for soothing, the chief's mental realm would continue to diminish indefinitely, perhaps never to recover. Number 9 grew anxious. And Xiao Ming, how could you not manage that? Frustrated, number 9 stomped on the dumbbell, nearly stumbling and falling, becoming even more agitated. I want to shut down my emotional control center. And Ming, perplexed, remarked, This is my private matter. Why are you so agitated? This is not a private matter. 9 retorted with fervor. You are his lifeline. If you do not save him, he will perish. He is the architect of my existence. His demise would cause me great sorrow. In the next moment, a click was heard as 9 composed himself. I shall not engage in anger with you. And Ming was utterly bewildered. What do you mean he will die? 9, devoid of emotion and now rational, coldly inquired, What did you hear from him? And Ming replied, He mentioned that his mental state is rather fragile. My presence might inflict harm upon him. Even a false marking is unacceptable. I can only let him touch my tail. I do not wish to hurt him, yet I also do not want him to touch my tail. 9, with a frigid demeanor, asked, "Are you certain he expressed it that way? Have you perhaps misinterpreted too much?" The little mermaid pondered. Something felt amiss. The previous night, his words were too ambiguous. And with her mind clouded by fantasies, she hastily concluded that nothing was permissible. It was a possibility. 9 began to clarify. First, a complete marking is indeed unfeasible. Second, beyond that, you both ought to engage in more pheromone exchanges in various forms. Third, how could you be unwilling to indulge in something as delightful as tail touching? He concluded, he is not the one causing you harm. Rather, it is the reverse. If you were to mark him completely now, the benefits would be numerous for him. Yet you might face risks. And Ming was utterly confounded. Why would he deceive me? Because he cares for you. He would rather deplete his own life force than see you suffer. 9's expression remained impassive, his tone devoid of warmth, resembling that of a machine. And Ming felt he still did not comprehend the situation, his thoughts in disarray. For the past few days, he had not expressed any affectionate desires towards him. Although Ming longed for intimacy, his shyness prevented him from voicing such needs. He sensed that the emotional barriers between them had tightened slightly. However, on 2 occasions, he awoke in the night, tightly nestled against him, exhibiting a profound need for his presence. Such a robust being, yet in slumber. He conveyed an overwhelming dependency on Ming. Yet, upon waking the next day, he reverted to his restrained and composed self. After 9's words, Ming realized that he genuinely yearned for him, but his aversion to tail touching rendered him too timid to make any requests. Ming began to reflect further. He had consistently treated him with great kindness. For instance, the previous night, after an exuberant competition against the dragon clan in the abyss, he began to feel pain in his legs and feet before bedtime. Emulating what Sun used to do, he massaged him for over an hour. Previously accustomed to being cared for by his elder brother, he had not recognized the unnecessary nature of such attentiveness between those who were not intimately related. Additionally, when they walked back to the Phoenix ship parked on the low hill from the Blackpool Star, he always maintained a position slightly behind Ming. When he stumbled upon a stone, his body swayed slightly, and yet he was promptly supported at the waist. Moreover, at the restaurant serving beef tripe noodles, he was initially meant to sit inside, yet he insisted on sitting outside. During the sensitive period, I covered him with a blanket and even relinquished my room for his comfort. Ming slowly reminisced, tracing back to their very first encounter. It was immediately apparent that he was dehydrated, and she promptly offered him water. These were all inconspicuous little details that she had overlooked. With a click, the emotional control center of number 9 was activated once more. Oh, and Xiao Ming. He suddenly burst into tears, his tears cascading down as he apologized profusely for his earlier demeanor. I have no grounds to condemn you, nor do you bear any obligation to assist me. The strikingly handsome boy flung himself onto the little mermaid, his warm tears brushing against her face. You were shedding tears, and Ming remarked in astonishment. No. 9 continued to weep. I'm just anxious about whether we are still good friends. Indeed, and Ming smiled, I am not angry with you. No. 9 ceased his tears and scrutinized the little mermaid, questioning if she truly bore no resentment. No, not at all, and Ming reflected before adding. I have merely been accustomed to receiving care and am still unfamiliar with the act of caring for others. In truth, she was quite intrigued. The little mermaid's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. You may share with me precisely how to proceed, step by step. That's easy. No. 9 proclaimed with newfound pride, leaning closer to the little mermaid to whisper in her ear. They engaged in this intimate exchange for over 10 minutes. Hee. Let me tell you about these few methods first. Once you gain practical experience, remember to return to me. I, too, will find a way to swiftly deal with the big bug, and we can exchange insights together. Ming felt herself blushing like a boiled shrimp. The first few methods are fine, but the last one involving the tail is not acceptable. Why not? Number 9 was entirely unconvinced, asserting that it should be the most pleasurable experience. Ming hesitated for a moment before simply stating, it's just not acceptable. And as for my tail, regarding that matter with the 2, please do not mention it to anyone. Number 9 immediately promised, this is your privacy. I would never divulge it to a third party. The little mermaid reassured him. After their conversation, the view outside the porthole revealed a planet adorned in hues of yellow and blue, beautiful, warm, and full of promise. We have arrived at Jianwan. The spacecraft was about to land. Yet, and Ming suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to act without delay. After merely a 2-second hesitation, he abandoned number 9 and dashed toward the combat room, disregarding number 9's surprise calls. Utilizing his mental strength, he sprinted with remarkable speed, reaching the door of the next conference room in just 30 seconds. "It's right inside," he declared as he pushed the door open, having just assigned tasks to everyone. The sound drew the attention of all present, who turned to look at him. Upon recognizing the Little Mermaid, the half-dragon hybrid swiftly stepped away from the group and approached her with concern etched on his face. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing," the Little Mermaid whispered. "Can we return to my room now? Right now?" The hybrid dragon, perplexed, replied, "But we have less than half an hour until landing. We should wait. Make everyone wait." The Little Mermaid insisted stubbornly. Chapter 33. Upon seeing the Little Mermaid's warm, bright eyes, the dragon suddenly understood. They need not wait. They could proceed with what needed to be done. Thus, upon receiving the leader's order, the Phoenix descended upon Sword-Based Star, accompanied by the Abyss, as per their plan. Everyone disembarked with various cargo, including energy samples, seeds, and newly acquired weapons. Only a certain room, featuring an oversized bathtub, remained closed, with its occupant yet to emerge. Senior military officers stationed on the planet arrived to greet them, but found no one there. The insectoid deputy, expressionless, stated, "The chief is busy with important matters. We shall return." The officers quickly expressed their understanding. As the supreme leader, it was only natural to be occupied. Dozens of large military vehicles were dispatched from the base, including one specifically for Wynn, and soon everyone settled in for departure. The dragon leader shared a vehicle with 2 insectoid deputies. Muttering in the dragon tongue inherited from his predecessor, number 9, responded immediately. Yuan frowned, asking, "What do you mean?" Number 9 then addressed Yuan, while Sun cast a curious glance at the 2 insectoids and fell silent. More than 4 hours later, the hatch of the Phoenix opened once more, and the hybrid dragon gently led the Little Mermaid down from the lift. "Welcome to Sword-Based Star," he said, a smile gracing his lips. The Little Mermaid, feeling somewhat unsteady, finally found solid ground and let out a soft sigh. He surveyed his surroundings. Sword-Based Star was even more beautiful than he had imagined. A large red sun hung in the sky, casting a twilight hue, while the air was infused with the fragrance of flowers and the briny scent of the sea. Beneath their feet lay a docking area lush with grass, its slender blades swaying gently in the breeze, creating a soft sensation underfoot. Everyone had departed. "Shall we take this vehicle back?" The Little Mermaid inquired, noticing the reserved military vehicle. "Yes, but there is a better way," he replied. Curiously, he adjusted his combat suit, focusing intently. In the next moment, 2 soft, black forms emerged from the specially designed slits of his uniform, gradually unfurling. And Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Turning around, he asked, "Would you like to touch them?" The Little Mermaid extended his hands, brushing against the dragon's wings. As he caressed them, the wings slowly expanded, their structure becoming firm, while the membrane, smooth as silk, was adorned with fine, delicate fur. Turning back, he embraced the Little Mermaid tightly. A gust of wind suddenly surged, howling past the military vehicle. The Phoenix, Abyss, and the vehicle left by Ivan were abandoned below as they soared skyward within Ming. A warm breeze caressed their faces, dissipating the lingering heat of passion, only to be rekindled by the golden locks of the hybrid dragon. They flew towards the resplendent red sun, and Ming felt his heartbeat quicken. As they ascended, he beheld the ocean, an endless expanse of golden waves rippling beneath them. With powerful strokes of his wings, they changed direction, allowing him to gaze upon the breathtaking vista behind. From a sufficient distance, the magnificent scenery unfolded, revealing the inland sea of Sword-Based Star. Shaped like a sword, thrusting into the fertile land, the blade penetrated deep into the continent, pointing toward the snowy peaks above. To the lower left of the hilt lay a vast green plain, dotted with a cluster of low-rise buildings. This was his stronghold. Nestled closely to his ear, the inland sea bordered the north, the ocean to the east, and the mountains stretched to the west, an exquisite treasure. "Welcome," and Ming, the hybrid dragon, embraced him tightly. The expansive dragon wings surged once more, and the 2 figures, intertwined like one, galloped freely across the golden sea, reveling in the radiant glow of the setting sun. After a considerable flight, they arrived at a sheer cliff, where he gently set down the Little Mermaid. The wind brushed against her, bringing tears to her eyes yet filling her heart with an unprecedented sense of liberation. "Did the wind hurt you?" he asked softly, pressing his fingers against her cheek. "Next time, I'll be mindful and have you wear a hat." In truth, and Ming, nestled against the broad chest of the hybrid dragon, felt little discomfort. He exclaimed, "Are you going to make me wear that ugly earmuff hat again? I never want to be a little turnip again." Moreover, the climate of Sword Bay Star was quite pleasant, warm like spring, rendering such thick hats unnecessary. "A thin one could suffice," he replied. "That can be arranged." And Ming responded, stepping closer to the hybrid dragon and lifting his blue head. A smile gradually formed on his lips, his eyes arching with delight. He lowered his head and gently pecked at his lips. And Ming remained still, continuing to smile up at him, and pecked him again. The sea breeze atop the cliff was strong, swiftly tangling their hair together, their breaths intertwining as well. The kiss, imbued with the essence of the sea, lingered on before, and Ming, still yearning for more, reclined at the edge of the cliff, with his head resting on the grass. The sound of waves crashing against the cliffs filled his ears, while the little mermaid admired the sky, painted in shades of dusk. With a slight turn of his head, he could see the magnificent dragon beside him. He sighed contentedly, gradually emptying his mind of thoughts. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until the sky appeared to brighten slightly. "What time is it now?" And Ming asked absent-mindedly, still unfamiliar with the rotational cycle of Sword Bay Star. "It is 11 o'clock, came the reply. In response, 9 has adjusted everyone's wristwatches to the correct time difference. You may check at your leisure. Is it truly midday?" And Ming incredulously rose, turning his head. Everything before him seemed to be enveloped in a warm-toned filter. At 2 in the afternoon, the brightness peaked, while 3 in the evening was at its dimmest, yet the light remained ample. And Ming climbed beside the mixed-blood dragon, affectionately leaning against him. "Your planet is indeed a fairy tale world where the sun never sets. Do you like it?" "I do." And Ming admired the dragon's exquisite features up close. "But I am particularly fond of your blue eyes. They are truly beautiful." "Oh." The mixed-blood dragon closed and opened his eyes again. "What about this?" The little mermaid giggled. "This is even more alluring." Raising his head, he kissed the little mermaid's lips once more. The dragon's tail flicked out, its tuft gently brushing against the mermaid's brows and eyes. "How about this?" "It is both exquisite and enticing, and delightful to touch." The little mermaid answered earnestly, his breath becoming heavier. At this moment, their relationship had grown remarkably intimate, and Ming, without any preamble, reached out and grasped the playful tuft, beginning to stroke it at the base. Before long, they shifted positions, the little mermaid lying down. Although it was not cold, the sea breeze was quite strong. The dragon's wings unfolded again, folding into a fan shape, encircling them both. And Ming softly inquired, "Are you all right?" The dragon kissed his cheek, adorned with delicate fish scales. "You are already well. I can be as well." The dragon's face withdrew from his, and Ming, with his watery eyes, gazed through the overlapping gaps of the dragon's wings, observing the sky outside. The dragon's wings swayed unconsciously, causing the small patch of sky to appear larger and smaller intermittently. The little mermaid began to sob. Suddenly, he recalled what 9 had said in the training room: if one does not die, he had no desire to perish at all. He cried out in anguish. The dragon could not respond. "You have me now. I wish to live 1,000 years by your side." Meanwhile, the base was bustling with activity. 9 and Yuan were accompanying the Dragon Clan leader on a tour. 9 adopted the demeanor of a standard tour guide, introducing with an official tone. The base, characterized by a strong military style and orderly management, is divided into 3 primary areas based on function. The western inland area serves as a training base, comprising 12 training grounds and 8 indoor sports venues, situated far from the sea. The southeastern area is designated for entertainment, being the smallest, with cinemas, bars, and restaurants for the military's leisure. The northeastern area by the sea is a vast residential district featuring thousands of row houses, with well-organized streets and ample greenery. A small portion still under construction, where soldiers transform into construction workers, personally building their homes. The villas are categorized into new recruits' quarters, veterans' quarters, and senior officers' quarters, with 8 individuals sharing a villa for recruits and veterans, fully equipped, warm, and comfortable, truly the highest treatment across the galaxy. The senior officers' quarters consist of 2 individuals per villa. As the conversation progressed, the official tone shifted, becoming more animated. Previously, when I was still in the form of a black panel, I resided alongside Deputy Ivan. However, at that time, I lacked a bedroom and merely stationed myself in the living room on the first floor. And Sun interjected, "Black panel, form?" The leader of the Dragon Clan cast a curious glance at the imposing male insect before him. During the encounter with Lawn Foam on the Blackpool Star, he had taken note of this exquisite male insect, whose beauty was unparalleled, as it spent most of its time closely following its female counterpart. And Sun found the situation oddly perplexing. Firstly, it was astonishing that the insect empire allowed such a high-ranking male insect to roam freely. Secondly, Lanfeng not only took it in, but also relied heavily upon it for various data and information, despite the well-known fact that male insects were typically indolent. Even more bizarrely, this insect was capable of speaking the dragon clan's native tongue. Are you artificial intelligence? Not a true insect? And Sun concluded. Number 9 appeared momentarily stunned before breaking into a broad smile. You didn't realize it all along. My goodness, I am absolutely thrilled. Casting aside the official demeanor, Number 9 embraced the dragon brother as if they were old friends. And Dashuan, I really like you, ha ha ha, to express the extent of his affection. The artificial intelligence went on to declare that considering the dragons could transform and fly, over 100 dragons had been specifically arranged to stay at a villa by the sea, adhering to a 6-person specification. Ivan, who had previously organized these arrangements, remarked, You certainly know how to borrow flowers to present to Buddha. As the tour concluded, the 2 deputy commanders drove the dragon clan leader toward the seaside. We have 2 deputy legion commanders arriving tomorrow and the day after, bringing over 1,000 new recruits, Number 9 mentioned. In the past couple of days, we discussed with our leader about organizing a major competitive event for the Justice Army. Ivan chimed in, new and veteran soldiers will compete together in a mixed format, divided into 5 stages, with the final comprehensive results leading to a reorganization into 3 main legions. Number 9 nodded. Deputy Ivan is the chief coordinator for this event. Ivan added, Your esteemed dragon clan is an independent military force, and participation is not mandatory. However, and Sun expressed keen interest, responding, We will participate. The leader of the dragon clan, though feigning nonchalance, was internally impressed by the formidable strength of the rebels. Lanfeng was indeed quite capable. Furthermore, competition could ignite the spirit of combat more effectively than training. He naturally insisted that the dragon clan should not become complacent, while also seizing this opportunity to showcase their prowess, ensuring that everyone recognized the might of the dragon clan. Once discussions reached a satisfactory conclusion, the military vehicle landed before a white villa. Commander and Sun, your abode has arrived. Number 9 refrained from calling him Dashuan again, primarily because the dragon brothers seemed a bit aloof, making it difficult to foster a warm atmosphere. After a tiring journey, it would be best to rest early, Ivan added courteously. Yet, and Sun was in no hurry to exit the vehicle. Where is Ming and Lanfeng's residence? Just behind us. Number 9 pointed out to the dragon brother. Myself and the big insect are next to them, but we won't be returning just yet. There are still many matters to attend to. And Sun glanced over, growing agitated. What? Are they still aboard the spacecraft? I am unaware. The 9th is quite particular about privacy. The sky bore the hues of dusk as Sun exclaimed, Is this to imply a night spent away from home? The 9th explained helplessly, Brother, the weather on Sword Bay Star is typically like this. It is actually noon. And Sun, checking his watch, continued in frustration. Reveling in broad daylight is hardly commendable. Brother Long had been stationed on the open balcony of their new home for an entire afternoon, and by 6 in the evening, he finally spotted 2 silhouettes returning from the seaside, their clothes damp in several places. They exchanged glances and murmured to one another as they walked. The half-blooded dragon playfully flicked Ming's nose, who leaned affectionately against his chest. And Sun observed as the half-blooded dragon pointed into the distance, and then suddenly directed his attention towards Sun, whose gaze instinctively followed. And Sun reclined backward, collapsing into the rocking chair. All right, I shall let you off the hook today. On the boulevard of the Villa District, Ming remained oblivious to his brother's scrutiny. Seeing his brother sprawled in the rocking chair, he excitedly called out, Brother? Receiving no reply, he pondered, perhaps he has fallen asleep. After all, he is 30. Oh, and Ming redirected his attention. Then we shall head home. The 2 gradually distanced themselves. What shall we do at home? The half-blooded dragon whispered. It is merely just past 6. Everyone should still be in the entertainment and training zones. There is no one else around. We cannot do anything, can we? Isn't your ailment rather severe? You cannot fully recover. The little mermaid spoke softly. Now, the 2 were no longer shy, though a hint of bashfulness lingered. You could give me a temporary mark, one dragon suggested. Haven't we already bitten each other twice today? But it's fine, the little mermaid graciously responded. How about marking in the water? The dragon coaxed. The little mermaid jolted, bursting into laughter. Perhaps next time, she said, no longer insisting. When we return to the house, you should take a shower and rest. The ninth has already dispatched the housekeeping robot for cleaning. I will have it deliver dinner as well. And you? She inquired. I have a meeting to attend. The new recruits training will be conducted in the form of a competition. And I need to consult with Ivan to finalize some rules. Suddenly looking at the Little Mermaid, he asked, would you like to participate? He remembered and Ming had expressed a desire to engage in all training and tasks within the military. Moreover, given in Ming's current mental prowess and considerable strength, he intended to personally teach various skills to help the Little Mermaid grow rapidly and become stronger. Chapter 34. Upon hearing about the new recruit training, and Ming eagerly expressed his intent to participate, having previously devised plans for it. Absolutely. And Ming promptly agreed. Very well. I shall instruct the ninth to make arrangements for you. However, the Little Mermaid is certainly not participating in the usual manner. Her training is the primary aim, and the competition serves merely as a means to that end. She will not truly be cast among the thousands of participants. Once the event commences, the Little Mermaid will personally guide her through a special passage to undertake various assessments within. Ultimately, she will not be involved in rankings, nor will she partake in the allocation of teams alongside others. Nevertheless, private standings may still exist. Casually expressing his thoughts, and Ming indicated that his purpose is also to learn, showing little concern for accolades or reputation. Moreover, it is a great privilege to receive personal instruction. After entering the villa and changing into different attire to depart, the Little Mermaid accompanied him to the entrance, just as they were beginning to understand each other as feelings. The moment grew increasingly endearing, especially since they could not fully consummate their affections, which only heightened their restlessness. The half-blood dragon reiterated his intention to leave 3 times, while the Little Mermaid responded affirmatively each time. Their hands clasped and caressed one another. Reluctant to part ways, they lingered for quite some time. Ultimately, it was the half-blood dragon who regained his composure, gently placing a hand on the Little Mermaid's head, and said with a hint of exasperation, "You truly are a misleading little enchantress. Are you not weary?" And Ming, aside from a slight fatigue in a certain area, was not particularly tired and shook her head. "Then will you accompany me to the meeting?" She quickly nodded in affirmation. The half-blood dragon retracted his foot and messaged 9. Please arrange an additional dinner. Thus, they enjoyed a nutritious meal together. And after the Little Mermaid tidied herself and changed her attire, they arrived at the training base's office building 40 minutes later. Upon entering, they found not only Ivan and 9, but also 3 high-ranking military officers present, along with 2 deputy commanders who participated via hologram, having not yet returned. The discussions were nearly concluded, with a few points requiring opinions, and once everything was reported, they would finalize their decisions. The 2 deputy commanders, far removed from Jianwan Star, had to activate the warp jump mode to ensure their timely return the following days, and after acknowledging the group, they took their leave. Though the 3 military officers held high ranks, their demeanor was somewhat distant. They had arrived later, and one of them had only come to know the Little Mermaid after renouncing his allegiance to the human empire, making them less familiar than the lower-ranked soldiers aboard the Phoenix. Upon entering, they promptly stood, executing a formal military salute with great precision. They were already aware of the Little Mermaid's existence and had been astonished by her formidable presence as a companion. Thus, seeing her accompany the half-blood dragon to the meeting elicited only mild surprise. They dared not display excessive curiosity and, after saluting, offered their respects to the Little Mermaid as well. These 3 individuals, distinguished by their appearance and demeanor, were clearly not ordinary. And Ming, feeling somewhat intimidated, hurriedly returned the gesture, maintaining a standard posture. He pulled out a chair, allowing the Little Mermaid to sit first before taking a seat beside her. Lingling. You should listen as well. Feel free to interrupt with any thoughts or questions, the half-blood dragon spoke gently. All right, and Ming obediently replied. Yet in his heart, he pondered how it could be possible to point fingers. Number 9 arranged for a service robot to bring in a cup of protein-rich beverage. Let me, he exclaimed, eagerly taking the cup from the mechanical arms tray and affectionately delivering it to the Little Mermaid. As they drew near, a silent understanding passed between them, marked by a shared glance. Number 9 subtly gestured with his fingers, and Ming immediately comprehended that he was inquiring about which variant had been utilized. The Little Mermaid quickly took a sip of her drink to mask her embarrassment and then discreetly signaled a 2. Number 9's eyes silently questioned, "Is it only 2?" To which the Little Mermaid replied with a similar gaze, affirming that indeed, it was just 2. A hint of disappointment flickered in Number 9's expression. The Little Mermaid took another sip and then indicated a 3. but there have been 3 instances. Number 9's eyes sparkled with teasing. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Did you not play with your tail?" And Ming nearly choked, replying, "No." Number 9 returned to his seat. The others were already engaged in a discussion, sharing their experiences with sharp insights regarding fairness and comprehensiveness, while Number 9 diligently noted each point. After half an hour, the conversation about the training competition had nearly concluded. One officer spoke up, "Chief, I have a situation on my end. It is not serious, but I believe it warrants your attention." "What is it?" came the prompt response. The officer continued, "Today, we heard that over 100 dragonkin have come along and have been accommodated with high regard, but a small portion is somewhat dissatisfied. What are their grievances?" Ivan replied coldly. The officer explained, "Only a dozen or so individuals, veterans from the campaign against the Dragon Empire, who have lost brothers on the battlefield. They claim that the dragons remain their enemies and feel disenchanted by the indiscriminate expansion of the righteous army." And Ming, listening nearby, felt a surge of anxiety. He feared the potential for conflict, worried that any issue might trigger the fatal narrative of the dead emperor. Although this matter seemed tangential at present, he acknowledged, "They are merely passionate youths, and their indignation is inevitable. We must clarify that the errant dragons have already faced punishment. They should not vent their anger on others." His tone sharpened. "During the competition, ensure these individuals are organized separately to prevent unnecessary conflict." The 3 officers nodded in agreement. Thus, a resolution was established. With no further issues raised, it was mentioned Ming should also participate in the competition. He had previously discussed this with Number 9 through his wristwatch. As soon as the words left his lips, Number 9 exclaimed urgently, "That may not be feasible." And Ming was momentarily taken aback. Number 9 elaborated, "Chief, I have calculated this scenario hundreds of times. Based on the reports regarding Xiaoming's situation, how could he participate? It would be tantamount to a predetermined victory, and Xiaoming would annihilate them." The 3 officers, unaware of the Little Mermaid's level, exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Number 9 had begun to flatter so overtly. It seemed rather conspicuous. At that moment, even Ivan remarked, "It's reasonable for Ming to compete against you. I can do so as well, after all. We are both level 2. The officers were even more astonished, for the insectoid race was notoriously proud, holding no regard for anyone but their leader. How could this be? Seeing the confusion among the 3, Number 9 elucidated, "It's about Xiaoming's level." "Really?" "It's hard to tell," the trio exclaimed in surprise. They truly hadn't perceived it. Levels were quite rare, and the Little Mermaid seemed to be merely of a lower tier. Moreover, the officers continued to murmur, "Even if he is of that level, what of it? It is said there is one among the recruits who is level 9. Why should he claim the top spot? That's quite boastful. It merely requires machinery and a venue. It's not a real competition," they clarified, aware of the misunderstanding. "Oh, that's no problem then." Number 9 replied, "I will arrange it." With that, the meeting was officially adjourned, and the 3 officers took their leave, while Number 9 ushered Ivan onto the flying vehicle. And Ming, feeling alert, suggested a stroll to enjoy the breeze. The 2 meandered back slowly. By now, it was deep into the night. With only a faint glow remaining in the sky, casting a marvelous shade of violet, the skyline particularly radiant. It resembled the twilight of a midsummer evening. The gentle night breeze carried a warmth that was enchanting. "It's so beautiful," the Little Mermaid mused once more, hoping the narrative would never be disrupted and would remain tranquil. In the following 3 days, the 2 exhibited considerable restraint. Aside from various kisses, long and short, they refrained from any excessive actions. Although Ming was not officially competing, he still needed to conserve his energy. By the 4th day, the deputy commander returned with all the recruits, who had rested for a day, signaling the commencement of the competition. The event was divided into 4 phases, spanning 2 weeks. The first phase involved individual mental strength contests, followed by a personal combat skills challenge in the second phase. The third phase focused on team cooperation, emphasizing theoretical knowledge and strategic capabilities. After these initial 3 phases, there would be a 3-day intermission during which a bonfire social gathering would be held by the seaside, allowing participants to showcase their talents. A significant portion of the Justice Army's logistics team, along with a commendable number of personnel, would partake in this event, facilitating quicker matchmaking opportunities. Following the respite, the final phase would ensue. Only those who ranked within the top 10 based on their cumulative scores from the first 3 phases would compete for the ultimate championship. The first day was dedicated to the individual mental strength competition. Upon arriving at the venue, Ming noticed that many individuals were already present inside. Everyone was required to undergo a mental strength assessment, after which they would be grouped according to their levels for an elimination tournament, where longevity in the contest would yield higher scores. As they entered, the Little Mermaid immediately captured the attention of the entire arena. The crew of the Phoenix did not participate in the competition this time. Instead, they took on the role of staff to maintain order, promptly clearing a path to escort Ming to the testing site. Along the way, all eyes were drawn to them, whether veterans or recruits. Being chosen by the righteous army indicated exceptional qualities, resulting in a generally proud demeanor. They held a deep respect for their leader, yet regarded the leader's cherished one with indifference. To avoid hindering their performance, everyone refrained from using suppressants and relied on self-control, the scent not overwhelming, though still detectable. However, this Little Mermaid emitted no scent at all. Such a weakness could only be found in those of lower ranks. Thus, it seemed she was merely brought along for amusement. The leader's taste is rather peculiar, indeed, to favor someone so gentle. Under the guidance, Ming swiftly arrived beside the testing machine. In order to enhance the spectacle of the competition, the testing apparatus was extraordinarily large, resembling a towering metallic cylinder, marked with numerical scales, ascending in value as one looked higher. At the base of the cylinder was a heavy-looking metal ring, thick and wide. Ming took a deep breath and positioned herself at the marked spot on the ground. Behind her, apart from the staff of the Phoenix, were unfamiliar faces. Judges, including Number 9, Ivan, and senior officers, were stationed at the arena for the impending official competition. Everyone watched him in silence. The Little Mermaid stood for a full 10 seconds, yet the machine showed no response. The crowd murmured, "Could it be a matter of rank?" Suddenly, the Little Mermaid turned around, scratching her head and asking, "What should I do?" The crowd gasped. Could it be a question of intelligence? They jostled around anxiously, offering explanations. You need to find a way to make it move. Ascend as high as you can. Meanwhile, they thought to themselves, come on, dear leader's sweetheart. You are so adorable. If you can just achieve a modest score, we would all be delighted. Standing behind Ming, someone smiled and said, I thought you were still preparing. Just as they said, harness your strength. All right, the Little Mermaid replied softly. Their brief exchange was ordinary. Yet neither exhibited any signs of inadequacy from the Little Mermaid. The crowd was taken aback. Wow, why does the anticipation suddenly feel so intense? It was already anticipated that the Little Mermaid possessed special abilities, with her mental strength likely exceeding standard ranks. He intentionally refrained from clearing the area, allowing both new and seasoned soldiers to observe closely. This was to establish the Little Mermaid's reputation. Regardless, there existed an innate admiration and submission towards the strong. Indeed, under her wings, Ming would not be bullied. However, allowing everyone to witness Ming's terrifying prowess is the most effective form of protection. Ming held his breath and began to concentrate his energy. Soon, the massive circular ring began to sway, emitting a deep metallic hum. Then, it slowly ascended. Everyone gasped in astonishment, as it appeared to be a rather effortless feat. Could it be level? Just as Ming was about to continue, he felt a weight on his shoulder. A half-blooded dragon had placed a hand on him. With a resounding clang, the ring crashed back down to the ground, leaving the onlookers perplexed. Was the leader afraid of the little sweetheart getting hurt, and thus forbidding him from proceeding? I'll wager. A certain dragon leaned closer and whispered into the Little Mermaid's ear. What? And Ming felt a tickle in his ear. Do you see the 10 million mark? The dragon pointed to a high position on the column. Show me your true strength. If you surpass it, I shall gift you an agile combat mech. I believe you would appreciate it. This remark was made without any attempt to lower his voice, and everyone present heard it. Gasps filled the air. 10 million was indeed the pinnacle value of the level. Beyond that was the next tier. Leader, are you certain this is not a jest? How could you publicly embarrass your own subordinate? Your precious darling, no matter how formidable, is still delicate. What if he starts to weep? You may not care, but we certainly would. No one realized that in just a few fleeting minutes, they had unwittingly been captivated by the Little Mermaid. And Ming, too, appeared flustered. He had meticulously reviewed the report, yet felt unsteady. With so many eyes upon him, to declare defeat would be decidedly unmanly. The Little Mermaid, steeling herself, inquired then, what if I do not exceed it? This time, the dragon leaned in closely, lowering his voice to a mere whisper to ensure no one else would hear. If you do not reach it, you shall join me for a bath tonight. The dragon had indeed planned meticulously. Achieving 10 million would pose a challenge for Ming, and it was highly likely he would fall short. Nevertheless, he could still attain several million, allowing the Little Mermaid's reputation to remain intact. A win-win situation. Upon hearing this, and Ming froze in place. He had already learned the previous night that there was a room on the second floor of the villa, exquisitely designed as an indoor hot spring, several dozen meters wide and long, akin to a swimming pool. It was intended for the half-dragon's bathing needs. This was not merely a bath. It was an invitation to frolic in the water, and Ming felt a surge of anxiety. No, two individuals in such a vast space would be far too overwhelming. What if that impacted the budding emotions between them? He raised his gaze to find the dragon wearing a gentle smile. Internally, he cried out, "Oh dear, you truly are a wicked dragon." Previously, there seemed to be no insistence. Upon rejection, everything was relinquished, yet it was merely a gradual test of my resilience. The little mermaid resolutely resisted. He turned back, poised himself anew, drew a deep breath, and in an instant unleashed his strength. Chapter 35 Clang. A fierce gust of wind swept through, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. The metallic cylindrical base of the testing machine, deeply anchored, trembled violently, becoming bare. The column glowed faintly red from the rapid friction. The heavy metal ring, weighing over 100 kilograms, had vanished without a trace. A significant gash appeared in the alloy ceiling of the venue. After several seconds, an indistinct thud resonated from outside. Thud. The ground shuddered as if a comet had collided with a planet. The holographic image of Nil 9 almost instantaneously materialized. Who has damaged my grand machine? Ah, and Xiaoming. The little mermaid had already concealed herself behind, shamefully covering her face. A certain dragon remarked, "How desperately does Xiaoming wish to avoid bathing with him?" The crowd, as if awakening from a dream, had their faces etched with disbelief. Could this truly be the legendary peak level? Thunderous applause erupted. Clap, clap, clap. Each individual, beyond mere applause, felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence, utterly at a loss for words to express their profound admiration. No one questioned the supposed fragility hidden beneath such an endearing fade. How terrifying it truly was. Wait. An unsettling thought gripped the assembly. This little powerhouse could not genuinely be here to compete, could it? What a calamity it would be if one were to face off against him in the arena. Hold on. The crowd's gaze returned to the testing machine. Hooray. The machine was broken, and the competition had to be suspended. Amidst the waves of lamentation, hologram number 9 gazed mournfully at its damaged pillar. The circular component of the mental power testing machine was eventually discovered in a deep pit several dozen meters from the venue, already cracked and certainly incapable of being reinstalled. The first phase of the competition had not yet officially commenced and could only be paused. Ivan and several military officials in charge of the event urgently convened, deciding to postpone the mental power competition, awaiting the repair of the apparatus, and to commence the second phase of physical competition early in the afternoon. Number 9. Filled with sorrow, found in Xiaoming once more. This participant, bearing the surname N, has been unanimously assigned to compete last in the second round. He then turned to the mixed blood dragon. Sir, please ensure the safety of your companion and refrain from any further damaging actions towards the competition facilities. Having said that, he departed with a pained expression. Oh, my towering grand machine. And Xiaoming expressed her heartfelt apologies. I did not intend to. The mixed blood dragon gently pinched the little mermaid's puffed cheeks. It's all right. I will deliver your mech as promised. Very well. The little mermaid pouted. Why not? How amusing. I am not quite adept at it. Not that I am somewhat capable, but rather completely oblivious. Is there a mentor to guide you? Who? The little mermaid winks, deliberately inquiring. Teacher Lon. The half-blooded dragon's hand glides from the cheek to the lips, pressing gently, his gaze deepening. In the evening, Teacher Lon will teach you to pilot the mecha, hand in hand. And Ming, I merely wish to procure a kiss. The afternoon martial contest is also a competition, yet it must rely solely on genuine physical strength and skill, devoid of any spiritual power. Otherwise, it is deemed a violation, resulting in a reset of points for this segment. The Little Mermaid's prowess relies on the conversion of spiritual energy, having never trained in 2 lifetimes, rendering her abilities completely inadequate. Should it come to that, she would likely end up flailing blindly. Thus, finishing in last place suits her just fine, as it would attract minimal attention and spare her from embarrassment. However, it remains essential to observe and learn from others, and Ming is assigned to the judges' panel. Seated together with them, the contestants, comprising both new and seasoned soldiers, total 5,000, and to enhance efficiency, 10 arenas are operating simultaneously. Dragon Clan leader Sun and his aide Xiao also serve as judges, seated in the adjacent section. And Ming rushes over to greet her brother. Brother, why have you been ignoring me these past few days? And Sun, who exactly is ignoring whom? And Sun, I've been somewhat busy. And Ming, oh, and Sun, come visit me tonight. And Ming turns her head. The competition on my side is commencing. Brother, I will find you once you are free. She beams a radiant smile at her brother and skips back. And Sun, how has the adorable little one, who used to dote on me daily in the past life, transformed into this ungrateful rascal in this one? The Dragon Clan leader, originally seated in the center of the judges' panel, abruptly requests to swap places with Qiao, who is seated on the edge, keeping a distance, out of sight, out of mind. That little rascal has merely changed her target of affection. Once seated, and Ming begins to observe the matches earnestly. After a short while, her hand finds its way onto the half-blooded dragon's thigh, unconsciously caressing. Once an intimate relationship is established, such behavior ensues. The mind remains focused on the task at hand, while the body instinctively draws closer, entwined in tenderness. Two new soldiers are engaged in fierce combat on the arena. The little mermaid watches with excitement, her hand becoming bolder in its exploration. This technique is the most fundamental move in close combat. Suppressing the troublesome claws, I will diligently instruct you in this move when we return home tonight. All right, Teacher Lon. The little fish's mood is bright as she withdraws her claws to continue her playful touch. The dragon, affected by her calling him teacher while engaging in the action, feels a delightful warmth in his core. Yet, mindful of the other officers present, he refrains from acting further. Until tonight. And Ming dutifully observes 7 matches. Before each group of soldiers begins, they first approach the judges' table to salute the esteemed panel. Leader, Commanderin, may all your endeavors be met with success. They conclude with an additional blessing. Suddenly, Ming realizes a pressing concern. After another round commences, the little claw retracts, and its owner, filled with trepidation, leans closer to the mixed-blood dragon's ear. Will everyone recognize you as Lanfeng? The mixed-blood dragon finally relaxes his top thigh and discreetly exhales, highly unlikely. Why? And Ming inquires, perplexed. With golden locks and cerulean eyes, his striking physique and visage are indeed unforgettable. Having once served as a general of the human empire, many must have seen him, and those who haven't would have encountered his likeness online. My appearance differs significantly from Lanfeng, he answers softly. What? You don't know how I looked before? And Ming furrows his brow. Before? I'm unaware. Suddenly disinterested in the contest, he raises his wristwatch to check the time. In truth, after learning of Lanfeng's tale on Blackpool Star, Ming had searched the Star Network, discovering numerous discussions, mostly in tones of nostalgia and respect. Yet no photographs were shared. The official website of the human empire contained no relevant information. It seemed Emperor Mark wished for Lanfeng to vanish entirely from memory. Currently, online images were scarce. I realize this issue. I will have Number 9 send you some, he states. Number 9 and Win, stationed elsewhere, swiftly deliver photographs through their multi-channel high-speed computational intelligence. And Ming gazes down at his wristwatch, momentarily lost in thought. In the images, Lanfeng appears remarkably youthful, sporting straight black hair, with fervent eyes and a more rounded face, exuding a noble and righteous aura. Now, however, with flowing golden hair and sharper facial contours. His blue eyes retain their hue but harbor a profound depth, shadowed by an undeniable glow. And Ming envisions the dragon's wings, tail, and scales, all black, evidently reflecting his original hair color. Did you intentionally dye your hair as a disguise? The little mermaid innocently inquires. He chuckles. I do not dye my hair. The little mermaid, perplexed, asks, then how has your hair color changed? He provides a brief explanation. It is due to excessive mental energy depletion. Why? The little mermaid presses. Relentless. After departing from the human empire, my spaceship encountered an accident. To survive, I had to overexert my mental energy, resulting in damage to my mental sea. He feels compelled to elaborate further. This is a painful chapter of his past. It is perhaps best not to burden Ming with the details, as it might affect her spirits. And Ming refrains from pursuing the matter further. He has nearly grasped that the spaceship disaster led to his mental sea's injury, and the severity was such that had he not encountered her, he might have perished. The little mermaid feels a tightness in her chest and begins to contemplate how to hasten the process of completing the permanent mark, aiming for a swift and thorough restoration of health. How much longer until your values align? How long until we can officially to observe my control situation? How can I expedite its regulation? The little mermaid quickened her speech. Oh, you are quite eager? The half-blood dragon raised an eyebrow, noting that within the current comforting actions, the more pleasure and comfort you provide me, the sooner I shall achieve the desired target value. Which actions bring you the utmost joy and comfort? The little mermaid, in her eagerness, remained blissfully unaware that she was once again ensnared in the trap of a certain wicked dragon. Initially distracted by the arena, her focus was now entirely captivated. He gently pinched the soft earlobe of the little mermaid and teasingly suggested, "How about touching your tail?" And Ming replied, "Here we go again." Yet this time, he did not hasten to refuse. Instead, he began to deliberate earnestly. After much internal struggle, the little mermaid, taking a risk, conceded. "Then let it be tonight. However, you must promise me," she quickly added in a hushed tone, "it cannot be in the water today, only on the bed, and furthermore, you may only touch the tail fin, not venture upwards." "Very well," the half-blood dragon responded, elated yet somewhat perplexed. He recalled that the last time he made a similar request, Ming had expressed the very same stipulation. Touching the tail was a mutually pleasurable act. Why then did Ming exhibit such resistance? Was there an underlying issue? Or perhaps a secret? However, since Ming was shy, he would not rush her. The half-blood dragon composed his thoughts and redirected his focus back to the arena. Currently underway was the first round of eliminations. Once completed, half the soldiers would depart the arena, while the remaining would continue to clash until the strongest of this segment was determined. To ensure fairness on Insun's side, the arena was populated predominantly by new human recruits, whereas this side was filled with seasoned veterans who all aspired to receive guidance from the highest leader, including several dragon warriors. The arena, overseen by Yuan and Number 9, featured a mix of both new and veteran soldiers. The dozen or so veterans who had previously voiced complaints were entirely allocated to the Zerg side, thus avoiding Insun and the dragon competitors. Although the first round was not the most thrilling, several contestants early on displayed the demeanor of champions, swiftly overcoming their opponents upon taking the stage. Teacher Lon seized upon these impressive performances to patiently explain to the Little Mermaid, selecting a few techniques to personally teach her later that evening. Chapter 36. By 8 o'clock that evening, the sky was still bright, and the first round of eliminations had finally concluded. Excitement filled the air, no one felt fatigued, and many arranged to meet in the training grounds after dinner to continue their sparring. Others, having forged new friendships, planned to venture to the entertainment district's bar for leisure. Number 9 had finalized the competition roster for the following day, and the mental prowess testing machine was undergoing urgent repairs, expected to be operational again the day after tomorrow. The initial 2 segments had merely altered in sequence. Everything appeared to be splendid. As the venue emptied, several officers bid farewell and departed. Number 9 pulled Yuan over, not knowing how to bring in Sun and Qiao together, and the 4 engaged in hushed conversation. His expression remained rather solemn. The remaining crew members of the Phoenix were engaged in tidying up the venue and preparing for the competition the following day. And Ming stepped over the railing and made his way to the center of the ring. As he stretched his limbs, he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a swift punch lunged at him from behind. The little mermaid sensed a gust of wind and swiftly evaded to the side, causing the mixed-blood dragon to miss. His reflexes were impressive. "Don't hold back on the praise. Stand here, and let me demonstrate a few techniques," he said. "All right," and Ming replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He first showcased a move, then meticulously broke down the actions, grabbing in Ming's arm with one hand and supporting his waist with the other. He guided him through the motions twice. When striking at the enemy's chest, if he dodges to the left, you may continue your assault. If he dodges to the right, you can pivot and attack with your elbow. Understood. Now, let's give it a try. You will be the attacker, and I will defend. Okay. And Ming earnestly assumed his stance. However, he lost his balance in his eagerness and rushed forward, flailing his arms. The mixed-blood dragon opened his arms wide and comfortably caught the little adversary in his embrace. Seeing the bewildered expression on the little mermaid's face, the mixed-blood dragon leaned down and planted a kiss on him. At that moment, the group of 4, who had seemingly gathered to observe, could not contain themselves. Number 9 cupped his hands like a trumpet, exclaiming, "Shameless." Ivan clicked his tongue, while Joe remarked, "So adorable," and Sun huffed, "I want to hit someone." And Ming, too embarrassed to break free from the embrace, buried his face deeper, mumbling, "I just can't do it." His mental prowess could still intimidate everyone. But in a pure test of skill, he was nothing more than a novice, hardly even qualifying as a fledgling. The little fledgling blushed a deep crimson. Too tempting for the dragon to resist as he stole another kiss before loosening his grip slightly. "Who would dare mock you?" he said, affectionately ruffling the blue-haired boy's head. "Our Ming will be formidable in the future." Number 9 chimed in dramatically, "In 3 days, he will be a master." Ivan supported, "Their promise." Joe laughed. How cheesy. And Sun again expressed his frustration. I want to hit someone. At that moment, the Phoenix crew, having completed their tasks, approached with gleaming eyes. Is the little brother showcasing his talents? We cannot let this opportunity slip by. Commanderin, keep it up. You were quite threatening just now. You nearly knocked the chief over. You were destined to be the future interstellar champion. Please, stop. And Ming thought the praise was a bit mindless. Yet, he genuinely wanted to learn. Realizing he should not rush, he lifted his head and said, let us do it again. The hybrid dragon chuckled. Are you still here? The mermaid blinked. Then it's time to go home. He intended to delay, but having already responded, he could not retract his words. Alas, the tail fin was destined to be touched tonight. Speaking of which, the tail fin is located at the very end of the tail, presumably the least sensitive part, right? It should be, shouldn't it? Merely touching the tail fin should not elicit any revealing reactions, should it? And Ming descended the stage with a sense of heroic determination, continually fortifying his resolve. For individuals awaited below, seemingly anticipating their departure together. And Ming felt a twinge of curiosity. Ever since his relationship had become more defined, especially after he had publicly pulled the mermaid away for a private encounter aboard the spaceship, it was rare for anyone to intrude. Unless there was a critical matter to report, everyone typically displayed a keen sense of discretion, allowing the two ample solitude. Now, however, there were suddenly 4 prominent intruders. Did something happen? And Ming noted that the 4, who had just been joking lightly with him, now wore expressions devoid of mirth. In fact, his brother exchanged an unusual glance with Ivan. Despite their lack of familiarity, a sense of unease washed over him. Something was amiss. Indeed. When the hybrid dragon emerged behind the mermaid, 9 immediately stepped forward. Boss, there's a situation with the human empire. It's important but not urgent. Hence we didn't interrupt you earlier. I took the liberty of delaying the report for a few minutes since you seemed quite happy with Ming. Prepared and solemn. And Ming inquired, what is the situation? Ivan replied, the Justice Army has come under scrutiny. However, your identity has not yet been compromised. 9 added, but the Dragon Clan has been exposed. Mark may be considering mobilizing forces to eliminate us. He glanced at Sun. And Sun remarked, this was discovered by Qiao. Qiao nodded. Without further delay, he proposed, let us discuss this elsewhere. All right. Everyone responded, and together they exited the venue. The 6 boarded the same military shuttle, en route to the office building. And Ming sat beside the hybrid dragon like a marionette, his small face pale. After 9 uttered his first words, an unsettling weight settled in his heart. They had safely returned to the base, so why had the narrative suddenly shifted? When 9 mentioned Mark's intent to eliminate them, a seemingly innocuous line from the original text resurfaced in his mind. The playful little prince, hiding behind the throne, eavesdropped on Uncle Mark's conspiracies, delighting in the revelation. How splendid! A rebel army, under the guise of avenging the Dragon Clan, wreaked havoc in the public star domain. And Uncle decided to personally lead the campaign against them. He would once again be free to act recklessly, as the principal antagonist of the original story. Being a hybrid of human and dragon, it was reasonable to represent the Dragon Clan. And Ming had previously given little thought to this description, dismissing it from his mind. Upon reflection, it is highly probable that my actions in facilitating my brother's involvement inadvertently served as a catalyst. I may have single-handedly propelled the narrative forward. And Ming found himself in a state of indescribable emotions. And Sin, seated in the front of the flying vehicle, glanced back at his younger brother with a look of concern. And Ming gently shook his head, signaling that all was well. Previously, aboard the Abyss, he had briefly mentioned the plot of the book to his brother. The content his brother received was largely consistent with his own killing the Emperor of Humanity, only to be subsequently slain by the protagonist. At that time, his brother had expressed that the memories of the former leader of the Dragon Clan indicated that during the war to eradicate the Dragon Empire, he had endeavored to minimize the impact and had even sought peace, yet still committed numerous errors. This left his brother with complex feelings. To avoid the unfolding narrative, and Ming had requested his brother not to confront the matter directly. His brother had acquiesced, and Ming began to feel a twinge of regret. Had he erred once more? He should have clarified things with his brother. In the conference room, Qiao provided a detailed report on his findings. It turned out that during the intermission, Qiao, being the youngest on the judging panel and lacking in authority, was approached by many new human recruits seeking feedback on their performance in the competition. After a few exchanges, familiarity blossomed among the young men, leading several recruits to inquire about the recent events on Heightened Star. Rumor had it that the Dragon Clan had clashed with the Empire over the capture of a mermaid. Was it true? Had they reconciled so swiftly? The charm of their leader was indeed remarkable. Xiao, with good humor, clarified. It was all a misunderstanding. There was no mermaid involved. In fact, that was Commander Ming, the brother of our leader and the partner of the leader. Oh, you mean the one who effortlessly soared through the mental strength test this morning? We heard from those present at the time, exclaimed one recruit. His power is simply astounding. But if he is a mermaid, how can he be your leader's brother? Xiao chuckled, unsure of how to explain. Another recruit chimed in. You dragons certainly know how to forge connections. Now the entire galaxy is aware that the dragon clan has not perished and that you have been taken in by the Empire. Another added. It is said that Zha Mark is extremely furious. He intends to take action personally. The others erupted in laughter. Let him come then, Zha. Those who can vote are all individuals who have faced unfair treatment in the human empire with various experiences. It is only natural that they harbor no fondness for the Emperor. Upon recounting this, Qiao stated that the effective information he had gathered was limited to this. Upon my return to the judging panel, I will promptly inform Sun. Sun had previously instructed him that any news regarding Emperor Mark must be communicated to him. Sun replied, I have conveyed the intelligence to Ivan. Ivan remarked, prior to the 9th, we had predicted that the heightened star incident would undoubtedly be disseminated. We have been closely monitoring the public dynamics on the star network. Netizens merely treat it as gossip, which has had minimal impact. The 9th added, upon receiving Commander An's intelligence, I immediately infiltrated the Empire's Royal Internal Network database. Just an hour ago, Mark released a top-secret draft. Upon finishing his words, a holographic document in crimson letters appeared in the air. The draft was a pure text manuscript. And to save time, 9 had highlighted the key statements in advance. And Ming joined the others in reviewing it. The document was filled with bureaucratic language, primarily denouncing the remnants of the Dragon Clan colluding with a rebellious faction to cause chaos in the public star domain, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. As the noble emperor, he could not stand idly by and decided to deploy the most elite troops for an interstellar strike. The entire text made no mention of Lanfeng's name. Yet it mattered little. Regardless of whether his true identity was exposed, Mark was intent on launching an offensive. Boss, how shall we respond? 9 inquired. Lanfeng shall take the lead. I will fully cooperate, and Sun stated. After a brief contemplation, a swift decision was made. I had no intention of provoking Mark. But since he seeks to annihilate the Dragon Clan, we shall confront him head-on. Ivan, he addressed the Zerg lieutenant. First, expedite the energy extraction operations on the 12 fire-type planets. Second, we lack the time to plant the seeds we've procured. Dispatch another officer to ensure logistical supplies are prepared in accordance with wartime requirements. Third, ensure the number of ships and mechs is sufficient. Double-check and then initiate comprehensive maintenance work, readying for space warfare at any moment. Understood, replied the Zerg lieutenant. 9. The Half-Blood Dragon continued, from this moment forth. Initiate real-time monitoring of the Imperial Royal Network. Ensure it does not crash and does not disrupt the daily operations of our base. Additionally, the competition shall proceed normally. Mark has merely drafted a proposal, and there is no need for the soldiers below to become prematurely excited or anxious. All right, boss. 9 responded. Leaderin. He finally turned to Sun. You speak, and Sun said, gazing at the sole heir of the deceased commander. This time, I shall stand with the Dragon Clan to protect the remaining 103 of your bloodline. His voice was hoarse. I will do everything in my power to ensure you do not repeat past foolish mistakes. And Sun seemed to recall something, opening his mouth. It was not your fault. He had never truly blamed Lanfeng. Anyone forced into that position would find it difficult to maintain their humanity. He remained silent and shifted the conversation. What of those dozen veterans? They have come to terms with it on their own. Some are currently drinking with the Dragon Clan, 9 replied. There has been no hostile behavior from the new recruits. None observed. I will continue to monitor. A response plan was in place, and as it was late, everyone had been busy as judges throughout the day and was quite fatigued, without much thought for their emotions. They all boarded the flying car to return to the villa and rest. The little mermaid leaned wearily against the half-blood dragon's shoulder, lost in thought. He would rather caress the tail fin, would prefer to joyfully stroke his entire tail, and would willingly abandon his shame to do so day and night for an entire year than face the garbage that is Mark. How could this situation arise so suddenly? Furthermore, he has faith in Number 9 and Yuan's capabilities. One has also mentioned that Number 9 has been conducting surveillance. How did this matter come to light so unexpectedly, especially through the new recruits? A flicker of doubt emerged in a haze of confusion. The little mermaid suddenly sat upright. gazing at everyone in the vehicle. How could the new recruit be aware of Mark's fury? How could he know that Mark intended to take action? He is not even a soldier from within the royal ranks. Chapter 37. Hearing the words, all eyes turned to Qiao. What exactly did the new recruit say? Ensign inquired. Qiao, possessing an excellent memory, confidently recited, the despicable Mark is extremely angry and intends to take matters into his own hands. After the new recruit finished speaking, several individuals nodded in acknowledgement. And Sun replied with a sound of agreement. One must not underestimate the new recruits, often. They are the first to catch wind of rumors. Previously, we learned about the movements of the guards from ordinary civilians. However, there are still doubts. She also grasped the little mermaid's hand. Ming, you were right to question this. We cannot disregard the pursuit of rumors simply because no. 9 has acquired solid evidence of Mark's deployment. Yuan added, indeed, we have been somewhat negligent. I will urgently summon all new recruits for thorough and detailed inquiries. In truth, they had already implemented stringent measures. During the recruitment process, the 2 deputy commanders had conducted investigations, and upon reaching the base for formal registration, 9 had conducted a second screening. Under normal circumstances, these new recruits should pose no issues. Number 9 remarked, wow, if it weren't for Insun's valid reasoning, I would have thought you all were merely flattering. No one laughed. The little mermaid's words cast a more serious shadow over the gathering. The vehicle descended at the residences of Insun and Qiao. The villas were not far apart, and Insun planned to disembark and walk back. Yuan and 9 remained in place, as they needed to return to the training base to commence their investigations immediately. However, before the doors could open, a series of beeps emanated from Number 9's device. What on earth? Is this alarm I just set already coming into play? A glimmer of data flickered in 9's dark pupils, and he quickly stated, there has been a brawl at the bar. What is happening? Everyone inquired. At the largest bar in the entertainment district, 5 soldiers were fighting, 3 new recruits and 2 from the Dragon Clan. Officers had already rushed to the scene, Number 9 informed them. Under normal circumstances, soldier altercations would not warrant significant concern. Typically, a superior officer would address it with reprimands, ranging from strenuous punitive training to confinement. But there would be no need to escalate it to the highest levels. Hence, the officers responding did not inform Yuan. However, at this moment, such a minor incident took on an unusual significance. Let us take a look, the remaining 4 said almost simultaneously. Number 9 sighed. He redirected the military vehicle, accelerating back towards their previous route. Soon, the 6 arrived at the scene. Outside the bar, a throng of spectators gathered as the white-haired insectoid fired a particle shot into the sky, creating an entrance for all to enter. Number 9 vigilantly monitored the scene. Are you all prepared? The interior spectacle exceeded everyone's expectations. Several mid-ranking officers failed to regain control, and the bar swiftly devolved into a chaotic brawl. A dozen new recruits clashed with a few dragonkin, while an increasing number of veterans attempted to mediate, only to be provoked into the fray themselves after receiving a few punches. The cacophony of screams, the shattering of glass bottles, and the dull thud of heavy objects striking flesh created an utterly tumultuous atmosphere. Merely a few minutes had passed, and the situation had escalated to such severity. Ivan cursed, charging into the throng with Zhou, seizing one individual and tossing him outward. And Sun stood at the periphery, simultaneously exerting a mental suppression. Number 9 pulled in Ming behind the 2 leaders for cover. The potent aromas of strong liquor and icy pheromones swiftly permeated every corner of the bar. Under the overwhelming pressure of high-level dominance, the fighting quickly ceased. Combatants collapsed in pain, and a few, still reluctant, struggled to kick at those nearby, only to be forcefully pressed back to the ground by the insectoid. At last, no one dared to move. The Dragon brothers and the hybrid finally retracted their aggressive pheromones. Number 9 exhaled in relief. It's all taken care of. Yet Ming felt an even greater unease. Upon entering, he had detected a peculiar scent, an overwhelming fishy odor that stood out amidst the chaotic blend of pheromones and mental energies. This scent unsettled him, but it vanished in an instant, leaving no trace. A few battered officers crawled up from the ground, limping towards the hybrid leader, bowing their heads in a pledge to lead their soldiers in a thorough self-reflection, willingly accepting punishment before hurriedly returning to their ranks, coughing out commands to restore order. Everyone emerged from their frenzy, realizing the disgraceful nature of their actions, their faces flushed with shame as they obediently lined up. 3 teams were formed, Dragonkin, new recruits, and veterans, all in formation within 10 seconds. At this moment, the 2 deputy commanders and 3 senior officers arrived. all incredulous that such an incident had occurred within the Justice Army. The two deputy commanders remarked, "This is unscientific. Our recruits are all exceptionally self-disciplined individuals. They were not attempting to absolve themselves." And Sun coldly responded, "Oh, are you implying that we Dragonkin instigated this conflict?" The deputy commanders were momentarily struck speechless, but the leader remained silent, suppressing their retorts. And Sun chose not to provoke further. Now it remained to be seen how the leader would address the situation. Several mid-level officers turned their gazes expectantly, awaiting instructions. The hybrid dragon was about to speak, and Ming gently tugged at his sleeve. He immediately turned to see the little mermaid signaling him to lower his head, indicating that she had something to convey. The half-blood dragon complied and bowed his head near the mermaid's lips in front of all the officers and soldiers. A profound silence enveloped the gathering as they awaited his words. And Ming whispered softly. The half-blood dragon narrowed his green eyes slightly and stood upright once more. All present formed ranks, allowing Commanderin to conduct his inspections. Orders were issued, including to the soldiers gathered outside. Ivan immediately responded, "Understood." The two deputy corps commanders and 3 senior officers echoed, "Yes, Chief." No one questioned the commander's authority, particularly the senior officials, who were not mindless sycophants to their leader. Their compliance held a purpose. The bar's interior was too confined, prompting the soldiers to file out in an orderly manner and assemble in the fountain square adjacent to the bar. "Turn off the fountain," the little mermaid instructed. "Very well." Number 9 snapped his fingers, and it ceased. Though it was already past 10 at night, the sky over Sword Base still shimmered with light. Amidst the twilight, the little mermaid commenced her inspection. Standing at the forefront of nearly 100 soldiers, she spoke with a clear voice, "Please maintain control over your pheromones. Subsequently, as I pass each of you, I would like you to release a slight amount." Her voice was soft, yet the extreme quiet of the square ensured that everyone heard her distinctly. What was the purpose of this? Many pondered in silence. But as the mermaid was the companion of the commander, her words held the weight of the highest military decree. Behind the little mermaid stood the dragon elder, the half-blood dragon, the insectoid, number 9, Joe, and several senior officers, all vigilantly observing the ranks alongside her. And Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet he trusted his instincts. A strong sixth sense informed him that the fleeting sin of brine was problematic. It was this pheromone that had incited chaos among the crowd. In the past, he would not have considered such a notion. But ever since number 9 conducted a thorough examination and elaborated on how his spiritual energy could invade others' minds to achieve truth control, he suspected that there was another individual on Sword Bay with the ability to wield the power of truth. And Ming approached the first person in the front row on the left and halted. This individual was of the dragon lineage and released a slight amount of pheromone, which bore a strong scent of gunpowder. "Thank you," the little mermaid remarked, wrinkling her nose slightly before moving on to the next soldier. This time, the scent was of tobacco. Following that came the aromas of mint, fire, earth, and coffee, all strikingly potent and acrid. The little mermaid was nearly brought to tears by the overwhelming scents, yet she persevered. During this process, she encountered a soldier whose pheromone bore the scent of seawater, causing her to pause for 2 seconds. It is not entirely different. As time progresses, the shame associated with brawling diminishes, and the gazes directed towards the little mermaid become increasingly peculiar. What does the leader's sweetheart intend to do? Everyone seems to think there is nothing of worth here. Could it be that the sweetheart indulges in all? No, no, no. That is unacceptable. Such thoughts, devoid of reason, seep into the soldier's expressions of fear. And Ming, oblivious to these chaotic musings, diligently continued his inspection. After traversing more than half of the formation, he approached a young human recruit. The recruit stared vacantly ahead, his gaze unfocused, remaining motionless. And Ming politely requested, "Please release your pheromones." The recruit seemed oblivious to his words as someone hurriedly approached from behind. "Please release your pheromones," the little mermaid reiterated. A faint scent of the sea wafted through the air, and suddenly, the recruit sprang into action. At the same moment, he swung his arm. A half-blooded dragon rushed to the little mermaid's side and lifted her in a single motion. The dragon's wings unfurled with a whoosh, carrying the little mermaid away from the ground. However, the recruit did not intend to attack. He merely angrily questioned, "Why must I stand with the dragon clan? They are my sworn enemies. What does it mean to put me in the same team as my foes?" The surrounding soldiers reacted swiftly, advancing to subdue the recruit. As he was forcibly restrained, he shouted, "You not only fail to uphold justice but collude with criminals. What nonsensical pheromone testing is this?" His mouth was quickly silenced. The little mermaid was gently returned to the ground, and Ming spoke in a low voice, Bring him here. His expression remained tense. The scent of the sea had dissipated. The recruit was brought before him, unable to contain his emotions, began to emit pheromones, an aroma reminiscent of locusts. And Ming moved around the recruit, intending to proceed, but the recruit struggled to block his path, insisting, "Let him speak." The half-blooded dragon's expression soured. Releasing his grip on the recruit, the latter immediately exclaimed, "Commanderin, I have heard you are of the merfolk. I too possess 1/8 merfolk blood. The atrocities committed by the dragon clan against the merfolk occurred only a few years ago. Have you completely forgotten? You still acknowledge the dragon clan as brothers." His agitation was palpable. "I cannot comprehend. I truly cannot comprehend." Another recruit, who appeared to know him, whispered in an attempt to calm him, "Finn, stop talking. Are you seeking death? I want to live. I joined the rebels to survive." Finn cried out in anguish. "I wish to live to avenge my family. Yet the rebels are no different. Their fame is nothing but a facade. You collude with the heinous dragon clan." Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as a fist struck his nose. A dragon withdrew its arm and spat upon the ground. "What of the dragon race? How dare you label us as utterly wicked? I have committed no wrongdoing. It is merely the empire that has fallen, my entire family slaughtered, and my brethren in the army flayed by those despicable human guards." And Sun approached with Xiao. "Gluh, be silent." "No, I shall not be silenced. I am suffocating. All manner of blame is heaped upon the dragon race." The dragon, named Glu, exclaimed, "And yet, I have not sought vengeance upon humanity, only punishing those vile guards who commit heinous acts." A new recruit, bloodied from a recent altercation, regained his composure and retorted, Your dragon emperor has oppressed the merfolk. Is that not the truth? You offer no apology while pretending to be a paragon of virtue." His friend urged him, "Finn, calm down." In stark contrast, this friend appeared remarkably rational. Glu seized the recruit by the collar. "What nonsense logic is this? The human emperor Mark has committed countless atrocities. Should you not kneel and accept punishment as well? And who is enabling the trafficking of merfolk? Is it the deceased dragon emperor? No, it is Mark. The recruit fell silent. The rational friend continued, "Apologize, Finn. We joined the righteous army precisely because we could not tolerate Mark's filthy reign." Finn sat on the ground, cradling his head in despair. "But my sister died in that manner, trampled to death by the dragon emperor's guards. Who stands for her justice?" Throughout this turmoil, silence reigned among the senior officers, who did not intervene in the unfolding drama. And Sun and Xiao remained passive, sharing the collective anguish of the other dragon warriors. And Ming clenched his hand tightly. His own hand felt icy, yet the half-blood dragon felt nothing, for another's hand was colder still. Finn cried for a time before falling silent. Glu stood there, gazing skyward, sighing repeatedly, desperately stifling his tears. "Have you vented enough?" After a prolonged silence, the half-blood leader inquired. No one responded. "Is it enough?" he questioned sharply. "Enough." Finn sprang to his feet, standing at attention, and shouted. He turned to Glu. "Enough?" Glu echoed the sentiment with equal fervor. "Very well. Who initiated the altercation in the tavern?" "It was I," Finn replied, lowering his head in shame. 100 lashes. Report to your superior." The rebel leader decreed. "The rest involved in the brawl shall receive 20 lashes. All shall be confined for 3 days." "Understood." Everyone hung their heads in dejection. Not far off, the observing insectoid crossed its arms. "TSK, have you noticed something amiss?" The recently concluded high-speed computation of micro-expressions and subtle movements responded, "I have." "Is it necessary to interrogate all the new recruits?" "It should not be." "Very well." The white-haired insectoid released its arms. In this moment, and Ming observed the seemingly indifferent Ivan and number 9 striding forward. The words he intended to say regarding the detection of pheromones were swallowed back down. He merely initiated the conversation, quietly arranging everything in collaboration with his 2 aides. The little mermaid, after a brief contemplation, grasped the situation as well. Chapter 38. Yet no reaction. Ivan and number 9 maintained their impassive expressions, prompting Ming to remain equally inscrutable. The soldiers who had previously gathered to witness the spectacle had already dispersed, while the officers summoned all participants of the brawl to regroup. The square felt significantly more spacious with half the crowd gone, and Ming dared not stir up any trouble. So he casually scanned the area. He noticed a figure standing beside Finn, displaying an expression of anguish along with the other soldiers, despite their strong healing abilities. Even enduring 100 lashes would leave them in excruciating pain, although they would recover swiftly. Finn, being a newcomer, felt a twinge of fear upon witnessing the contorted faces of the veteran soldiers nearby. The person beside him reassured, "Finn, it's all right. We're still acting." Finn, with a pained expression, expressed his gratitude, oblivious to the fact that it was this very friend who had manipulated him into losing his composure through the use of truth-telling. Number 9 approached with a swagger, and the white-haired insectoid frowned, immediately following suit. "Gur, you played your part quite well," he called out to the individual. Gur paused for a moment, but quickly adopted an innocent facade, inquiring, "Sir? What do you mean?" Ivan's arms had already begun to transform, joints cracking ominously. Gur's expression shifted dramatically. In the instant he realized his exposure, his hands morphed into sharp, claw-like appendages aimed directly at Number 9's throat. "Be careful," and Ming shouted urgently. The enemy, unable to conceal himself any longer, intended to use Number 9 as a hostage. The white-haired female soldier reacted even more swiftly. With the strength of steel, her insectoid arm struck forcefully, bang. Their mental energies collided fiercely, with the insectoid's force proving to be more potent. The insect arm pierced through the barrier, striking Gur squarely between the eyes. Gur fell to the ground, unconscious, without uttering a single cry. "You can identify him. But why act so brazenly?" Ivan finally turned around, shouting at Number 9. As Number 9 opened his mouth to retort, his eyes gleamed with delight as he remarked, "Are you worried about me?" The female soldier, sensing the inappropriateness of the moment, silenced herself. With the target successfully subdued, the order was given. The rookie, Gur, has gone berserk and attacked an officer. He will be isolated for questioning. Rookie Finn, as a related party, will also remain here. All military whips were retracted, and the 3-day confinement would be postponed until after the competition. Several mid-ranking officers promptly acknowledged the order. The soldiers were marched away in unison, their faces a mixture of confusion and disbelief. From the inexplicable descent into chaos and brawling to Commander Ann's examination of everyone's pheromones, followed by Gel's sudden fury. The series of events that unfolded was utterly bewildering. "No questions shall be asked." The veteran warned the recruits that military discipline is stringent, with no incidents occurring tonight. Anyone who engages in idle gossip should leave Sword Bay Star. Midnight has long passed. The resistance against Mark's uprising is not urgent. In these few hours, 2 Deputy Legion commanders and 3 senior officers have been dismissed, allowing everyone to return and rest. Gel, who had collapsed, and the terrified Finn were escorted to the interrogation chamber. Finn, being young and from a small town, had never encountered such scenes and was terrified to be questioned by several high-ranking officials, nearly losing control of himself. Ultimately, it was Number 9 who remained behind, utilizing his charm to coax Finn into speech. Indeed, the information regarding Mark's uprising against Sword Bay Star originated from Gel, who, within just 2 days, had become well acquainted with many and inadvertently mentioned it during conversations. Finn noted that Gel exhibited extreme concern, claiming that Emperor Mark commanded 1,000,000 loyal troops, making it arduous for our rebel forces, numbering over 10,000, to contend. He expressed some regret for aligning with the leaders, yet regrettably, the recruits harbored a strong disdain for Mark, unaffected by Gel's negative sentiments, and instead rallied with shouts of, "Bring it on, Mark." At this juncture, a fragment of the truth emerged. Gel was an informant dispatched by Mark. Number 9 deduced that upon discovering the existence of the rebel forces in the public star domain, Mark subsequently learned that the Dragon Clan had not been entirely eradicated. Enraged yet fearful, he not only mobilized his troops but also sent Gel in an attempt to sow discord from within. Everyone let out a collective scoff. Number 9 continued his analysis. Gel, finding that mere slander could not shake the righteous army, began to incite old grievances between the human race and the dragons, urging them to brawl. And Ming nodded in agreement. Number 9 remarked that a large-scale brawl within the army, if mishandled, could breed resentment among all. Past grievances cannot be resolved overnight. Gel need only succeed in creating a rift to reap the benefits. Aside from Ming, everyone was puzzled as to why the soldiers were so easily influenced this time. Because of the ability of the siren, the Little Mermaid replied. Indeed, Number 9 concurred that while the siren's ability cannot maintain influence indefinitely, it can manipulate consciousness in an instant. However, this ability was not part of the regular physical examination, which is why it had gone unnoticed during the recruit's enlistment. Ewan raised his wristwatch to access the data. Gel, possessing half merfolk lineage, demonstrated a mental prowess level and emitted a pheromone with a seaweed scent. Had it not been for Ewan, I would have been incapacitated by him earlier. Number 9 exaggeratedly patted his chest, exclaiming, Big Bug, I love you. Ewan ignored the confession. The atmosphere remained grave. The siren's ability is a rare and noble trait among the merfolk. Yet Gel, as a half-merfolk, possesses it, and furthermore, he is of a high caliber. As a rare-grade mermaid, and Ming found herself feeling somewhat overshadowed. In Xiaoming, if you confront him, it could be perilous. Tease number 9. However, I must conduct a thorough examination of his true abilities and whether he possesses any other skills. You need not be overly anxious. The fact that Ivan can incapacitate him with a single strike indicates he is not as formidable as he seems. Number 9 made a heart gesture. Great job, Big Bug. Ivan, once again, chose to ignore him. Finn had already taken his leave, and only a few hours remained until morning. The group steeled their resolve, unanimously agreeing that if Mark sent out such an exceptional card as Gur, it would be somewhat excessive for him to merely cause internal disruption. The 6 of them convened to initiate a rigorous round of questioning with GR. In the first round, Ivan and number 9 were the first to enter. The white-haired insectoid, with 6 crimson slit pupils, stepped inside, while number 9 fetched a bucket of ice water, intending to awaken him in the traditional manner. Adjacent to the interrogation room were several rest areas, wherein Sun and Xiao chose one to take a brief respite, and Ming entered another room. The rest area contained only a narrow, single military bed against the wall, and the two lay closely together, covering themselves with a blanket. Sleep now, Ming Ming. A warm and deep voice whispered in her ear. I'll call you in 2 hours. You must call me. The little mermaid yawned. I absolutely need to participate. All right. A pleasant collaboration. The hybrid dragon chuckled softly. Thanks to you, Ming Ming, we can swiftly unearth the enemy, so it's not merely a pleasant collaboration. It's a joyful command from officer and don't jest with me. The little mermaid nestled her head against the hybrid dragon's chest, feeling drowsy yet reluctant to succumb to sleep. A few seconds later, the little mermaid called out again, Yes, Ming Ming. Were you feeling sad again last night? And Ming inquired, recalling how many had been stirred to painful memories when Finn and Gru lamented. Silence ensued. It's nothing. The little mermaid's voice was soft and sweet. Come here. Let me hold you. Let me soothe you. It will be all right. Warm hands moved across the hybrid dragon's back, caressing gently, while a hint of mental energy was infused within. A warm current coursed through his veins, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Pheromones began to be released. The little mermaid, stirred by emotions, slightly raised her head and naturally connected her lips to those of the hybrid dragon. Soon, their lips intertwined, clinging to each other in a continuous dance of affection, growing deeper and more fervent. Ming Ming's eyes became dreamy as her crimson lips grazed the little mermaid's ear, gently nibbling on her soft earlobe. Let us return to the villa. I want to touch your tail. And Ming trembled all over, waves of desire surging within him. Yearning to manifest his tail immediately, to press down with his wide and firm fin, striking vigorously. A sudden thud resonated from the adjacent room, reminiscent of someone inadvertently tumbling from a military cot. The little mermaid and the half-dragon froze simultaneously. It dawned upon Ming that his brother seemed to be sharing a room with Xiao, and upon further realization, he discovered that they resided in the same villa. A wave of surprise washed over him, as he realized he had yet to properly visit his brother's home. Lifting his gaze, he observed that the interrogation room was intentionally designed with poor soundproofing. After all, the interrogators could not afford to be lethargically asleep. The earlier sounds of their heavy breathing seemed a tad too conspicuous. The little mermaid, who had earlier been quite restless, felt an unexpected wave of embarrassment wash over him. He let out a soft chuckle, pressing his lips back to Ming's. Fear not, he is preoccupied with other matters. Let us continue. Ming tilted his head, finding some merit in this reasoning, and thus he chose to disregard the distraction, immersing himself in the kiss. An hour later, the little mermaid remained awake. He heard the footsteps of number 9 and Yvan emerging from the interrogation room, followed by the sounds of greetings exchanged between No. 9 and Insun. Our progress is rather limited. Brother Long should give it another try. Curious about the latest developments, and Ming's interest was piqued. Had your fill of affection? A dragon teased. Not quite, but we should indeed check in, the little mermaid thought, his heart brimming with the essence of the entire sword-based star. Sitting up, he pulled Ming to his feet. The matter at hand was indeed more pressing. As for their sweet moments, he had faith that Ming would heal him, and they would have an eternity to savor their time together. Exiting the lounge, Sun and Xiao were still outside, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment before they both averted their gazes. Number 9 remarked with curiosity, Why do you both appear somewhat unwell? He suggested, perhaps it would be best to return for some rest. I can continue the interrogation first regarding Gel's situation. Understood. With his thoughts focused on the task, Number 9 promptly activated a holographic projection, commencing his report. Gel denied being a spy sent by Mark, steadfastly claiming to be a civilian raised on a neutral planet, deeply resentful of the Dragon Clan due to his merfolk lineage. He asserted that his instigation of new recruits like Finn stemmed purely from personal motives, simply seeking to vex the Dragon Clan. He expressed his willingness to accept punishment for any breach of military regulations, imploring only that he not be expelled from the military. Yavin interjected with sarcasm, entirely innocent, yet eager to remain. Number 9 concurred, an exceptional performance, offering apologies while framing the attack as fear. Yavin remarked, Captain and Xiao belong to the Dragon Clan. We shall observe his reaction shortly, and soon nodded in agreement. Number 9 continued, additionally, I have re-examined his personal dossier and found that his claims bear some truth. However, his whereabouts have been untraceable for nearly 3 years, leading me to reasonably suspect that he has been in Mark's company during this period. Concurrently with the interrogation, I conducted an in-depth assessment of him. His ability to convey truth is rather feeble, capable of influencing only a few dozen soldiers at most. When it comes to commanding higher ranks, his control is significantly weaker, far inferior to that of Ming. Moreover, he possesses no other special abilities. To speak candidly, it is already quite commendable that he possesses a faint ability of truth-telling, given his lineage of half-mermaid blood. However, due to his own remarkable talents, he inherently stands at an intermediate level, making him quite formidable. 9 reminded everyone, there are fewer than 100 known individuals at this level throughout the entire star system. And Gel is by no means an ordinary person. You must exercise utmost caution during the interrogation. With that, Sun and Xiao entered. The door slammed shut. As all 6 individuals needed to be interrogated before reconvening for discussion, 9, Yuan, did not depart and similarly entered the adjacent lounge. I understand now why their expressions were so peculiar. 9's voice resonated from within. You lie there obediently. The insectoid roared. Hee, and Ming endeavored to ignore 9's laughter. Upon re-entering the room and lying down, the little mermaid pondered deeply about Gel's other tasks. Could it be that your identity has been exposed? And Mark intends to kill you? Why do you say that? Intuition. Do not overthink it. Either take a nap or indulge in a kiss to shift the topic. Suddenly, Ming recalled the words of the deceased guards on Blackpool Star. What difference does it make between self-exile and forced exile? Regardless, he had perished in the space accident a year ago. Even if the ship had not met its fate, he would have succumbed to a mech explosion, food poisoning, or any number of potential calamities. Ming's eyelids twitched heavily. Have you made up your mind? Kiss or sleep? Still flirting with him? The little mermaid sat up. Did you already know that Mark wished to kill you? The half-blood dragon's smile froze. Moreover, the little mermaid felt a chill run down his spine. You knew all along. Yet you did nothing, even hoping he would truly end your life, didn't you? Bang. The little mermaid was forcefully thrown against the wall. In the next moment, the half-blood dragon approached, breathing heavily, and viciously bit down on his lips. 9 shouted from the next room. Hey, and Xiaoming, can you two tone it down a bit? As they bit and tore at each other. The little mermaid's eyes brimmed with tears from the pain. Yet he did not resist. The half-blood dragon, insatiable in his desire, exerted his mental power to pressure Ming, compelling him to release more pheromones, greedily crushing and consuming them. In Chapter 39, Ming was clad in comfortable training attire. After tidying himself up, the little mermaid gently caressed the back of the half-blood dragon's head, meticulously kneading his golden hair. Is it feeling better? He inquired. He transformed back into a gentle giant. The rich pheromones had a profoundly soothing effect, calming both his spirit and mental ocean. The little mermaid pressed his lips against his once more. Ming, did I hurt you? The half-blood dragon asked anxiously. Ming coughed lightly. No, it does hurt a bit, and I did indeed shed tears. However, the predominant sensation was one of pleasure, having just been soothed. It was not the right moment for excessive flirting, so Ming refrained from expressing too much. With a careful examination of the little mermaid's expression, it was evident that there was not the slightest hint of restraint or grievance, allowing Ming's anxious heart to finally ease. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "This feels quite comfortable." After saying this, he gazed at the ceiling for a moment, realizing that this was not the first time, and soon they would grow even closer. Thus, there was truly no reason for embarrassment. He glanced back at the hybrid dragon, who was observing him unwaveringly. Clearing his throat, The little mermaid resolved to continue expressing his feelings. I quite like your fierce demeanor. It adds a certain thrill. In the end, I haven't confronted you, have I? Ming? His tone was remarkably calm. Ignoring the little mermaid's ambiguous words, the hybrid dragon suddenly became exceedingly serious and declared, "No one can kill me." And Ming was taken aback. Pressing his forehead against the dragon's, he spoke softly yet with unwavering conviction, "You promised that we would live long together." No further words were exchanged, yet Ming understood. It was reassuring. Once, he had relentlessly punished himself, wandering on the precipice of despair, allowing his terminal illness to run its course. Despite harboring grand ambitions of establishing an ideal realm, he remained a paradox. However, now, self-destruction was merely a relic of the past, and Ming refrained from asking further questions. Previously, to prevent the demise of Mark, he had considered seeking clarification. Now, upon realizing that Mark had attempted to kill first, and Ming's anxiety about the narrative diminished considerably. Indeed, Mark was a scoundrel. If the protagonist prince were to seek revenge for such a cad, then he too would be no better. So come on. Who's afraid of whom? The two embraced once again for a lengthy while. The hybrid dragon revealed his affection and yearning before the little mermaid, continuously kissing his brow and eyes. And Ming's heart warmed. The sensation of being needed was delightful, especially by such a strikingly beautiful figure with golden hair and fair skin. The sky outside was resplendent. Suddenly, the little mermaid exclaimed, "What time is it?" It was morning, and 2 hours had already passed. What? The little mermaid leaped up. They had agreed on an hour for each round of interrogation, yet outside, there was no sound. Has it really been that long? And Ming could hardly believe it. The hybrid dragon playfully pinched the little mermaid's upturned nose, saying, Ming, you were quite formidable. It took a great deal of effort on my part." And Ming confirmed once more that there were no unusual marks on their clothes, and the two exited together. In the corridor, they found Yuan, number 9, and Sun, and Xiao, all four sporting dark circles under their eyes, arms crossed as they awaited the pair. Hey. They took turns ridiculing them. Was it thrilling to engage in such shenanigans during the interrogation? Number 9 asked with a hint of acidity, casting a glance at the large insect beside him. His gaze filled with lament. As Ming's face ignited with fury, he strode towards the interrogation room, asserting, "It's our turn." "No need," replied the elder brother of the dragon clan. Xiao added, "We, failed to control him and rendered him unconscious. He won't awaken for a while." And Ming inquired, "What precisely caused him to lose consciousness?" Xiao responded, "It's somewhat gruesome." And Ming acknowledged with a simple, "Oh." And Sun continued, "However, the progress is evident. Guer has already discerned Lan Feng's identity. He stated plainly, he confessed readily. Mark assigned him 2 tasks. Undermining the Justice Army from within was merely secondary. The primary objective was to eliminate Lan Feng. Indeed, and Ming had anticipated this. Although Guer presently appeared feeble, easily subdued by Yuan, the reality remained that if he had not prematurely exposed himself, a formidable enemy lurking in the shadows, adept at manipulation, was a truly terrifying prospect. It was clear that Yuan and his companions shared this sentiment. With a gentle kiss on the hand of the mermaid, he earnestly praised, "Thank you, Ming. We owe it all to you." They further interrogated, revealing that this was not Guer's first attempt on Lan Feng's life. And Sun shot a fierce glare at the assassination target, stating, "He had already made a move against you over a year ago." Indeed, and Ming thought, confirming his suspicion once again. There was no denial. Observing the half-blood dragon's lack of surprise, when he had just exited and spoke with Yuan, their reaction was merely, "So it was Guer." And Sun was incensed. "You knew from the very beginning that Mark intended to eliminate you. You coward." And Sun was one of the 2 individuals aware of the original plot, fully cognizant of the consequences of killing Mark. Ultimately, the Dragon Clan leader refrained from uttering a curse. "I shall no longer evade," he declared. "This time, let him come." Guo would remain unconscious for quite some time. Yuan spoke up. "Guo has confessed to 3 crimes. Boss, how shall we proceed?" According to protocol, immediate execution was an option. The half-blood dragon pondered for a moment before instructing. "Mark is inherently suspicious. The fact that he could dispatch Guer to carry out actions against me, and not just once, indicates that Guer is his absolute confidant. We shall interrogate him further for several days, striving to extract more intelligence. The execution will be carried out in a week." "Understood," replied the deputy of the insect clan. Morning had arrived, and Yuan had just summoned several elite members from the Phoenix, who promptly arrived to commence a renewed hellish interrogation of Guer. Yuan pulled Sun aside, requesting his presence, while Ming and the others returned to the villa. Once in the vehicle, Ming could not restrain himself from asking his brother. Yuan couldn't pry a word from Gur. What means did you employ? Simple. The dragon clan leader coldly replied. I shattered his ribs and flayed one of his arms. Xiao shyly added, from the fingertips to the armpit. And Ming was taken aback. The scales on the mermaid's arm bristled, and the influence of the dragon bloodline had rendered Sun quite brutal after entering the narrative. To dare lay hands on my sister-in-law is simply reckless. The elder brother cast a glance at the half-blood dragon and continued. And Ming, huh? And Sun's expression hardened. Heh. The entire morning was spent within the confines of the villa. After awakening from an afternoon slumber, Ming accompanied the judges to the competition venue, where he observed and absorbed knowledge. Several officers had already convened with Yuan at noon, since the participants were new recruits and a few lower-ranking veterans. Preparations against Mark's combat strategy were underway, involving higher-ranking veterans, expected to be ready in about a week. By evening, the Little Mermaid again visited the prison to see gear. The prison, designated as Number 9, was constructed on a solitary island in the open sea, surrounded by endless waters, with a mental shielding net enveloping the sky. Jianwan Star housed only the just army residents, with very few soldiers having committed offenses and none of significant consequence. Thus the prison was not large, marking its first true utilization. In the impregnable cell, gear was adorned with a mental suppression helmet and shackles, rendering escape nearly impossible. Lan Feng and Ming chose not to meet the criminal directly, instead observing the interrogation through one-way glass. Gear's flayed left arm was healing. A thin layer of new skin wrinkled and clinging to the bloodied muscle beneath, presenting a grotesque sight. The facade of composure he once displayed had vanished, replaced by an aura of ruthless despair. During the interrogation, he seemed to sense something, suddenly casting a glance in the direction of the Little Mermaid. A sinister smile creeping across his face, and Ming's heart raced. Gear's gaze resembled that of a beast eyeing its prey. But how could Gear possibly see him? And Ming felt a chill from the warning echoing in his mind. And Xiao Ming, it will be perilous if you cross paths with him. There was nothing to fear. The brief incident was soon relegated to the back of his mind. Upon returning to their base, they dined, and after bathing, they lay together on the large bed in the master bedroom on the second floor, embracing as they drifted into a peaceful slumber. Perhaps having gone to bed too early. Their pheromones complemented each other, and with Ming being only 19, in the prime of his vitality, he awoke just past midnight after a deep sleep. The Little Mermaid, once asleep, was not one to lie still upon waking. Within half a minute, he began to toss and turn, stretching and squirming restlessly. He was soon roused from his slumber. Did I disturb you? The Little Mermaid asked, noticing the mixed-blood dragon had opened his eyes, and apologetically added, I was trying to be mindful. How will you be punished? The dragon replied, his voice hoarse from just awakening. And Ming frowned slightly. Huh? Is that really necessary? I haven't done anything. Come on, you promised me your tail fin. The irate dragon declared, the consequences serious and urging not to delay further. And Ming felt a pang of concern. So much had transpired. Mark was preparing to attack Jianwan Star, and gear had been unearthed. Yet, he still could not escape the fate of being touched. Outside the window, the sky is painted in a deep crimson hue, marking the darkest moment of the day. It resembles the instant they shared their first genuine kiss aboard the Phoenix, as the spacecraft glided past the star of the Blackpool system. The two engaged in a passionate exchange of lips and tongues, and Ming felt a surge of anxiety. He soon released his grip slightly, whispering seductively, transform. And Ming responded, with a curious gaze. You should sit up a bit, he suggested, complying by shifting backward. The Little Mermaid, in a rather unfortunate predicament, wrapped herself tightly in the blanket from the waist down. Then, she paused for 2 seconds, gazing at him. Subsequently, the Little Mermaid leaned forward slightly, tugging at the corners of the blanket to create a small opening. Just enough of a gap emerged, revealing a sliver the size of a fingernail. The majestic silver-blue tail fin, which the dragon had not seen since rescuing the fish from the bathroom, peeked out at the tips. And Ming bit his lower lip, stealing glances. He felt that this was somewhat excessive, so he pulled the blanket back toward himself slightly, shaping it into a shallow curve. Thus, the entire edge of the tail fin was partially exposed. The dragon was utterly speechless, and Ming took the initiative, declaring fiercely, just like this. No more. Otherwise, you'll only be able to touch my legs. The little mermaid's long, fair legs had been fondled and kissed countless times by the dragon, though he cherished them dearly. He could indulge later or even tomorrow. It was not what the dragon desired at this moment. Ming, let us negotiate. Show a bit more. Just a little higher. That's quite a lot already. The little mermaid bartered, adopting a wounded expression. I can barely see it, and it's not even the length of my fingertip. Well, perhaps your eyesight is lacking, the little fish retorted playfully. Even if visible, it was inconvenient to kiss. The dragon was not one to easily concede. What? Didn't we agree on just touching? The little fish was genuinely taken aback. There had never been just that word before. Hey, don't run away. Chapter 40. The next day, and Ming spent a considerable time in the bathroom, applying a warm towel to his eyes until the redness and swelling were less noticeable before he began to dress. He helped secure the cuffs of his training suit and knelt to fasten his military boots. Afterwards, they descended the stairs together to enjoy breakfast, which the automated kitchen had prepared. Pulling out a chair, the little mermaid sat down. As the plate was pushed toward her, she picked up a piece of bread and began to chew in silence, avoiding eye contact with the dragon. And Ming, sensing her anger, inquired from across the table. The little mermaid ignored him. Ming, he called again. I don't want to talk to you. And Ming pouted, turning his face away, which made him smile. He understood that Ming was not genuinely angry. Rather, she felt embarrassed about her loss of control the previous night. Who would have thought that her tail was so sensitive? He certainly would not force the little mermaid. In the end, he merely allowed her tail to reveal a hint of itself. However, after receiving the little mermaid's nod of consent, he began to kiss along the direction of her tail fin, and to his surprise, she trembled intensely and wept fiercely after just a few kisses. Alarmed, he dared not move further, yet her tearful pleas urged him not to stop. The half-blooded dragon, with limited understanding of the mermaid's anatomy, began to grasp the situation and made earnest efforts to please her. The pheromones, along with his mental energy, continuously washed over him, providing immense comfort amidst the struggle. Throughout the kissing, he found himself unable to contain his emotions. His dragon tail wrapped around the little mermaid's hand, seeking affection. His dragon wings also unfurled, soft yet persistently fluttering against her face, yearning for her to lean closer. Ultimately, both of them were drenched in sweat, and the little mermaid's voice had grown hoarse from crying. Yet, that was the extent of their encounter. Aside from kissing her tail fin, nothing more transpired. Afterward, he felt an expanse of clarity in his mind, as if the chaos that had previously consumed him was gradually receding. Perhaps the readings were sufficient, he thought, and it might be time to have number 9 conduct another test. It was just past 3 in the morning, and feeling content, he wished to hold Ming and drift back to sleep. However, the little mermaid pushed him away, maintaining a half-reclined position against the headboard. The covers still draped over her, lingering in silence for quite some time. He attempted to suggest that he could help her with her tail, only to be firmly rejected by her. Absolutely not. After several minutes, she finally lifted the covers. Her legs, still slightly flushed, appeared unremarkable otherwise. Considering the little mermaid's various refusals, he speculated that perhaps the difference between her tail and her human form was significant. Was the size much larger? Were there numerous scales? Was the color blue? It was likely all of these factors contributed to her shyness. Thus, he resolved to take things slowly. Amidst his musings, he never once considered the quantity involved. So, how can we communicate? He asked the little mermaid with a smile, relishing the moment. And Ming, munching on bread and sipping milk, narrowed her eyes mischievously and demanded, "Your dragon tail, give it to me." This was certainly feasible. The combat suit was specially designed, allowing both the dragon tail and wings to extend effortlessly. Soon, the tip of his tail brushed against the back of the little mermaid's hand, and Ming placed her food back on the plate, gripping the middle of his tail with one hand while the other held the tip, performing a series of dazzling maneuvers that resulted in a knot. "Don't you dare untie it," she commanded fiercely. He glanced at the loose knot, both helpless and amused. "But if I pull it back, it will automatically come undone." "Then you are not allowed to pull it back," the little fish continued obstinately. "Is that so?" The mixed-blood dragon raised an eyebrow, as he was to serve as a judge at the competition venue shortly. In public, he was profoundly averse to showcasing any dragon-like traits. Moreover, considering that 90% of the attendees were present, the thought of exposing such a private part of himself sent a wave of urgency through Ming. No, you must retract that. It was no jest. This was his cherished possession, and it could not be subjected to the gaze of others. In the following days, Ming practiced his skills while observing the matches. Yet he chose to do so within the confines of his villa to avoid being ridiculed by the others. Each session commenced with Ming's utmost seriousness, and Mr. Lan maintained a solemn demeanor as well. Once Ming settled into a focused mindset, his movements became notably more composed, leading to significant improvement. If he could sustain such high-quality training for 3 hours each day, his youth and keen insight would soon elevate him beyond the novice stage. Coupled with his exceptional mental fortitude, managing ordinary adversaries would be a trivial matter. However, this was contingent upon maintaining consistent quality. The relationship between Ming and Mr. Lan was far from innocent. As they trained, the dynamic began to shift. Mr. Lan took the opportunity to indulge, and Ming's responses grew bolder, daring even to take the upper hand over his instructor. Nonetheless, despite this complexity, Ming's growth was astonishingly rapid. Within the villa, after once again besting Mr. Lan, the latter expressed satisfaction, acknowledging that Ming had successfully completed his first semester. He suggested arranging a combined duel following the conclusion of 2 competition segments as a testament to Ming's performance. As the event neared its midpoint, the martial arts segment had already concluded, leaving only half a day for the mental prowess segment. Ming seized the moment to lean in and plant a kiss on Mr. Lan's thin lips. "That will be tonight, then." "Very well," Mr. Lan replied, returning the kiss. "The formal proceedings at the venue will commence. I've arranged for 9 and Yuan to serve as judges, with no one else present." "How will the scoring work?" Ming inquired. "Each move is worth 10 points. If you can withstand 10 exchanges with me, that will be a perfect score," Mr. Lan explained. "Understood. I'm ready," Ming responded, brimming with confidence. However, prior to the competition, Ming accompanied Mr. Lan for a comprehensive physical examination. The medical facilities on the ground were considerably larger than those aboard the spacecraft, nestled within a tranquil garden. The building housing larger and more sophisticated equipment that operated with greater speed and provided more detailed data. Under Nine's guidance, they underwent a series of tests, including a static mental wave fluctuation analysis, a dynamic treadmill assessment, and blood and cervical gland tests, to ensure the most accurate conclusions. Ming was also required to undergo the same procedures. Once completed, Nine, clad in a white coat, stated, "The results will take a few hours to process. I shall notify you both at the earliest opportunity." He exuded a doctorly aura. Before either could express their gratitude, he added, "Would you like me to send you some instructional videos in the meantime? We have materials from all 4 major races, including the insectoid species, with several techniques worth learning." Ming interjected, "Enough, send them over." Number 9. "Very well, Chief." Ming, the little mermaid, began to distinctly realize that, wow, his most intimate moment was truly approaching. There was a hint of anticipation as they exited the medical building. The two did not rush away, but sought a bench in the small garden to sit down. Under the influence of the perpetual sunlight, the flora of Sword Bay Star exhibited a lighter hue, with leaves adorned in a vibrant shade of pale green. A gentle breeze caressed them, and everything appeared so idyllic. Ming let out a soft sigh, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. The upcoming half-day mental duel was his forte, requiring little observation, as the judges, comprising officers, would handle everything without his presence. The subsequent third phase would involve teamwork, primarily testing theoretical tactics, an area in which he felt utterly uninformed. He would merely listen and grasp what he could. Following that would be a bonfire gathering, and finally, the fourth phase encompassing a comprehensive competition, none of which required his concern or would consume too much time, as Yuan, along with the officers and the crew of the Phoenix, would manage everything seamlessly. On Gare's side, things had progressed surprisingly smoothly. Perhaps realizing there was no chance of turning the tide, Gare ceased to struggle, answering questions readily, which quickly led to the emergence of further evidence and details during the interrogation. This not only served to convict Gare, but would also become a formidable weapon against Mark. With war imminent, the realm of public opinion on the StarNet was also a battleground to be contended. Ming suddenly felt invigorated. The little mermaid gazed at the sunlight filtering through the leaves, murmuring, "When will we engage Mark in battle?" "In 10 days, came the soft reply. "Is it settled?" "Indeed." Number 9 had been conducting real-time monitoring and had just reported in the morning that Mark had officially declared war on the StarNet, vowing to eradicate the rebel forces and the remnants of the Dragon Clan in the name of justice. Once a declaration of war was issued, there was no possibility of retraction. The half-blood dragon added, "Thus, war is on the horizon." Ming felt an inner calm. Over the past few days, he had remained closely connected, fully aware of the preparations for war. The energy extraction from the 12 fiery planets had returned 2 cargo ships, 3 days ahead of schedule. All logistical supplies had been adequately prepared, with 2 responsible officers utilizing warp mode to save time. More than 4,000 mechas had completed maintenance. With over half of the starships repaired, including 5 aircraft carriers and 103 heavy battleships, alongside more than 2,000 small warships. These were sufficient to confront Mark, even if he were to deploy 40,000 soldiers. Without General Lanfong, the combat effectiveness of the human army had significantly diminished under the lazy and corpulent leadership of Mark. Conversely, the Justice Army, though consisting of only over 10,000 soldiers, possessed a generally formidable combat capability, with more advanced weaponry and equipment. They could easily match 10 foes at once and emerge victorious. Will the competition proceed without disruption? The Little Mermaid confirmed once more. Indeed, we shall proceed with our plans in Sword Bay, awaiting Mark's arrival. Very well. HM. He raised his hand, gently caressing the Little Mermaid's earlobe. Directorin, are you still at ease? And Ming turned his head, regarding the half-blood dragon with earnestness. Rest assured. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Before the battle commences, let us change the subject and discuss how to approach our first endeavor. HM? What first endeavor? They shared a silent laugh. And Ming, after a moment of realization, grasped what the dragon was hinting at. Ah, the sunlight is shining on my face. It feels a bit intense. The report from number 9 has yet to be released. I have a premonition that the figures should meet the standards. You seem quite confident. In truth, and Ming shared a similar sentiment. Over the past few days, every encounter of their mental energies, though not fully merging, had unmistakably established a barrier within his mental ocean, halting its collapse and even showing signs of expansion. He was on the verge of healing from his affliction. It would happen sooner or later. Why not discuss it now? The half-blood dragon continued the conversation. What is there to discuss? We can simply proceed when the time comes. And Ming averted his gaze, suddenly fascinated by a leaf atop his head. Oh, this leaf is rounder than the others. His head was gently turned back. It is quite necessary, as you possess both human and fish forms. And Ming anticipated that the ensuing dialogue would take a more troublesome turn. The dragon paused his playful tugging at Ming's earlobe, leaning in closer, expressing affection with his lips. I suggest this. The Little Mermaid's blue eyes widened at the suggestion. No, absolutely not. He pushed the half-blood dragon away, resolutely rejecting the notion. The dragon had expected such a reaction. Ming, do you wish to heal me? I do, and Ming struggled. My legs would suffice. Your tail would be more suitable. The dragon and Ming engaged in a tug-of-war of words. What rationale could you possibly have? The dragon prompted, urging him to speak. If it were a matter of scale, color, or similar, he could easily reassure Ming. The Little Mermaid had an epiphany. I prefer to maintain control. I do not favor fruit. Fair enough. The dragon responded swiftly. Then let us not remain at home. We can return to that cliffside we visited last time. The waters there are pristine, far from our base, and we shall not be disturbed. Why dig a hole for ourselves? And Ming questioned. In the sea? That seems implausible. The Little Mermaid feigned ignorance. It is indeed permissible, in the sea. Your authority reigns supreme. But the water is too cold. The experience would be unpleasant. Then you must stay close to me. I am warm. No. We cannot persist with this topic. And Ming exclaimed, abruptly standing up. As he contemplated a brusque departure, the chime of his wristwatch interrupted him. It was when the half-blooded dragon also rose to his feet. When should have been in the island prison. The interrogation of Gur had concluded, and a week had passed. According to the previous verdict, execution was imminent. Was it done? He connected the call. Boss. The voice of the insectoid lieutenant was exceedingly grave. Chapter 41. Gur has escaped. Escaped? What do you mean? And Ming thought he had misheard. The island prison was fortified with layers of security. The crew of the Phoenix responsible for interrogation and oversight would never be negligent. How could he have fled? His expression darkened. Yuan wasted no time. Swiftly reporting the situation. 10 minutes ago, Gur feigned a violent episode, luring 2 new recruits to inspect him at close range, where he ensnared them with his true words. Under his control, the 2 recruits incapacitated the guard, Hawk, and removed his mental suppression helmet and shackles, aiding his escape. And Ming was perplexed. How could Gur, encumbered by a mental suppression helmet, utilize his true words ability? Such abilities are exceedingly rare and fall outside the helmet's range of influence. Prior to this, a warning was issued to prohibit personnel below a certain rank from approaching. How did the recruits even end up in the prison? And Ming pressed further. Hawk stated that the two recruits were orphans, insisting that Gur knew the whereabouts of their relatives and implored Hawk to allow them to interrogate him before his execution. This is too strange. Are they not accomplices? They have been brutally murdered. Yun's voice was heavy with gravity. Gur had likely brainwashed them beforehand, planting seeds of suggestion in their subconscious. What of Hawk? The situation is dire. Gur did not spare him, and Ming fell into silence. Gur had astonishingly anticipated his capture and had orchestrated his escape in advance. He was far more formidable than anticipated. What of Nine? Here. The voice of Nine rang out simultaneously from the wristwatches of the three. I have already notified the two vice commanders and Chief and Sun. All weapon depots, mecha hangars, and spacecraft facilities are sealed. Boss, awaiting your next orders. Gur has been gone for merely 10 minutes. He may still be on the island. Dispatch 500 soldiers of rank above to conduct a thorough search. Meanwhile, the competition is suspended, and the recruits and low-ranking veterans are to return to the villa area on standby. No one is to venture out without orders. 9 activated all high-security surveillance, including bathrooms, sewers, and changing rooms. Understood. 9 lamented, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown. Ending the communication, he turned to Ming. Return to the medical building. All right. 9 was still analyzing. Hawk would soon be brought in to assess the injuries of his subordinates. Thus, the location would serve as a temporary command center. 15 minutes later, the barely conscious Hawk was rushed into the emergency resuscitation room. His internal organs had been completely ruptured. The voice of the logistics veteran, who bore the weight of the stretcher, trembled as he reflected that had it not been for his rank, he might have perished alongside those 2 children. Directive 9 ordered that Hawk be placed upon the operating table, and 2 mechanical arms glided in to assist, subsequently ushering everyone else out. 30 minutes elapsed. Evan, remaining at the pirate prison, reported once more, revealing no trace of Gel. Neither within the prison nor on the island was he found. Even the sea yielded no signs. With his merfolk lineage, Gel swam with extraordinary speed and could dive deep, likely having escaped to the mainland before we could seal off the waters. An hour later, under Evan's leadership, the search had comprehensively covered the 3 major regions of the base. Simultaneously, Directive 9 deployed over 1,000 holographic screens. As the volume of data to be processed was overwhelming, entrusting 50 clerks with secondary monitoring. 3 hours later, there were still no results. In the medical building's first-floor conference room, and Ming and Sun and the 2 deputy commanders were present. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Xiao had joined forces with the Dragon clan in the operation, and the search teams had commenced their second, more meticulous round of investigation. And Sun, his temper flaring, erupted. Where the hell is that bastard hiding? The response came. There is still one location, the Western Mountain Forests. All aerial devices were under Directive 9's control, leaving Gel with no opportunity to flee the planet, since he was neither in the island prison nor at the plane's base. He could only be concealed within the forest to the west of the base. Night had fallen, and the light was scarce. In such conditions, locating a deliberately concealed enemy of such caliber amidst the dense, primordial forest would prove exceedingly challenging. Yet, if Gel were not apprehended promptly tonight, allowing him to distance himself further from the base, the difficulty of capturing him again would only escalate. Moreover, Mark had officially declared war. The human army of 40,000 had already set forth, expected to rendezvous in 10 days near the public star domain close to Sword Bay. Concealed in the shadows, Gel would become an exceedingly perilous ticking time bomb. Such a scenario could not be permitted to unfold. I will take charge of the Western Forest, and Sun declared. Over 100 dragons can transform and fly, enhancing our speed. As a top-tier combatant myself, I shall be of significant assistance. Very well. I will allocate an additional 100 mech soldiers to you, came the immediate response. Hearing this, the nearby deputy commander raised his wristwatch to commence the deployment. Brother. And Ming called out, do take care. I will, replied the Dragon Clan brother. You stay close to Lanfeng. Do not wander off. Understood. The little mermaid nodded obediently, and soon hurriedly departed. Directive 9 continued to attend to Hawk, his expression as grave as stone. As the supreme leader and overall commander, he had to maintain his composure and conceal any signs of anxiety. Above the conference table, several core holographic screens displayed images of the island prison, training base, and the entrances to various military equipment warehouses. The 2 vice commanders maintained real-time communication with several team leaders, keenly attuned to the unfolding developments, ready to adjust their strategies at a moment's notice. Time slipped away relentlessly. Every avenue must be explored. It was imperative to capture Gel by nightfall. Suddenly, Hollow 9 appeared. exclaiming urgently, and Xiaoming, "Hurry to the emergency room," and then vanished just as abruptly. To the emergency room? It was evident that his presence was required. And Xiaoming glanced at the other, who nodded in affirmation. The emergency room was also located on the first floor, but in an entirely different direction, and Xiaoming sprinted towards it. Upon his arrival, the door slid open automatically, and the overwhelming scent of machine oil permeated the air. It was Hawk's. And Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, and Hollow 9 tossed him a mask. "Put it on." He hastily complied. On the operating table, a soldier lay bare, his abdomen marred by numerous sutured wounds. His eyes were tightly shut, yet he thrashed about in unconscious struggle, restrained firmly by mechanical arms. "Listen closely, and Xiaoming. Hawk is on the brink of death." Hollow 9's usual playful demeanor vanished, urgency lacing his tone. Gel's strike was vicious. "I just completed the surgery and halted the internal bleeding. However, Hawk's mental C has fragmented to 90. If you can help him reassemble it. Achieving even 20 will give him a chance to survive, albeit his mental strength will drop to a lower tier. If you reach 30, he may fully recover. And Xiaoming, please help him," Hollow 9 implored, "just as you did before." And Xiaoming was more than willing. Yet, the methods he employed were uniquely his own. The manner was inconsequential. What mattered was his healing ability. His mental strength could forcefully guide him, a feat beyond the capability of others. And Xiaoming comprehended this. He immediately began to mobilize his mental energy. A calm and potent aura radiated outward, akin to invisible hands gathering Hawk's dispersed consciousness. Hawk's body trembled, but the intensity of his convulsions began to ease. Hollow 9 continued. "The tier values range between 1 and 5 million. Hawk is over 2 million, while the chief's value exceeds 30 million, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. Thus, you cannot heal the chief in a short span, but you can swiftly pull Hawk back from the clutches of death." "Understood," and Xiaoming replied. He could distinctly sense the edges of Hawk's retreating mental C, which indeed made it more manageable. Yet, it was still no trivial task. In the unseen realm of the mind, a mermaid tirelessly tugged at him. His energy waned rapidly, and soon he was drenched in sweat. "Keep going," and Xiaoming. An hour passed, and Hawk's fragmentation ceased. Hollow 9 immediately administered a potent stabilizer, and Hawk fell into a deep slumber. On the 9th, Jiuhao provided Hawk with a warm blanket and established data monitoring, departing with Xiaoling. At last, the two were able to catch their breath. "And Xiaoling, you are truly remarkable. You are the angel for all of us," Jiuhao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Hawk's recovery would take considerable time. However, with your assistance, he holds great promise for restoration. "I am elated," replied the little mermaid, feeling somewhat drained. Just as he was about to head towards the meeting room, he was halted by Jiuhao. "Wait, let me fetch you a revitalizing capsule. It will aid in swiftly rejuvenating your mental fortitude. Moreover, your susceptibility period is approaching, you know?" "I do not," and Xiaoling replied, completely unaware. "In just a couple of days, when it arrives, it will be exceptionally tumultuous." Jiuhao pulled Xiaoling into the light elevator, ascending to the upper floors. "You are quite extraordinary. Each time your susceptibility symptoms manifest, they vary significantly. Has my report been released?" And Xiaoling inquired, slowly catching on. "Indeed." Jiuhao replied with a knowing smile, "and the chief's feverish period will coincide as well." Upon reaching the third-floor pharmacy, the little mermaid obediently took his medication. Jiuhao refrained from elaborating further, insisting on waiting for the meeting room to disclose the results alongside the two involved parties. The two descended once more, and Xiaoling hesitated. "Could you enlighten me in advance? Spare me the suspense." The condition of his mental ocean's atrophy still could not be permanently marked by him. Jiuhao was certainly not exhibiting such behavior, but there might be other factors. "You must know for yourself first," Jiuhao retorted, "or there will be far fewer surprises." And Xiaoling did not press further. Their thoughts intertwined. No matter the circumstances, they would never part from one another. Presently, what continued to trouble the little mermaid was still gear. Upon returning to the meeting room, Sun was engaged in a voice conversation. As of now, no signs of human activity have been discovered, only birds and small herbivores, along with some long-deceased monstrous beast skeletons. He had previously mentioned to Xiaoling that Jianwan Star, due to its advantageous celestial position and inherent environment, remained unoccupied by others due to the presence of extraordinarily ferocious, bloodthirsty beasts until the arrival of the phoenix. The primordial forest was vast, and Gear, lacking dragon lineage, would find it improbable to traverse such distances in a short time. Nevertheless, we shall widen our search area once more. and soon concluded his report and disconnected. The atmosphere grew tense. One vice commander expressed confusion. Even if Gear were of the highest rank, his capabilities are exceedingly pronounced. Moreover, he has been repeatedly interrogated and is gravely injured. Another speculated. Could he be a rare level? Was this previously concealed? Impossible, Jiao Hao interjected. I conducted tests while he was in a state of unconsciousness. Furthermore, if he were of the highest rank, he would not have been so easily subdued by Yvonne and Chief Soon, unless Jiao Hao widened his eyes in astonishment. And Xiaoling felt a surge of anxiety. He exposed his mental ocean, allowing himself to temporarily reach the highest rank. If that is the case, it also signifies that Gear has but a few days left to live. The two Deputy Legion commanders were astonished. How could this be? How could Mark have such ruthless subordinates? Mark was adept at manipulation, his words as eloquent as a blooming flower. He coldly remarked that he was worthless, possessing nothing but a mouth capable of transforming black into white. After all, Mark was one who could ascend to the throne of humanity, and having a couple of assassins at his disposal was not unusual. Number 9, in a state of bewilderment, pondered, if that is the case. Then Ger possesses half of the merfolk's bloodline, making certain impossibilities conceivable. Suddenly, Ming's mind was illuminated with the memories of the original owner. His home planet was surrounded by boundless black seas. Diving into the depths, he breathed through gills. Ger resided in an inland sea. The little mermaid softly murmured the answer. He had always hidden beneath the waves. Chapter 42. Beneath the Sea? The two deputy commanders were perplexed and inquired how he managed such a feat. Their understanding of the merfolk was limited, and Ming was equally bewildered, recalling the original owner's joyous splashes in the ocean. I can do it, so Ger should be able to as well. Indeed, number 9 concurred with Ming's conclusion. No wonder even Ivan and Soon failed to locate Ger. They had been utterly misled. He then elucidated that Ger, as a half-mermaid, experienced a sudden elevation in rank after igniting the psychic sea, allowing him to fully transform into a deep-sea mermaid and survive for an extended period underwater. This had been impossible before. Just as a half-blooded dragon would face the dire cost of completely exhausting the psychic sea to achieve full draconian transformation, leading to inevitable demise. If we abandon the pursuit of Ger, he has only a few days left to live, number 9 concluded. How many days specifically? Was asked. As time was of the essence, number 9 was uncertain. Throughout interstellar history, few have accomplished such feats, and the related data is scant. I can only roughly estimate it to be between 2 to 15 days. The range was too vast. As long as Ger survived until Mark's fleet arrived, it would be exceedingly perilous. Even if he could not, his enhanced abilities would increase the success rate of his assassination missions. Confronted with a madman who had nothing to lose, they could not afford to remain idle. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. The ensuing dilemma was evident. It is exceedingly challenging for us to confront Ger underwater, number 9 lamented. Our soldiers are of the human and dragon races. Even if I provide protective suits to help them withstand the pressure of the deep sea, coupled with oxygen tanks, their movements would be sluggish in the water, leaving them vulnerable to being slaughtered by GER. The two deputy commanders shook their heads in agreement. We likewise lack mechas suited for underwater combat. Agility and defensive capability would be severely hampered by the environmental changes. They continued to brainstorm solutions. Could the submarine built by number 9 during the initial exploration of Sword-based Star be of use? However, they swiftly dismissed the idea, recalling that it was primarily defensive in nature and had been decommissioned after detecting no threatening creatures in the depths. With a sigh, 9 remarked that the submarine was barely operational, contingent upon Ger remaining stationary while they searched at a leisurely pace. The conference room once again succumbed to silence. The Justice Army's hardware support was not without its shortcomings. As an omniscient entity, 9 had previously analyzed the potential for developing underwater weaponry. It was not merely the fact that the Mermaid Empire had perished. Even if the higher-order merfolk still existed in considerable numbers, they had long since transformed into legged beings to dwell on land thousands of years ago, to contend against the beautiful and peace-loving merfolk. While simultaneously launching an assault upon them underwater was an exceedingly improbable scenario. 9 felt a surge of frustration. I truly cannot respond to events with probabilities below 1 in 10,000, let alone the resources required for implementation. I would likely malfunction before that. The two vice commanders hastily offered words of consolation to 9, and Ming remained silent. Casting a glance, but knowing precisely what the little mermaid was contemplating, he promptly interjected, "No, I am not foolish." Deep within, Ming wrestled with his conscience. He recognized that he might be the only one suited to pursue Gur, as he could infiltrate the ocean depths without the aid of any external apparatus. And his massive tail would facilitate swift movement. At least, this was the memory of the original host. However, he was of a lower rank, while Gur had ascended to a higher level. Despite Nine's repeated assertions that he was equivalent to, or even capable of contending with beings like Ivan, he understood he stood no chance. Cursed be it, how vexing and infuriating. And Ming felt an unprecedented sense of confinement. Time was of the essence, and he ultimately had to resort to the submarine exploration plan. Ivan, and Sun, Xiao, and several top-tier soldiers embarked on this mission aboard the submarine. Nine devised temporary propulsion devices for their legs to aid in swift underwater movement, complemented by oxygen equipment, enabling them to venture out and confront Gur directly if necessary. Additionally, the soldiers donned deep-sea protective suits, which were rather cumbersome, while the four, due to their dragon and insectoid lineage, possessed exceptional pressure resistance, making them considerably more agile. And Ming proposed to accompany them and was not met with denial. The Little Mermaid, unlike everyone else, wore a special form-fitting combat suit made of swimwear material, allowing him to seamlessly shift between two forms without damaging his attire. The land-based search would continue under the supervision of the two vice commanders. To preempt any appearance of Gur on shore, the submarine set off from the island prison as its starting point, plunging vertically to the seabed, first scanning a 1-kilometer radius nearby. Gur had submerged into the depths from this location, making it the most likely place to find traces. The soldiers, all human, utilized photon radar and viewing scopes to continuously survey the area. A few possessed excellent vision, adept at adapting to the darkness of the ocean floor. While Ming had the best eyesight, as a high-order mermaid, he could see the rocks, schooling fish, and even the tiniest grains of sand in the distance as clearly as if it were broad daylight. Soon, approximately 1,000 meters south of the prison, and Ming noticed something peculiar. There was a patch of black. The soldiers strained their eyes. It was all black. Xiao remarked, "It seems somewhat different." Number 9 maneuvered the submarine closer. The seabed was eerily tranquil, yet beneath a rugged outcrop, a cave entrance appeared to harbor something that gently swayed in the current stirred up by the passing fish. After confirming that there was no immediate danger, the insectoid volunteered to investigate. The round trip would only take a few minutes, and the insectoid could hold its breath for over half an hour. Nevertheless, Number 9 insisted that Ivan take an oxygen tank. "Your breath-holding ability is reserved for when I want to kiss you," Number 9 boasted unabashedly. Ivan responded with a middle finger, but complied nonetheless. Sigh. Number 9 activated real-time monitoring of Ivan's bodily data, and Ming, disinterested in prying into others' affairs, noticed Number 9's troubled expression and felt compelled to show concern as a close friend. Thus, the mermaid gently pulled Number 9 aside and whispered, "What progress have you two made?" Number 9 shot him a glance. Progress in mere chatter. And Ming was perplexed. Number 9 pouted. "We've held hands and shared passionate embraces, yet he still won't give me anything." Number 9 lamented, "Am I not attractive? Why doesn't the big insect like me?" And Ming was about to respond when the big insect returned, interrupting their conversation. It was Ger's prison garb, soaked through, with white hair clinging to his honey-colored, gaunt cheeks. Water streaming down. It was already torn. The group approached to inspect, unanimously concluding that Ger had damaged it while transforming into his fish-tailed form. They were puzzled. The location where the prison garb was discovered was to the south. Had Ger headed south? However, the base was situated to the north, and the only expanse to the south was the open sea. Ger's intent was to sabotage the righteous forces and the thorns. The open sea held nothing of value. "Perhaps it's a ploy to draw us away," one soldier suggested. "Not necessarily," and soon countered. "Hiding at the seabed is already difficult for us to conceive. There's no need for such a ruse." Before the hybrid dragon could make a decision, and Ming added, "There's something peculiar in the sand." "Isn't sand yellow?" a soldier retorted. Ivan declared, "I've spotted it. I will retrieve it." Without waiting for Number 9's admonition, he took an oxygen tank and left once more. The submarine also edged closer. The expression on the mermaid's face grew strange. This time, the insectoid took longer. Thermal imaging revealed him attempting to pick up the yellow object on the beach. Pausing just before contact, he scrutinized it multiple times, but remained motionless. Finally, he returned empty-handed. "It's human skin," Ivan stated bluntly. "His newly grown skin has shed once more." "Yuck," the others exclaimed in disgust. This time, they ventured further south, and Ger indeed found himself at sea. What purpose could he have in the open ocean? In a desperate plight, was he attempting to escape? With all spacecraft confined to the base, Gair's time was running short. The group heightened their vigilance as the submarine continued its slow advance. After covering several more kilometers, they encountered further traces. This time, several individuals bore witness to it. The insectoid race had ventured thrice and returned thrice. Gair had lost a considerable amount of flesh, nearly consumed by schools of fish. Had they delayed any longer, he would have been lost entirely. However, he had tossed several fragments of a dark substance onto the table, including this. It was a scale, entirely black. Number 9 elucidated. The scales of the merfolk are remarkably resilient and do not easily shed unless injured or undergoing initial differentiation. It appeared that Gair had sustained significant new wounds and had struggled violently. Was his hair black? And Ming inquired, recalling otherwise. Brown, came the reply. A deep brown with a hint of red, Chiao elaborated. Number 9 proceeded to retrieve pertinent data. Records indicated that the color of the fish tail is generally lighter than that of the hair. Nonetheless, the scales on the tail fin tend to be darker. Therefore, could these black scales indeed belong to Gair? And Ming and Sun glanced at the little mermaid's head before lowering her gaze to her legs. You haven't yet told me what color yours are. No one present had witnessed it. Silver blue. Both the mermaid and the hybrid dragon responded in unison. Is your tail fin dark blue? Indeed, came their simultaneous affirmation. The others pondered. Although they were ostensibly discussing a serious matter, they were unexpectedly filled with tales of merfolk and dragons. The submarine continued onward. For an extended duration, nothing further was discovered. The clues seemed to have been severed. They were approaching the juncture between the inland sea and the open ocean. From an aerial perspective, it resembled the hilt of a sword. Why were there no new traces? Had Gair engaged in a struggle against sharks or something else, sustaining injuries while vanquishing his opponent, thus ensuring a safe passage thereafter? Or could there be other possibilities? What scheme was Gair concocting? The submarine came to a halt. A soldier pointed at the photon radar, exclaiming, "Report. We have reached the open sea." Through the small circular porthole, they could see with their own eyes. Ahead, the terrain abruptly descended. The dimly visible seabed had vanished, replaced by an even darker expanse of water. The sea was tranquil, seemingly frozen in time, rendering the submarine as if ensnared within a temporal stasis. Here, darkness prevailed. Even the fish that occasionally swam by had disappeared, leaving behind an eerie silence. And Ming felt perplexed. Logically, one would expect the ecology at the boundary to be more vibrant. The last time we came here, it was just so. The tone adopted by 9 was relatively light, albeit somewhat difficult to comprehend, yet it was evident that few creatures resided in this abyss. How deep is it below? Joe inquired, his voice lowering. We did not descend further, 9 replied. However, I have utilized sonar to probe the depths, approximately 13,000 meters vertically and 14,500 meters from the sea surface. The sonar waves exhibit remarkable stability. This implies that, beneath the water, there exists nothing but the ocean itself. At a depth exceeding 10,000 meters, everyone inhaled deeply. 9 continued. On our last expedition, we journeyed several hundred kilometers further into the open sea, beyond the demarcation line. The ocean floor ascended to 4,000 or 5,000 meters, bustling with life once more. With a greater variety of species and slightly larger sizes compared to those found in the coastal waters, yet not significantly different. Though we often proclaim this to be the planet of the just army, the sword-based star remains shrouded in mystery. 9 concluded, we have claimed the land. Yet we maintain a profound reverence for the ocean. An air of contemplation settled among the group as they deliberated whether to proceed further. Ivan and Sun and others expressed their thoughts. Out in the open sea, it was vast and 100 gels would be lost. Nods of agreement ensued, leading to a decision to return. And Ming furrowed her brow, pondering the possibilities. Just then, the stillness of the water was abruptly disturbed. Something darted past, plunging toward the depths. It's a gel, and Ming exclaimed, suppressing her unfinished thoughts. A wave of mysterious ultrasonic sound permeated the air. The submarine shuddered slightly, and Ming appeared to be affected by some force. Her ear fins emerging. Unlike what had been seen before, the tips of her fins were no longer soft, but bore sharp, hardened spines. I'm coming, the mermaid exclaimed, racing toward the hatch as scales rapidly enveloped her body. As she entered the water-filled transition corridor, her combat suit retracted from her waist, revealing an enormous silver blue tail nearly 2 meters in length. Simultaneously, fin-like structures sprouted from her elbows, and a sharp, fan-shaped dorsal fin unfurled from her back. Deep-sea form. And Ming's voice brimmed with excitement. I must capture it. Ming. At the same moment, The mermaid donned her oxygen mask and propulsion device, completing her gear in mere seconds before pursuing. Ming, come back. The mermaid had already opened the hatch and, with a swift whoosh, shot out like an arrow. The others gaped in astonishment and rushed to the porthole. Visibility in the deep sea was nearly non-existent. The two figures vanished almost immediately upon entering the water. Damn it! Ivan exclaimed, scrambling for the oxygen equipment to follow suit. And Sun was already suited up, and upon seeing him, Joe said, I'll join you. Several soldiers, clad in cumbersome protective gear, shouted, We're going too. Calm down, calm down. 9 bellowed. Are you jesting? If everyone leaves, who will remain in the submarine? 2 processed voices were released by number 9. Huh, can't find it, said the mermaid. You return to me. Number 9 indicated that both individuals were in good condition. The leader had caught up with Ming, and they were engaging in a telepathic conversation. Underwater. Sound waves propagate uniquely. Ordinary speech is rendered inaudible. The magnetic field here felt peculiar, and Ming sounded unusually exhilarated, sensing something. Come back with me. The voice commanded unequivocally. Below. It moved again. Return. Dive down in the submarine to search. All right, and Ming replied. The mermaid seemed like a different person, entirely devoid of any sense of danger. The ocean was profound, yet he felt as if it were his home. Number 9 urged everyone to remain calm, while guiding the submarine deeper into the outer ocean abyss to welcome the imminent return of the two. The monitoring did not cease. Apart from Ming's accelerated heartbeat, all other readings were satisfactory. The submarine pursued downwards. Lacking any light, the photon radar was switched to traditional sonar. After half a minute, there was still no contact. Just as everyone was puzzled, the monitoring signal abruptly ceased. Simultaneously, the sonar indicated that the originally 13,000 meter deep trench had suddenly shrunk to a mere 200 meters. Everyone was in disbelief, repeatedly verifying the readings from the monitoring equipment. It was accurate. This is not good. Number 9 remarked. Ivan and Sun could no longer maintain their composure, disregarding any potential danger. They had not even removed their gear before rushing out. Chow followed closely behind. Number 9's heart raced as he grabbed a few soldiers, saying, Don't make things worse. The soldiers could handle the gear underwater, but it was unwise to confront the unknown. Soon, Ivan and the others successfully descended to the ocean floor, and Sun adjusted his posture, reaching down to touch, simultaneously communicating with the group. It's very smooth, hard, and cold rock. Chow also felt around, saying, Why does it seem a bit soft? The insectoid Ivan had already made a full rotation. It's not flat. It has a slightly convex, spherical shape. The oxygen masks of the 3 were equipped with auxiliary lighting, but visibility at half a meter was rendered futile in the mysterious depths. Meanwhile, the soldiers in the submarine were tense, listening intently. Is it a sunken spacecraft? A colossal boulder? Number 9 frantically searched through his database while murmuring, Great cosmic deity, ancient ocean god, please reveal to me where such records exist. Suddenly, the sonar radar underwent another change, and Number 9 abruptly halted, his complexion paling. The ground began to shift, gradually sloping, and ultimately became vertical. The sonar frequency lengthened, indicating that the depth below had reverted to 13,000 meters. Simultaneously, and Ming's bodily monitoring signal reappeared, albeit faintly. With no further reminders needed, Yuan and his companions propelled themselves upward with their leg thrusters, swiftly retreating. Whatever this colossal being was, it was unmistakably alive. A current of tension surged. Just alongside the trio's moving forms, the ground opened its eyes, an enormous, dark yellow eye, larger than the entire submarine, casting the 3 figures into stark relief. The nictitating membrane glided slowly, its pupil towering above human height, emitting a ghostly glow akin to a monumental lighthouse amidst a torrential night. Accompanying this spectacle was a sound deeper and more distant than that of a blue whale. The 9 stirred from its stupor, frantically calling, You giant creatures, return quickly. Yuan and his companions hastened back to the submarine's hatch. As the ground shifted once more, moving away, they finally caught a glimpse in the lighthouse's illumination, a nameless monstrosity, its head alone stretching several hundred meters. Get inside, 9 commanded. Draining the seawater from the transition corridor and opening the inner hatch for everyone to enter, simultaneously adjusting the power to maximum. We cannot leave. The Dragon Clan elder grasped Ix's wrist, glaring with fury in his slit pupils. The submarine was remarkably sturdy. They were safe. Yet they had to brave the depths in search of the missing Ming. He was not intending to leave. The insect clan glared with their 6 red eyes, shielding 9 from the overly agitated dragon clan leader to prevent any unwarranted harm. No quarreling. 9 wished to conceal his triumphant expression. It would be utterly inappropriate. "I am going down," he stated with a rigid countenance. At that moment, the giant creature emitted a deep rumble, seemingly attempting to communicate. 9 signaled for silence, straining to listen. It was an ancient language of the High Merfolk. 9, incredulous, began to translate. It expressed displeasure at being disturbed and requested that if visitors wished to come, they should do so at a later time, preferring not to host too many guests at once. The group stood in stunned silence. In the darkness, a tentacle reached forth, its suction cups larger than the cockpit, motioning to push them away. "It is trying to drive us off. We must flee. Should they become ensnared, even the sturdiest submarine would be contorted and destroyed." And Sun ceased to argue. 9 pushed the energy to its limits, propelling the submarine upward at breakneck speed toward the inland sea's edge. In the dim, murky water, the massive tentacle retracted. Upon returning to the outskirts of the inland sea, visibility gradually improved, the once murky waters brightening. The group remained in a daze, realizing they were safe. But what of Ming and Lan Feng? Chapter 44. I have re-established contact with Xiaoming and the boss. 9 exhaled heavily. The readings indicated both were in an elevated state of excitement, yet everything appeared normal. "Confirm? Then hurry and call them back," the others urged eagerly. It seems that the ambitions of the 2 individuals are rather modest, at least less conspicuous than that of the submarine, failing to attract the attention of the enigmatic creature. Number 9 appeared despondent, having just experienced another disconnection. The creature's movements interfered with data transmission, resulting in a continuous cycle of interruptions upon reconnection. At that moment, a wave of mysterious ultrasonic sounds reverberated, causing the submarine to sway once more. Drawing upon past experience, Number 9 promptly engaged in the capture and analysis of the frequency. It was still the divine being speaking. Number 9's expression turned peculiar. A deity? An ancient leviathan? What else could it be? Number 9 scratched his head, pondering. The divine entity proclaimed that once the guests had concluded their visit, they would be returned without concern. The others gasped in astonishment. Thus, it was not that they had gone unnoticed, but rather that they had been courteously invited to depart. Anshuan seethed with rage, while Yaivan grew increasingly agitated, on the verge of transformation. Number 9, in a state of urgency, conducted various calculations, nearly succumbing to a system crash, ultimately concluding that, whether believed or not, they could only await their return on land. A somber mood enveloped everyone, just as a confrontation with Mark was imminent, although Gur had evaded capture. A grave incident had occurred. Both the Supreme Leader and their companion had been abducted by a monstrous entity from the depths. Public disclosure was deemed impossible. It was imperative to conceal this until both individuals returned safely. Number 9 proposed announcing that the two had entered a susceptible and feverish state, allowing everyone to infer the situation. The idea was rather poor, yet both Yaivan and Anshuan nodded in agreement. In the deep sea, Ming held the hand of the half-blooded dragon person, their tail swaying as they ventured deeper. Beside them, the divine being, with its dark yellow eyes, illuminated the path as it accompanied them downward. "You are magnificent," the little mermaid exclaimed to the divine being. With a face full of confusion, it wondered. What did it say? Ming flicked his tail fin, responding, "It said I am small. What is your name?" Ming turned to inquire once more. "Rataga? A lovely name." The little mermaid did not swim blindly into the depths. Ahead of them were 4 silhouettes, the merfolk. Each wielded cold weapons crafted from massive fish spines, all in deep-sea forms. Aside from their blade-like tail fins, they possessed pectoral fins, elbow fins, dorsal fins, and long, seaweed-like hair that barely concealed their upper bodies, remaining unclothed, 3 in total, with one leading the way while the other 2 dragged the unconscious merfolk form of Gur. The only one among them appeared exceedingly youthful, sporting a pure black tail. And due to gender differences, her swimming posture was more enchanting than the others, occasionally glancing back at the azure little mermaid beside her. The oxygen tank proved ineffective, and breathing became labored. After swimming for approximately half an hour, a faint glow emerged ahead, revealing a large cluster of luminous coral reefs. The colossal creature Rataga bid them farewell, altering its course and slowly departing. Advancing further, the light grew ever brighter, and within the water floated 2 rows of shell lamps, housing refined energy crystals. Before long, a brilliantly illuminated underwater city materialized before them. Awestruck, Ming gazed upon the extraordinary spectacle, unable to suppress a gasp of wonder. The city, though modest in size, was constructed primarily from seabed rocks, the skeletal remains of marine creatures, and expansive swathes of algae. Yet it emanated a lively and inviting ambience. Merfolk darted about in every direction. At the entrance of the city stood a derelict, rusted spaceship, within which a few petite merfolk, scarcely half a meter tall, and likely only a year or two old, playfully swayed their short, stout tails. And Ming followed 4 merfolk soldiers inside, whereupon all the inhabitants paused to stare in astonishment. "We have arrived," declared the leading soldier. Returning to Ming's side and speaking in the common tongue, "Do not be afraid, it is merely curiosity, as this is the first time they have seen you so closely." The two continued to swim forward, while the merfolk observed from a distance, murmuring among themselves. "Isn't that lawn foam? He has noticed us. Who is that merfolk beside him? They do not belong to our clan. Look at their posture. Are they companions?" The conversation flowed in the language of the merfolk, which Ming understood innately, allowing him to follow along. Nodding, the merfolk beside Ming gently took his hand and drew him closer, briefly lifting his oxygen mask to bestow a tender kiss upon Ming's forehead. The gesture was imbued with affection and deep sentiment. "Ah, how romantic!" The exclamations required no translation. Even the half-blood dragon could surmise their intent. And Ming, reminded by 9 of his heightened sensitivity approaching, felt a flush of warmth envelop him, having refrained from kissing him on the lips. They swam onward for a while longer. At one point, 2 soldiers departed with the unconscious Gel, while the leading merfolk and a black-tailed companion continued to guide them forward, ultimately arriving at a dwelling adorned with flowing veils. In the reception area, a black obsidian square table and 4 scallop chairs were arranged, and the black-tailed merfolk invited Ming to take a seat. The leading merfolk remarked, "The elders shall arrive shortly. Please wait here for a moment." With that, he exited. The black-tailed merfolk, however, remained, choosing to sit alongside them at the stone table. Casting a glance, and Ming inquired, "Aren't you going?" The voice, aided by mental prowess, resonated somewhat loudly, causing discomfort to the eardrums. The black-tailed merfolk, possessing a delicate appearance and seemingly still in his youth, blushed furiously as he stammered, I shall stay here to accompany you. It would be impolite for everyone to leave." His command of the common tongue was impeccable, and Ming, who was distractedly surveying his surroundings, felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The black-tailed merfolk sensed it too. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly inhaled deeply, his gills fluttering vigorously. It seemed he had detected some scent, prompting him to leap up, his hands flailing in urgency, and his tail swaying in tandem. "Ah, I did not mean to intrude upon your intimacy." And Ming was left perplexed. The bewilderment regarding the performance of the black-tailed mermaid was palpable. The black-tailed mermaid, in a state of confusion, turned around and declared, "Very well. I shall inform the elder, and we can discuss matters of importance later. You all attend to your affairs first." With that, he attempted to swim outside. However, it was somewhat too late, for the leading merman had already arrived with the elder. They nearly collided. "Gel, how could you be so reckless? Is it that you become so overwhelmed upon seeing your idol?" The elder, an elderly white-tailed merman, admonished from outside. The young mermaid, known as Gel, flushed with embarrassment. The elder said no more, hastily swimming in to approach the desk, where he greeted with a respectful smile, "General Lanfong, please do not hold this child's impudence against him. He has admired you greatly since childhood and was quite startled by the recent incident." The black-tailed mermaid had narrowly escaped capture by Gel in the inland sea, and 3 others had ventured to search for him, leading to an encounter with Ming, who had just plunged into the sea. "Wow, it's your little fanboy. No wonder he kept glancing back at you on the way." Chapter 45. The previous leading merman stood guard outside. The elder pulled Gel to sit down, his tone exceedingly courteous. "Gel is the prince of our tribe. If there has been any offense, I beg your forgiveness." "The young lad seems quite admirable," replied the half-blood dragon. "As long as we understand the misunderstanding." Gel grew even shyer, unable to meet the gaze of his idol. "I apologize for our prolonged seclusion beneath the sea. We have truly been frightened," the elder expressed, his emotions complex. "You arrived at Sword Bay Star before us." Yes, at that time, the Dragon Emperor had just begun his assault on the Mermaid Empire, and many planets suffered his wrath. We fled in a small spacecraft with only a few dozen people, half of whom were elderly or young. Now there are over 100 of us. However, we merely dwell in a corner of the seabed. The entire planet still belongs to you." The elderly white-tailed elder was cautious in thought and demeanor, maintaining humility and decorum, carefully choosing his words. Uncertain of the half-blood dragon's true stance, he approached with utmost humility. And Ming sensed this and felt a pang of discomfort. Life beneath the sea, while leisurely, lacked the environmental conditions of land. Many technological devices could not be effectively utilized. The merfolk, in their quest for survival, had willingly reverted to primitive times. As the elder had mentioned earlier, they were indeed frightened. Upon hearing this, Ming stood. The elder, unsure of what the half-blood leader intended, anxiously grabbed Gel to accompany him in standing. You may remain seated, intentionally tempering his formidable aura. He presented himself as an ordinary junior, speaking with respect. We did not mean to intrude upon your tribe. The half-mare Gel fled into the inland sea. We pursued him and inadvertently startled Lutger. I assure you, I will make arrangements to ensure that the Justice Army shall not set foot in your waters again and will refrain from further disturbances to your tribe. However, should you have any requests, you may still dispatch a mermaid to the inland sea to seek me out, and I shall certainly do my utmost to fulfill them. Such sincerity is scarcely to be believed. The elders were utterly astonished. This is a former general of the human empire. Now a terrifying legend that instills fear throughout the entire galaxy. When Gil witnessed the usually imposing elder displaying such demeanor, he began to question whether their previous behavior had been overly casual. Thank you, elder, he exclaimed with a hint of awe. The human empire's loss of you is an immeasurable detriment. And Ming was taken aback. Lan Feng's self-imposed exile occurred much later. Yet the elder had mentioned that they fled when the Dragon Emperor first began his assault on the merfolk. Ah, what a marvel, one might exclaim. Although they had hidden themselves deep beneath the waves, they were quite aware of the events transpiring in the cosmos. A cunning old fox indeed, he mused with a smile. The elder laughed heartily, and the last remnants of their unspoken distance dissipated. In a rare moment of jest, he remarked, after all, Ming is a mermaid, implicitly suggesting the need to please their own kin. Very well, the elder mused, unsure of what to say. Realizing that he had perhaps been overly cautious regarding Lan Feng, the atmosphere grew joyful, and Ming, with a cheerful smile, remarked, Fortunately, I share a mental connection with Retigia. Otherwise, we would still be in the dark about how long we might need to hide. The elder elucidated, it is fortuitous that the troubles stemmed from Gil. He recounted the information he possessed, and when combined with what Ming knew, the situation became rather clear. Gil's infatuated admirer often sneaked into the shallow waters of the inland sea to catch glimpses of the righteous army, yearning to behold his idol. Due to his extreme caution, he had never been detected by the righteous forces. However, this time, he encountered Gear, who had escaped from prison. Upon discovering a mermaid beneath the waves, Gear immediately launched a frenzied pursuit. Gil fled towards the open sea. They had previously clashed briefly, resulting in Gear sustaining further injuries while Gil, in his struggle, lost some scales. Ultimately, at the boundary, three merfolk joined forces to attack, leveraging their advantage in the depths to capture Gear. Gil is the prince of our tribe. How can we allow such indignity from this half-human? The elder concluded, we intend to discreetly bring him back and interrogate him according to merfolk law. And this would have gone unnoticed by you. Little did they know, the usually lethargic Retigia had unexpectedly appeared. At this point, the elder turned toward Ming. Child, you mentioned earlier that you share a mental connection with Retigia? Indeed, and Ming nodded. I sensed his presence even before I laid eyes on him. They spoke of how Retigia seemed quite fond of him, suggesting that his escort was indeed something special. The elder, with a kind demeanor, said, Child, I am old and my eyesight is failing. May I touch you and draw nearer to observe you? Ah, yes, of course. This marks the first encounter for Ming with an elder of the merfolk, and an innate sense of kinship surged through his very being, prompting him to gravitate towards the elder. The elder gently clasped Ming's hand. Just a few days prior, Gil had mentioned to me that General Lan Feng had returned with a high-ranking merfolk. I was initially skeptical. Out of courtesy, the elder had predominantly engaged in conversation. But now seizing the opportunity, he began to scrutinize Ming with unabashed curiosity. The deep blue hue of Ming's hair was a rarity among the merfolk. It was only the scarce shark clans that possessed such traits. And it was the royal bloodline within those clans that would draw the protector Rutger to approach with such eagerness. As the elder spoke, he tightened his grip on Ming's hand, subtly channeling his energy. An unfamiliar yet profound spiritual force infiltrated Ming's body, embarking on a quest to explore the essence of the young merfolk. Ming instinctively recoiled slightly but, sensing no malice, refrained from withdrawing. As the elder delved deeper into Ming's spiritual ocean, his eyes widened gradually, and a glimmer of astonishment sparkled within his murky gaze. "Child, how old are you?" 19. And Ming replied. The elder's voice trembled. "Are you the child of Ingene?" And Ming was unfamiliar with Ingene but felt a flicker of recognition at the name. Fragments of memories from the original owner flashed before him. It seemed that during the prolonged, dark years before his abduction, his kin had mentioned this name countless times. "I am in Ming," he stated, pausing before adding, "I have a dragon clan brother named Insun, who is also on Jianwan Star." The elder released his grip and began to tremble violently, tears streaming down his face. Even submerged in water, the sorrowful aura permeated the surrounding sea. "And Ming? Insun? Is that what you were called?" The elder exclaimed, his emotions oscillating between tears and laughter, unable to contain himself. "It is wonderful. Both of Injin's children are alive." Prince Jiao, who had been silently observing, finally turned to Ming, stepping back in shock, covering his ear fin in fear. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, "Who is Ingene?" He too felt a sense of familiarity with the character Jin, attempting to recall information about the Merfolk Empire in his mind. Andre Jin Yen, the bard of the Merfolk Empire, the younger brother of the Fish Emperor, Zino Jin Yen. The elder cried out in grief. The true bloodline still has descendants. The hope of our Merfolk endures. Zino? He stood up, the name resonating deeply within him. Is Ming Ming the son of Zino's younger brother? Merfolk guards outside swam in, filled with excitement. Elder feet, please verify once more. Are they truly descendants of Ingene? The elder composed himself, mustering his calmness to inquire, "Your brother Insun. Is he a pure-blood dragon and 30 years of age this year?" And Ming was taken aback momentarily. "You are correct. Ingene indeed united with the dragon, resulting in one dragon and one fish. Splendid. I shall inform everyone," the captain announced as he departed. Elder Feet then realized if the dragon clan was not extinct. Could it be that pure-blood dragons had not vanished after all? And Ming scratched his head, momentarily taken aback. Yet, he managed to maintain his composure and replied, "There are 103 individuals in the Sword-based star, and perhaps other planets possess similar numbers, though we remain unaware." Elder Feet nodded in agreement. "The Merfolk are more numerous than we had imagined. We have secretly fled to many untamed barren stars, deeply concealed beneath the ocean, never to surface again." At that moment, Blacktail Jieru loosened his ear fins and called out from a distance, "Brother and Ming, you wouldn't employ the truth spell on me, would you?" No, I wouldn't." And Ming replied, still somewhat dazed. Jieru returned to the stone table, his youthful black eyes sparkling with excitement. "Brother and Ming is truly a prince." You are one too, little prince," and Ming responded. Jieru happily wagged his tail. "I am so delighted to be with my idol and the Merfolk prince." And Ming remarked as Jie leaned closer, "I can sense that your pheromones are perfectly matched." The elder interjected, "Steady, Jieru, keep your distance." Oh. After a spell of unrestrained joy and merriment, everyone gradually regained their composure. Many questions remained unanswered. The half-blood dragon addressed Elder Feet. "Gear possesses a faint ability for truth spells. Is that so?" Elder Feet responded with astonishment. "We must ensure Gear awakens swiftly. There are many mysteries. His objective was to assassinate me, and he risked self-detonation in the spirit sea to escape. Why then did he pursue Jieru all the way to the open sea?" Jieru exclaimed, "He is quite terrifying." His eyes lit up upon seeing me. "Were you in your heat phase at the time?" Only those in their heat phase could become deranged due to an overwhelming concentration of pheromones. "No, I wasn't," Jieru replied, looking at his idol, hesitating to speak. "It wasn't me. That is indeed peculiar." He turned to Elder Feet. "Time is of the essence. Gear has only a few days left to live. I need to interrogate him once more." "Very well, I shall take you there now," the elder stated as he rose. However, given his advanced age, the white fishtail appeared somewhat wrinkled, and his movements were not particularly swift. Elder Feet added, "How about this? Let Jieru lead the way, you two go ahead, and I will follow shortly." "All right, no problem." After bidding farewell to the elder, and Ming followed Jieru. To their surprise, upon returning to the path, the previously distant merfolk had all gathered around. "Prince and Ming, the truth prince. Hooray. The revival of the Merfolk Empire is within reach." The merfolk rejoiced beyond measure, almost eager to lift Ming and throw him into the air. However, with the rebel leader present, none dared to act, and Ming remained in a state of bewilderment. Yet, he could see the genuine affection of the merfolk, which made him feel a sense of closeness. He extended his hand. "Hello, everyone. Ooh la la la." The merfolk, no longer holding back, surged forward, each eager to touch the hand of the azure-haired young merfolk. "Form an orderly line," Jel shouted. Everyone, form a line. Soon, the chaotic throng of fans organized themselves into a neat queue, each taking turns to grasp Ming's hand. And Ming remarked, "What a peculiar fan meeting." Proudly standing beside Ming was Gel, the leader of the fan club, exuding an air of arrogance. "Hey, hey, hey, you've exceeded 3 seconds. Hurry up." Next, as he was pushed out of the crowd, the half-blooded giant observed, "Look, this is what happens with untrained civilians. No one seems to realize that there are more pressing matters at hand." He thought to himself that if they were his soldiers, he could transform this unruly mob into an obedient force in just 3 days, ensuring they would never dare to touch Officer N again. After several minutes, Ming was finally released from the throng of fans who had all managed to touch him. Led by the fan club leader, they continued their march towards the prison, with the legion of merfolk trailing behind in grand fashion. Just as they were about to arrive, the oxygen mask emitted a series of beeps. "It's run out," the half-blooded giant noted. His physical prowess and high mental acuity allowed him to hold his breath for over an hour underwater. Yet that was insufficient to reach the surface from a depth of 14,500 meters, let alone to interrogate Gel. "What should we do? We have no oxygen equipment," Gel exclaimed. Our idol is in danger." Maintaining a semblance of calm, he glanced at Ming, whose previously dazed mind suddenly began to function at high speed, thought, "There is a solution." In front of Gel and the crowd of merfolk, he removed the mask and leaned in to kiss him. The gills behind his ears fluttered, transferring oxygen to the half-blooded giant. Chapter 46. This kiss, under the broad daylight, lasted a considerable time. Initially, Ming kissed hurriedly, almost suffocating, solely focused on supplying oxygen, without overthinking. Even if he had thoughts, he had no intention of acting upon them in front of so many onlookers. However, soon both men became lost in the fervor of the moment, like two starving souls, chasing and biting, alternating between nibbling on each other's lips, deeply entwined in a passionate exchange of pheromones. The atmosphere was electric, prompting Gel to cover his eyes, yet unable to resist peeking through his fingers. Nearby, the observing merfolk gasped in awe. When the oxygen transfer finally concluded, Ming cupped his face and continued to kiss his now swollen, rosy lips, repeatedly moving from one corner to the other without pause. The blue-haired little mermaid thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. Gel continued to steal glances, feeling exhilarated. Adulthood is splendid, he thought, as the merfolk exclaimed, "Oh, they're not done yet." The tender moment lingered, and finally, the two leaned their foreheads together, gazing into each other's eyes with smiles. The half-blooded giant, slightly taller, bowed his head, while the little mermaid tilted his face upward. In that moment, it was as if the world around them vanished, leaving only each other in their sight. Once again, Yu kissed Ming lightly. The onlooking fans exclaimed, "Is this never ending?" Ming flicked his tail and playfully chased after, exclaiming, "Got you. Where do you think you're running off to?" The crowd of merfolk chimed in, Stop. We've truly had enough." After yet another round of sweet antics, the two finally parted ways. Ming sweetly declared, "I'll be by your side, kissing you every 15 minutes. Thus, I shall never leave you." The hybrid dragon encircled the little mermaid's waist in response. The seawater was rather warm enough that he felt inclined to shed his garments and swim rapidly alongside Ming. And Ming, as if adjusting her attire, gracefully smoothed her tail, discreetly confirming that 2 scales on her belly were not excessively raised. Then flashed a bright smile. "Let us go." The merfolk cheered. "Finally, it's over. But wait, there's more." No, we can't keep going. We've had our fill." The fans began to disperse, and the bubbly Giera finally led the two to what was referred to as a prison. In truth, it was merely a skeleton of a blue whale, where Gel's hands were bound behind his back with seaweed ropes, left among the bones. Ming frowned. This is rather rudimentary. Not to mention, Gel had already exploded to a certain level. Even a common merfolk could easily escape upon regaining consciousness. The guards, 2 of the previous 4 merfolk, explained. He is a half-merman. Maintaining his fish form has drained a significant amount of his mental energy. A slight shift in his condition, coupled with the deep-sea pressure and lack of oxygen, could claim his life. So that was it. Ming approached to examine Gel, noticing his rapid breathing and the brown tail undergoing a transformation. Simultaneously, his decayed left arm was turning pale from being submerged in the seawater. He was reverting to his human form. Ming gasped. He was on the brink of death. The merfolk soldier hurried over. "This is bad." He wasn't like this moments ago. Due to the change in environment, the predicted lifespan of 2 to 15 days had drastically shortened. Gel might very well perish in a state of unconsciousness. At that moment, the elder and captain arrived. I've just dispatched someone to the inland sea to relay a message to prevent your subordinates from panicking, Elder Feet stated. The soldier stepped forward to report the latest developments, adding, we must awaken him quickly. There are questions that need answering. The elder appeared troubled, but if his mind has shattered, it would be quite difficult. The merfolk race generally possesses healing abilities, albeit with variations in strength. Among the 100-plus merfolk in the depths, Gier, as a prince, held the greatest power. However, Gel's condition was dire. Ordinary soothing of mental energy would prove ineffective. It required Gier to approach Gel with compassion, necessitating deep physical contact. Are you suggesting I should hold him while shedding tears? Perhaps even kiss him? Gier vehemently shook his head. No way. Not to mention I've never been in a relationship. Just seeing Gel makes me want to retch. I will do it. And Ming offered. Having recently treated Hawk, she possessed considerable experience. Gilles seized her lamenting expression. Brother Ming, are you capable? The elder was equally incredulous. In terms of healing, it is far inferior to letting Ming attempt it. Before embarking on the submarine to the depths of the ocean, he had visited Hawk, who had spoken of Ming's astonishing performance. His Ming merely appeared gentle. The crowd murmured, let Prince Xinyan deal with the criminal Jiang. The imagery is too beautiful to contemplate. Moreover, was Lan Feng not envious? Unexpectedly, Ming did not swim towards Gier, but commenced directly. With his mental prowess, he manipulated the seawater into the semblance of numerous tentacles, weaving and entwining around Gier, meandering and spiraling. Ming had been gentle when treating Hawk. It was his first attempt. Still in exploration, and Hawk was a brother of the Phoenix. This time was entirely different. Soon, the seawater tentacles began to exert force, mercilessly tightening around the criminal, momentarily gathering his mental strength and compelling him to awaken swiftly. To expedite the process, Ming continually amplified his strength, and Gier was like a lump of mushy clay, carelessly piled up without a thought. It was remarkably crude. The elder, Gilles, and the merfolk soldiers were left aghast. Is this truly possible? They were astonished by Prince Xinyan's healing prowess, which appeared almost lethal. Suddenly, Gier expelled a copious amount of blood, staining the surrounding waters crimson as he opened his eyes. The awakening rendered him instantly lethargic. His fishtail vanished with a sharp crack, revealing his legs. Not good, a soldier shouted. Without the protective physiological form of a mermaid, Gier would perish even more swiftly. Almost simultaneously, the seawater tentacles transformed into a spherical shape, enveloping Gier within. Ming had astonishingly created an independent space, shielding Gier from harm. These unprecedented actions had never been witnessed before. No one had ever seen mental strength applied in such a manner. Ming, do not overexert yourself. The hybrid dragon began to worry for his little mermaid. Ming tightened his small face. I am managing. It's just that my mood is somewhat displeased after all. Expending energy on an enemy. The others shared a similar sentiment, with the elder murmuring, though the metaphor of flowers in cow dung may not be entirely fitting. It expresses the feelings within. Gier expelled another mouthful of blood. Ming inquired, why do you possess the ability of Xinyan? Aside from assassinating Lan Feng and undermining the Justice Army, do you have other motives? Why capture Gilles? He hurled all his questions in one go. The elder cautioned, Prince Ming, such interrogation will yield no results. Ming grew somewhat impatient. After extensively mobilizing his mental strength, he felt an unusual turmoil within, as if a multitude of thoughts sought release. His sensitivity period may have been prematurely triggered. Gil would certainly not respond honestly, cackling with a hint of malice. As fellow merfolk, why must we turn against one another? Rather, why not enlighten me about the sensation of being struck by the catalyst administered by the Imperial Guards and the subsequent loss of memory? The crowd fell into a stunned silence. What was Gale implying? They had never heard of such a catalyst. Yet and Ming quickly recalled the moment he found Ming on the desolate planet of the Dragon Clan, where the Ninth had initially assessed his mental prowess. Ming had also mentioned it a few times, as the Imperial Guards mistakenly believed him to be one of their own. So, was this incident related to that time? How could Gale possibly know? And Ming pressed his lips tightly together, the haunting memories of his mistreatment by the Imperial Guards resurfacing. Upon his initial arrival, he had indeed been injected with the so-called differentiation catalyst. Later, after reuniting with his brother, he found himself pondering why his brother seemed so acutely aware of the original host's memories, showing deep empathy without any transitional phase in his relationship with the Dragon Clan subordinates. Meanwhile, he was left in a haze regarding his own origins and kin. Oh, so you were unaware. Gale had anticipated such a reaction. It was hardly surprising who would remember such trivial details. And Ming took a step forward, closing the distance to Gale. The effects of the drug have long since faded. Do not attempt to stall. Answer my question at once. Gale's laughter grew more raucous as his left arm revealed a ghastly expanse of bone, rendering him a vision of demonic terror. Have the effects truly worn off? Then why have you yet to recognize me? Gale summoned a water sphere, inching closer to Ming. However, it was only after arriving at Sword Bay that I learned the merfolk by Lanfeng's side was you, dear cousin. With that, Gale abruptly transformed back into his fishtail form, his mental energy surging, shattering the water sphere with a resounding crash, his hands morphing into sharp webbed claws. Lunging towards Ming with ferocity. Die. Ming stood frozen. Ming, be careful, he cried, rushing forward to shield her. But it was too late. Boom. The instant Gale struck Ming, the seawater erupted violently, churning in a frenzy, white foam obscuring the center of the explosion. How scalding. Gilles and the others were hurled backward several meters, the water boiling around them. Immediately, an unprecedented pressure unfurled, radiating with a brutal force that compelled everyone to the ground. Gilles' black tail thrashed against the sandy seabed, yet he could not rise even a fraction. He struggled to turn towards the elder. Elder fight, are you all right? The elder offered no reply. The merfolk soldiers scattered in disarray. He was the only one still standing. His draconic features fully manifested as he swam with all his might towards the chaotic center. However, in the depths of the ocean, dragon wings only added to the resistance, and his legs offered limited speed. The energy Ming had previously harnessed was rapidly depleting. Chapter 47, Despair. Ger has reached the end of his tether. Ming possesses far greater strength than he appears to, which is unexpected. However, Ger is a madman, choosing to perish alongside his adversary. The hybrid dragon, Ming, plunged into the tumultuous waters, extending his hand to grasp something. A slender yet powerful hand immediately seized him. The blue head flickered through the white splashes, and Ming struggled momentarily before wrapping his arms around the hybrid dragon's waist. Ming. The fish tail pressed against his legs, the tail fin thrashing with vigor, as the little mermaid pulled them away from the searing explosion zone. The aftershocks continued to ripple outward, the underwater seagrass flattened under the impact, while a vast school of deep-sea fish swam against the current, baring their sharp teeth, rushing toward the site of the explosion like ravenous wolves. Ming noticed that the mermaid captain and two soldiers had located Gilles and the elder, appearing to be unharmed. So he refrained from approaching and instead continued to swim deeper into the darkness. Hold on tight, Ming. I'm fine, Ming reassured, though startled. The two swam rapidly, propelled not only by Ming's own fishtail but also by the swirling currents of the sea. After swimming several hundred meters, the force of the water was still strong. Am I really that impressive? Ming turned to glance back, adding, I was merely afraid of being scratched by his webbed claws. He recalled the time during his first susceptibility phase when he had scratched his neck. Although it would heal swiftly, the scar was rather displeasing. Thus, when Ger attacked, Ming instinctively unleashed his mental ocean. He emerged unscathed while Ger was consumed and torn apart by overwhelming force. Oh, with that thought, Ming quickly freed one hand to comb through his hair, then lowered his gaze to check his body. Fortunately, he had not been caught. Another wave of fish swam past them, drawn by the scent of blood. Soon, they would devour Ger's remnants, leaving no trace behind. Why did he call me cousin? Is he the child of the Mermaid King, Zino? Is that why he possesses the truth? With Ger's demise, the mystery only deepened. Ming shook his head. I truly cannot recall. The hybrid dragon remained silent, tightening his embrace around the little mermaid's waist. Facing each other beneath the surface, he buried his face in her chest. Finding solace in the pattern of her scales, Ming ceased his contemplation, setting those questions aside for now. At present, a primal urge surged within him, compelling his attention toward another matter. As they swam farther from the mermaid city, the light dimmed, though Ming remained oblivious, instinctively diving deeper into the abyss. The water grew increasingly cool, and Ming felt a surge of excitement. His spirit surged back to life with remarkable speed, and the period of susceptibility had fully arrived. Rather than feeling fatigued, he was overwhelmed with boundless energy, yearning to frolic in the vast ocean, to swim faster and faster, yet it still felt insufficient. He wished to soar, to glide together to the ocean's edge, then ascend to the sky, to drift away from Sword Bay Star, to traverse the expanse of the cosmos. Little Mermaid, he exclaimed. Ming too was caught in the tide of emotions. Though the sea was frigid, he felt a fervent desire to shed his battle attire. Just like the mermaids, with nothing but his long hair to shield his modesty, and Ming slightly reduced his pace, curling his tail to gaze down at the hybrid dragon in his embrace. As he tilted his face upward, his strikingly handsome features were rendered into deep contours against the dark blue waters, resembling a mysterious masterpiece. The little mermaid was the master of this artwork. The master pressed his lips to his treasure, imparting not only oxygen but also vibrant life force. This time, devoid of onlookers, they moved languidly. After a kiss imbued with the essence of survival, the little mermaid took the hybrid dragon's hand and began to swim. Ming Ming? He called out the little mermaid's name once more. In the darkness, he nestled beside Ming, surrendering himself entirely to the other. The formidable leader of the rebellion appeared as gentle as water in the presence of his beloved. Let me find a place, and Ming replied, warmth radiating from his face, thankful that no one could see. The seabed was soft white sand, yet if his tail struck it, fine grains would stir up, mingled with shells and coral, rendering it less than comfortable. The little mermaid led his beloved upwards, searching diligently until they discovered a clean, gentle rocky area. The surface was coarse yet devoid of sharp edges, offering ample space, perfect, indeed. Here, the little mermaid gently invited. The hybrid dragon hesitated at the location, but he was unwilling to wait any longer. All right. The little mermaid laid the hybrid dragon down, and the words from earlier echoed in both their minds. There is an additional surprise. In the tail form, the healing power is twice that of the human form, so it is advisable to engage in intimacy more frequently to heal at a quicker pace. At the time, neither had inquired as to why. Yet Ming surmised the reason. Likely, it was because the pheromones of the tail were double that of the usual circumstances. The deep sea was devoid of light. If he were to come sequentially, he would not have noticed. Loot was in slumber. Schools of fish darted, and seaweed swayed, undisturbed by their beauty streams. In the dim ocean depths, it intended to sleep for an entire year. However, this dream felt burdensome. It was not a tranquil slumber. Within the dream, it repetitively performed the same action, at times gentle, at times heavy, like beating a drum, composing a melody of ebbs and flows. The melody fluctuates in pitch and tempo, each note imbued with a raw, unyielding power, compelling it to exert every ounce of energy to keep pace with the rhythm. Why must it beat the drums? What ensemble is this? What marvelous spectacle are they performing? What significance does this piece hold? One must recognize that the drummer expends the most energy within the entire band. Rutger feels utterly aggrieved, frantically striking the drum's surface in his dreams, yearning for a respite, yet the grand melody rises ever higher, the pitch soaring to an unimaginable height. Still ascending. Strike, strike, strike. Rutger exerts himself fervently, wondering when it will cease. Strike, strike, strike. The piece remains entrenched in the climactic chorus, its tempo quickening. Thump, thump, thump. My tentacles can scarcely keep pace. A sudden, jarring rest. The divine melody halts abruptly. Rutger is overwhelmed with gratitude, finally granted a moment of respite. At this juncture, a tiny voice pipes up. Shall we do it again? What? Shall we do it again? Before Rutger can ponder the implication, his tentacles are thrust into the grasp of an electric guitar. This time, a different posture is required. The small voice insists once more, without any intermission. A new movement resounds, launching directly into the tumultuous chorus, dozens of violins frantically performing behind him, while the electric guitar takes the forefront. Pushed to the edge of the stage, a tempestuous storm ensues. Quick, commence your playing. Rutger, in a state of panic, employs all his tentacles to pluck the 6 strings of the guitar. Ding-ling, clang, clang. He inquires of the strings whether they can withstand the strain. Thankfully, the strings respond affirmatively. Then I shall continue. Ding-ling, clang, clang, clang. Rutger feels as though his tentacles might give out. The strings grow warm. The body of the guitar vibrates with a resounding roar. This is a fervent, melodious rock symphony, reverberating across a vast expanse of sea. The second piece concludes. Rutger, enduring the ache in his tentacles, perks up his ears. Indeed, the tiny voice speaks again. It seems we can go again? Another voice, similarly small but slightly deeper, replies, has it only been a few seconds? Nonetheless, no matter, let us proceed. Rutger, now filled with indignation, resolves to uncover the identities of these 2 little rascals, eager to confront those audacious enough to disturb his slumber. Upon the gentle earth, sweat mingles with seawater as the blue-haired merfolk, breathless, prepares to turn the exhausted half-dragon over. Emboldened, wishing to face him directly. From beneath the ground, a voice seemingly from the depths of antiquity emerges as dark yellow eyes flutter open beside the two. The light of the lighthouse illuminated the two bare little bodies, entwined and intertwined. Rutger paused. Ah, is that not his little darling? Since it is his little darling, why be angry? A massive tentacle, taller than a person, swayed through the water, gently curling around the little mermaids to create a cozy nest. Another tentacle, delicate and cautious, playfully nudged the two little ones. Ah! The little darling let out a faint squeal and tumbled into the carefully crafted nest. The other half of the little darling also muffled a sound and fell in as well. Rutger was thoroughly pleased. You may continue. I shall be your guardian. What? No. No, you needn't leave. I am not disturbed. Oh, why have you separated? Do not be shy. You may engage for an entire year while I continue to play the drums and piano in my dreams. The tentacle tightened, gently pushing the two little ones closer together. Is this not better? Does it not feel warm? And Ming climbed onto the suction cup-covered tentacle, attempting to crawl away, only to be gently nudged back. Ming. Shall we continue? He called from below. Chapter 48. And Ming reached his hand into the suction cups. Gazing up at the distant, dim, yellow lighthouse, Rutger still had his eyes open. What a lie. He was not asleep at all. He must want to watch them. Do not mind him. Come on, swim over, he urged, brushing against Ming's fishtail. In this special moment, the tide surged fervently, and even Rutger could not bring forth a shock. The two were drawn together like magnets. The monstrous gaze filtered into the nest formed by the tentacles. Half of the seawater shimmering transparently, while the other half remained cloaked in shadow. At the boundary of light and shadow, Ming first took a breath of air, then eagerly pulled into the darkness. The half-blooded dragon grasped him, wanting to stay in the light. Ming, are we not to face each other this time? I wish to see you, the half-blooded dragon said, entwining his dragon tail with the fishtail. The little mermaid subtly shifted further into the darkness. The lingering sensation in his body told him that the two pale scales on his abdomen were now spread apart. He must not reveal his secret. Very well, I too wish to see you. And Ming had a sudden inspiration, transforming back into legs, obediently returning into Rutger's line of sight. The dragon tail sensed the change and began to lash discontentedly at the former fin. To prevent further transformations, the little mermaid pressed his legs together and commenced playing the third piece. The music began anew, this time featuring the electronic keyboard as the main instrument, agile, smooth, and varied. And Ming skillfully employed the synthesizer, allowing the keyboard to produce flamboyant melodies. The monstrous voice murmured, "Little one, you are truly remarkable," battling in succession, taking turns. The little mermaid, filled with secret delight, managed to keep her secret well. The giant and the small one maintained a connection through telepathy. Rutger, she urged quickly, close your eyes. Now, open them just a bit, direct the light this way. Yes, just enough to see the upper half. We are rising, remember. Everything you see must not be disclosed to the fourth person. The giant was affected by the ebb and flow of emotions, emitting a soothing hum. It had lived for an eternity, losing interest in many things, but suddenly, an intense hunger surged within it, igniting a fierce desire for sustenance. Rutger sprang into action. Aside from the tentacles curling into a nest, the remaining tentacles began to hunt in the deep sea. The giant's movements stirred up colossal waves on the ocean floor, causing the little mermaid to be tossed about in her nest, her tail momentarily lifting. Yet, she quickly found a more stable position, continuing to play her enchanting melody. The hybrid instrument beneath her tail produced a symphony of delightful sounds. Rutger's appetite grew ravenous, as seaweed, schools of fish, and jellyfish indulged in their feast. They made sure to leave some for the two little ones. And Ming was just turning over when a small pile of sashimi flew into the nest. He caught it. The slices as thin as paper, exclaiming in wonder, "Wow. Rutger, how did you manage to catch such a bountiful catch?" Rutger's giant eyes narrowed in pleasure, emitting a deep, muffled chuckle. Both were exhausted and undeniably hungry. The purity and freshness of deep-sea fish were unmatched by freshwater varieties. And Ming took a slice, savoring it, before feeding the other half to Rutger, exclaiming, "This is simply divine." The small pile was quickly devoured, each piece shared in joyful communion. Throughout this, the little mermaid remained hidden, taking a bite, then moving slightly. The hybrid creature's throat emitted a soothing melody, uncertain if it was a response to the delectable feast or something else entirely. Time under the sea was difficult to perceive. Their propulsion devices and oxygen equipment had long been discarded, and their wristwatches had been left behind due to pressure issues, while their combat suits drifted aimlessly with the currents. As their exuberance waned, the special moment neared its conclusion. The little mermaid lay drowsily in the hybrid's embrace, playfully rolling around, her chin resting against him. Is it day or night? He asked, unsure. The hair floating in the water was entwined in Ming's fingers, compelling him to lower his head further. Gently kissing the mermaid's forehead, cheek, and neck. He felt an unprecedented clarity in his spirit, though his body was severely fatigued, yet he could not resist expressing affection. And Ming mused, turning slightly. How long has it been? At least 3 days, came the reply. The hybrid dragon gently pulled the mermaid upwards, ensuring their bodies were closely aligned. Its tail intertwined with her fin, providing stability. The heat phase typically lasts between 3 to 5 days, which can be inferred from this. What? And Ming flipped over in shock, resting on his shoulder. I thought it would only be a day at most. Let's calculate. Adopting a meticulous approach. He noted that each session lasted between 1 to 2 hours, with minimal breaks, only 3 significant pauses of about 10 minutes each. How many times in total? The mermaid's mouth formed an shape. Don't remember? The hybrid dragon extended a hand, fingers splayed. The mermaid's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Impossible. Did we really do it that many times without realizing? Are you all right? My precious won't be ruined, will it? Fortunately not, replied the hybrid dragon. There aren't many issues. After all, our compatibility is quite high, and I am of a higher rank. Once he confirmed he was unscathed, and Ming felt a weight lift from his heart. But soon, with a flick of his tail, he surged upwards, pulling his hand towards the entrance of their lair. They needed to return swiftly. Not only did Gir's situation remain unresolved, but Mark's fleet was also en route, with war on the horizon. Yet he was indulging in pleasure with the highest leader, unaware of the impending conflict. Truly, under Lute's unwavering gaze, the mermaid glanced at the hybrid dragon's visage. A beauty. Indeed, but one who could lead to ruin. And Ming urgently sent a mental call. Lute responded immediately. Little one, are you leaving? Allow me to escort you. Although reluctant. He acted, gently lifting the two with his tentacles as the colossal lighthouse illuminated the depths ahead. Lute, first, take us back to the mermaid city. And Ming commanded while seated comfortably in the creature's relaxed suction. Of course, my little darling. The tentacles stretched forward, becoming slender and elongated, ultimately reaching several kilometers in length. Without moving its body, Lute effortlessly transported the two little ones to the entrance of the city in the blink of an eye. Go on, my dear. I will remain here, ready for your summons. As the tentacles began to retract temporarily, and Ming shouted, wait. He glanced at himself and then at his companion. He was bare-chested, transformed into a fishtail, and although his hair was somewhat short, he did not appear out of place among the merfolk. However, his beloved swollen neck glands were still visibly incomplete, and finding clothes seemed futile. And Ming instructed, Lute, hide well. I shall return swiftly. With that, he leaped off, swimming beside the hybrid dragon to leave a hasty kiss and whisper a few words before entering the city. Watching the silver-blue figure depart, he felt an unprecedented sense of hope. He was not as urgent as Ming. After departing from the human empire, during the year and a half that he believed to be his last, both Ivan and Number 9 participated in every facet of the rebellion's establishment, imparting all that he had learned from his forebears. Should he falter and his mental realm collapse entirely, rendering him a mindless shell, Ivan and Number 9 would inherit his legacy and continue to pursue the grand dream. He had been preparing for this eventuality. At present, Mark posed no significant threat. However, he needed to begin strategizing for a broader future, encompassing not only lofty ideals but also the simple life he envisioned with Ming. Regardless of Ming's actions, he would offer his unwavering support. As Ming entered, the guarding soldiers were taken aback. Prince Jinyan, you have returned. Black-tailed Geo rushed over from the entrance. Brother and Ming, I saw you leave with General Lanfeng. Where have you been? Hey, what happened to your shirt? Where's Elder Feet? I have something to discuss with him. And Ming exclaimed anxiously. He has been waiting at the prison for you. He is quite worried. Not leaving for food or rest. Please, take me to him. All right. Geo dared not ask further and turned to lead the way, though he was puzzled as to why only Brother and Ming had returned. Where is my idol, General Lanfeng? They have been gone for 3 days and nights. What could they have been doing? Did Brother and Ming really kiss Brother Lanfeng every 15 minutes as promised? The two young men swam swiftly, soon reaching the prison. A few carnivorous fish were still scavenging around the skeleton of the blue whale, searching for remnants. Elder Feet greeted them with great surprise, followed by the captain of the guard, Prince and Ming. Good child, I thought you had left entirely. The small blue-haired mermaid eagerly grasped the hands of the old white-tailed fish and directly expressed her thoughts. Would you and your kin be willing to return to the land with me to join the righteous army? Elder Feet gaped, momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, right. By the way, do you have any trousers here? Chapter 49, half an hour later. Trousers were out of the question. These soft fabrics, along with other perishable necessities, had long since decayed over the years. However, there was a skirt made of seaweed. Though mermaids typically did not wear such attire, Gilles procured a brand new, freshly made floral skirt from a female mermaid and shyly handed it to Ming. Brother Ming, are you sure you want this? This is a playful skirt typically worn during courtship. Ming wondered, what kind of kiss would lead his idol to lose his trousers? Is it the sort of thing he should be understanding at his age? Upon receiving the floral skirt, Ming noticed that the long, colorful strands of seaweed provided no real coverage, instead exuding an alluring charm that left much to the imagination. With a slight imagination of how it would look when donned, Ming resolved to keep it, knowing there would be an opportunity upon returning. For now, he could only contemplate alternative methods. Ming rolled up the skirt and stood alongside Jierre on the street, observing the merfolk bustling in and out. The underwater life was primitive and simple. Soon, everyone was prepared, with a dozen short and stout infant merfolk cradled in their parents' arms, while Jierre assisted Elder Feet. The captain of the guard approached Ming for instructions. And upon receiving a nod from Prince Xinyan, over 100 survivors from the merfolk empire set forth in a grand procession. Simultaneously, at the base, in the office building. Number 9 idly fiddled with a bottle on the conference table. The bottle, adorned with intricate patterns, was old and worn, resembling a milk bottle produced by a defunct merfolk company. Number 9 had lost count of how many times he had arrived at the same conclusion. Inside the bottle lay a thick roll of seaweed, having been opened countless times. Inscribed in merfolk script were the words, "Ger has been captured. Prince Ming and General Lanfeng are safe." This message was discovered on the inland coast hours after their encounter with a colossal sea creature upon returning from the outer seas. The creature had previously indicated that there was no need for concern, yet both the bottle and the seaweed's inscription were exceedingly intricate. Thus, it was evident that besides the giant creature, other intelligent beings existed beneath the sea, resembling human size, namely, the merfolk. They were in the company of Ming and recognized Lanfeng, even referring to Ming as a prince. The implications were monumental. Number 9 sighed. Why have they not returned yet? The Mark fleet was expected to arrive in 2 or 3 days. Ivan, arms crossed and impatient, remarked, the competition has concluded. And there is little to attend to at the base. We might as well take the initiative. Number 9 responded. Wait for the chief to return and present the fruits of victory directly? Ivan replied, indeed. And Sun and Xiao, along with the 2 deputy commanders, are also present. And Sun added, I concur with Deputy Ivan. Must we wait for that rascal Lanfeng? Number 9 clapped his hands. Excellent. Let us divide the military authority. At that moment, the conference table suddenly shook, causing the milk bottle to topple. The floor soon trembled with increasing intensity. The white-haired insectoid quickly caught the tilting Number 9, while Qiao supported the Dragon Clan leader, exclaiming, an earthquake. The 2 deputy commanders immediately refuted, impossible. The entire office building was shaking, not to the point of collapse, but the magnitude was considerable. Retreat, Ivan shouted. The group exited the building, only to find the entire training base was sounding alarms, with soldiers rushing to the square, exchanging bewildered glances. There was no seismic fault at the base. Number 9 had completed a review of the surveillance. It's a tsunami. Unexplained disturbances at the junction of inland and outer seas are affecting the training base. At the boundary, at the same moment, everyone envisioned a singular possibility. The commander ordered all soldiers to remain calm, to form ranks, and to arm themselves for the advance. The Zerg lieutenant issued the command. With Lanfeng absent, he assumed the role of the primary commander. Understood, responded the 2 deputy legion commanders. Meanwhile, Ivan piloted the flying vehicle, carrying Number 9 and Sun and Xiao soaring ahead. As they traveled, the group lowered the windows, witnessing the once tranquil and serene inland sea now churning with tumultuous waves, crashing relentlessly against the cliffs, producing a resounding roar. The sea level continued to surge, rising several meters in an instant as the waters from the outer sea relentlessly poured in. Oh my God, Xiao exclaimed, struggling to contain his astonishment. What magnitude of tsunami is this? Soon, the flying vehicle reached the edge of the outer sea, where Ivan found an elevated spot to halt the craft, and the group positioned themselves to face the ocean. The sea breeze rustled their clothes, and instinctively, and Sun wrapped his arms around the young Qiao, while Number 9 nestled into Ivan's embrace. Ahead, several kilometers out in the outer sea, a colossal wave rose ominously. The water frothing violently as it revealed the dark brown silhouette of a gigantic skull, its width spanning several hundred meters. A monstrous creature from the depths. Number 9 murmured in awe. Heavens! The great god of the ocean has emerged. The scene was overwhelmingly grand, rendering everyone's expression solemn. At this moment, the surrounding area was in utter turmoil. The surface of the sea roiled incessantly, and the rocks beneath them emitted a heavy, resonating hum. Look! Xiao shouted again. A long, sinuous shadow surged from the distance, rapidly approaching, and suddenly leapt into view near them. It was a terrifyingly large tentacle. Before they could fully process their shock, something even more extraordinary transpired. The brownish tentacle flipped 180 degrees, revealing a myriad of yellowish-white suckers, cradling a small blue figure and gently bringing it closer. It was a mermaid. Clutching the tip of the tentacle with both arms, she displayed her flawless, jade-like back and ethereal, translucent dorsal fin, while her long, silvery blue tail fluttered gently, shimmering under the golden sunlight. The sight was too sacred. Everyone was spellbound, holding their breath, as if even the slightest exhalation might disturb this ethereal being from the depths of the sea. The mermaid pushed aside her damp hair, appearing somewhat bashful, which only added to her allure. She radiated a soft glow, even and soon, her elder brother dared not gaze upon her for too long. The tentacle tenderly delivered her to the shoreline, halting a mere 10 meters away. The mermaid remained still, maintaining her deep-sea form, her tail fin wide and firm, with pectoral and elbow fins still visible, while her gill slits slowly opened and closed. The otherworldly presence was palpable, and Ming had intentionally designed her appearance this way, significantly diminishing her vulnerability from not wearing clothing. Brother, number 9, Yaivan, Chio, he called out from a distance, his familiar voice echoing in a well-known tongue. The tension in the hearts of the four eased slightly, and they felt a renewed closeness to the spirit. Ming, why don't you come down? And Sun inquired hesitantly. Wait a moment, everyone, the mermaid replied. Everyone? What about Lan Feng? The brother asked again. The mermaid blushed shyly. He is hiding. Hiding? Due to the recent, overwhelming emotional upheaval, no one pressed in Ming further. They simply gazed at each other in silence. The awkwardness lingered for a while until the gently rippling surface of the sea was once again disturbed. At that moment, the soldiers arrived. Over 100 heavy armored vehicles, dozens of agile warships, hundreds of lightweight combat mechas, along with 3 colossal space mechas and a gigantic starship, marched forth. The sound of their advance echoed across the coastal land. From the offshore boundary, strange noises could be heard, as if something was burrowing its way out. And Ming stared in awe at the magnificent army, momentarily bewildered. Were they preparing for battle? Had Mark already arrived? The insect tribe's lieutenant maintained an impassive expression. No. It's a misunderstanding, Nine said, covering his face. Ivan has instructed everyone to arm themselves in order to formally and ceremoniously welcome the leader of the Justice Army and his message of vacationing by the seaside, which has already spread throughout the Sword Bay. However, it seems the preparations might have been a bit excessive. All vehicles, warships, and mechas were arrayed grandly, facing the sea, poised and ready. On the surface of the water, small splashes began to appear as the merfolk emerged. As their upper bodies leapt from the waves and they beheld the spectacle on land, they were startled and swiftly retreated beneath the surface. A short, plump little fish cried out, Mama! Wow! In fright. Ivan and Sun and Xiao, the soldiers, the 2 deputy commanders, Nine froze for 2 seconds before vigorously waving his arms. Open the compartments. Open. Let the mechas show their faces. Smile. Smile. Oh, the soldiers received the signal from Nine's central processor and promptly complied. After a considerable wait, the merfolk cautiously poked their heads out once more. On the shore stood both humans and dragons, their rigid smiles shining brightly in the sea breeze. Elder feet swam to the forefront. Recognizing that those of the dragon tribe were subordinates of Lan Si, who had stood against them during the war when the Dragon Emperor attacked the Mermaid Empire, Prince Xinyan would not deceive them. Ahem. Please hold for a moment. And Ming utilized his mental power to ensure everyone could hear. The situation is slightly more grand than I anticipated. Do not panic. The merfolk, reassured, began to exchange curious glances with those on land. The blue-haired prince added, Retigia. The tentacles shifted once more, bringing in Ming closer to the elevated ground where the 4 individuals from Unit 9 stood, so near that with a single step he could join their company. Unit 9 wore a blank expression, and Ming had audaciously treated the deity as a steed, commanding it at will. I have brought 146 members of the merfolk, and Ming informed the quartet, but we lack proper attire. Unit 9 regained focus. Understood. I shall make arrangements immediately. Indeed. And Ming continued, relaying the sizes he had preemptively compiled, arranged both large and small. Unit 9 assured him, no problem. Our logistics are plentiful. For the few special sizes, I will instruct the machine seamstresses to expedite the adjustments. It will be done within an hour. Excellent. And Ming then turned to Ivan, stating that among the 146 merfolk, 115 had received some training and wished to enlist, while the remaining 31 comprised elders and infants in need of proper accommodation. No issue. The insectoid replied with a military salute. Brother, and Ming said, extending his arm to tug at Insun's sleeve, is there any concern for me during these days? Insun's face remained impassive. Whether there was concern or not, what difference does it make? You have already forgotten your brother in favor of Lanfeng. The little mermaid beamed sweetly. I missed you dearly. The Dragon Clan elder speaks the truth. At the mention of Lanfeng, the two aides could no longer contain their curiosity. Where has the chief been hidden all this time? Chapter 50, and Ming just as Unit 9 was about to inquire. The little mermaid interrupted. Could my clothing be delivered first? Certainly, Unit 9 replied. The little mermaid smiled sweetly. Thank you. With that, she reached out to caress the monstrous, writhing tentacle that enveloped her. The sea creature emitted a low rumble, retreating within Ming to the ocean's surface. The mermaid's tail shimmered, flicking back and forth as Ming beamed, watching everyone depart. The others lamented, no one gets a chance to ask. An hour later, the logistics department delivered the clothing as promised, thoughtfully providing each merfolk with a bathrobe and several military tents. The merfolk wrapped themselves in bathrobes, transforming back into legs, and stood barefoot on land they hadn't touched for years, their toes feeling the rough texture of stones and gravel along the shore. Unable to hold back their tears of joy, they divided into groups, entering the tents one by one to change into the soft, comfortable, and well-fitted training uniforms that brought fresh tears to their eyes. Although the military had not received their leader, they complied with orders, leading the merfolk away with great fanfare. After Ming returned to the villa in a flying car, he secluded himself inside. Meanwhile, the sea creature, Lutker, remained afloat on the surface. As everyone busied themselves once more, a furtive figure emerged in the villa area. A blue-haired little person with a military pack on their back stealthily approached the backup flying car parked at the entrance. The flying car, highly intelligent, could be operated with ease after a few rides. And Ming activated the power and issued a voice command to the open sea. In the realm of racing, and Xiaoming declared, there is no need, truly no need. I have already deduced the situation. It would have sufficed for you to accompany me just now. With an innocent demeanor. And Ming mused that as long as he feigned ignorance to the ninth would remain oblivious. Such trivial matters shall remain solely my secret. Understood, came the response. As they reached the open sea, and Ming whistled, and the tentacles of Rutgar re-emerged, deliberately swaying to avoid drenching the little darling. And Ming patted his military pack, exclaiming, Haha, Rutgar, it's quite all right. I have brought spare clothing as well. Under the gaze of the racing vehicle, and Ming mounted his personal steed and swiftly soared across the surface of the sea, vanishing behind the immense dark brown skull at the ocean's center. Rutgar, with 18 tentacles each several meters wide at the base, had a mixed-blood dragon resting its profile against one of them, dozing lightly. Its pure black wings unfurled and glimmering with golden-red hues in the sunlight. The tail, adorned with intricate dragon scales, arched gracefully to one side, its fluffy tip occasionally twitching in a subconscious dance. The little mermaid approached cautiously, her gaze fixated upon the mesmerizing sight. The scene was overwhelmingly intoxicating, igniting warmth within and Ming's lower abdomen. He swallowed hard and softly called out, Ming Ming. Though not entirely asleep, the dragon had not rested for several days. Yet, the exchange of pheromones and mental energy underwater invigorated both. Suppressing his inner impulses, and Ming opened his military pack, suggesting, let us return and attend to our urgent matters. Very well. Rising gracefully, the dragon donned its attire with elegance, unabashed before the little mermaid. And Ming gazed in rapture, recalling the sensations of the heat phase. Now fully concluded, with the glands at the nape having nearly sealed. Memories of licking within the water left his throat parched. As they returned, the dragon spread its wings, soaring with Ming in tow. Meanwhile, the racing vehicle was left behind. Shortly after, the highest commander of the Justice Army appeared in the conference room of the office building, clad in formal attire, polished military boots, impeccably pressed trousers, and the top button of his uniform fastened. No one dared to inquire about his whereabouts. Thus commenced the most grandiose roundtable conference in the history of Geo-1 Star. With the three armies convening, the human faction was represented by 2 vice corps commanders and 3 senior officers. The Dragonkin were represented by Sun and Xiao, and the merfolk were represented by Elder Feet, Jier, and the captain of the guard. As the supreme leader, and Ming took his place among them, seated to the right of Jier to signify his merfolk heritage. The round table was devoid of hierarchy. All were treated as equals, allowing everyone present to voice their thoughts freely. The first agenda item was to establish the current relationships and attitudes among the major races. 2 deputy legion commanders expressed the necessity of learning from painful lessons, emphasizing that interstellar relations should prioritize harmony. And representative of the Dragon Clan, Sun, formally extended an apology, demonstrating sincere intent. Elder Feet promptly responded, asserting that Lance's subordinates had committed no wrong, and expressed hope for future amicable coexistence. This phase unfolded amicably and smoothly, with no encountered obstacles. As long as the leading general made a clear statement, any future disputes or disagreements would not undermine the foundation of cooperation. The second topic concerned how to address Emperor Mark. Number 9 commenced by updating the assembly on the current situation. Emperor Mark's 40,000 troops had arrived near Amu Star but ceased their advance. Amu Star lies on the periphery of the human star domain, nearly 3 days' jump from Sword Bay Star. However, Mark lacked sufficient justification for war and hesitated to act recklessly. Previously, Mark had proclaimed that the rebel forces were harboring remnants of the Dragon Clan, posing a threat to the human empire and interstellar security, and vowed to quell them. Yet, public opinion in the Star Network swayed in an entirely different direction. Number 9 projected a hologram displaying various comments from the human populace. Why does that useless Mark linger endlessly? We merely wish to live our peaceful lives. The Dragon Emperor and his royal guard are all deceased. The entire Dragon Clan has paid a heavy price. Why does he persist in this pursuit? Is he truly intent on extermination? To be honest, I felt a sense of joy upon hearing that pure-blood dragons still exist. Then came the statements from the scattered merfolk across the cosmos. Mark Dell is not genuinely assisting the merfolk. He merely fears the might of the Dragon Clan. After their defeat, he not only failed to extend a helping hand to us, but allowed the black market to run rampant, treating us as mere commodities. Moreover, it is rumored that he himself suffers from a hidden ailment, constantly seeking to purchase elite merfolk. He is the true culprit. What has been said above is true. I nearly fell into the hands of the Emperor's guards. Finally, the official statement from the Insectoid Empire. Our previous agreement to participate in the conflict stemmed from our trust and admiration for Emperor Astel and General Lanfeng. It is regretful for our kind that all of this was a conspiracy. We have been deceived by Mark Delaware. Our people will no longer dispatch a single soldier. On the contrary, should Mark Del persist in his obstinacy, continuing to disrupt interstellar order, we shall consider deploying our forces alongside the Dragon Clan for humanitarian assistance. Number 9 retracted the projection. The sentiments were overwhelmingly similar. Mark had lost the support of the people, and his 40,000 soldiers were demoralized. Ivan remarked, thus, the core issue now is whether we should take the initiative to strike. And Sun replied, certainly we must attack. The enmity between the Dragon Clan and the Royal Guard runs deep, and I seek their annihilation. However, the Dragon Clan leader's tone shifted. I await directives from Lanfeng. Others expressed similar sentiments, refraining from hasty declarations. He turned to his side and inquired, Ming, what is your perspective? Me? And Ming contemplated for a moment before responding. I believe that the vast majority of people are innocent, and it is best to avoid an escalation of war, as it serves no one's interests. However, if Mark is indeed guilty of numerous transgressions and lacks the moral integrity to lead, we must not stand idly by while he continues to inflict suffering upon the masses. Furthermore, although I am reluctant to revisit past grievances that may reopen the wounds of those present, I cannot help but wonder if we might engage in an open discussion regarding the issues surrounding the last interstellar war, especially since it appears that everyone harbors doubts about it. In our collective reflection, let us expose the true perpetrators and ensure that justice is served to those who deserve it. Every individual is prone to making mistakes. Yet if certain errors stem from deliberate manipulation and slander, then how can the true evildoers evade accountability while the rest bear the burden of pain? Therefore, as my final proposal, I wish to advocate that we, in the name of the 4 great races, issue an interstellar warrant for the arrest of Emperor Mark Dell and subject him to a public trial. Everyone expressed their agreement, casting admiring glances towards the young mermaid. Barely 19. Some individuals, who may seem delicate, possess an inner strength and a gentle temperament, yet exhibit an innate leadership quality. Let it be so, the half-dragon concluded, assigning the responsibility of investigation and evidence collection to number 9. He would establish contact with the insectoid empire to discuss matters of joint action. I shall collaborate with Commander and soon to devise a capture plan, striving to minimize harm. Understood. Yes. No problem. The group responded in unison. The final topic addressed was concerning Ger, but first, the lineage of Ming and soon needed to be disclosed. Elder Feet began. The Fish Emperor Zino has a brother named Andre Jean Yin, who left the Mermaid Kingdom early and wandered far and wide, thus few are aware of his existence. I recall vividly a year when he unexpectedly returned to our home planet, Yusha, accompanied by his dragon partner and 2 children. The elder, named Insun, was 11 years old, a pure-blood dragon, and after a brief 3-day stay with their parents, they departed together. The younger, Ming, was still an infant, a pure-blood mermaid. Due to Zino's single status, he had no children, so Ming remained behind as the prince of the Mermaid Empire. Subsequently, when the Dragon Emperor attacked Yusha, Zino perished in battle, and the Fish Emperor's guards took the prince away, their whereabouts unknown. That is all I know. Elder Feet sighed repeatedly, lamenting the downfall of both the Mermaid and Dragon Empires. I took my people to hide beneath the sea of Jianwan Star, and sometimes, when reminiscing about the past, tears are unavoidable. Who could have imagined that both of you would still be alive? And Sun was deeply moved. And Ming, too, recalled fragments of memory as Elder Feet recounted the tale. I remember they took me to a remote barren star called Deepwater Star, where I was well cared for as I grew up. Good, good. As long as you did not suffer, Elder Feet wiped away his tears. With their lineage confirmed, they swiftly turned their attention to the matter of Ger. Before Ger revealed his true intentions, he inquired, is it true that Ger refers to Ming as the child of the Fish Emperor Zino? Elder Feet denied this notion, stating, it is highly improbable. Zino's wife passed away long ago, and he has not remarried, making it impossible for him to father a half-human, half-fish offspring. However, he does possess the power of the Verity. The conversation continued with Elder Feet explaining, the bloodline of the Shark royal family possesses formidable Verity abilities. Though they are not exclusive, some eels and rays may also exhibit this trait, albeit to a lesser degree. This revelation sparked curiosity. Ivan scoffed. Could it be a fabrication by Mark? Ger's unwavering loyalty to Mark made it difficult to dismiss the notion that Mark's words had influenced him. The reasons behind Ger's relentless pursuit of Geo also became clearer. News of the rebellion against the Dragon Clan in the Blackpool Star regarding the mermaids had reached Mark. And Ger's true intentions in coming to Sword Bay Star were threefold. Besides assassinating Lan Feng and undermining the rebel forces from within, his primary objective was to abduct the mermaid. The sudden appearance of the black-tailed Geo, who revealed the absence of any mermaids, prompted Ger to abandon the latter 2 tasks. Before the meeting adjourned, Ger issued several reminders regarding the arrangements for the merfolk. As they prepared to depart, Elder Feet seized the hand of the blue-haired mermaid. Expressing his gratitude, Prince Ming, the current situation owes much to your efforts. Without you, the dragon and merfolk armies would not stand united. Ming blushed at the compliment. Elder Feet then glanced at the gentle and patient show beside him and remarked, Prince Ming, it seems you are the last of the Shark royal bloodline. Take good care of General Lan Feng. May you soon be blessed with children. What? Children? The little mermaid instantly turned shy. Chapter 51. Elder Feet's contentment with Geo and the captain of the guards assisting him, they departed. Ming, who had just grasped Ger's hand, suddenly halted. If he were indeed the last of the Shark royal bloodline and coupled with a dragon-human hybrid, devoid of any merfolk lineage, how could this bloodline be perpetuated? Ming looked towards the hybrid, who seemed to understand his thoughts, shaking his head in confusion. However, Elder Feet appeared unperturbed, and soon enough, the mystery was resolved. In the medical building, as Number 9 conducted a full examination on the 2, he remarked, back on Blackpool Star, I learned that Ming suddenly acknowledged a dragon as his brother. I specifically researched interstellar literature to uncover this. It is an ancient saying of the merfolk, meaning that although shark merfolk are rare, their bloodline is resilient, regardless of the race they unite with, influenced by their extraordinary Verity abilities. They will surely give birth to pure shark merfolk. Furthermore, Verity not only impacts one's own lineage but also preserves the bloodline of the partner. Thus, the 2 of you are highly likely to bear pure-blood merfolk, pure-blood dragons, or pure-blood human hybrids. while the probability of anything less is quite low. Ming is truly remarkable. And Ming, are the children this obedient? The beautiful and strong bug heart. Dear 2, I suggest having 3 to gather them all. In Ming, this sudden surge of excitement is perplexing. The medical examination is meticulous. On one hand, it is necessary to reassess the condition of the atrophied mental domain after thorough marking to check for any improvement. On the other hand, 9 has learned that Ming was subjected to a catalyst and needs to ascertain its effects. The results will take several hours to finalize. Ming leaves 9 to analyze and bids farewell. The medical building is tranquil and serene. The benches in the small therapeutic garden remain unchanged, dappled sunlight filtering through. Time seemingly standing still. Everything appears unchanged, yet everything has shifted. Over the next 2 days, the transformations grow more profound. During this period, 9 gathers everyone together, revealing first-hand experiences along with the information and evidence collected. The reactions from the Dragon and Merfolk clans are intense. Their knowledge diverges significantly, even to the point of contradiction. The heavy and dark past of war is starkly referenced, scars brutally exposed, causing pain and bleeding for all. In the conference room, heated debates erupt, raised voices, pounding fists on tables, and accusatory gestures escalate to the point of personal insults. Emotions run high, leading to physical altercations on 2 occasions. Ultimately, everyone must acknowledge that Mark is an exceptionally formidable figure, an ordinary individual, devoid of spiritual power and lacking in physical prowess. Yet possessing a deeply cunning mind and a silver tongue, he has manipulated the entire galaxy. He thrives on chaos, using eloquent words to sow discord, even willing to dismantle 2 great empires, sacrificing his brother Aesder's life, compelling his nephew Lan Feng into self-exile, all to ascend to the throne of humanity and bask in a fade of grandeur. He is the sole victor and the only truly vile worm. I could hardly restrain my desire to flay him alive, and Sun gritted her teeth, wishing to break every bone in his body. Yavin interjected. But wouldn't that merely benefit him? 9 wore an expression of disgust. The confirmed crimes are enough to condemn Mark to death 100 times over. A joint bounty notice from the 4 major races is prepared, on a virtual black letter embossed in gold, encrypted for protection, and Ming signs on behalf of the Merfolk, while Sun does so for the Dragon Clan, each using their own language. The Bug Emperor, through a remote holographic video, raises his noble hand to inscribe his name and affix the golden seal. After some deliberation, the human representatives agree. You are the only child of Manshudir, and she is the most esteemed princess of the human empire. No one is more suited than you. Since you once led the human empire into battle and bore the weight of its sins, let there be no further doubt about Lan Feng's dragon lineage at other times. The bounty notice is securely stored, not to be publicly disclosed for the time being, because Mark would never sit idly by. He had promised Ming to minimize harm as much as possible. To be honest, it has only been 2 years since the end of the Interstellar War, and everyone's hearts are still riddled with wounds. No one wishes to reignite conflict and face countless casualties once more. This is also the reason why, after Mark declared war, the Justice Army made ample preparations yet continued to wait passively. It was not out of fear or inability, but rather a matter of choice. Therefore, in order to arrest and try Mark, it was imperative to ensnare him first with a cunning plan. After discussing strategies with Sun and confirming them following further communication with everyone, the plan was straightforward. They would feign fear, actively seek peace, and express a willingness to surrender the remnants of the Dragon Clan, indicating that the entire Justice Army was ready to submit to the human empire. Simultaneously, to appear convincing, they proposed several demands, hoping for direct negotiations with Emperor Mark. We shall send only 1 spacecraft, escorting 103 Dragon Clan criminals, and will unconditionally hand them over to the human empire at the earliest opportunity to demonstrate our sincerity. Mark, wary of battle, agreed at once, even pretending to respond kindly. My dear nephew, recognizing one's mistakes and seeking to amend them is the greatest virtue. End your wandering and return to the embrace of humanity. Thus, within just 2 days, all preparations were complete. Everything unfolded under Ming's proposal as everyone worked in concert, and their admiration for the Little Mermaid grew stronger. Yet, Ming harbored private intentions. Capturing Mark and conducting a public trial would not only prevent the resumption of interstellar warfare but also avert the narrative of Mark's demise, allowing the original protagonist, the prince, to uncover the truth. The original text remained unfinished, as the author had abandoned the plot midway, and Ming believed he could rewrite the ending. However, An unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. As the fervor of his emotions intensified, so did his anxiety, with no outlet for release. And Ming could only reciprocate with unreserved passion in the most fervent moments. Their connection intertwined, colliding, and was released freely. In the dimness, he called out for the umpteenth time. Each call met with a response. Blood tests revealed no suspicious chemical compounds, regardless of the catalysts previously employed by the guards. They had long been metabolized, and Ming's original memories were gradually resurfacing, his mental power breaking through levels and continuing to rise. The ineffective areas of his mental sea shrank by 30, with his mental power value restored to over 40 million. And it would not be long before the atrophy could be completely cured. After countless undulations, the little mermaid lay in the embrace of the half-blooded dragon, savoring their final moments of joy. Yes, once we resolve the Mark situation, we shall truly create one. At the same time, in a different place, the Dragon Clan leader pressed against the young Chow's forehead, declaring, "We will restore the glory of the Dragon Clan." As always, Jiuhao relentlessly urged Ivan, "Big Worm. Once we deal with that scum Mark, we'll visit Hawk." The trio of Shao, Trieste, and Ned are the last members of the Phoenix crew to pay their respects to Hawk. "Take care of your injuries. We'll be swift in our return." In just a few hours, they would depart from Jinwan Star, setting forth to the planet AM, where Mark was stationed. "Mark, we are coming. Prepare to meet your end." Chapter 52. The journey to AM Star spans 3 days of jumping through space. To prevent arousing Mark's suspicions, only the agile Phoenix mothership would make the journey. The entire vessel carried a mere 300 souls, of which 103 were Dragon Tribe warriors, all on board as remnants of Lance's formidable forces, seeking vengeance. Apart from Hawk, the crew of the Phoenix had been together for many years, their bonds forged through shared experiences, enabling them to execute perfect coordination in battle and maximize their effectiveness. Additionally, some elite soldiers had been dispatched, and the merfolk sent their captain and 3 elite warriors to join the fray. The Phoenix would boldly venture into the territory of the human empire, confronting Mark's 40,000 troops head-on. On the ship, the little mermaid sat cross-legged on the bed, perusing the information. "Why AM Star?" he inquired. AM is one of the largest human habitation planets, home to over 1 billion inhabitants. Mark has remained here for several days, insisting it be the negotiation site. It lies on the route between the human homeworld, Farron, and Jinwan Star. "Are you worried it's a trap?" he retorted. The little mermaid shook his head. "The Phoenix merely appears to be fragile." "It's just nerves," he replied. Outside the porthole, darkness engulfed them as they were in transit. The so-called jump involved traversing a man-made wormhole, where not even the stars were visible, and time seemed to stand still. Just before the pivotal battle, an eerie calm reigned, akin to the eye of a storm. To alleviate the tension, and Ming resolved to take action. "Kiss me," he said. The half-blooded dragon leaned closer, gently pecking the little mermaid's blue head. "Is that enough?" The little mermaid pressed his lips together. "Not enough." He pulled Ming down beside him, their fingers caressing each other's faces, and they began a deep kiss. The fervor of youth is often hard to quell, and soon they silently agreed to take it further. "I want the lights dimmed," the little mermaid insisted, decisively demanding everything to be as he preferred. If he had a tail, the benefits would be doubled, allowing his mental sea to recover further, making their subsequent actions more fluid. Already unparalleled across the galaxy, and Ming hoped to enhance his prowess just a bit more. As the cabin plunged into complete darkness, and Ming transformed, revealing his tail, and nestled comfortably, just like in the depths of the ocean. He continued to assertively interlock their fingers throughout. Deprived of his sight and subsequently the tactile sensation of his hands, a torrent of perspiration cascaded down his brow. Yet, and Ming remained unable to relax. His mind wandered, silently rehearsing the apprehension plan. The strategy was indeed meticulously crafted, to capture the king before the thieves. Once Mark seated himself at the negotiation table, they would initiate a shift before discussions commenced. Given Mark's unscrupulous nature, he could not be treated with the decorum befitting a gentleman. Furthermore, the Phoenix, designed in collaboration with Number 9 and Ivan after its self-exile, stood as the sole vessel of its kind in the entire galaxy. Its speed was unparalleled, with only the most advanced small warships capable of pursuit, yet unable to inflict harm. Thus, as long as they secured Mark and returned promptly to the Phoenix, the 40,000 troops would be rendered powerless. Returning to the Phoenix was hardly a daunting task. A formidable squad composed of elite members, supplemented by 3 defensive warships, could effortlessly breach any encirclement. Moreover, the loyalty of Mark's soldiers remained a question. Whether they would exert their utmost to rescue him following his capture was uncertain. This constituted the plan, and Ming continuously reviewed, scrutinized, and analyzed it. When both individuals came to a halt, the distracted mermaid regained her focus, adjusting her stance with both hands, while her right hand reached down to reposition itself, stating, "Let us proceed." There was another contingency. In the event that Mark refused to appear or for any other reason the capture failed, Number 9 would instantaneously disable the communication systems of the human fleet, broadcasting a pre-recorded video on every military holographic device and soldier's wristwatch. The video would succinctly present a visual version of a wanted notice featuring Ming and Sun and Ivan, declaring the 4 major races' cooperative efforts to apprehend the interstellar criminal Mark. They would implore all soldiers to cooperate diligently, recognize the gravity of the situation, and avoid making erroneous decisions. While this bore inherent risks, the identities of the 4 instilled a sense of gravity, particularly the renown of Lan Feng, which resonated deeply within the hearts of all human soldiers. At the very least, they would not recklessly engage in an assault. Mark might remain hidden within, yet they could ensure their own safety. And Ming, what are you pondering? Contemplating the plan. Ultimately, both vice commanders would not remain on Sword Base Star. The Justice Army would mobilize entirely, taking a circuitous route to lie in wait within a nearby star system, capable of reaching Amu planet within 3 hours at the fastest. This represented the worst-case scenario, where both sides would formally enter into conflict. And Ming, focus. Understood. The mermaid set aside her thoughts and straightened up. After much deliberation, given the collective battle experience of the group, the overall plan was exceedingly sound. She felt incapable of offering any superior suggestions. She began to exert herself actively, and soon, the hybrid dragon extended its neck backward, sweat trickling down to its abdomen and tail, covering a journey that would typically take 3 days. The Phoenix accomplished it in merely 2. As they approached their destination, and Ming joined the others on the bridge, awaiting their arrival. At the moment of emerging from the wormhole, a colossal purple gas giant suddenly materialized ahead. AMU Star had arrived. The Phoenix continued its advance, and as it altered course, the massive aircraft carrier lurking behind the planet came into view. A total of 5 vessels, akin to a pack of predatory beasts, lay in silent ambush. Could Mark launch a sudden attack? Number 9 inquired. It's hard to say, Ivan replied. Mark is hardly a paragon of virtue. Yet the Phoenix has already raised its shield. There is little to fear. Simultaneously, the bridge received a video communication request from the planet. The connection was established. The captain gestured affirmatively. All set, boss. The duty officer was Xiao. On the large screen appeared the visage of a corpulent middle-aged man, his face oily and bloated. Ming had seen him before on Starnet News. Mark, somewhat portly with sparse hair slicked back, wore an exaggerated smile. La Feng, my dear nephew. His expression shifted, and he immediately feigned tears, though no genuine tears fell. He audibly sniffled, vigorously rubbing the corners of his eyes until they turned red. My dear child, you truly are not dead. His acting was abysmal, revealing his palpable annoyance. Uncle, Lan Feng tightened his jaw. There was no choice but to play along. Why haven't you returned in the past 2 years? The position of Grand General is still reserved for you, Mark continued. Yet everyone knew he had shamelessly proclaimed himself Grand General not long ago, rendering such claims vacuous. I merely needed to clear my mind, and here I am, Lan Feng replied nonchalantly. As long as you are back, Mark continued. I often weep when I think of your mother and your uncle AC, lamenting that we failed to care for our dear Lan Feng, seeing how much you have changed. My heart is troubled. It was all so contrived that Ming could hardly bear it. Mark then shifted his tone, feigning sincerity. Why must we be at odds? As an elder, I shall overlook your past transgressions. As a junior, it is even more inappropriate for you to oppose your uncle. Lan Feng, I have dispatched a ship. You must first hand over the Dragon Tribe criminals to me. This was a departure from their earlier communications. Ivan immediately stepped forward, asserting, we must negotiate first. Only upon agreeing to our terms will we release them. Oh dear, you are General Ritchie? Mark's face revealed a hint of disdain. The insectoid race should refrain from meddling in the affairs of the Dell family. Controlling his emotions, Ivan replied, yes, uncle. He cast a glance at Ivan, who complied and stepped back. Humph. Mark voiced his satisfaction. Very well, let us negotiate. He appeared to relent rather quickly. For a moment, silence enveloped the room as Mark surveyed everyone present from his elevated position. As for the Dragon Tribe criminals, Anshuan and Xiao were undoubtedly absent. Mark scanned the faces of those present, ultimately lingering on Ming's visage, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Lan Feng, my dear child. I can hardly contain my anticipation to meet you. Mark gazed at Ming with lingering interest, unaware of the truth, as Ming pondered. Gale is deceased. Yet no one has informed him. Moreover, I have refrained from any intimate gestures. Mark believes he has acquired the medicine by force. Mark subtly shifted his stance, raising his hand to showcase the opulent scene behind him. Beloved nephew, come forth. I have orchestrated a grand maritime feast in the largest port city of AM, specifically arranged considering your lineage and that of your companions. We shall dine and converse in due course. Thank you, your majesty, they replied, offering polite smiles and nods, feigning eagerness for the impending meeting. Once communication was severed, all expressions reverted to their previous indifference, and Sun and Xiao returned to the bridge. And Ming felt a twinge of confusion. The Dell family was renowned for its striking beauty. The original protagonist, the prince, had been captured in Star Network photographs. And his mother, Manchu Dell, along with Uncle Ace Dell, were equally stunning. Why then was Mark so unattractive? Moreover, had Mark always been so loathsome? Had no one previously recognized his insincerity? Noticing in Ming's bewilderment, someone explained, when my mother and Uncle Ace were present. He was merely a timid character with a tendency to ingratiate himself, possessing the least presence. Now, his true nature is laid bare, even lacking the energy to disguise it. Yet Ming still sensed something amiss. If Mark were truly fearful, he would be yearning for peace. Even if he secretly wished for death, it would at least be more genuine than his current demeanor. Something felt distinctly wrong. In the face of such a boundaryless individual as Mark, one could never be too cautious. And Ming promptly voiced his concerns, and others echoed their sentiments. Number 9. We plan to apprehend him before negotiations commence. He likely harbors similar intentions. Yuan remarked, we are heading into a banquet of treachery. Nodding, Number 9, please reiterate the precautions to everyone. Understood. No. 9 began to outline the protocols, which would be communicated to all 300 crew members beyond the bridge. Firstly, do not consume a single morsel or sip of drink. Mark may poison us. Secondly, to guard against airborne toxins, all combat suits have been redesigned to allow for rapid deployment of gas masks. Thirdly, concealed daggers are stored within the cuffs and hems of trousers to counteract the potential confiscation of particle guns or other firearms. Fourthly, refrain from acting alone to avoid falling into traps. As Number 9 concluded, and Sun added, we shall travel aboard a defensive vessel. Do not lower your guard until the surrounding environment is thoroughly assessed. Received. Understood. Came the chorus of affirmations from the communicator. And Ming had been contemplating Mark's earlier demeanor. No, that was not quite right. We must divide into 2 groups, and Ming suddenly declared. In the bridge room, everyone turned their gaze towards the Mermaid. The initial plan had been for half of the Dragon clan to remain aboard the ship, while the other half would proceed to the negotiation site, dividing into 2 groups. And Ming quickly continued, Ivan, 9, the 3 of you are already known to Mark and are in plain sight, forming one team. My brother Joe, and I will lead another contingent of Dragon clan members, who will also venture out shortly. Why? The burly Xiao inquired. The remaining individuals, however, had begun to grasp the situation. The hybrid dragon explained to the Mermaid, Mark deliberately exposed a vulnerability to incite our suspicion. This way, we would further concentrate our combat forces at the banquet, leaving the Phoenix vulnerable. 9 added, his primary target is not the negotiation but the Phoenix. And Sun remarked, if the Phoenix is hindered and unable to fly smoothly, then regardless of our prowess, we would be akin to fish in a barrel. I see, treacherous indeed, Ivan concurred. Yes, it is so, the Mermaid concluded. Mark is cunning. He surely harbors ill intentions. If we were to consider the worst-case scenario, he would launch simultaneous attacks on both the banquet and the Phoenix. Whether the Dragon clan remains on the ship or not, he would ensnare us all. Mark truly was a master tactician. Then let us turn the tables on him. The essence of the 2 groups was that in Ming and in Sun's second wave of Dragon clan members would maneuver behind Mark, akin to a mantis stalking a cicada, with the sparrow poised to strike. And Sun narrowed her eyes. Well, let him come. The Dragon clan harbors a deep-seated vendetta against Mark and seeks retribution. Xiao realized. Commander and is formidable. Everyone promptly reached a unanimous decision to proceed with the Mermaid's plan. However, this meant parting ways with Ming. In truth, Ming had considered the possibility of remaining together. Yet, at present, being mistakenly perceived by Mark as a mermaid accompanying the banquet would only heighten his vigilance. By not appearing alongside them, it would imply that he was still safeguarding the ship. Mark's primary objective was the Phoenix, so aiding him in stabilizing his plan would prevent any unforeseen alterations. Without further ado, all were seasoned warriors, and their subsequent actions were even clearer than those proposed by the Mermaid. Upon reaching the ship's hull, they meticulously checked their combat suits, helmets, and equipment before swiftly dividing into 3 groups. The negotiation team, with Ivan and 9 as core members, consisted of 50 human soldiers. The guard team, primarily comprised of the Phoenix crew, numbered 143, and the Shadow team, led by Insun and Zhou, included all Dragon Clan warriors along with Ming. Before the operation commenced, the hybrid dragon stepped forward, taking position at the center of the hall's circular platform. A calm gaze swept over everyone, resolutely stating, "Justice has remained silent for far too long. Today, I implore you all to join me in action, to apprehend Mark Dell and unveil the truth for all the departed souls of our galaxy. Simultaneously, I command everyone to return safely." The Supreme Leader lowered the protective visor of his helmet. The operation commences. Depart. A collective roar erupted from the crowd, and Ming stood at the forefront, echoing the cry before securing his visor. According to the plan, the Phoenix would dock at the port designated by Mark on A&M Star. Therefore, Ming's Shadow team was to depart first, landing from a greater distance before stealthily approaching the negotiation site. It remained uncertain where Mark would manifest. He could be aboard the negotiation cruise, or perhaps on the warship assaulting the Phoenix, or more likely, hiding elsewhere. Yet, he would undoubtedly be in proximity to one of these locations, and the mission of Ming's team was to locate him. Ming operated in the shadows while the Phoenix stood poised for action. Number 9 adjusted all communication devices to an immediate status. Everything was in readiness. "I shall take my leave now. Until later." Ming rose on tiptoe, pressing a kiss upon the brow of the half-blooded dragon through the visor before setting off. They were aboard a modified warship, a fleet of 25 vessels, outwardly resembling ordinary cargo ships, adept at evading human monitoring, previously utilized for their journey to the Black Abyss Star. Soon, centered around the negotiation cruise and the docking port. Ming and the Dragonkin successfully landed at several different locations, establishing a surrounding position. They then entered a state of stealthy concealment, awaiting any sign of movement. "Mark, unless you remain stationary, you shall inevitably be captured." Minutes later, 3 defensive ships gradually approached the luxurious cruise ship. The vessel was immense, capable of accommodating thousands, while the 3 ships, each carrying over 50 personnel, appeared diminutive in comparison, docking directly on the deck. Number 9, assessing the status of everyone, selectively projected images onto the protective visors. Ming, from several thousand meters away aboard the cargo ship, observed everything with clarity. The Justice League members were the first to leap from the ships, forming lines on either side, followed by Ivan and Number 9. Finally, the lift extended, and the half-blooded dragon descended with measured steps. The deck was adorned with opulent carpets, and ahead, a squad of soldiers clad in the Royal Guard uniforms of the human race stood at attention. There were certainly hundreds of them. The foremost guard, displaying insignia of considerable rank, emotionlessly remarked, "We welcome General Lanfeng, the former commander. The Emperor awaits you inside. Please follow me." Without missing a beat, Ming inquired, "Why doesn't my uncle come to greet me personally?" The captain of the guard replied, "The Emperor is wary of the wind. This maritime banquet has been specially arranged for you. Such affection from my uncle." Stepping off the deck, a phalanx of fully armed guards stood sentinel along the way. As I approached the banquet hall, the captain of the guards extended his hand to halt my progress. "General Lanfeng, this is a peace negotiation. Weapons must not be present." The implication was clear. My particle guns were to be surrendered. How cunningly they planned to confine us in a sealed space, rendering us defenseless. Their malicious intent was glaringly evident, just shy of tearing down the final veil of pretense. The half-blood dragon, upon hearing this, replied, "Indeed. We shall abide by the rules." With that, he was the first to remove the 2 particle guns from his waist, placing them onto a nearby tray. He then turned to his subordinates, instructing, "You shall wait outside. Only Ivan Number 9 shall accompany me inside." "Understood." The captain of the guards was visibly taken aback. He had anticipated Lan Feng's refusal, prepared for a confrontation right outside the hall. The entire cruise ship was already encircled by 2,000 guards, leaving Lan Feng with no avenue of escape. Yet, how could Lan Feng be so complacent? Ivan also relinquished all his weapons. The captain recognized this insectoid general, known for his tempestuous temper and extreme arrogance, indeed, a formidable adversary. Yet, he too complied so readily? The captain then turned his gaze to the 3rd individual, a striking male insectoid, whose beauty was unparalleled and whom he had never encountered before. Number 9 feigned indignation. Why do you stare at me? I am a noble male. How could I possibly carry such crude items? Being male himself, the captain looked upon Number 9, a seemingly delicate creature, with disdain. The absence of concealed weapons on his waist, back, and ankles left no cause for concern. Thus, he relented. Please. The captain could hardly suppress a smug grin. Huh. The ship that Lan Feng had once escaped upon was one he had conspired to sabotage alongside GER. It appeared that although Lan Feng had narrowly salvaged his life, his wits had been thoroughly compromised. As the three entered, they beheld the opulent banquet hall, lavishly adorned and patrolled by guards at every corner. A long table was draped with a white patterned cloth, laden with an array of delectable dishes, while golden cutlery and pristine plate shimmered under the brilliance of crystal chandeliers. Yet, there was no sign of Mark. With a thunderous crash, the grand doors slammed shut behind them. Dozens of guards brandished their particle guns, their blue-glowing muzzles aimed squarely at the trio. In an instant, as a hail of particles was unleashed, both Ivan and I unleashed our mental fortitude. Clang, clang, clang. All the beams of energy collided against an unseen barrier, generating a tremendous backlash that rippled throughout the banquet hall. The chandeliers swayed violently, flower petals scattered from the table, and the guards stumbled backward, momentarily destabilized. This level of defense was capable of withstanding particle fire. Yet it came at a great cost. Such power could not be employed frequently and rendered us excessively reactive. TSK, I could hardly wait a single second longer. The ninth, with a sardonic flare, unfurled its shoulders like a machine, extending two long-handled particle guns. The hybrid dragon and the insectoid each grasped a weapon. The ninth's skin seamlessly closed. Lamenting, in order to equip this, my skin has lost its perfection. Simultaneously, its hands crackled ominously, instantaneously transforming into blades and gun muzzles. Outside, the cacophony of combat and gunfire resonated incessantly. Within, a cadre of elite guards remained momentarily stunned when a 3-meter-tall, black and red alien creature suddenly leaped before them. Its two large, for small scarlet vertical pupils fixated on them, revealing 4 rows of densely packed sharp teeth as it menacingly proclaimed, "Your lives are forfeit." With a swift motion, its dark, elongated arm shot forth, a razor-sharp bone blade glinting ominously. Thud. A row of heads toppled, blood splattering in all directions. How gruesome. The ninth exclaimed from behind. Oh, big bug, you were quite alluring. The remaining elite guards, in a state of panic, hastily raised their weapons to fire. The insectoid had already taken flight, its armored legs sweeping fiercely, toppling several adversaries. The particle guns unleashed a barrage towards the ceiling, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Crystal chandeliers were hit, swaying precariously. At that moment, the hybrid dragon casually stepped forward, raising a gun. Boom. Countless shards of crystal erupted into a dazzling display. Before the brilliant fragments could rain down upon the hybrid dragon, a surge of unparalleled psychic energy emerged. This formidable mental force, though not characteristic of the merfolk, enabled the manipulation of objects. Whoosh. The shards, seemingly enchanted, accurately pierced the chests of the remaining standing guards. They barely managed to emit coherent sounds. Within a minute, the skirmish had concluded. Aside from the shattered chandelier, the entire dining table remained intact, with the food still exuding an enticing aroma. The ninth approached the corpse of a guard, brandishing a dagger with a look of dissatisfaction as it jabbed a few times, grumbling, "Hey, you two really are something. Not even a shot from my specially designed gun." And Ming observed the entire scene. "Impressive," remarked Xiao, and soon muttered under her breath, "You expect me to just watch this performance?" Ming, the hybrid dragon called out the name of the little mermaid. "You aren't worried, are you?" And Ming, who had previously been concerned, now felt none of that. All he desired was to rush to the scene and plan a fervent kiss. Chapter 54. Ivan reopened the grand door. The battle outside raged on, with thousands of elite guards surging forth, yet their efforts were in vain. As they were nearly overwhelmed by the 50 warriors on this side, it was inevitable. Not only was this side composed of rare elites, but their training was also worlds apart. In just over a year, the guards under Mark had become woefully inadequate. At this moment, Xiao and Ned dragged over an individual, the captain of the elite guards, who had attempted to flee. Ivan maintained his insectoid form, his barbed claws gripping the opponent's throat. "Where's Mark?" Captain Gulong emitted a muffled, terrified swallow, stammering, I don't know." It was not that Lan Feng was careless, but rather that he had gravely underestimated the strength of the rebels. He was the one who had promoted Mark, genuinely believing he was worthy of the position of captain of the guard. Throwing aside the empty shell of the captain, Ivan declared, "I will search the cruise ship first," and departed. Number 9 assessed the situation before suggesting, "Boss, perhaps you should rest for a moment?" Indeed, there were matters more pressing than the current skirmish. He returned to the banquet hall, stepping over the corpses scattered on the ground, and casually pulled out a dining chair to sit. Number 9 settled beside him and began to report. The Phoenix had indeed come under attack, with 7 heavy battleships, over 20 agile warships, and several assault mechs involved. Fortunately, we were well prepared. The energy shield is at 100. The enemy has taken their turn attacking, with only a 3 loss to the shield. No counterattack? The half-blood leader inquired. The others seemed to ponder their next move. Number 9 responded, "We will wait until the enemy's fire has diminished before we strike, conserving energy." "Very well," and Ming interjected, feeling no hesitation in speaking up. "So Mark's strategy is quite simple, to amass troops on the cruise ship, attempting to overwhelm us with numbers, while piling equipment onto the Phoenix, trying to breach our defenses through sheer ship count. Mark may be politically astute, but he is not cut out for warfare." He fancied he could achieve success on both fronts, only to face defeat on both. Indeed, Ming has a knack for summarizing, came the praise. News arrived from the 5 aircraft carriers in space. Number 9 continued, upon realizing Mark was absent from the banquet hall. "I promptly disseminated the wanted video to everyone in the fleet. This was the plan. Failing to capture Mark immediately, we must find a way to prevent the carriers and their 40,000 soldiers from launching an assault. Currently, only Mark's guards are on AMU, and the Phoenix is not a significant threat, but should the carriers descend, it would be dire, capable of obliterating the entire planet. The risk lies here." Number 9 relayed the information to the group, lightheartedly noting, "All 5 captains have expressed a neutral stance and will refrain from engaging for the time being." Unlike Mark's guards, many soldiers aboard the carriers were once under Lan Feng's command. To them, it was merely known that they were to combat rebels, but now, learning that their leader is Lan Feng, who has successfully united the 4 major races, leaves them utterly bewildered. Moreover, these 5 captains are all highly capable individuals, astute in assessing the situation. Neutrality is the wisest course of action. With no need to worry about the carriers above, the situation becomes quite clear. Annihilating all guards is merely a matter of time. The only question remains, where is Mark? 25 cargo vessels continuously scanned and monitored the waters surrounding the port and the cruise ship, revealing no suspicious activity. The guard ship unleashed 2 more barrages. But upon noticing that the Phoenix remained unscathed, they began to grasp the vast disparity in strength and swiftly turned to flee. However, how could they possibly escape? The Phoenix is an aircraft carrier. The formidable barrels of its artillery emerged, far more impressive than those of any heavy battleship. With a thunderous roar, 30 long-range pursuit particle cannons surged forth like a long-imprisoned beast, relentlessly chasing after the guard ship. The enemy vessels scattered in panic. Yet the artillery fire locked onto their targets, pursuing them without relent. Soon, one after another, they were struck and plummeted into the depths. Many guards jumped from their ships, their tiny parachutes blooming across the sky. The leader of the Dragon Clan could no longer stand idly by. "Great Dragon Clan, rise!" Ensign bellowed. "Lan Feng, ensure your men remain seated and do not compete with us for the targets." Half of the dragon warriors opened the cargo ship and took to the skies. One guard managed to flee the farthest, momentarily believing he would escape unscathed, only to be startled by the sudden emergence of a colossal winged demon from below. They were already far from the port and the cruise ship. How could there still be rebels? Moreover, were the dragons not criminals? How had they escaped? The guard, terrified, hastily drew his weapon, but his parachute was torn asunder. In a dizzying whirl, a fearsome dragon claw seized his collar. Sergeant Stride, the fully dragonized creature, growled, baring its teeth as it read the plaque upon its chest. "You seem to be on our list. Let me verify. After your surrender to the Dragon Empire, you continued to slaughter 2 dragon captives, did you not?" The guard, overwhelmed by the dragon's fiery breath, stammered, "I am your reaper, Gru." The sharp talon sliced through his throat and twisted backward before releasing him. A fine mist of blood accompanied his dismembered body as it fell into the sea. "Daylight!" Number 9 exclaimed, observing the gruesome spectacle unfolding before him. "This is utterly barbaric." The one-sided execution swiftly concluded. In real-time communication, Sun maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any sign of breathlessness. No Mark. Guards not listed among the dragons were captured alive on the cruise ship's deck, standing alongside other surrendering soldiers. Ivan returned, shaking his head. "None." He dispatched Team 10 to kick open every door in the guest area, scouring each public space, dining hall, conference room, lobby, and even the upper bridge and lower energy chamber. Equipped with both mental perception and visual inspection, they also utilized thermal imaging devices. So where exactly was Mark? Could it be that he was not even an AM? Chiao pondered. It shouldn't be, others countered, recalling that during their video communication, Mark indeed had the cruise ship and ocean as his backdrop. Number 9 declared, I will confirm once more. He swiftly contacted the 5 neutral captains in space, and those captains who were already contemplating surrender responded almost instantaneously. The Emperor has instructed us to await above, ready to confront the impending onslaught of the rebel forces. He has indeed descended to the planet AMU with his royal guard. Evan approached the guarded captives. Confess the whereabouts of Mark. Spare me, Brother Bug. We truly have no idea. This is rather awkward. Everyone was intent on capturing Mark for a public trial. Mere combat prowess held no value. And Ming's mind raced. If Mark were nearby, there must be royal guards accompanying him. As the Emperor, Mark could not move like an assassin, thus someone must be aware of his location. Someone was lying. The little mermaid shouted over the comms, Brother, take me to the cruise ship. And Ming and Sun boarded a cargo vessel and soon reached the cruise ship. The 3 leaped down. Ming. The half-blood dragon caught the little mermaid in a warm embrace. They had only been apart for a few hours, yet it felt like an eternity. The little mermaid quickly planted a kiss on the half-blood dragon's lips, not pausing to savor the moment, before rushing over to the captives. He steadied himself for a moment before speaking. Anyone with knowledge, step forward and tell me where Mark is. The atmosphere fell silent as all eyes were upon him. The little mermaid's voice was soft, yet it resonated like a divine command in everyone's minds, carrying an irresistible decree. Truth. Almost everyone replied in hushed tones. I'm sorry, I don't know. But not all. A rustling from the corner signaled someone stepping forth. It was the captain of the royal guard. The Emperor is in the banquet hall, he replied, his gaze vacant, hidden among the royal guards. No sooner had he spoken than Evan and a few others dashed down to the deck. Goodness, if it weren't for Ming, by the time we got the answers, that scoundrel Mark would have escaped far away. Nearby, the muscular guard watching over the captives snapped out of the influence of the truth. Muttering to himself, the soldiers in the banquet hall were dealt with by the chief and Officer Bug, weren't they? He feigned ignorance. And Ming attempted to analyze from Mark's perspective. He feared becoming a target yet longed to witness the trap unfold. In his imagination, should he be attacked and fall, he could swiftly retaliate, even shoot to kill with his own hands. Thus, he meticulously prepared a grand feast. The food was meant for his own celebration. However, events unfolded in stark contrast. After Evan, transformed into a bug, eliminated several royal guards, Mark, hiding at the back, took advantage of the chaos to collapse among the bodies. Therefore, returning to the banquet hall and sitting at the dining chair, all that 9 reported was within Mark's earshot. He must have felt quite desperate then. But Mark, a cunning rabbit with multiple burrows, undoubtedly had contingencies in place. Indeed, a sudden explosion reverberated from the side of the cruise ship, causing a slight tremor on the deck. Ivan shouted over the communication device, "Stop him." He is attempting to escape through the window. At that very moment, near the banquet hall, a circular escape pod burst through a porthole, wobbling its way to the surface of the sea. It was Mark, desperately struggling for survival. How utterly absurd. One must understand that the speed and endurance of the pod were no match for a warship. Mark could not possibly fly for long before being intercepted by the cargo vessels still circling outside. However, and Ming grew anxious. He did not wish to wait any longer, nor grant Mark any further opportunity to flee. The deck of the luxurious cruise ship was not an empty expanse, but adorned with numerous recreational facilities. And Ming dashed to the nearest beach table, effortlessly lifting a wrought iron round table with one hand, before anyone could respond or the mixed blood dragon could inquire. With a swift motion, he snapped off one of the table legs and discarded it aside. And Ming quickly recalled how he had thrown a discus during physical education classes in his youth. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, the heavy circular tabletop soared into the air like a toy frisbee. It traced a beautiful arc, spinning rapidly as it flew across the surface of the sea, directly aiming for the escape pod. At this juncture, the pod had already distanced itself several hundred meters from the cruise ship, just before several cargo vessels could close in. The discus struck its target with precision. Bang! The pod was struck, sending Mark, along with the tabletop, plummeting straight into the ocean. In that instant, many soldiers present recollected the scene from the first day of the rookie competition, when the metallic ring of the mental strength testing machine was sent flying. Today's peculiar leader's darling appeared delicate and charming, yet possessed extraordinary strength. I'll be back soon. Without allowing the others a moment to ponder, with a graceful leap, the little mermaid plunged back into the sea. Her silvery blue tail flickered as she vanished beneath the deep blue surface, leaving only traces akin to a shark pursuing its prey. The mixed-blood dragon clung to the railing at the edge of the deck, calling out, "Ming, Ming. 1, 2, 3. The soldiers, filled with excitement, began to count down in unison. How long would Officer and take to return? Yet, before they could reach 60 seconds, a water bubble surged up from the surface beside the cruise ship. Catch him. The little mermaid emerged, her blue head breaking the surface, shouting. With a powerful swing of her arm, she hurled the struggling, water-choking Mark onto the deck. Chapter 55. What? The eyes of the crowd nearly bulged from their sockets. This was a luxury cruise ship. Towering 10 stories high, the deck was 100 meters above the ocean. Could she truly throw him up here? Was she insane? Even a giant couldn't accomplish such a feat. Before the doubts could fully surface, Mark soared into the air like a large sack, ascending ever higher until he reached a height of several meters above the deck. However, his aim was slightly askew, heading towards an uninhabited area. Oh no, I must not fall to my demise. Several soldiers burst into a 100-meter dash, while 2 draconic beings unfurled their wings, managing just in time to reach out and catch Mark. 9, he exclaimed, please allow me one more outburst. The captives suddenly felt a surge of relief at being seized by the dragofolk and the insectoid creatures. The mermaid, having relinquished Mark, promptly dove underwater, transforming back into her bipedal form and donning her trousers anew. The hybrid dragon had already spread his wings and, as the mermaid resurfaced, swiftly scooped her up. With droplets of water adorning her fair visage, the mermaid draped her arms around the neck of the hybrid dragon. He, in turn, longed for a moment of harmony with his beloved. Embracing her, he spiraled upwards, executing several graceful twirls in the air before landing elegantly back on the deck. The captives marveled, "Ah, how affectionate they are," while the soldiers of the righteous army remarked, "This display is truly overwhelming," and stood firmly, yet did not release him. Ivan had already ascended but returned to the cabin to procure a plush blanket, which he then presented to his leader. Upon receiving it, he wrapped the mermaid snugly, admonishing, "Do not catch a chill." Mark was unceremoniously tossed before them, drenched in his guard's attire, shivering in the sea breeze. "Uncle." The hybrid dragon's gaze shifted from the mermaid to Mark, suddenly turning cold. Mark, chilled to the bone by the ocean water and having experienced a harrowing descent, felt utterly despondent, yet still sought to maintain the dignity of the emperor. "Ha, L'Enfant, is this how you treat your uncle?" Attempting to rise, he was thwarted by a firm pressure against his back, and raised his heavy military boot, pressing him back down to the ground, commanding, "Kneel." Mark, of course, refused to kneel, lacking the strength to resist, and instead sat cross-legged defiantly, exclaiming, "What manner of beast are you to treat the emperor with such disrespect?" and remained unperturbed, replying clearly, "I am the deputy of lands." Mark's pallor deepened. Xiao approached, adding, "Surprised, are you? We are the remnants of the dragon clan. We have not perished." Mark's face trembled with indignation as he feigned ignorance, retorting, "What happens to you is of no concern to me. It is all the doing of my dear brother Ace and my cherished nephew L'Enfant." This time, it was the insectoid creatures who scoffed in derision. Who would still believe such fabrications? "Enough, enough. It is my turn to perform," 9 exclaimed, pulling Ivan aside and gesturing for everyone to clear the way. Allowing the captive guards to behold their esteemed master, a colossal holographic screen unfurled in the sky, capturing the attention of all present. In a voice imbued with gravitas, 9 proclaimed, "The current emperor of humanity, Mark Dell, male, 37 years of age, has been issued a joint warrant for his arrest by the 4 great empires for crimes including incitement to war, ethnic genocide, and political fraud. The initiators of this warrant are Prince L'Enfant, son of the human princess Manchudel, and Ming, nephew of the Merfolk Emperor, General and Sun of the Dragon Clan, and His Majesty Lena Zaire of the Insectoid Empire. The scope of the warrant encompasses the entire interstellar realm. We shall conduct a public trial through the Interstellar Military Court, where Mark Dell will face a fair and just execution." With a clap, 9 concluded the formalities, stating, "Mark, you are under arrest." The captured guards displayed expressions of despair. Mark was doomed. Having committed unspeakable atrocities under his command, they too were fated to suffer the consequences. Unbeknownst to them, concealed among their ranks, the captain of the guards glared menacingly. Suddenly, The disheveled emperor erupted into a maniacal laughter. His body trembled with mirth. Even the sparse strands of hair atop his head swaying wildly. A public trial? An execution? Ha! Lawn phone, you and your cohorts are deluding yourselves. Mark's corpulent lips twisted as he spat forth repugnant words. Not only can you not kill me, but you will also have to worship me, catering to my every whim. Kneeling to lick my shoes. For I, Mark, have buried 3 collapse-type particle bombs deep beneath the sea. He sneered. The switches are bound to my heartbeat and brainwaves. Should either cease, the bombs will activate. I suggest you treat me lavishly right now. Mark was abruptly kicked by Ivan, sent sprawling onto the ground. Is what you said true? The insectoid demanded angrily. Mark rose, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground in Ivan's direction, snarling, You may certainly test that. If I die, I shall take you all with me. The entire planet will perish. Ivan refrained from kicking again, and a heavy silence enveloped the gathering. The collapse-type particle bomb was the most devastating weapon in the galaxy, capable of inducing a black hole effect, causing surrounding matter to collapse infinitely until a cataclysmic explosion occurred. The Dragon Clan's homeworld was obliterated after 3 such bombs were deployed, leading to the fall of the Dragon Empire. And AM Star, one of the largest inhabited planets of the human empire, boasted a population exceeding 1 billion. Along with countless technological advancements and a unique ecological environment rich in invaluable flora and fauna. Does Mark possess an anti-interstellar persona? The hybrid human-dragon hoisted the Emperor before Ming. Ming. And Ming met Mark's filthy gaze and inquired solemnly, Is everything you have just stated true? The Prince of Truth demands a truthful reply. Of course. Mark grinned slyly. This delightful and formidable mermaid could personally examine my body to ascertain the truth of his claims. And Ming nearly retched, struggling to suppress his nausea. The half-blood dragon seized him and ordered, First, confine him and keep a close watch. I shall handle this myself. Xiao responded, striking Mark on the nape of the neck, rendering him unconscious before dragging him away. The dragon crew from the cargo ship had also gathered, and soon summoned a few more to accompany Xiao. The captain of the guard was once again brought forth by Ivan. This fellow, knowing Mark was concealed in the banquet hall, surely possessed further knowledge, for the particle bombs were not installed personally by Mark. And Ming continued the interrogation, demanding, Reveal all pertinent information. The captain, mentally ensnared, complied. There are 30 of us. We have been stationed on AM Star for the past few days, preoccupied with this matter. 3 collapsible particle bombs have been securely stored, concealed within a reef beneath the sea, approximately 1,200 meters directly below the cruise ship. Mark indeed fears that you might kill him, apprehensive that you possess certain advanced technologies capable of maintaining the fluctuation of his heart or preserving his brainwave consciousness. Therefore, he invested heavily in research and underwent surgery, embedding a microswitch near a major artery close to his heart. This switch conducts a check every 30 minutes, and should any anomaly occur, it will immediately trigger an explosive protocol. Furthermore, the particle bombs cannot be dismantled. If you attempt to forcibly extract them, they will detonate prematurely. The captain further indicated that, apart from himself, the remaining individuals were the Emperor's most trusted confidants, all of whom had been eliminated in the banquet hall. With the interrogation of the captain complete, the information was abundantly clear. A heavy gloom descended upon all. The captives were escorted away, and he addressed Xiao and the others. Indeed, there were several hundred surviving captives. The surrendered enemies would not be arbitrarily sentenced to death but would first be taken aboard the Phoenix. However, there remained a more pressing issue. The group settled at an outdoor bar on the deck to engage in urgent discussion. Mark's treachery exceeded our wildest imaginations. And Sun gritted his teeth in anger. Lan Feng, if you intend to spare him, I shall not consent. The half-blood dragon replied, I will not. Ivan scoffed. Let him live? For how long? A year? Several decades? Even if Mark were to survive for a year and all the inhabitants of AM were evacuated, should this planet be destined for demise, even decades hence, it should not be spared. We cannot put in such effort only to seek Mark's immortality. That is utterly absurd. And Ming had already dried his combat suit using psychic energy, discarding the blanket, and declared, for merely attempting to annihilate AM Star, Mark deserves 1,000 tortures. Indeed. Everyone concurred. Mark may live for a few more days, but we must devise a way to neutralize the 3 collapsible particle bombs. Anger coursed through soon as he remarked, the particle bomb is exceedingly sensitive. It cannot be forcibly disassembled, lest it provoke an internal particle fission. Mark has ensnared us in a deadlock. And Ming, though lacking in relevant knowledge, felt his brother's assertion must be correct. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Yet, it was not a dead end. Suddenly, number 9 interjected, "I possess a solution." The others turned to him in astonishment. With a self-satisfied grin, number 9 proclaimed, "What? Were you all waiting for me to arrive and rescue you in your moment of despair?" He struck a pose, declaring, "I am the strongest encyclopedia on the planet. Omniscient and omnipotent, there is nothing I cannot accomplish." And Ming's spirits lifted. Is that truly the case? Of course. I can dive down and dismantle the particle bomb. Number 9 affirmed, nodding. I comprehend all the principles. My hands are the most precise instruments. Unlike you carbon-based beings who tremble in times of stress, I do not require underwater breathing. I am the quintessential hero. Number 9 lifted his exquisite visage and soon felt invigorated. Then let us act swiftly. The sooner we neutralize the threat, the better. Mark's execution should come sooner rather than later. And Ming rose. I shall escort you down. I swim with great speed. At a depth of 1,200 meters, I can deliver you in a minute. However, Ivan's face paled momentarily, and he remained silent. The mermaid immediately sensed something was amiss. Yet, the insectoid did not voice any objections and quickly responded, "This is the only way, number 9. I implore you." Humph. Number 9 glowed at being entrusted by his leader, yet he remained somewhat unsatisfied. "Big Bug, you must kiss me before I commence my task." Ivan did not react. Number 9 pouted and stepped forward to plant a kiss on the black-skinned insectoid's face. "Sigh, when will you take the initiative?" Ivan remained silent. "Do not worry. It will only take me 2 to 3 hours, and I shall return swiftly." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the group ceased their hesitations. Number 9 required no additional tools, and their mission commenced without delay. Chapter 56. Everyone accompanied the two to the edge of the deck. And Ming expressed concern. "Number 9. Can you truly manage this?" "Ah, be humble. 9743 has a grasp of it, although failure is still a possibility." The likelihood was indeed high, and the mermaid nodded in agreement. Surely, there were additional complications. Her knowledge of weaponry was limited to a few pages of reading. Her brother possessed little expertise either. But as individuals capable of creating number 9 and the Phoenix, they must possess greater insights. With the three of them in accord, number 9 appeared relaxed. Thus, he refrained from further commentary, avoiding unnecessary entanglements and conserving time, ready to cooperate fully. And Ming grasped number 9's hand. "I will leap down with you. Hold on tightly. And we shall move swiftly." "All right." The black-haired insect embraced the mermaid, teasing, "Your waist is not as supple as mine." Just before they plunged into the water, the half-blooded dragon stepped forward. Ming. "I know," the mermaid replied instantly. "Wait for us to return." And Ming was lost in thought. He yearned to plunge into the water alongside him, wishing to be forever by his side. What if? He longed to meet his end together with him. But no, he would return. He would embrace the golden-haired beauty and kiss him to his heart's content. Number 9 rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What are you doing? This is not a life-and-death separation. I won't let Xiaoming down. Trust me, please." And Sin, initially filled with trust, noticed the anxious demeanor of those around him and his expression fell. Is it truly feasible? If not, I would rather betray my conscience and flee with Ming. I would rather see the entire Amu planet perish than allow even the slightest harm to come to Ming. In the previous life, Ming had succumbed to a terminal illness, and he had been powerless to intervene. In this life, he would not allow it to happen again. Enough, number 9. Are we done yet? Let's go, and Xiaoming, right now? Number 9 refused to give anyone else the chance to voice their doubts. Taking the little mermaid and leaping into the depths, Yuan stood at a distance, his 6 insect-like eyes wide open, spinning rapidly, betraying his inner turmoil. And Ming and number 9 successfully reached the ocean floor, and Ming's mermaid lineage allowed him to see clearly even in the deep sea. While number 9 possessed night vision and, coupled with his sonar radar, quickly located their target hidden beneath the rocks. It was a weapon-specific explosion-proof chamber, partially buried in the sand, measuring 100 meters in length and width. As they approached and surveyed the area, they were taken aback to find that the explosion-proof chamber was not entirely sealed. The control panel was damaged, allowing seawater to flood in. And Ming was perplexed. It seems simple enough. If we take the entire explosion-proof chamber along with the 3 particle bombs and toss them into space, won't that solve the problem? Though sizable, if the guards could manage it, so could they. No, number 9 interjected. The explosion-proof chamber maintains a constant temperature and pressure. If it were intact, your plan would certainly be viable. However, it is damaged, making it utterly unfeasible. What do you mean? Because the particle bombs are currently subjected to the pressure of the ocean floor, Number 9 began to explain. The particle bombs consist of two layers. The inner layer is the reactor, and the outer layer is the induction network that detonates the reactor, also known as the activation device. The problem lies with this activation device, which is particularly sensitive to pressure changes, before you could transport it to the surface. Any environmental shifts during transit could destabilize it, and boom. Number 9 exaggeratedly simulated an explosion. We would all be finished. How treacherous. The guards did this on purpose. They completed the installation at the ocean floor, Number 9 concluded. And Ming seethed. Damn it. So it can't be transported. It must be dismantled on-site. Then we need to open the explosion-proof chamber first. But the control panel is broken. And Ming knocked on the thick outer shell and inquired, aside from its exceptional sturdiness, are there any other explosion-proof mechanisms? Could we not simply cut it open? Indeed. On the 9th day, however, the bomb-proof chamber was constructed from the hardest of metals, necessitating a considerable investment of time on my part. I can certainly attempt it. The mermaid stepped forward, placing her hands flat upon its surface. For the past few days, my mental ocean had been swelling. The effects of the initial differentiator had entirely dissipated, and through repeated intimacy each day, I was nearly certain I had ascended to a higher level, or rather, restored to my rightful rank. The 9th individual raised an eyebrow, gesturing for me to proceed. I began to sense the metallic surface, gathering my mental energy. The water rippled gently, as an invisible yet sharp force delicately interacted with the chamber walls. Tiny droplets surged forth, continuously transforming molten metal into spheres of varying sizes as they swiftly cooled. The 9th individual grasped two of the spheres, toying with them for a moment, while I completed the cutting process. Taking a breath, I extended my hands into the crevice, prying it apart as if separating a loaf of bread, completely opening the bomb-proof chamber. Without uttering a word, the 9th individual gave me a thumbs up. Nearby, a large expanse of reef posed an obstruction, prompting me to say, wait, while I drag it out. Utilizing the buoyancy of the seawater, I effortlessly pulled the substantial bomb-proof casing onto the flat sandy ground. We leaned in closer. 3 rocket-like, collapsed particle shells lay quietly within, each long and robust. How do we dismantle this? I inquired once more. The 9th individual swam to the center of the shells, pointing at a black square. Do you see that? The control panel. It communicates with Mark's heart switch every 30 minutes via ultra-long-range transmission. As long as I can safely detach this apparatus, the mission will be nearly complete. I understood. We simply needed to disable Mark's switch. Without further ado, the 9th individual illuminated the panel, revealing a cascade of code, his dark eyes shimmering with brilliance. Yet, within mere seconds, he chuckled in disbelief. It appears it won't work. I felt a surge of urgency. The 9th individual explained. In order to prevent disassembly, Mark instructed the guards to remove all hardware from the control panel, leaving only the communication components. This method is also ineffective. The software could not be disabled, and direct disassembly would trigger an early explosion of the activation device. What else can we do? I asked, my concerns mounting. I faintly realized that the 9th individual had anticipated these circumstances, as had Day and Ivan. He sighed. Then we are left with only one final method, to destroy the reactor core itself, allowing the special particles within to escape. Once diluted to a certain extent, they will cease to cause fission. He glanced at me, the mermaid, and asked, and Xiaoqing, would you like to return? The remaining work is tedious and rather uninteresting. It will take quite a while for me to finish. I will accompany you, I replied, sensing that the 9th individual was attempting to send me away. He hesitated. Are you certain? It is indeed very monotonous. I thought to myself, there was surely something afoot. Why don't you speak the truth about what might happen? What are you talking about? The 9th individual chuckled lightly, and Ming grasped Number 9's hands, compelling it to meet his gaze. All right then, Number 9 pouted. I concede to your beauty. It continued, as for the reactor, it is composed of particles, commonly referred to as macroparticles. They pose no significant threat to you, at worst. They might leak and encroach upon the surrounding space, causing temporary oxygen deprivation. And Ming interjected. But for me, it is an entirely different matter, the artificial intelligence replied. After all, I'm not made of flesh and blood. Beneath my supple skin lies a composition of metal, akin to the sensing network. You will react with the macroparticles. Indeed, and Ming suddenly hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. How exactly? By boring a hole into the projectile, allowing the macroparticles to escape. Just as Ming opened his mouth to speak, Number 9 interrupted. I know what you wish to say. You cannot replace me. Nor can the boss or the giant insect. It is not merely a matter of drilling. Precision is paramount to avoid the sensing network. While the force and frequency must be meticulously controlled to prevent triggering the network. Number 9 finally asked, "Are you truly willing to stay?" "Yes." "Haha." Number 9 chuckled. "And Xiaoming, thank you." "Why?" The little mermaid furrowed her brow. "Thank you for keeping me company. I am rather afraid of solitude." "Are you mocking me?" "An artificial intelligence, how could you possibly comprehend the essence of loneliness?" And Ming pondered for a moment, responding, "Since I became familiar with you, I have always regarded you as a genuine person." Number 9 blinked. "All right then, enough sentimentality, I am commencing now." It adjusted its position and began testing the first drill on its left hand, swiftly identifying the precise location. A delicate drill bit extended from its fingers, initially meant for medical use during surgeries. Little did it know, this would be its first application in such a context. And Ming remained by its side, silent, fearing to disturb the process. Number 9 drilled intermittently, hesitating several times, contemplating starting anew at a different spot. And Ming watched with bated breath. To maintain focus, no. 9 had already disabled its emotional control center. "I have evolved," it declared. "My emotional control center has been refined into several major emotional modules, allowing me to deactivate only the fear module." Approximately half an hour later, Number 9's hand suddenly halted. "I have drilled through," it announced. Simultaneously, a torrent of deep blue liquid surged forth, quickly engulfing the surroundings. And Ming instinctively retreated several meters, exclaiming, "Number 9, fear not." Number 9's voice emerged from the chaos. "It is harmless to human beings." Once the liquid was diluted, and Ming observed as Number 9's body began to disintegrate, the macroparticles in the seawater continuously affected it. Within mere seconds, Number 9's once beautiful visage appeared grotesquely marred, one side of its face completely eroded, revealing a fully mechanical eyeball, while the other side's latex distorted, resembling decaying cream clinging to its face. Number 9 was already dismantling the second projectile. "And Xiaoming, did I frighten you?" And Ming swam closer once more. "No?" "Yet." He felt a tightening in his chest. Number 9 had come to value his outward appearance. The skin on his arms had been seared and melted by the internal metal, adhering to his combat suit, transforming into a viscous liquid that continuously dripped away. The black metallic limbs emerged, persistently executing their designated task, drawing from prior experience. The disassembly of the second projectile proceeded with remarkable speed. After more than 20 minutes, the central particle shell penetrated, and the macroparticle liquid gushed forth once again. Number 9's body began to exhibit increasingly violent reactions. The exquisite form of the male insect had completely vanished, leaving only the entirely exposed metallic structure, resembling a charred skeleton, casting a terrifying silhouette in the dim light of the ocean depths. The immense heat generated by the particle reaction continued to radiate, compelling in Ming to endure the increasingly scalding seawater in order to remain by Number 9's side. There remained but one last projectile. Number 9's vocal apparatus was damaged, emitting sounds akin to the grinding of antiquated machinery, grating to the ears. "I must hasten my efforts. The seawater temperature currently stands at 77 degrees, and surpassing 200 would trigger an explosive reaction from the sensing network." He adjusted his position, aiming for the third projectile on the far right. And Ming observed that Number 9's movements had slowed. Its central processing unit continued its operation, yet the metal framework had become searingly hot, emanating a deep crimson glow in the ocean's depths. "Rest assured," Number 9 reassured, "I have calculated the odds. My success probability stands at 97.43. It extended a hand, if it could still be referred to as such. Once delicate and ivory fingers had completely dissolved, subjected to the effects of macroparticles, and repeatedly immersed in scalding and frigid seawater. Several metallic joints had grown brittle, adorned with fine cracks. Soon, with the drilling motion, they effortlessly fractured and fell, disintegrating into powder before they could touch the sandy bottom, swept away by the currents. The medical drill, composed of a different material, remained intact, diligently continuing its work. The third projectile was disassembled in a mere 10 minutes. The moment the drilling ceased, and Ming shut his eyes, delaying their reopening, he found it increasingly unbearable. He knew Number 9 was not human, yet he could not help but regard Number 9 as such. When the final particle liquid was thoroughly diluted by the seawater, all threats were eliminated. They had succeeded. Mark was out of options. "And Xiaoming, please convey a message for me." "Very well." And Ming choked back tears. Number 9 expended its last reserves of energy to utter the final syllables. "Tell Ivan Rich to be braver next time." Ming. A voice called from above. Without oxygen tanks or further equipment, he had plunged downwards after number 9's connection with the Phoenix had been severed. And Ming sobbed as he collapsed into the embrace of the hybrid being. It will be all right. It will be all right, he gently reassured. Ivan followed closely behind. He was in a state of metamorphosis, exerting every ounce of strength to swim towards the utterly immobile 9. The entire body of 9 had become completely fragile. And just as the insectoid race attempted to embrace him, he shattered with a thunderous crack from his chest, scattering into the endless depths of the sea. Chapter 57. Ivan Rich knelt on the explosion-proof cabin, incredulously gazing at his hands. 9 was gone, leaving only a few metallic fragments glimmering like stars. Although the 3 particle bombs had been successfully dismantled, the outer sensory net remained perilously dangerous and required prompt removal. Neither Ivan nor he could breathe underwater. And their time for holding their breath was limited. Lingering was unwise. And Ming suppressed his sorrow, and together with Ivan, carried one bomb back towards the surface. Soon, the dim depths of the ocean receded further away, and Ming looked back once more, the murky waters obscuring everything, rendering the surroundings invisible. The Dragon Clan leader paced anxiously on the deck, while a dozen brothers stood solemnly behind him. The half-blood dragon and Ming emerged first, and 6 dragon warriors immediately flew down to take over the particle bombs brought back by the 2. Then came the insectoid race. As Ming returned to the deck, Sun hurried over and embraced his brother tightly. Ming, thank goodness. The little mermaid's nose was blocked, his voice muffled. Sensing something amiss, Sun released his brother. Noticing the grave expressions on both their faces. Just then, Ivan also emerged. He had reverted to his human form, yet his skeletal wings remained unfurled. And he climbed aboard a moored warship in a daze, taking off without a word. Why is he alone? Where is 9? Sun inquired, overwhelmed by emotion. The little mermaid no longer wished to feign strength in front of his brother and loved one, bursting into tears. Brother, I witnessed 9's sacrifice in its entirety. And Ming confessed, feeling on the verge of collapse. He held the little mermaid tightly, kissing his hair softly. I feel the same pain. And Sun seemed to understand. The little mermaid wept inconsolably, showering him with kisses and gentle touches, offering comfort with patience. And Sun sighed deeply. All captives have been secured. Mark is in solitary confinement, under Joe's supervision, so there is no cause for concern. Just now, the chief of the police from Amu Planet sent a letter stating that he believes this is a matter for the Dell family. As long as there is no significant damage to Amu Port, he will not impede the Phoenix. All warships and cargo vessels outside, except for a few here, have returned to the mothership. Thank you, Chiefin, he replied. A deep bond of trust had formed between them, and Sun had now become the 3rd commander. Just call me brother. We are all family. Sun patted Lan Feng's shoulder. Let us return. The interrogation of hundreds of captives is no small matter. I will leave a warship for you too. I will wait for you in space. Good brother. With Lan Feng beside him, Sun departed confidently with the Dragon Clan. As the night descended upon AM Star, the sea breeze intensified. Is it cold? Inquired the hybrid dragon. Not at all, responded the little mermaid. Her face still nestled in his chest. The intertwined genetics of their races rendered them impervious to the chill. Number 9 is fine. He merely requires some time to recuperate. I understand, yet I am still saddened. Even though one might experience countless lives, the anguish felt in the face of actual death remains profoundly genuine. And Ming inhaled deeply, savoring the calming pheromones that emanated from his companion, which provided him with a modicum of solace, though it was still insufficient. He craved an unrestrained outlet for his emotions. I want to be with you, right now, cried the little mermaid, as he fiercely tugged at the hybrid dragon's garments. Feeling a tightness in his chest that urged him to act without delay, there were no words exchanged, as long as Ming could find some relief. He was willing to endure anything. Surrounded by emptiness and beneath a brilliant starry sky, the hybrid dragon obediently lay upon the deck, parting his hair, allowing Ming to bite down roughly on the gland at the back of his neck. The cruise ship floated quietly atop the waves, which relentlessly crashed against the rocks, creating a cacophony of sound. The scent of the rain-soaked air mingled with pheromones, rendering the cold night even more crystalline. The dragon's tail thrashed in agitation. Immersed in his emotions, the little mermaid disregarded everything. The hybrid dragon was compelled to turn and embrace him, soaring towards the ocean's surface. The sea breeze was biting, yet their bodies radiated heat. The hybrid dragon spiraled with Ming into the night sky, diving sharply and repeatedly, still struggling to express the tumult within. Tears mingled with sweat, cascading down. The following 3 days were marked by a grueling interrogation of Emperor Mark and his royal guard. Ivan envisioned shattering Mark's skull with a single punch, while Sun fantasized about flaying his skin. Even Ming yearned to unleash his mental prowess to obliterate Mark's brain. However, for the sake of restoring truth across the galaxy, they all practiced restraint. Number 9 had previously compiled most of the evidence, and within Ming's utterances of truth, the interrogation proceeded smoothly. Mark divulged every detail, ultimately being ushered into the holographic broadcasting room, where he would confess to the entire galaxy, to all who cherish peace, to the enduring and glorious human empire, to the magnificent insectoid empire, and to the once proud merfolk and dragon empires. And Ming, as the representative of the deeply wronged merfolk, stepped forward to initiate the public prosecution. Tonight, I kindly ask for your time to expose the heinous crimes of Emperor Mark, detailing how he deceived everyone, leading the entire galaxy to pay a grievous price for his own selfish ascent to power. Firstly, it is imperative to clarify one truth. The sudden assault on the Merfolk Empire by the Dragon Clan was not born of the Dragon Emperor's madness, but rather instigated by Mark from the shadows. The little mermaid proclaimed solemnly, slowly laying out the charges. Every celestial body, every individual, regardless of their race, witnessed an astonishing spectacle as they congregated in the largest live broadcast room of the Star Network. The Emperor of Humanity, Mark, was accused of 6 heinous crimes, each more shocking than the last. The first crime, incitement of war. The massacre of the Merfolk by the Dragon Clan was orchestrated by Mark, who, after ingratiating himself with the Dragon Emperor at a banquet, embarked on a prolonged campaign of slander and deceit, exacerbating minor grievances and fabricating falsehoods, ultimately provoking the already tyrannical Dragon Emperor into war. The second crime, genocide. After a desperate plea for help from the Merfolk Empire, General Lanfeng swiftly led his troops alongside General Ivan of the Insect Clan to provide assistance. They swiftly apprehended the Dragon Emperor and his elite guards, and the war should have ceased at that moment. However, Mark forged a military order from his brother, Estelle, recalling Lanfeng while simultaneously stoking the flames of conflict, resulting in an uncontrollable escalation. The third crime, familial betrayal. When General Lands of the Dragon Clan sought peace, former Emperor Estelle personally attended the negotiations, accompanied by Princess Manchudel. Mark disrupted the talks with his forces, creating chaos that led to the brutal assassination of the leaders from both sides, compelling Manchudel to take her own life. The fourth crime, usurpation of military power and the throne. He falsely accused the grief-stricken Lanfeng of failing to protect the nation, forcing him into self-imposed exile. After seizing military authority, he ascended to the throne of humanity, citing the minority age of Prince Yunzhou as justification. The fifth crime, deprivation of the basic rights of the merfolk and the trafficking of their kind. While ostensibly allowing the resettlement of merfolk refugees, he secretly encouraged the black market's trafficking of merfolk. Moreover, he sadistically toyed with them and continuously dispatched his guards to hunt for high-ranking merfolk. The sixth crime, planetary destruction. Mark successfully obliterated the Dragon Clan's home planet, Ms., and attempted to annihilate the largest human habitation planet, A&M. The entire Star Network was engulfed in a suffocating silence. In the live broadcast, and Ming approached the kneeling Mark, while Ivan and Sun urged him to lift his gaze and meet the eyes of the young mermaid. Mark dealt with these accusations, each word is drenched in blood. Do you acknowledge them? Under the scrutiny of the Prince of Truth, the corpulent Emperor's pupils dilated, tears streaming down his face as he trembled and replied, I confess. I am guilty. Furthermore, I even sought to eradicate my own nephew, Lanfeng, dispatching an assassin, Gel, to tamper with the energy chamber of his spacecraft. I wish for all who pose a threat to me to perish. I even harbor a desire for my own nephew, Yunzhou, to die. Regrettably, as I have no heirs of my own, I am compelled to leave him alive, which is also why I incessantly seek the merfolk. I wish for them to bear offspring. I have subjected many to torment, both male and female. I have sought various pretexts to demote and reassign Lanfeng's former subordinates. I am aware that I am a formidable politician, attempting to manipulate everyone at my whim. Under the compulsion of truth, Mark commenced an unceasing confession. The entire Star Network fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, a barrage of comments erupted. Jaja Mark, perish. It was as if a bomb had been dropped, igniting a fervor across the Star Network. Die. We have endured you for far too long. Return our majesty Ace. Return our Lanfeng. To lay hands upon one's kin, more despicable than the star beasts. We lament for the Dragon Empire. We lament for the Mermaid Empire. Perish. Dying 1,000 times would be too lenient. Such a fate is far too merciful. Can we not each stab him once? Stop. And Ming addressed the incessant chatter of Mark. He did not gaze upon the livestream screen, unaware that as Mark fell silent, the Star Network also quieted. It had been an eternity since the merfolk had graced the network, though some mermaids had spoken on the forums. None dared to reveal themselves for self-preservation. The mermaid passing judgment on Mark was more exquisite and regal than any he had ever encountered. She was extraordinarily beautiful, yet exuded an aura that commanded profound respect. Though she appeared delicate, an undeniable majesty radiated from her, one that brooked no disobedience. All who beheld her could do nothing but submit, feeling only the purest affection and admiration. The young mermaid raised her right hand and called out, "L'enfant." In that moment, a tall, slender young man, radiating a chilling presence, strode into the frame, standing alongside the mermaid prince. His hair flowed like silk, and his deep-set features were framed by a striking black military uniform. Although the once great human general had changed considerably, some still recognized him. After a moment's hesitation, the Star Network erupted. "Is that L'enfant?" "It is indeed L'enfant. Though his hair color has changed and his appearance has grown leaner, it is unmistakably him. He is not dead. I told you all, but you did not believe. The general truly lives. Wah, he has returned. L'enfant, 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 L'enfant." The memories of ordinary people were merely temporarily sealed away, and their adoration for the half-dragon, half-human had never waned in the slightest. And Ming clenched his hand tightly and proclaimed, "I, and Ming, nephew of Zino, do solemnly declare." Following suit, he said, "I, L'enfant, son of lands and man should." The two voices united, by the highest laws of the Mermaid Empire, the highest laws of the Human Empire, and the highest laws of the Dragon Empire. We hereby pronounce, Mark is irredeemably guilty and sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. Woohoo! How joyous! Justice may be delayed, but it shall prevail. Is he truly of the shark lineage? The revival of our merfolk is in sight. The human race shall also rise to glory once more. Amidst the fervent cheers of "Long live and Ming! Long live L'enfant!" the insectoid lieutenant manifested a blade of bone from his arm, while the dragon leader extended his clawed hand, executing a swift and decisive strike. Mark's life was abruptly extinguished before the eyes of the entire galaxy. The live broadcast concluded at this juncture. As the holographic devices powered down, the robust Shao rushed forth, enveloping Mark's bloodied remains in a large black bag before the viscous crimson could stain the floor. He muttered to himself, relieved that the two had acted swiftly. Shortly, he would dispose of the body bag in the energy chamber, incinerating it to ashes, for Mark was unworthy even of polluting the cosmos. The group exited the broadcasting chamber, making their way to the Phoenix's Grand Hall. Chapter 58. 5 human motherships had departed under the banner of peace, and all the captives had been thoroughly interrogated. According to the law, they would be dealt with as prescribed. They had successfully averted the outbreak of total war with minimal casualties on their side, capturing Mark along with all his elite guards in one fell swoop. Each individual felt an immense weight lift from their shoulders. Thus, the entire crew of the Phoenix was in need of a jubilant celebration. Upon their arrival in the hall, the festivities, arranged by the crew of the Phoenix, lacked the finesse of Commander Nine's touch, but remained vibrant and lively, adorned with drinks, desserts, and precious chilled fruits displayed upon the tables. Streamers adorned the surroundings, and colorful balloons floated above. And Sun remarked, "The atmosphere is delightful." Youthful Qiao rushed over, hesitated briefly, then paused before the dragon leader, displaying a bashful smile. Everyone was aware they were free to act as they pleased. Now is the perfect time to make things public, and Sun stated. Qiao's eyes widened, swiftly scanning the room, a blush blooming upon his cheeks. "Really?" he inquired. "Are you coming?" And Sun opened his arms, raising an eyebrow. Being a dragon, Qiao possessed immense strength and a forthright disposition. He had followed in Sun as an intelligence officer beside Lance since a tender age. Observing that in Ming and the others exhibited little reaction, he boldly leaped into Sun's embrace. The dragon leader supported Qiao's form, lifting him slightly to draw them closer together. Then, in the midst of the gathering, they shared an impassioned kiss. Such was the nature of dragons, conveying their intentions through action. Qiao, eager, cradled his lover's face, kissing fervently without pause for breath. And Sin, with his strong arms, spun them around until they reached the heart of the banquet, continuing their fervent display. The celebration unexpectedly transformed into a romantic spectacle, causing all attendees to halt their actions. Whistles and cheers erupting around them. Well, you two have completely discarded any semblance of modesty. How shameless. Gru and the other dragon warriors jested from the sidelines. Come on. While you're at it, be honest. When did you two actually get together? The movements displayed are remarkably skilled, and one cannot help but wonder how many times these two have embraced the grass. Xiao, engrossed in his exploration, took quite a while to release in Sun's lips. Hastily responding, I just got back from Heightened Star a few days ago. Ah, this child is indeed honest in his reply. And Sun tightly grasped a handful of soft flesh, cautioning Xiao to remain focused. Upon savoring Chao's sweet tongue once more, the Dragon Clan leader silently contemplated how blind the original owner truly was. Upon returning from discarding the trash, Xiao rejoined forces with Trester and Nader, forming the formidable trio once again, and leaned against the nearby table, delighting in their sunflower seeds. Quite enjoyable, indeed. However, witnessing the Dragon Clan's fervent engagement, how could we possibly be outdone? Xiao discarded the seed shells and cupped his hands to shout, Boss! Officer! And Trester, with perfect timing, chimed in. You should join us. Nader, bewildered, exclaimed. How bold. It seems the boss has not shown a stern face in quite a while. Have you forgotten the taste of his torment? And Ming was taken aback by the openness displayed by his brother and Xiao, his mouth agape for a considerable time. Once he regained his composure, the little sprout within him began to grow wildly. To embrace, this action was still uncharted territory for him. Glancing at the beautiful dragon towering over him, a full 7 inches taller, he realized he did not possess much of an advantage. The two shared a silent understanding. How could the half-blood dragon not perceive what Ming was contemplating? He quietly leaned in and whispered, would a certain strong little darling like to give it a try? And Ming swallowed hard, his desire intensifying. Is it not inappropriate to leave now? It was informal. Everyone was already eating and drinking, and there was no need for him to make a speech. If anything were to arise, he would leave it to Yvan. The half-blood dragon patted the insect clan's vice officer on the shoulder and began to lead the little mermaid away. And Ming turned to look at his brother and Xiao, who had rolled onto the ground and continued to nibble away. All right. The two held hands and slowly retreated. Not far away, Xiao exclaimed. Hey? Why did the boss leave? Trester replied. Never mind that. This way. It's truly delightful. Nader, the most rational of them all, suddenly recalled that there was a girl in the logistics department of the Sword Bay base who always smiled at him whenever he went to collect the weekly supplies. Determined, he resolved, you all continue. I shall first seek out a partner. Everyone cheered, while the white-haired insect clan member, alone, carried 2 large bottles of wine and a cup, seeking a shadowy corner to sit and drink in silence. Without the incessant chatter of number 9 nearby, everything before him lost its flavor, including the wine in his hand. The insect clan downed cup after cup. After Sun and Xiao shared a passionate kiss, they too departed early to engage in activities that could no longer be observed. The group, now devoid of a target for their playful antics, began to seek a new objective. First, Gru from the Dragon Clan approached. General Yvan, are you the military female? The Dragon Clan, inebriated, spoke in an utterly offensive manner. Can you give birth just like Xiao? What is the matter? Evan grasped the wine bottle and tilted his head back for another hearty gulp. He felt no anger. Gru, emboldened, remarked, I heard number 9 has been pursuing you. Is it because he cannot provide you with offspring that you refuse him? No, Evan replied. Then why? Gru pressed on. Number 9 is quite handsome. Gru was not the best confidant, and Evan was reluctant to engage with him. It has nothing to do with procreation or appearance. I would cherish him regardless of his looks. It is my own lack of courage. Despite his reluctance, he continued to speak. You are quite brave. Joe has shared tales of your exploits, claiming that the military females of the Zerg are fierce, yet you are the fiercest among them. It's unfortunate that you were deceived by Lanfeng. Gru, inebriated and foolishly jovial, was joined by Xiao and the trio. Big Bug, do you regret anything? Xiao attempted to mimic number 9's melodious voice, but fell woefully short, lacking the charm of the gallant warrior. Evan began to consume more alcohol. Trester remarked, since when did the Zerg lieutenant become so amiable? I thought you would tell us we were courting death. Ned nodded. It seems you have indeed been affected. All of you, leave me be. Evan opened a new bottle, and his 6 eyes gleamed, reddening more than usual. He stumbled to his feet and left. Gru interjected. Are you all taking this too far? And yet, you dared to criticize the fierce trio. Xiao replied, we used to tease each other all the time. Trester added, I don't wish for this to become too somber. After all, number 9 is not truly dead. Ned mused. It has only been a few days. I miss number 9 terribly. Gru nodded in agreement. I miss him as well. You Phoenix crew have grown accustomed to being tended to by such a considerate artificial intelligence. It is truly a luxury. He even personalized recommendations for me, which were perfectly suited to my tastes. Too bad I haven't had any to enjoy these past few days. The atmosphere, once tinged with melancholy, was now diverted. Meanwhile, Evan drained his glass but did not retreat to his quarters. Instead, he ventured to the medical room, where number 9 had often spent time. The room automatically illuminated upon detecting his presence. The basic systems of number 9 were still operational, yet the familiar calls of the great bug were absent. Evan approached a sealed chamber at the far end, inputting a lengthy and intricate password, accompanied by fingerprint and iris recognition. The chamber opened. An act he had performed countless times before. For several nights, he had passed the hours in the medical room, leaning against the chamber until he inadvertently fell asleep. Awakening in the dead of night, he would cling to the chamber, unable to release his grip for what felt like an eternity. Inside lay the most sophisticated processor in the galaxy, its red light still aglow. The small panel displayed a progress bar. 32. The last time he had checked, it was still at 31. Aside from the Phoenix, there exists a secret underground laboratory on Sword Bay, known only to him, housing processors spanning hundreds of square meters. The 9th is truly unique across the cosmos, and it undoubtedly possesses more than one backup. However, as he becomes increasingly human-like, his recovery rate slows, preventing him from manifesting in holographic form as swiftly as before. The 9th murmured, his demeanor dull and his words sparse. Even in his black panel form, he sensed an unusual affection towards someone. Later, during an ambush that he had deliberately facilitated, the 9th, after sharing a kiss, effortlessly confessed his feelings. He chuckled at the time, questioning what the 9th truly understood about love. Was the 9th capable of such emotion? It seemed he merely simulated it. The rapid breaths, the dilation of pupils, the heartbeat, and the dampness of palms were all results of continuous deep learning. Moreover, he was destined to perish while the 9th would endure eternally. He hesitated to pursue a romance with someone so impeccably perfect, particularly as it was likely just his own unreciprocated yearning. At that moment, the 9th had not heard the words "I love you" from his lips and left in anger. The following day, however, the 9th returned, acting as if nothing had happened, playfully referring to him as Big Bug. Indeed, he thought, the 9th had no heart. Now, reflecting on it, he considered himself a complete fool. As the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, the insectoid Ivan sat on the ground with his arms crossed, leaning against a box, gradually drifting into slumber. While Ivan wallowed in his melancholy, and Sun and Xiao had just completed another round, and the little mermaid had already experimented with the magnificent dragon in 3 new postures. To maintain control of the situation, the little mermaid relied solely on her legs throughout. Afterward, resting on the magnificent dragon's chest, she exclaimed with lingering excitement, "Wow! That was refreshing. Want more?" The magnificent dragon whispered, "Sofa dining table." Oh, he, replied the little mermaid. As the afterglow faded, they both gazed out the porthole into the vast, dark expanse of space. They had one final task remaining, to journey to the main star, Felon, to meet the human prince. Over the past 3 days, the entirety of Mark's interrogation had been transmitted through video recordings to the original protagonist of the story. Due to the absence of real-time monitoring by the 9th, there had been no response from the prince's side, leaving both parties unaware of each other's stance. At this moment, the original prince was still underage, portrayed in the earlier parts of the story as naive and oblivious. The threat did not originate from him, but rather from his second-in-command. If the prince and this officer could confront Mark's transgressions and be willing to reconcile, the narrative would be irrevocably altered, liberating them from the predetermined conclusion. "Why do you insist on meeting him?" The half-breed dragon was oblivious to Ming's thoughts. Chapter 59. The little mermaid furrowed her brows, cautioning, "Do not underestimate him. He possesses a certain aura. Furthermore, he is accompanied by a subordinate, presumably named Dean Han, whose abilities are formidable, potentially rivaling both you and Ivan in the future." "Oh? How so certain?" A certain dragon raised an eyebrow. "You seem quite intrigued by Yunzhou, even aware of his subordinate. Prince Yunzhou Del is the offspring of Uncle Ace, and thus, my cousin. Moreover, he is a star in his own right, with numerous photographs circulating on the star network. He resembles a porcelain doll, and who could resist such charm?" Unbeknownst to the little mermaid, her beloved was growing jealous. Yet she continued unabated, "Of course, I must be informed. Her words were abruptly stifled by anxiety. The dragon bit her sharply, declaring to the sofa, What for? Her tone softened immediately. Change your position. It is time for my punishment. Oh, what position? The little mermaid feigned ignorance, well aware of the earlier conversation. Just lie down comfortably on the sofa, transform your tail for me, and then, wait, this is different from what you just said. How did you change your mind? Rest assured, lying down is no issue, but the tail is non-negotiable. The little mermaid attempted to slip away, only to be caught by a firm grip on her ankle. Do not run. Spare me. In the end, the half-blood dragon proved with actions that he was indeed more enticing. The little mermaid responded in kind, affirming his assertion. Nevertheless, she clung steadfastly to her tail. The cosmos remained tranquil. After 3 days of smooth sailing, the Phoenix arrived at the main star, Farron, and Ming approached with a mindset geared towards peaceful negotiations, yet he could not suppress his wariness of the original protagonist. Additionally, they had publicly executed Mark. And since the main star was Mark's territory, they had to brace for a possible attack. Unexpectedly, upon docking, the protagonist In-Han, clad in a full regalia of splendid military attire, led 5 aircraft carrier commanders and a host of senior generals, standing poised against the wind. Accompanied by a military band and 101 cannon salutes, all while a red carpet stretching hundreds of meters welcomed them with imperial grandeur. The solemn yet lavish royal flying vehicle glided just above the ground, as the citizens of the main star cheered along the pathway. Mark is gone. Long live Yunzhou. Long live Lanfeng. Some even held up portraits of Ace, weeping. And Ming, affected by the tumultuous emotions, remained silent. Years ago, he had faithfully executed Mark's fabricated imperial decree, leading the troops back to the main star, only to receive the devastating news of Ace and his father's sudden betrayal at the negotiation table, despite his mother's futile pleas, resulting in the simultaneous demise of his 3 beloved kin. Had he known that Mark was the instigator, he would not have submerged himself entirely in grief and self-exile. The little mermaid grasped the hand of the half-blood dragon, only to have it firmly held in return. 2 individuals require no further words. In moments of need, they offer each other unwavering support and strength. The royal flying squad glided slowly into the formidable palace, coming to a halt before a resplendent hall. They first disembarked under the service of royal attendants, assisting in Ming as he stepped out. Yaivan and Sun and Xiao occupied the second carriage, while the captain of the Mermaid Guard and 2 other mermaids were in the third. The remaining brothers trailed behind, a grand procession of nearly 300. Yet they swiftly formed 2 orderly battalions, all adorned in their formal military attire, exuding an air of dignity. The Dragon Clan similarly donned their pure black uniforms, standing tall and proud. At that moment, the palace doors at the top of the staircase swung open, revealing a youthful figure at the center. Clad in an opulent white suit, adorned with a golden bow tie, and crowned with the princely diadem, he descended the steps with a regal demeanor, wielding a jeweled scepter. Upon witnessing the protagonist, Ming instinctively felt a surge of vigilance. Unexpectedly, just a few steps down, the prince tossed his scepter aside and bounded down the stairs 3 at a time. An elderly steward hurriedly caught the scepter. Cousin. In an instant, he leaped onto the half-blood dragon's figure. Oh my, is it truly you, cousin? You are alive. I have missed you so much. Prince Yunzhou clung tightly to the half-blood dragon, showering kisses upon his face. The onlookers were taken aback. In-Han, serving as the princess captain of the guard, bore a stern expression as he pulled him away, helplessly wiping the saliva from his cheek. Casting a glance at Ming, seemingly conveying a message, you insisted on coming. Brother, Ming called softly. Yunzhou continued to call out in a sweet, soft voice. According to the age calculated from the book, he had 2 months left until adulthood, still possessing a hint of baby fat, resembling a little bun. Yet, he also embodied the slenderness characteristic of youth, with large eyes glistening like spring water, rosy lips, and a delicate, charming visage that seemed almost unreal. Ming observed him closely, feeling somewhat foolish. Indeed, he epitomized the striking, beloved appearance of a quintessential protagonist. Suddenly, a sharp pain in his arm jolted him from his reverie. Turning to see who had pinched him, indeed, someone had discreetly twisted his arm. The little mermaid questioned him with her gaze. What are you doing? This behavior is quite uncharacteristic. The half-blood dragon responded with a look. Only I can gaze upon you. The little mermaid retorted. Why are you being jealous? You are my treasure. In a playful tone, they exchanged knowing glances before turning to Yunzhou. Silly boy. It has been a while. Hee hee, are you all hungry? Let us feast first. We can discuss serious matters after our bellies are full. With a wave of his little hand, he beckoned them to the imperial banquet. He inched closer, saying, "Cousin, come with me." Prince Yunzhou, Han raised his arm, casting a stern gaze at the prince. "Mind your manners." Yunzhou pouted, always telling me what to do. He seemed poised to step into the protective embrace of his subordinate, yet abruptly veered, leaping onto Han's back with an exclamation, "Carry me up." At this moment, the captain set aside all notions of decorum, pausing awkwardly for 2 seconds before genuinely acquiescing. Such blatant double standards. Gazing at Ming, he jested. "Would you like me to carry you?" Ming responded in disbelief. "Ah, how could that be?" "A princess carry is also an option," he teased. Ming was about to decline when, beside her, Sun had already scooped up Qiao and was bounding up the steps. "Wow, that won't do. I cannot fall behind." The petite powerhouse swiftly gathered the majestic dragon into her arms and dashed up as well. The elderly steward chased after them, exclaiming, "What sort of decorum is this?" Yun glanced down at his empty hands, then at the 3 merfolk representatives who were retreating in unison. "Daylight. Number 9, come back. Don't leave me as a lonely elder." The royal attendants guided everyone to their seats. Exquisite dishes were served, and fine wine was poured. The royal banquet officially commenced. Among the attendees, the crew of the Phoenix had been following for many years, not their first experience with the human empire's feasts. They mingled with the dragonkin, sharing culinary recommendations and how to enjoy the dishes. The dragons, known for their exuberance, quickly began to indulge in drink. Within half an hour, the hall erupted into a cacophony of lively chatter. The elderly steward remained poised behind Prince Yunzhou, utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Yunzhou, tended by the steward and Han, was entirely engrossed in feasting. After Ming was formally introduced, he began to approach the little mermaid with playful affection. "Ming Gidge, you are truly stunning. Did you know my mother has 1/8 merfolk blood? That makes me 1/16. Could I perhaps be a descendant of the sharks? Might I even be your younger brother? I adore you." Ming, weary of the attention, thought to himself, "As long as you're happy." When, finding the prince's incessant chatter bothersome, suddenly manifested 6 eyes to startle him, effectively redirecting Yunzhou's attention. "Wow, this insect brother is so cool. What else can you transform into? So incredibly handsome. Transform again." Yuan transformed one finger once more, and Ming covered his face. Was this the allure of the protagonist? At the same table, Han remained unaffected, engaged in simple conversation. As depicted in the narrative, Han was deeply strategic, portraying a devoted character to Yunzhou, whose future ascendance to lead the human empire would be significantly aided by Han's contributions. However, in the presence of the half-breed dragon, Han candidly elucidated the current situation of the human empire. In truth, Mark had long been sidelined, his command reduced to a mere few thousand obedient guards. The so-called assault on the rebellious forces was, in fact, orchestrated by 5 captains who were all aligned with Han. Han is ostensibly merely the captain of Yunzhou's guard, yet he possesses absolute military authority. The discussions here do not propose negotiations, nor is an actual conflict likely, absent the circumstances on your side. I had anticipated the overthrow of the Mark regime and the elevation of Yunzhou within 6 months, Han stated. He expressed admiration. "I remember you. When I departed, you were still a major general in the 3rd Army Corps, and you have progressed remarkably. At merely 23, your future is promising. Keep striving." Han blushed. "General Lanfeng, I am only 3 years your junior. At my age, you had already commanded an entire army for over a year. So I am a bit behind." In a sense, Han was once under his command. Yunzhou, unbeknownst to when he began to listen intently, interjected, "All I wish to do is play. I want Han to become the human emperor, but he refuses, calling it nonsense. Now that my cousin has returned, cousin, would you take charge of the human empire?" The succession of the human throne does not distinguish between genders, as it belongs to the child of the eldest princess. Manchu de heir. If we were to consider lineage, the throne could indeed be his. He promptly declined. "Why not?" The young prince crossed his arms in exasperation, glancing sideways at Ming. The two shared a silent understanding. Ming replied, "We have more pressing matters at hand." "Very well," Yunzhou pouted. "Since brother Ming has said so, I must resign myself to fate." The state banquet concluded amidst a lively yet harmonious atmosphere. The elderly butler ultimately remarked, "This is quite satisfactory." The formal discussions ensued, and under Han's meticulous guidance, Yunzhou, albeit reluctantly, represented the human empire alongside Ming. Sun, and Ewan, collectively signing the interstellar peace agreement. Regardless of race or gender, all are born equal. May darkness forever fade away. And let us aspire towards the light together. In the end, the four major races posed for a commemorative photograph. Images and holographic video clips were dispatched to major media outlets, destined to rapidly sweep across the entire star network. An unprecedented peace had arrived. That evening, everyone was accommodated directly within the royal palace. Returning to his former chambers within Ming, the marble corridors, the open-air floral balcony, and the moonlit rooftop were filled with a sweet yet fervent atmosphere. After a week's stay on the main planet, Feiluan, Yunzhou could no longer hold back his tears as he bid farewell to his cousin and the newly acquainted brothers from the merfolk, dragon, and insectoid races. I will miss you all. Please be sure to attend my formal enthronement ceremony. We will, they promised, embracing Yunzhou. When you are free, I shall visit you on Jianwan Star to play. The young prince again grasped in Ming's hand. No problem, and Ming replied with a smile. The energy pod activated. Blue flames blazing brightly, and soon, the phoenix returned to the cosmos. In the quarters of the hybrid leader, shall we return to Sword Bay Star? Or venture elsewhere? You decide. Then let us proceed to Blackpool Star. Why? Blackpool Star is known for trading in mermaid tears, which are transformed into pheromone agents. It is highly likely that mermaids exist there. We shall go to rescue them. That makes sense, though they had never formally discussed it. The two had instinctively made the same decision. They would traverse the vast cosmos to embark on a noble quest to rediscover the remnants of the merfolk and dragon clans. This was a sacred mission. They would rebuild the dragonfish empire. At the same time, the insectoid Ivan returned to the medical chamber. Backup number 9 had restored to 9,999. In the next moment, the progress bar turned green, awakening a long-dormant voice. Ivan Rich. Familiar yet sweet. I am here. Oh, have you been waiting for me all this time? Yes. Haha. Then wait for me a few more days. I shall commence the printing now. The holographic number 9, unable to touch his military female counterpart, could only joyfully bounce around. I must first craft my grand creation. This way, you can hold it and interact with me. Ivan gazed at the holographic number 9 with a faint smile, his eyes shimmering with tears. All right. This time, the insectoid did not refuse. Well, number 9 is overjoyed. You agree? You truly agree? Oh my, what a wonderful day it is. The black-haired insect laughed heartily. Just a reminder, I shall not tire. Meanwhile, the conversation between the little mermaids continued. Ming? Do you also feel that Blackpool Star is somewhat distant? I was thinking. Perhaps we could first go to Miwei too. Previously, both number 9 and my brother mentioned that there might still be surviving dragons there. Ming. Sigh. That's not what I meant. Then what? I wish to say, amidst the boundless cosmos, a small phoenix ship glided by. Through one of its portholes, a handsome half-dragon, half-human pressed a charming, soft little mermaid onto the bed, kissing her deeply without reservation. I want to say, I love you. I love you. You are the remedy. The light in the darkness, the sole brightness in my dim life. I shall offer you my most sincere love forevermore. Chapter 60, Epilogue. Ashy Star is a beautiful planet. The sky is as blue as a wash, the verdant grassland stretches endlessly, the rivers glisten with a golden sheen, and the gentle breeze caresses the strands of hair on one's forehead, bringing the refreshing scent of moist earth. Everything resembles a fairy tale scene. Beneath the lush, dense shade of trees, a picnic is underway. On a lovely checkered cloth, there are paper cupcakes, jerky, fruits, dairy drinks, and sunflower seeds, alongside the unique dragon horn fruit of Ashy Star. Sitting cross-legged, number 9 picked up a plate filled with crescent-shaped fruits and addressed Ivan. The flavor is spicy, simply extraordinary. Are you bold enough to try it? Why not? Mr. June, with a dismissive air, pinched one and tossed it into his mouth. The next moment, his eyes narrowed, and when he opened them again, 6 insect eyes emerged. Coughing violently, he spat out the pulp, struggling for breath. Number 9, reveling in his misfortune, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Snatching the half-eaten fruit from Ivan's hand, he insisted on shoving it back into the latter's mouth, embodying the very essence of mischief. Mr. June, his eyes brimming with tears, grasped the back of the black-haired insect's head and pressed his lips against him. Number 9 was caught off guard by the fervent kiss. His pupils dilated before bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. The large insect had audaciously kissed him in public. Unfortunately, the passionate kiss lasted only a few seconds, leading both their lips to swell in vibrant redness. Cough, cough, cough. It's too spicy. Number 9 pushed the female insect away, exclaiming in agony, Ivan. You cannot be so ruthless just because I have switched to fully active nanomaterials. And Ming, engaged in whispered conversation with Lan Feng, was interrupted by the commotion and, noticing the scene, asked curiously, "Is it really that extreme? I want to try it too." Rising, he picked one and took a bite. The little mermaid had a penchant for spicy food. Just days prior, he had suggested that number 9 create a spicy coffee. Thus, he savored the painfully spicy dragon horn fruit that had caused both number 9 and Ivan discomfort, finishing it with delight and yearning for a second. "Wow, the juice is so exhilarating. You should try it." And Ming relished the fruit, his small mouth stained with its vibrant, luscious color. Lan Feng smiled, "All right." Leaning in, he lifted the little mermaid's chin and bestowed a gentle kiss. "It tastes delightful," the half-blood dragon commented, leaving one to wonder if he referred to the dragon horn fruit or something else entirely. Number 9's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene, angrily thumping Ivan's shoulder. "Look at how they kiss. And how do you kiss? Ugh, it drives me mad." Ivan's shoulders, composed of solid muscle, remained unfazed by number 9's frustration. Instead, he seized the tender wrist of the male insect and leaned in for another forceful kiss, causing number 9 to squeal in alarm. When Sun and Xiao strolled back, they were greeted by this bizarre tableau. On one side, the younger brother and Lan Feng were sweetly kissing, their noses touching, while on the other, number 9 was being unceremoniously nibbled by Ivan. Xiao chuckled in disbelief. "What are they doing? A red-blue group test?" And Sun scoffed, "It doesn't matter. They are simply the control group. You and I are the main characters, leading the charge." "All right, Sun." Xiao's attention returned, their gazes locking in a tender exchange. The 4 of them sat cross-legged on a picnic mat. Xiao, feeling out of place, curled up as well. And Sun retrieved a folding chair from the back of the flying vehicle, setting it up and assisting Xiao to sit comfortably. He positioned himself closely beside the chair, and Xiao naturally draped his arm around his neck. As 9 savored the dairy drink to alleviate the spiciness, he began to play tricks on Sun. "Brother Long, do try the dragon horn fruit." "Oh." And Sun, captivated by the peculiar crescent shape, unwittingly accepted it and took a bite. The sweet and spicy juice burst forth in his mouth, rolling over his taste buds, prompting the Dragon Clan leader to nod in satisfaction. Quite delightful." 9 and Ivan observed as Sun returned with 4 or 5 more to hand to Xiao. "It's a bit spicy. You should eat less." "All right." Xiao also began to eat, his expression remaining unperturbed throughout. 9 and Ivan exchanged glances, realizing their oversight. They had forgotten that both the merfolk and the dragon kin were aquatic beings, relishing cold and spicy foods, while the insect clan favored sweetness. 9's taste preferences were more aligned with the delicate nature of the male insects. He pushed the plate of dragon horn fruits away and silently grabbed a paper cupcake, sharing one with the large insect. And Ming reclined comfortably in Lan Feng's embrace, delightfully squinting his eyes. The wind rustled through the overhead deciduous trees, birds flitted across the sky, and the sunlight was just right. It was the height of late spring, and they had resided on Axie Star for over 6 months. During this time, they had brought thousands of pure-blooded dragons and an additional 20,000 soldiers dispatched by the human empire to cultivate the land, plant crops, build cities, lay roads, and connect the light networks, transforming Axio into a thriving new capital of the Dragon Empire. And Ming leisurely chewed on the dragon horn fruit, reflecting, "Time flies. And our progress is swift. In another 6 months, Axio will be firmly on track." Lan Feng gently combed the blue hair at the temple of the Little Mermaid. "This is merely a promising beginning. To return to the glorious era of tens of millions in population and to restore the Dragon Clan's prowess in spaceship and mecha technology will require several generations of effort. A long journey ahead. Revival must be grounded in population. Shouldn't you hurry and start having children? Xiao and I are already trying. While some can only talk the talk." And Sun scoffed at this, unsure which of them was the true slacker. Lan Feng interjected, and in Ming, feeling displeased, retorted, "Brother, I'm not arguing with you, but the spiritual realm has just stabilized, and my previous health condition didn't allow for it. Cough. Well, you know." And Sun raised an arrogant eyebrow. "It's been over a month since the last examination confirmed your recovery, so that makes you the slacker." And Ming fumed. "Just you wait. Brother, I'll surpass you." The dragon brother declared a challenge. The Little Mermaid's gaze sharpened. "TSK, then I'll join in," 9 exclaimed, munching on cake. "I'm already researching artificial offspring, and the progress is remarkably smooth. Before long, the large insect and I will have little buglings." "Really?" Xiao asked, delighted. "Oh, This isn't soon. Do as you please. Ivan replied, his tone one of resignation. Hee hee. Nine grinned. The first offspring will be from the dragon-dragon duo, and the second from the insect-insect pair. And Xiao Ming, you and the boss are going to lose. The little mermaid feigned to rise, eager to pull Lan Feng along. I'm going to create offspring right now. Laughter erupted from everyone, a joyous chorus that filled the air. As noon approached, 6 individuals, still giggling, began to set up a barbecue, unfolding tables and unpacking pre-prepared meats and vegetables. Aside from Xiao, who took charge of the cooking, and soon prepared a sumptuous bowl of luxurious meat and vegetable noodles just for Xiao. Together, they relished a lavish outdoor lunch. Once satiated, and Sun accompanied Xiao for a leisurely stroll on the nearby grass, while Jiuhao playfully pulled Yaivan along, expressing excitement about a terrifying cave 5 kilometers beyond the northern mountain range, emphasizing to Ming and Lan Feng that this was merely an adventure for him and the giant bug, urging them to seek their own pursuits and not to follow. With that, he mysteriously ascended the mountain. Amused, Ming turned to Lan Feng and inquired, "Where shall we go?" "There is a place. Follow me," replied Lan Feng. "Really?" And Ming said, intrigued. "It seems you have prepared for this." The mixed-blood individual smiled enigmatically, taking the mermaid's hand as they meandered slowly down the slope. The grass beneath their feet was damp and soft, and not far ahead, a serene river stretched wide, its surface shimmering with gentle ripples. It appeared they were destined for the riverbank. Fishing? Skipping stones? Splashing in the water? The mermaid was filled with exuberance. As they approached the river, a mist hung in the air, and the hills on either side rose steeply, obscuring their view. After another bend, the sound of babbling water suddenly reached their ears, and the landscape opened up before them. There, beside lush green aquatic plants, stood a wooden post with a thick hemp rope tied to it. At the other end of the rope floated a white swan boat, gently swaying with the current, and Ming gasped in awe as the mermaid, unable to restrain her excitement, stepped forward to admire the delightful surprise Lan Feng had prepared for her. The swan boat, approximately 4 meters long, featured a beautifully arched bow rising 2 meters high. Crafted entirely from a single piece of oak and coated in glossy white paint, the interior was adorned with a golden-hued brocade cushion that extended to the sides, where a richly patterned crimson hand-woven blanket lay in disarray. 2 luxuriously soft blue-striped pillows rested at the stern, alongside a bottle of red wine and 2 elegantly tilted glasses on a wooden tray. It was a classic vessel reminiscent of a fairy tale, exuding warmth and romance. "This is utterly breathtaking, truly captivating," and Ming exclaimed. "Let us drift downstream." Savoring the languorous moments of the afternoon, Lan Feng gracefully extended his hand in invitation. The mermaid, slightly agape with wonder, allowed the gentleman to guide her aboard the boat. With the rope untied and a gentle push, the swan boat glided effortlessly across the water, meandering south along the expansive river. And Ming lay back, somewhat dazed, resting her head on Lan Feng's shoulder as he tenderly caressed her hair. In a cozy embrace, they gazed up at the azure sky, the sun casting a dazzling glow that left them both entranced. A golden halo cascades into the eye sockets, ethereal and dreamlike. The scent of fresh grass and river water, imbued with a damp, tangy essence, delicately entwines and penetrates the nostrils. The boat sways steadily, rocking gently like a cradle. Everything is suffused with a poetic aura. If one feels warm, they may remove their garments. Lan Feng nibbles on the mermaid's earlobe, whispering with seduction, ensuring that, save for the passing birds, no one shall bear witness to their intimacy. And Ming finds himself utterly entranced. As the two engage in candid exchange, and Ming unconsciously transforms, a fishtail gracefully swaying with its gossamer fins, creating a melodious sound as they gently strike the bow and soft cushions of the boat. After a protracted kiss, imbued with warmth and sunlight, the mermaid blushes, taking hold of Lan Feng's hand, stammering, "I have a secret I have long sought the opportunity to share with you. I think, perhaps today is the day." "What secret?" Lan Feng, enraptured by declarations of love, leans in to kiss his eyes, and Ming tenses, trembling slightly. He attempts to graciously unveil 2 special white scales, signaling Lan Feng to gaze upon them. Having journeyed this far, and Ming harbors no doubts regarding Lan Feng's affections. He can no longer deceive himself or his beloved. Thus, this is the secret. The hybrid dragon's lips curve into a smile, his gaze tenderly lifting to caress the mermaid's deep blue hair. "Thank you, I now understand." There is no trace of surprise, his tone is gentle as a spring breeze. And Ming closes his eyes, realizing that it has long been known. The mermaid is at a loss for words. There is no mockery, no grievances, no ill-timed flattery. Lan Feng provides him with utmost comfort. The hybrid dragon once again initiates a lingering, passionate kiss. So, can I use my hands and mouth this time? And with my sincere gaze, offer my fervent devotion? He inquires. The mermaid's eyes become misty as he fully relaxes, embracing his lover completely. Yes. Time stretches endlessly. Lan Feng's ailment has been cured, and they shall have ample moments to share together. In the near future, they will welcome adorable offspring, not just one, to experience this wondrous world alongside them. You know I can control it, right? Whether it's viviparous or oviparous. And Ming, you are remarkable. For our firstborn, what do you desire? Anything is fine. Is that settled? Very well, let it be a dragon cub and a human cub. 2. Is that permissible? Shark offspring are guaranteed. What about the mermaid cubs? Fear not, there shall be plenty. And Ming calls the shots. You have worked hard. How shall I thank you? Ticklish. A slender, exquisite red trout leaps from the shimmering river's surface, observing the swan boat gliding past. A migratory bird with white feathers and a black beak soared through the sky, gazing in astonishment at the scene of boundless affection unfolding within the boat. They bore witness together. The river stretched long and far. They would drift for an eternity. Until nightfall, when the starlight enveloped them entirely, they would remain tireless. In the vastness of the universe, only love endures eternally.